Chapter 301 Senior Sister is more educated. Not long after Louis put down the newspaper, Xiao Dai contacted him. Louis, Her Majesty the White Queen. Aishwarya suggests that you go to the Gallic Library in Dragon Nest City to look for a forbidden book called Iron. If the Great Whirlpool is really related to the space-time rift, then this book seems to be able to heal the space-time rift. She has already contacted, you can go there directly to find this book. Iron? Louis' face turned strange. He believed that the White Queen definitely did not say this word. But in this video call, he did not have the nerve to say that Xiao Dai was illiterate. Because there were often some bronze dragons and blue dragons coming to the old black dragon side to have fun. Louis made a lot of friends during this period. On that day, a blue dragon took Louis to the magic city of Gallic. He met the leader of the blue dragons, Karimas. Because the leader of the bronze dragons, after drilling into the cracks in time and space, has not returned for many years. So the city built by bronze dragons and blue dragons is managed by the leader of the blue dragons, Karimas. His body is not as big as Hog and Jaffer, but his real body is nearly 100 meters long. However, he often appears in human form, and looks like a learned magician. He is indeed very learned, which makes Louis wonder if he is a forbidden wizard. Blue dragons and bronze dragons don't like politics, so they don't mind Louis's identity. Everyone is very welcoming to this learned magician from the North Sea Kingdom. On that day, the blue dragons and bronze dragons took Louis to visit the Gallic Magic City, the library, and the shattered spacetime monitoring station. The magic environment in the center of Dragon Nest City is the most concentrated, which makes the blue dragons build their magic city here. And because there is a special spacetime crack nearby, the environment is somewhat similar to the spacetime crack at the bottom of the mysterious sea that connects to the big ravine. So the bronze dragons also set up a monitoring station here. The two most serious dragon tribes gathered in this magic city. One studying magic, the other studying spacetime, and together looking for ways to heal the spacetime cracks that occasionally appear in the world. The bronze dragons seem to have unique insights into space. It is precisely because of these bronze dragon magicians that many spacetime cracks in the Four-Flower Kingdom have been basically repaired in the past 1,000 years. It is said that the research results of the bronze dragons have also provided some assistance to the North Sea Kingdom, making some spacetime cracks in the deep sea of the North Sea Kingdom leading to the Great Abyss smaller in the past few thousand years. However, the bronze dragons suspect that the deep sea spacetime cracks in the North Sea Kingdom may have problems in recent years, which has caused a lot of trouble in the North Sea Kingdom and made the mysterious sea more dangerous. After the visit that night, the blue dragon leader Karimas handed the book to Louis. According to him, due to the regulations of the Magic Council, outsiders who want to view the books in the Gallic Library need to obtain permission from the Magic Council, the 12 major families. But the book called Iron was rented by the White Queen. In other words, the Magic Council allowed her to rent it. As the White Queen temporary agent, Louis can naturally read it. In addition, Karimas also hinted to Louis that he would secretly give Louis a few forbidden books to read. But the condition was that Louis had to perform some magic for him. He heard from the White Queen that the first place where Louis, the king of Kowloon Sea, went to study abroad was with the White Queen, the distant niece of the crooked-mouthed old cousin. So Louis was a forbidden wizard. The White Queen said that her distant cousin's knowledge of magic was not inferior to hers. After hearing this, Louis suddenly understood that the White Queen knew his identity, but she made up a background for herself. But what surprised Louis was that the White Queen actually called Aoyi his uncle. It seems that his uncle really likes to recognize relatives. The White Queen should be considered his niece. Louis' identity as a forbidden magician made Karimas very curious. After all, Karimas also considered himself an orthodox forbidden wizard. The 12 great families all studied forbidden learning. And so did the blue dragon leader Karimas. Few people could communicate magic with him. After all, those wizards from the great families like to keep their secrets. So Karimas wanted to exchange some magic with Louis. He was very curious about Louis's magic. And Louis also satisfied Mr. Karimas' curiosity. After Mr. Karimas finished reading Louis's magic as if he had seen a ghost, he opened the barrier of the library that night and led Louis there. According to Karimas, Louis could read any book here. After all, Karimas felt that with the magic level of this forbidden wizard, he would probably become another great sage, forbidden university scholar, sooner or later after 3,000 years. The magic barrier in the library, in the eyes of Mr. Louis, is probably useless. So Karimas did not play tricks. He said frankly that Lewis could read books here at will. But the condition was to help repair the books. There were many damaged books here, and many books with translation problems. Lewis readily agreed to this matter. He could see the value of the library collection. Over the past thousands of years, the Blue Dragons have accumulated countless magical research materials and collected many books, including many precious magic books from 3,000 years ago and many forbidden books. So Lewis agreed to Karima's request and reached an agreement with Karima's. Lewis would share the magic books of the Magic League for Flower Kingdom, Sorrento, and Rainbow Kingdom with the Blue Dragons. And Karima's would allow Lewis to secretly copy the books in this library to increase the Magic League collection. Lewis stayed in the library, and his main research was on the book called Iron. He found that, when this book was complete, it could be used directly to open some doors, or close some doors. 1,000 years ago, this book, along with many forbidden books, was given to the Dragon Clan by the wizards of the Great Families. After all, in the subdimensional invasion of the Four-Flower Country, the Dragon Clan helped the 12 great families deal with the mess. After reading it, Lewis found that the book was damaged. However, there were many references. With these references, he could deduce the incomplete parts of the book in a few days. And this book is indeed called Iron. But this is a name that the White Queen gave in her random notes. It seems that she has repaired this book. After taking a look at it, Lewis knew what the book should be called. How to Smooth Wrinkles on Paper. Lewis felt that the word iron was indeed quite descriptive. If it came from Xiao Dai, it would mean that she was uneducated. If it came from Senior Sister, it would mean that she was educated. In the process of repairing the book, Lewis often communicated with Blue Dragon and Bronze Dragon. In order to repair the book, he also visited the shattered spacetime monitoring station built by the Bronze Dragons in Dragon Nest City, to understand the space situation of this world. Within 2 months, Lewis copied all the books in the library, and read all the forbidden books that interested him. And these precious magical knowledge also added an assessment of all spell levels plus 10 to the personal description of Lewis in the storybook. Chapter 302. The White Queen invited me to go swimming. In the library, Lewis repaired many damaged forbidden books, or rather Lewis, who was proficient in Max languages, helped the Blue Dragons correct many translation errors in ancient books. At the same time, Lewis also provided a lot of inspiration to the Bronze Dragons in terms of space and dimension knowledge, including the iron, which was also fixed by Lewis. Lewis, sometimes I really doubt if you are the reincarnation of Anthony the Great. The Blue Dragon leader Karimas looked at the forbidden book in his hand and said in shock, "It is almost the same as when I used it 1,000 years ago." This book was damaged by Karimas, and he had no choice. Its original name was How to Smooth Wrinkles on Paper, and it was a magic book left by Anthony, and it can be used directly. It records a method of how to close the cracks in time and space, and also records a magic that forcibly closes the gate of hell, and completely destroys the time and space channel and the time and space anchor. For the invaders of the subplane, this magic is like a sure kill. Just like they open their own door to the kingdom of a certain god, the god closed the door again. But this magic is very complicated. If the level is not enough, and only rely on magic power, it will take 3 leaders, like Karima's, to perform for 3 days and 3 nights to succeed. And if there is a mistake in the middle, it will fail. But with the help of this magic book, it can ensure that there will be no mistakes in the middle. And it only takes half a day. 1,000 years ago, Karima's closed such a door. At that time, the 12 major families opened a door to the abyss in the country of 4 flowers. And they played big. At that time, those stupid wizards should have used another forbidden book. So to some extent, the wizard's fear of the forbidden book is justified. It like a child wielding a flaming sword, and accidentally setting himself on fire. The wizards of the great family set themselves on fire. When they opened the door to the abyss in the 4 flowers country, the situation began to get out of control. The wizards of the great families realized that they had set themselves on fire, and had to ask the dragons for help, and handed the iron to the Blue Dragons, asking them to help close the door. Many of the gallant proto-dragons died in that war. Veterans such as Hog, Jaffer, and Stog also survived the war. As for the wizards of the great families, they also paid a great price. Many people died, which led to the loss of many magics. There was even a great family that was completely wiped out because of this. The tragic price won the Blue Dragons a precious opportunity to close the door of the abyss. But at the last moment, a terrifying big hand opened the door. At the moment when the evil god appeared, Countless abyss demons emerged. Isabella led her god-slaying group at the critical moment and rushed into the group of demons, facing the evil god, who had already crawled out halfway. At the critical moment, the blue dragons, at the cost of destroying the magic book of the iron, closed the door at the moment when the evil god was at his weakest, flushing the evil god into the turbulence of time and space like flushing a toilet. When the door of the abyss was completely closed, the demons were cut off from the bottom of the pot. In the end, the wizards won. That battle is still fresh in the memory of the wizards of the great families. The forbidden magic book can also be said to be a Pandora magic book in the hands of the wizards of the great families, which opened the door of the abyss. But the forbidden magic book also played an important role. It made the blue dragons close the door. The forced closure of the door caused the book to be damaged. After the war, this book and many other forbidden books were paid to the dragons by the 12 great families as war reparations. The White Queen had helped to repair some runes before, but no matter how powerful her magic was or how outstanding her talent was, it was difficult for her to completely repair this incomplete book. After all, each of the 12 disciples only learned a part of Anthony knowledge, and the White Queen understanding of space magic has not reached LV25. Today, a forbidden grand scholar who has been in the forbidden sanctuary for more than 30,000 years, and whose understanding of space magic has reached LV25, came here. He relied on his own knowledge, and used those documents to read the book, and thus repaired the book. After that, Lewis can take this book and go diving in the whirlpool of the White Queen family. Lewis thought, if some evil god came this time, maybe it wouldn't take so much effort. If there was no iron, it might take a lot of effort to iron clothes, such as boiling water first. But now there is a fully charged iron. Why does it take half a day? It will be done in a few strokes. These disciples of teacher Anthony have really absorbed magic. They know a little bit about space, so they don't need to work so hard. If I happen to catch up with the evil god when he opens the door, it will be even easier. I can just throw the iron at his face, and it will be done. Even if the iron is flushed into the toilet, it is no big deal. I can just write another book. Although my LV25 space magic is still far from LV99, I can copy and rewrite a book without any problem. When Lewis took the iron away that day, the Blue Dragon leader Karimas repeatedly warned Lewis not to damage this treasure. As Lewis promised, the Blue Dragons opened a portal for him and sent him back to a magic tower in the Isolde Palace. Holding the book in his arms, Lewis stood on the balcony of the tower. Looking from here, he could see many strange-looking huge ships in the port, some of which looked like big lobsters in the shape of dragon beasts, and some of which looked like big dragon turtles with big spikes. They were all unique ships in Dragon Nest City, with more than 30 in total, and all of them were given to Lewis by Dragon Nest City. In the past, the Crooked-Mouthed Cousin had given many such ships to Dragon Nest City, which were specially used by the Gallic family to travel to and from the North Sea Kingdom. Lewis will take them with him when he goes to the White Queen this time. They have already joined the 7th Fleet. The ships built by dragon wizards are very large, and the displacement of these ships is between cruisers and battleships. Compared with the ghost ships that Prince Dracula gave to Lewis, these dragon ships are not very powerful in magic, but they are the most suitable ships for traveling to the mysterious sea, because the sirens are very afraid of the appearance of these ships. The sirens will mistakenly think that these ships are either lobster dragons or dragon turtles. These two types of dragon beasts are very famous in the North Sea Kingdom. There are also some of these dragon beasts in Dragon Nest City. Whenever those dragon beasts shed their shells, they will be made into dragon ships by dragon wizards. Originally in Dragon Nest City, there were more lobster dragon ships and fewer dragon turtle ships. But because many of these dragon beasts died in Dragon Nest City during the Siren Tide in the past few years, there are many such ships. These ships are equivalent to 3rd and 4th level battleships, and can be said to be heavy cruisers of this era. But their value is not higher than that of a first-class battleship, non-magic ship. According to Archie, it is at least £1.5 million, and there is no market for it. After all, these dragon ships use real keels, and they are also real magic ships. And the price of a sailing ship with the same displacement is less than £100,000. It can be seen how expensive the price of magic ships is. But the 7th Fleet only spent a very low price to buy these 30 heavy cruiser-class ships. From March to August, the 7th Fleet went back and forth to Dragon Nest City and the Magic Alliance twice, earning a profit of about £5 million. And these £5 million were used to buy these 30 ships. This price is lower than the cost price, which is actually around 500,000 pounds. Louis spent less than 200,000 pounds per ship this time. So in order to open up the North Sea route, the Dragon clan sold it half and gave it away half. And spent a lot of money. If you want to buy a ship of this level again in the future, the price will be 500,000 pounds. It can be said that after the Four Flower Kingdom, the magic dock of Dragon Nest City is also open to the 7th Fleet. Chapter 303 The Mysterious Pale Wizard. The hammerhead, big claw, of the lobster dragon ship comes with a magic, and the waves that are generated in the water can easily knock out some small and medium-sized sea monsters. At close range, even if it is a wooden battleship, as long as it is approached by this lobster dragon ship, then as long as it is hit lightly, the big belly of the ship will be like being hit by a center of gravity cannon, and a big hole will be broken. The dragon turtle ship has a stronger transportation capacity. When they are sailing on the sea, no matter what storm they encounter, the ship will be very stable. Moreover, this type of dragon turtle ship is stronger than an iron shell ship, and conventional artillery cannot penetrate its armor at all, generally speaking, unless it encounters those intelligent sea monsters. Nothing will actively approach these dragon ships on this sea. Even though many sea monsters have become more and more manic in recent years, they generally will not actively attack after smelling the scent of these ships. Leaving the balcony on the tower, Louis walked towards the palace. Louis is leaving today, and Xiao Dai has already arranged various supplies for the trip. Louis had also greeted Xiao Ao and the others these 2 days. He planned to meet Isabella and say hello, and then he would set off with the magicians. When he thought of greeting Xiao Ao and the others a few nights ago, Louis couldn't help but rub his face hard. A few days ago, Isabella didn't live there, and she went to Xiao Ao's place and chatted with Xiao Ao and Annabelle. The two sisters seemed to be a little convinced by him recently. When she saw him coming, Annabelle went straight to the bed and took off her clothes. Xiao Ao also looked unhappy. Louis thought he was leaving soon, so he talked to them in a friendly way. Perhaps because he coaxed them well, and because he was leaving soon, Xiao Ao and Annabelle softened their attitude towards him. I thought that everyone could finally have a happy party that night. In fact, everyone was quite happy. But halfway through, Helen knocked on the door and broke in. I almost saw the scene of the party. It turned out that recently Helen's father kept forcing her to go home, and Francesco also intended to send Princess Helen back. So Helen came to persuade her sister these 2 days. She slept with her sister almost every day. After discovering that Louis stayed in her sister's room late at night, Helen looked a little angry, and her sister saw this expression. As a result, from that day on, Xiao Ao and Annabelle ignored her again, and they seemed to really want to kill her this time. What else did they say? If I take Helen with me when I go on a business trip this time, they will kill me. What do they think of me when they suspect that I have good intentions towards Helen? Louis feels wronged. Helen is so cute and innocent. I can't do it to her. Ahem. These 2 days, Helen has been pestering me after she heard that I was leaving. She seems to have been promoted recently. She is very happy. She said that when she goes to the White Queen family this time, she can protect me. The little 6 of hearts. I want her to protect me. What a joke. I am not a gigolo. I'd rather eat the gigolo than this little ass gigolo. What else did Helen say? She had already accepted a mission issued by the White Queen, and it seemed that if Louis didn't take her, she would sneak over by herself. However, in order to prove that he had no bad intentions towards Helen, Louis decided not to take her with him, and decided to take Helen from Isabella later, and then send her to her sister and lock her up in a small dark room, so that he could prove his innocence to little Ao. Otherwise, everyone would think that he had kidnapped Princess Helen. Right? Then I would be wrongly accused and killed. Besides, I heard that the White Queen family has mermaids and such. It would be inconvenient to bring a spy who likes to tell tales with you wherever you go. It seems that you are going to kidnap Princess Helen. I suggest you disguise yourself. Louis rolled his eyes. How is this possible? The storybook is just making a blind prediction. How could I kidnap Helen this time? She is with Isabella. If I kidnap her in front of everyone, I will be dead. Right? As soon as he entered the palace, Louis felt that the bustling Assault Palace was a bit hellish. It was already August, and it had been 3 months since the May Revolution of Little Ao. It was hot, but Louis felt the cold wind everywhere. The corridors and halls were crowded with people wearing Ministry of Magic uniforms. The Sorrento magicians who usually liked to chat with wizards and annoy them turned around and left after seeing these people. as if they were afraid of being contaminated by something unlucky. These high-ranking officials and agents of the Ministry of Magic, who wander around the Isolde Palace all day long, are not serious people. The reason why the Hot Red Dragon Palace has become so dark is also related to these people. Since Isabella brought the Scarlet Wizards to the Isolde Palace, it has begun to be a bit dark here. Scarlet Wizards can often be seen here playing wolves and ghosts. And it is said that in the past 3 months, dragon bones have often been lost in the dragon tombs in various parts of Dragon Nest City. I don't know which evil Scarlet Wizards dug up the grave of the Dragon Gallic. These bastards really made Dragon Nest a hell. The Scarlet Wizards especially supported innovation, and were the main force of the reformists. In addition, they were interested in dragons, and were very good at dealing with dragons and Gron. This made Gallic feel headache when they saw the wizards in red robes. But the Scarlet Wizards were good partners of the magicians. They were often drawn together, and quarreled with the wizards of the big families. So although the Scarlet Wizards are a bit mentally ill, or like to play with bones, but magicians are not afraid of being contaminated by bad luck. After all, magicians also like necromancy. Therefore, it is another group of people who are disgusting. They are called Pale Wizards. A group of smiling wizards from the Ministry of Magic came towards them. Louis took a look at the flower cards painted on their robes. His mouth twitched, and took the initiative to make way for the superior. Then a musty smell and rotten paper smell rushed into Louis's nose from those people, almost choking Louis to the ground. As they passed by, Louis couldn't help but take a look at the wizards. Upon closer inspection, their robes were all made of paper, and their facial features looked like they were drawn. They limped when they walked, which was indescribably weird. The wizard from the Ministry of Magic, who was walking in the middle, was covered with mold and moss, which was indescribably creepy. No wonder the wizards were afraid of being infected with bad luck. And Louis didn't want to talk to them much. This month, there are many wizards like this. Some of them have bodies like wood, some look like moss. There is even a guy who looks like a broken porcelain doll walking towards us. At first glance, they are not serious wizards. But in the White Queen family, there seem to be many such not serious wizards, because these people are pale wizards. They are serious noble wizards of the White Queen family. Although there are only a few thousand of them, they are more famous than the Scarlet Wizards, or even more notorious. So no one wants to mess with these weird guys. Especially the wizards, who look like porcelain dolls. Basically they are pale wizards with noble titles. And Louis knows one of these porcelain dolls. His name is Voodoo Lord. The blood parrot in his hand is a group of notorious pirates in the White Queen Kingdom. At the same time, they are also the few guys who dare to wander around the mysterious sea in recent years. This time, after arriving at the Foam Sea where the White Queen family is located, Louis plans to truly recruit this group of pirates. With them, it will be much more convenient for him to sail on the mysterious sea in the future. Chapter 304 Lou Nio Mermaids are fun. The porcelain doll wizard in front of him has come towards him. Louis glanced at the flower card 3 of spades painted on the lining of the wizard robe. Louis couldn't help but show a look of disdain in his eyes. Louis didn't give way this time. He raised his head, pointed his nose to the sky, and walked straight past. As a result, the porcelain doll wizard smiled flatteringly, and waved away a group of younger brothers around him, such as 9 of spades and 8 of clubs, and followed behind Louis like a tail bug. Blinking his eyes, Louis, this mean guy, is his lackey, Lord Voodoo. Ross. Ross was smiling happily beside his boss, looking very proud. Recently, Mr. Ross is indeed a little proud, because he was promoted to Deputy Director of the Department of Mysteries in the past few months. Many pale wizards were promoted. In June, the White Queen family replaced the Red Queen family, and took power in the Ministry of Magic. Now the Deputy Directors of each department are from the White Queen family, and even Bull has a spy from the White Queen family beside him. Stewart was even dismissed because the 3 big bosses at the bottom of the demon prison all ran away. He happened to be on duty that day, so he took the blame for his boss, Bull. Now, basically every department has someone from the White Queen family, either as a deputy or an inspector. Even the nursing home has a big boss sent over, and that is Ross. However, compared to the former Red Queen family, the White Queen has much less power in the Ministry of Magic. This is because the wizards from the big families want to prevent the emergence of traitors like the Red Queen again. So the power of the White Queen has been diluted. In order to prove her loyalty to the great family, the White Queen also demoted and kicked out those officials from the Red Queen family, or those who had connections with Solando. Some of them were even sent to the demon prison. On the contrary, many agents from other great families were promoted. This incident caused a big stir, causing the Scarlet Wizard and the White Queen Wizard to fight whenever they met. In various unsafe areas of Dragon Nest City, wizards could often be seen fighting. Basically, the Magic Alliance was bullied. After all, those wizards from the great families were numerous and powerful, and they were officials. Now, except for the Isolda district and the Nifa district, the wizards of the Magic Alliance basically don't go to other places often. And recently, if you ask Isabella who she hates the most, it is undoubtedly her successor, the White Queen. Louis now has some complaints about the White Queen in his heart. Originally, before Isabella stepped down, she arranged for Louis to be promoted to the deputy director of the mystery department, but it was rejected by the Magic Council. Otherwise, he would not only have left the nursing home, but also have a Jack of Hearts. This kind of uncrowned king does not need to be polite when meeting QK, nor does he need to be disgusted by the people of the big family. Of course, the most important thing is that the mysterious nursing home has been targeted by the wizards of the big family recently. The wizards of the big family have been feeling more and more disgusted with this mysterious nursing home that is in collusion with the Magicians Association. Especially recently, the mysterious nursing home and the Magicians Association have become more and more popular, and it seems that they are spending the wizards' money to gain reputation for the muggles. So the wizards of the great families wish to disband this damn nursing home immediately. It is simply a pile of shit placed on their bedside. These guys also have sufficient reasons. This special department, which is independent of each department, was somewhat improper when it was first established. In order to solve the problem of the nursing home, the Believes have been operating for the past 3 months. They gave benefits to many members. The members of the Magic Parliament even had a quarrel over this. In the end, the wizards of the great families not only accepted the benefits of the Believes, but also created a big threshold to make it difficult for Louis. The Parliament required this special Mysterious Affairs Independent Bureau to have at least one trump card before it can be officially established. Otherwise, they will be disbanded. This matter gave Louis a headache after all. There were 4 trump cards in total. Harold did have a Diamond Jack, but he had long been on the blacklist of wizards. It was impossible for him to be taken to a nursing home. As for the Red Hard Jack that Isabella had arranged for him, it had been taken over by the White Queen and given away. I heard that the man seemed to be a rich second generation, the offspring of a monarch from a great family. And I heard that person took many of Louis' achievements to him. The protagonist of the Rainbow Country and other events became the rich second generation. But this is also quite a coincidence. I heard that Helen was promoted recently. The White Queen behavior of messing with Louis has a sense of the White Queen will kill my relatives for the sake of justice. Now the fact that Louis learned forbidden magic from her has been spread by the Dragon Clan. So the White Queen has drawn a clear line with Louis. Louis couldn't say much about this matter, and could only be depressed by himself. After all, the senior sister was in a difficult situation, and had to pretend. So Louis could understand. Fortunately, because of Louis' great achievements, and with the help of Beliv and others, it seemed that the Magic Council did not suppress Louis's promotion in the end. From the 5 of Hearts to the 6 of Hearts, his salary finally increased to the same level as Xiao, the headmaster of the Holy Oak. Recently, it seems that the wizards of the White Queen family have a tendency to temporarily cooperate with the Magic Alliance. On the one hand, this is due to Louis. In the White Queen Kingdom, many kingdoms have fallen angels. A few days ago, Louis persuaded Isabella and his mother-in-law to send people to help. This has slightly eased the tension between his mother-in-law, Isabella, and the White Queen. On the other hand, it is a mission issued by the White Queen, and this mission is to explore the Whirlpool. It is rumored that in the Whirlpool, a mysterious secret realm appeared. Some people even say that there is a sea monster temple there. The ghost ship of Sorrento, which was loaded with ancient artifacts and treasures, was salvaged from a ruin in a secret place. So the whole world is a little enthusiastic about this vortex. In addition, there are cracks in time and space in this vortex, which threaten the safety of the wizarding world. Therefore, whether for private or public reasons, wizards have reasons to go there. However, although the White Queen family welcomes the assistance of wizards from all over the world, wizards from other big families do not want people from the Magic Alliance to participate at all. They did not think that Secret Place was a dangerous place, but rather that it was a piece of fat meat in the mouths of the big families. Some even claimed that as long as they saw the magician and the Scarlet Wizard in the kingdom of the White Queen, they would never return. Louis remembered this arrogant statement. After all, as the deputy director of the nursing home, he would also take people there this time. Ross would go too. What did he say? There are many fun mermaids there. I don't know how fun this is. Whether it is the same as what Helen said. Lou mermaids are fun. Chapter 305. Should the Sea King have some dignity? While Louis was secretly complaining about the rich second generation, who had taken away his achievements and official position, he had unknowingly come to Isabella's side. Helen was playing chess with Isabella. Look at the new trench coat Helen was wearing, making her look like a high-ranking ace agent of the Ministry of Magic. I don't know where this girl got this outfit from. It seems that Helen is determined to go with Louis. She seems to have prepared her luggage, and the small mushroom suitcase specially used for running away from home is placed at her feet. Now, Helen was waiting to deal with the devil Isabella who kidnapped her, and then she would go play with Louis. In order to win this game, Helen was sweating anxiously. After all, Isabella said that if she lost, she would send Helen to Xiaoyou, and then send her home. After all, Francesco had already ordered this matter. Helen's old follower Stuart was also here. This guy was like an old eunuch, bending over, wiping his sweat, and secretly instructing Helen. Judging from Stuart's inner voice, Xiao Dai seemed to be secretly guiding Stuart from a distance. It seemed that the real game was Isabella versus Xiao Dai plus Stuart. Helen, the little fool, was a little puppet. Unfortunately, even if Xiao Dai and Stuart helped Helen cheat together, Isabella's level seemed to be a bit higher. So Helen was about to lose this game. Seeing that the outcome was already decided, Princess Helen and the old eunuch were very anxious. Xiao Dai also looked a little angry. She didn't care where Helen went. But Isabella beat her, which made her unhappy. However, Helen used her ultimate move. When she saw Louis coming over, she pushed the chessboard and started to cheat, saying that she didn't want to play anymore. My boss is here to pick me up. Humph. You bad guys. Don't even think about sending me home. Helen ran behind Louis and made faces at Isabella, as if she regarded Louis as her savior. After hearing the word Big Brother, Isabella couldn't help biting her fingers, and looked at Louis with her scarlet eyes. Isabella, it quite big. Louis? Seeing that the servants around him were all looking at him, Louis couldn't help but touch the wound on his leg, and with a cold face, he forced a smile and bowed slightly to Her Majesty Isabella. Louis didn't have the nerve to tell Helen now that he was here to help Sister Xiaoyou catch her. Instead, she chatted with Isabella first. Although Isabella was a little reluctant to see Louis leave, she didn't say much. After all, Louis had said goodbye to her last night. Her Majesty's buttocks are probably still red. In addition, the relationship between the Red Queen and the Sea King is still unknown to outsiders, and there are many outsiders around. So she and Louis are now acting like an ordinary relationship between ministers. After chatting, Isabella told Louis that, thanks to the efforts of magicians and scarlet wizards in the past few months, the epidemic in the Kingdom of Four Flowers has stabilized. Subsequent potion materials will also be continuously transported to the Kingdom of Four Flowers through stable trade with Dragon Nest City. The survival problem has been solved for now, but wizards still need a lot of magic materials in their daily magic research. Especially in September this year, a large number of newcomers will enter various magic academies in Sorrento and the Kingdom of Four Flowers. And with the gradual increase in the number of Scarlet Magicians, Gallic Magicians, and Sorrento Magicians, the prices of various magic materials in the market are getting higher and higher. The White Queen family knows how to run a secret realm very well, and there are many fairies there. So it is a famous place for the production of magic materials and magic wonders. If the White Queen can agree to open trade with Muggles, then the Magic Alliance will not only solve the problem of inflation, but the Seventh Fleet will also make a lot of money. Of course, if Louis can recruit some fairies back to help the School of Magic and Steam and build a magic secret realm, then the School of Magic and Steam will be able to raise fairies and elves. Thus, it becomes more like a magic school. This is a step further towards making the world more magical. After hearing Isabella's imagination, Louis couldn't help but think of the new secret place in the whirlpool. If it is connected to the Steam Magic School, then the Magic Steam School can have a place like Black Corner Alley, or even like the Holy Oak. Are there real mermaids running around in the school every year? Bach and others still doubt the existence of mermaids. But if the Steam Magic Academy had these elves, the situation would be different. Shaking his head, Louis felt that he was daydreaming. I heard that there was a siren temple in that secret realm. I heard from the White Queen that the siren in that temple was definitely a small warlord. It was not easy to treat them as pets and younger brothers. After chatting, Isabella and Louis talked about business. The Queen said that some Scarlet Wizards would travel with Louis this time, and they were very familiar with various magic materials and trade matters. It is guaranteed that even if Louis fails to reach an agreement with the White Queen this time, he can still bring back something with the fleet. After hearing about the tangible thing of money, Louis's eyes lit up. Now the Four Flowers Country, Dragon Nest City magic shipping services are open to him. Sorrento Chicken likes small airplanes. Alchemy Dragon Eagle, and Small Sons of Lant, he can also buy them. Although the price given by the mother-in-law is a bit unfair, she can make 2 for every 1 Louis buys. But this kind of top-level arms is in short supply. Louis plans to bring his own fleet back to the North Sea Kingdom in the future to support his uncle and show off. So he is still very concerned about trade. Moreover, when he establishes this trade relationship, it will be very beneficial to the future of the Magic Alliance. Recently, the Princess Osicris is about to be completed, but the supporting Dragon Eagle, Small Lant, etc. have not been installed. So Louis is a little short of money. At this time, Louis saw the goods on the port outside the window, and almost all of them were loaded on the ship. Augusta and others have also boarded the ship. Louis couldn't help but take out a list that Xiao Dai gave him 2 days ago. Some of it was the goods that the White Queen specifically requested, and some of it was the commercial goods that the White Queen prepared for Louis. In the route from Dragon Nest City to the White Queen family, the second half of the journey is still very dangerous. However, the White Queen has told Louis that her sea monster friends will help guide the way and reduce the risk. But this preferential treatment is limited to Louis's 7th fleet. If it is Francesco or Isabella, the fleet that betrayed the big family, the White Queen cannot guarantee that there will be no accidents. Even if the White Queen allowed Francesco and Isabella fleet to go there this time, they would not take risks, because the wizards of the great families and the Magic Alliance are now in a cold war. The Magic Alliance is very afraid of being robbed. In addition, there are many unknown risks on this route. If there are too many ships, accidents are likely to occur. So this time only Louis's 7th fleet went there. Louis decided to take a risk because the profit was too great. You know, since the sudden appearance of the Great Whirlpool and the group of sea monsters, the number of fleets that can successfully reach the White Queen has become less and less every year. Therefore, the price of goods there is very low, and the price of the White Queen family specialty in the outside world has also become very high. Louis estimated that the 7th fleet now has 30 more large ships, and the total number has reached 112. The 2 remaining ships are Queen Francesco and Queen Isabella. Xiao Il's large mothership has not been completed yet. According to the estimation made by housekeeper Kate 2 days ago, the profit of the 7th fleet this time will be much higher than that of Dragon Nest City. The goods from Dragon Nest City are expensive at the White Queen family, but when purchasing new goods locally, they are very cheap, and those specialties will double when they are sold back. The trade profit of these more than 100 ships this time may reach 5 million pounds. This is equivalent to the national output of a small kingdom in 1 year. P.S. According to the maritime trade situation in the 18th century, in some trades, the gold earned by some fleets in one round trip is even more exaggerated than this, and this 5 million pounds is the number after Francesco and Isabella took away part of the profit. Of course, because Louis was taking the risk to check out the spots for everyone this time. His mother-in-law and concubine Isabella would not take the profits for nothing. They gave Louis a guarantee, saying that if the 7th fleet had an accident this time, they would give Louis 100 wooden-hulled armed merchant ships. Although these 100 ships were far inferior to Louis's current cruiser-class fleet, they were enough for the 7th fleet to make a comeback. It seemed that his concubine and mother-in-law had a negative attitude towards his trip. However, the White Queen has already contacted the Sirens, and the Sirens said that as long as they paid reasonable taxes, they would give the King of the Kowloon Sea a favor and help the fleet pass through the dangerous sea of foam. Louis felt that the Sirens should still have some integrity. After all, the White Queen had reported the name of the King of the Kowloon Sea. Louis did not believe that the Sirens dared to touch the fleet of the King of the Kowloon Sea, so he decided to take a risk and go to the Sea of Foam of the White Queen family. Chapter 306. I, Helen, am a rich second generation. Seeing Louis and Isabella chatting here, Helen was already anxious, and kept urging Louis to set sail as soon as possible. Helen was worried that her sister would come and take her away soon. But what she didn't know was that the lackey sent by her sister was right next to her. "I'm sorry, Princess Helen." Louis smiled and bowed to his sister-in-law, and said, "I'm here to take you to my sister." This scared Helen. "No, Lou and I. You must take me with you this time, because I am your boss. I ordered you to take me out to play. Ahem, take me to carry out the mission." As she said this, Helen actually took out a work permit. Looking at the red heart J painted on it, Louis was dumbfounded. After a while, his face turned ugly. "The rich second generation who stole my title is you?" Helen put her hands on her waist, not ashamed but proud. In order to suppress Louis, she specially coaxed her father, telling him that she would go home as long as he got her promoted. Unfortunately, Louis didn't buy it at all. He picked up the work permit, slapped his palm with it, and grinned. Now he had more reason to send Helen to Xiao Ao for a reward. Hee. Helen, even if the Speaker of the Magic Parliament is here today, I will send you back. After saying that, Louis grabbed Helen's arm. "Lou and I. You can't do this." Helen shook her arms, and was about to cry. "The Ministry of Magic is about to order the disbanding of the nursing home. If I, a big boss, don't support you, your nursing home will be closed down. What the big deal? Let's just close the shop." "Louis." Helen put her hands on her hips, and said confidently, "I can protect you. I am your boss now. I also took the task of exploring the whirlpool. If I leave the mysterious nursing home, you will just work for nothing." Louis was almost mad to death with these words. This damn girl should be sent to her sister to be taught a lesson. He carried Helen on his shoulders without saying a word, then said hello to Isabella, and went to Xiao Ao. As soon as Louis left, Xiao Dai on the other side of the magic mirror started shouting out of the window. What was she shouting out of the window? She was shouting that Louis had kidnapped Princess Helen. Xiao Dai Tower was opposite Isabella Tower. Louis could hear the bad Xiao Dai throwing dirty water on him from a distance. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. Who does he think he is? The clear ones are clear, and the turbid ones are turbid. Okay? After I send Helen to my sister, I spank Xiao Dai. Louis thought viciously. He quickened his pace, and Helen cried loudly along the way, causing the Ministry of Magic officials on the road to look at Louis with surprised eyes. People who didn't know the situation thought that Louis was going to kidnap Princess Helen. Especially when some people heard Helen's miserable cry. They became more anxious. Many wizards who heard Xiao Dai shouting actually stopped on the road and raised their wands to Louis. Although those spells had no effect on Louis, they made Louis very angry. He stretched out his hand in anger and slapped away the wizards from the Ministry of Magic who blocked his way. After several waves of people's front teeth were slapped away, the wizards around did not dare to approach him. They gathered behind Louis and followed him. Some people called the Dragonborn Guards. As a result, there was another group of Dragonborn Guards around Louis, who pretended not to approach him. When Louis looked over in anger, the group of warriors pretended that they were just passing by. What a joke. In the city of Isolde, which red dragon dared to stand in front of this uncle, who split the holy mountain? Just pretend. Please, Lou and I, don't take me away, I step on your back. Ahem, no. Louis looked at Helen White legs kicking in front of him, and refused righteously. You should go home, you haven't been home for several years. I pick you up later. Woo, where are you going to pick me up? When you come here, I don't know where I'm going to be married to. Helen was anxious and lied. Helen thought Louis could make a big fuss in Dragon Nest City for his sister marriage, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to take his sister-in-law away for her. It seemed that this was indeed useful. Louis scratched his face after hearing it, and his expression became strange. Although he had never noticed Helen, he said so. If he saw Helen marrying a stupid wizard from a big family, he would definitely feel very unhappy. After all, those big families would be ruined sooner or later. If he really sent Helen away personally, and then killed her boyfriend, wouldn't that be a sin? Although Louis could tell that Helen was lying about marrying out, he still felt that this was possible. After all, Grand Duke Warren and Sorrento had been drifting further and further apart recently. Grand Duke Warren seemed determined to tie himself up with other great families for his own benefit. So maybe Grand Duke Warren was really planning such a marriage and marrying Helen to a great family. After all, Helen is already 19 this year, which is considered a leftover woman in this era. When Grand Duke Warren is looking for a wife, everyone in the world will rush to get her. The people rushing to get her may not only be the princes, but also the monarchs of the great families. After all, This Grand Duke is too famous. Olin is the monarch of Eralinda, also the King of Spades, a big shot who is as famous as Bowl, King of Clubs, and like Bowl, he has also fought with the Dark Lord, but he really hurt the Dark Lord. Of course, although the younger brother didn't know that it was his sister still held back on him. So how strong Grand Duke Orin is, we have to meet him to know. But what is certain is that people put him in a very high position, which is the same as the reputation made up by Bowl. In other words, in the eyes of wizards, Grand Duke Orin is named after the god of the underworld. Not only does he have strong personal strength, but the kingdom of Eralinda he ruled is also ranked among the great families. Even the powerful White Queen family dare not provoke Eralinda. The reason is that in the kingdom of Eralinda, there are more than 2 million wizards. There are thousands of dragons alone, flying all over the country. On the other hand, in the White Queen family, although every wizard is ridiculously strong, the power of the entire family makes Isabella tremble. But the total wizard population is only a few thousand, counting the goblins and the Muggle kingdom in the kingdom. The population is equal to the wizard population of Eralinda. So the kingdom of Eralinda is a behemoth. In the eyes of this real wizard king, the Belivs are just a group of fat sheep with horns. As one of the world's 12 evil dragons, Grand Duke Orin is also a somewhat special person. He once supported Xiao Dai to ascend to the top, and later supported Osicles to run away from home, hoping that Xiao Ao and Xiao Dai would compete for power. Therefore, this Grand Duke Orin appears to be indifferent to worldly affairs, but secretly stirs up trouble everywhere, jumping back and forth between various forces, and is a very ambitious person. Although he is Francesco's distant cousin, traitors are often more ruthless when doing bad things. His sister Francesco has now clearly emerged, indicating that she is still alive. But Grand Duke Orin has become even more distant from Sorin. In a few days, Francesco will probably let her identity as King Iger die of illness, and then ascend the throne to become the queen. By that time, Grand Duke Orin may do something outrageous to show that he has no relationship with his cousin Francesco. He is probably preparing to deal with Francesco. No wonder he is anxious to get his daughter home first. Francesco agreed to let Helen go back. I'm afraid that in Francesco's heart, he would go to war with his brother sooner or later. And it was normal for Grand Duke Orin to call his daughter home. Francesco felt that although his niece would not learn anything good from those pedantic and stubborn noble wizards, she had no reason to detain Helen in Sorrento. After all, detaining a princess of a country is not a small matter. Her Royal Highness Princess Helen has a great reputation. According to Stuart, Helen should be ranked at least in the top 5 princesses in the world. If her breasts are bigger, she will definitely be ranked higher. Take me with you, Lou and I, Helen cried angrily, wiping her snot all over Louis's back. What a sin! Louis rubbed his face hard, looked at the wizards and guards around him, and turned to the direction of the port. Grand Duke Orin asked Francesco to put his daughter back, but Francesco did not show up and handed the matter over to Xiao Ao instead of Xiao Dai, who was hard-hearted and capable. After Xiao Ao received the task, he slacked off, and then handed the task to himself on the last day. This is simply making him a bad guy. Will this be in the newspaper tomorrow? He hasn't even met his father-in-law yet, and he already pissed off Grand Duke Orin? Walking towards the port, Louis looked back at the group of wizards from the Ministry of Magic and the Dragonborn Royal Guards, who watched him kidnap the princess, and felt a little upset. Please, Lou and I don't want to go home. I can give you a massage. I can rub your shoulders, my back, and wash your clothes. Whoa! I will definitely listen to you, or you can spank me. Well, okay. Chapter 307 Sea of Foam. The fleet set out that day. In the following days, Black Dragon Prince Chica led the dragons to escort the 7th Fleet to the outside of the Dragon Sea, and then escorted them for more than 1,000 kilometers. On this day, the dragons and the fleet encountered a sudden and terrible storm at the edge of this mysterious sea. In this storm, the sky was dark, the dragons in the sky could not even see the fleet on the sea, and wherever they looked, there were waves like mountains. The magical brilliance of the magic ships of the 7th Fleet was like small fireflies that could be scattered at any time in the waves. The Black Dragon Prince was extremely anxious, but he could not help. In fact, even the dragons were in danger. The magic tide that came with the storm made the dragons like headless flies, unable to tell east, west, north, and south, and their minds were also groggy. They did not dare to transform into human forms in the storm, and landed on the boat to rest. and Zeke knew that they could no longer follow the fleet for escort, and could only be sent here. The rest of the way, Lewis and his team could only rely on themselves. Under the leadership of the Black Dragon Prince, the dragons began to try to break through the clouds, so that they could find the starlight in the sky to guide the direction of return. However, the thunderstorm in the dark clouds was constantly surging between the clouds, which was very dangerous, and the dragons failed in several attempts. Gradually, many dragons began to lose their strength. The escorting these days has made them too tired. Many dragons are swaying in the storm like dandelions. The Black Dragon Prince knows that the dragon group may only have one last chance to break through the clouds. If they fail, many dragons will be left behind. By then, those companions who fall into the sea will not know where they will be washed by the current, and they may even be dragged to the bottom of the sea by the sea monster before the storm ends. At this critical moment, 3 rays of light suddenly rose from the sea, like a trident of the sea god raised by a great god, breaking through the clouds in the sky in the blink of an eye, dispersing a large area of dark clouds. The storm was still there, but the sky with rolling thunderclouds was pierced. Starlight fell from the hole in the sky, shining on the roaring sea. The dragons in the sky let out waves of farewell roars, flew through the huge hole between the clouds, and flew into the sky. The fleet on the sea continued to sail forward in this storm. The strange thing was that the waves that were heading towards the fleet were like waves sweeping over the mountains. But after these waves approached the fleet, the waves gradually became smaller. It was as if this violent sea had opened a path for the entire fleet. There were waves as big as mountains on both sides of the road. But the path the fleet took was exceptionally calm. If any sea monster saw this scene, they would definitely stare with wide eyes and worship the flagship of the fleet. Because in that flagship, there was a god named Jiolong Jinhai Wang who was much more powerful than those useless and bad-tempered sons of the crooked-mouthed old cousin. Seeing that the Black Dragon Prince and his men had successfully passed through the clouds, Lewis put down his raised hand, and the light that the Black Dragon Prince called the trident of the sea god gradually extinguished. After the boss yawned and went back to his room to sleep, Haber and other magicians opened their mouths wide, looking at the gradually extinguished light in the sky, as if they had seen a ghost. That night, after they returned to the Sorrento library from the magic mirror, they flipped through the forbidden book all night, and felt that this magic was not like what the teacher said. It was the illumination, LV25, that every wizard could use. Rubbing his dark circles, the forbidden apprentice Haber complained in his heart. He looked at the oil painting of the 12 disciples of the god of magic on the wall of the library, and finally understood what the teacher meant by graduation. He also understood what it meant to be a grand scholar after further study after graduation. Dragon Nest City is not too far from the Sea of Foam where the White Queen family is located. But because the environment of the mysterious sea is changeable, there are many dangerous areas. So you have to take a detour. For the King of the Nine Dragons Sea, the strange and changeable weather on the sea will not threaten the fleet. But those seas with the Styx tide should be avoided. In the legend, the Styx tide is the route for the ferryman to ferry the dead souls for the god of the underworld. Once a ship on the sea encounters the Styx tide, the ship will turn upside down, and the people on the ship will not feel the upside-down process at all. But at the moment when the ship turns upside down, the ship will come to the gap between the underworld and the living world. In order to avoid accidents, the fleet took a long detour. The 100 ships of the 7th Fleet also arrived near the Sea of Foam in the 3rd week after leaving Dragon Nest City. This time is very fast. If it were an ordinary sailing ship, it would probably take more than half the time. But the more than 100 ships of the 7th Fleet are all magic ships, and their speed is more than half faster than that of the sailing ship. It reached 15 knots. Sea of Foam in the fairy tale of this world. There lives a sea god who likes to blow bubbles at the bottom of the Sea of Foam. The ships covered by these bubbles will be invited by the enthusiastic Poseidon to visit his temple. Although in this fairy tale, the sailors on the ships will be sent back after being entertained. But none of the sailors who make a living on this sea are willing to experience this fantasy journey. Magicians believe that there is no Poseidon in this sea area, and the strange appearance of the foamy sea is just a mysterious phenomenon. This research conclusion is consistent with the statements of the wizards of the 12 major families, because after they killed the sea god 3,000 years ago, the damn bubbles still did not decrease at all. In recent decades, the mysterious phenomena in the Sea of Foam have become more numerous than before, which has led the Ministry of Magic to classify the sea area where the White Queen family is located into the territory of the mysterious sea. Originally, The White Queen home was on the edge of the mysterious sea. Now even the pale wizards rarely go out to sea. After all, not only are the doors of their homes blocked by various mysterious phenomena, but also a group of good and evil robbers have come. Although they often cooperate with the pale wizards, these greedy sea monsters often break their promises and occasionally rob the pale wizards. After all, in this sea, no matter how powerful the wizard is, he is helpless in the face of the huge and elusive sea tribes. And these sea sirens, who came here from the mysterious sea, are a group of defectors that even the North Sea gods can't control. So this group of robbers is fearless and arrogant. This time, the Seventh Fleet will rely on the guidance of these robbers to go to the land where the White Queen family is. The mysterious forbidden area in the eyes of the sailors is an interesting place, like a garden in the eyes of the sea sirens. With their help, this last dangerous journey should be passed smoothly. Lou and I. Ross said those sea monsters are robbers. Shouldn't we cooperate with these bad guys? Helen, wearing sunglasses, said worriedly while basking in the sun and drinking a beverage while lying in a recliner on the deck. Don't worry, Helen. I am the king of the Nine Dragon Sea. Who among the sea monsters in the world doesn't know my name? Ahem. Lewis added a little guilty. I mentioned my cousin name. My cousin is very powerful in this mysterious sea. When he twists his mouth, the ancient gods in the south are afraid of him. Not to mention these little sea monsters. Lewis's words made Helen even more worried. When Lewis was on the video, Helen saw it. I always felt that the mermaids didn't recognize Lewis. Maybe it was because Lou and I didn't have a crooked mouth. As for my cousin, my father said that the sky is high and the king is far away. It's still unclear whether my cousin's mouth can be crooked to this point. There are a lot of goods on this fleet, and many of them were obtained by Lou and I with loans. With so many ships, can Lewis manage them all? If more than a dozen ships capsized, Lou and I would cry. If all were cheated by the mermaids, Lou and I would lose everything. Chapter 308, Queen Medusa Dried Fish. Unlike the wizards from the great families, who came to the Sea of Foam in recent years, most of the wizards from the great families only came on 1 or 2 ships, and cast some magic. The ships would be difficult for the sirens to find. But there were too many ships in this fleet. So the sirens easily found the traces of the fleet. At noon that day, the sirens arrived as promised, and took the initiative to find us. At first, the Seventh Fleet did not find the sirens. Only a few old sailors said they heard faint singing. Regarding this, the Scarlet Wizards thought that the sailors had misheard. After all, these wizards with super high magic power did not feel any movement. These wizards' perception was much more acute than that of the sailors. If there was really any singing, there was no reason for the sailors to hear it first. Maybe it was just dolphins. Some people saw them. Gradually, more and more people claimed to have heard the singing. Those who heard the singing were sailors, who traveled in the sea all year round. They had a deep love for the sea, so they could resonate with the melody in the sea. There were more and more dolphins and whales, and more schools of fish appeared under the sea. They seemed to be attracted by the singing, and came here from far away in the sea. The wizards gradually believed the words of the sailors, and they found that the singing seemed to come from the deepest part of the sea. It was a special melody, like whales and dolphins, but more beautiful and melodious, making people intoxicated. Slowly, some beautiful creatures appeared on the sea. They followed the waves with the dolphins, constantly tumbling out of the sea, and moving gracefully in the air. But if you pay close attention, you will find that the tails of these beautiful creatures are more than 2 meters long. They are truly large carnivorous creatures. The sailors and magicians gathered on the deck in surprise, mistaking them for mermaids. Lewis also widened his eyes, and looked carefully at the elves in the sea. Is this a mermaid? I really want to raise one. And I really want to raise some for the academy. Lewis was a little excited, but Ross' words shattered the boss' dream. My lord, they can indeed be considered mermaids, but they are not the kind of good elves who often go to the Holy Oak to play. Their fins are indeed colorful, and the fins on their arms and backs are also very beautiful. But if you look closely at their heads, some have horns and arms, some have 4 arms, and the most important thing is the tail. Although it looks like a fish tail, it is actually a snake tail and a fish fin. They can use magic to create legs, but when they are on the shore, they don't like to create legs, because they can walk on land like snakes. These guys are not easy to raise. They are not as good at singing and dancing as mermaids, but cruel, tyrannical, and greedy. As she was speaking, a poor big shark was easily whipped into the sky by a mermaid tail. The shark fainted in midair. then leaped out of the sea with a graceful figure. While laughing, she used the coral fork on her finger to pierce the shark into two. The blood instantly dyed the sea red. Something was constantly churning under the sea. Upon closer inspection, it was a large number of killer whales. They surrounded the body of the big shark and frantically snatched the shark fat liver. Fish were constantly being thrown out of the sea by sirens and killer whales. And sometimes unlucky dolphins were killed. The bloody eating scene frightened many sailors, and they all stayed away from the side of the ship. Nada. Ironbeard Maru felt a little scalp burning. He had been kidnapped by sirens before. It was not a good experience. Ironbeard Maru thought that the sirens that the boss was talking about who cooperated with everyone were mermaids. The boss was simply blind. To say that the female sirens are mermaids is a bit of a stretch. But the male sirens don't look like mermaids at all. Each of them is more than 3 meters tall, with frighteningly strong muscles, a head that looks like a dragon head, and looks like Mr. Aaron, whose lower body is replaced by a snake tail. At this time, the lookouts on the various ships shouted, and the signal flags on the various ships seemed to have seen the reef on the sea. Reefs, this is unbelievable, because the wizards can be sure that this is the deep sea. There are no islands within hundreds of kilometers, so there can be no reefs, unless these reefs suddenly rise from the deep sea. Indeed, when the ships began to drop anchor urgently, countless reefs and corals rose from the sea's surface amid the singing of the sirens. Those corals soon covered the surroundings of various ships, and some ships even ran aground because of them. Fortunately, these magic ships were extremely sturdy. Even the armed merchant ships were at the level of light cruisers. In the glittering magic on the ships, the reefs that the ships hit not only did not break the bottom of the ships, but were smashed by the ships, especially the dragon ships, which almost knocked a path through the corals, just like breaking ice. Seeing this scene, the sea monsters all widened their eyes in excitement. It seems that it is indeed as the fake king of the 9 dragons sea said. He is very rich. Many sirens could not help but swim to the corals like snakes, and began to talk. The sirens chewed kelp and small fish in their mouths, and excitedly looked at the largest flagship, the magic battleship, Francesco, that looked like a castle on the sea. There were even several swimming pools on it. The slightly smaller red battleship, Isabella, was also very beautiful, with a deck wide enough for fish to have a party on it. Plant some beautiful corals, and it would be perfect. Those small ships are not bad either. I heard that. Those ships are only about 3,000 to 10,000 pounds in humans' place, but magic ships are more than 10 times more expensive. And half of the ships in this fleet, heavy cruisers and dragon cruisers, are comparable to the ghost ships in the Queen's collection. Miss AKO likes these things the most. How many octopus balls and dried fish can be exchanged for them? The sirens under the ship were discussing, looking up excitedly. The wizards on the ship were also looking down excitedly. If the boss hadn't warned them, the Scarlet Wizards would have to secretly capture a batch of sirens and hide them in their own laboratories today. Louis was also a little excited. He had long forgotten Ross' warning. Nada is also a mermaid, right? Although these mermaids are indeed cruel when hunting. What else can creatures in the sea eat if not fish? Mermaids are also carnivorous, so eating some meat doesn't mean they can't sing and dance, right? Louis thinks these mermaids are cute. As Louis watched, a largest coral reef gradually rose out of the sea. The coral reef was very large, covered with all kinds of seaweed, parasitic creatures, and many shipwrecks lying in all directions. Those shipwrecks looked very similar to the ghost ship that Michelin had salvaged. I don't know where the sirens got them from, but it looks like they were specially pulled into the coral reef for decoration. Looking closely, between the large coral reefs, there were also gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and porcelain. It seems that the amount of these treasures is even more exaggerated than the dragon's treasure. If these friendly mermaids could give me these ghost ships and treasures, my magic fleet would probably double. And the most valuable thing is probably the gold and silver decorations on the mermaids. As one of the few metals in the sea that is not afraid of corrosion, gold is indeed loved by the sirens. It is said that they can use the pressure of the deep sea and the heat of the volcano to forge magic metals such as eternal gold and secret silver. These precious magic materials can only be made in laboratories on the mainland. But the sirens used it as a decoration. This shows how rich the sirens are. Just as Louis's eyes lit up, a huge coral reef had risen from the sea. Many strong male and female sirens gathered around the center of the coral reef, and many huge sea snakes began to appear among the corals. Suddenly, a dazzling jewel light flashed, making Lewis's eyes dazzled. He looked at the center of the coral reef and found that it was a huge pearl oyster that looked like a golden jade. The pearl oyster stood there like a throne, and a beautiful mermaid, in Lewis's eyes, was half lying there lazily. She had 6 arms, and a beautiful crown inlaid with gems and pearls on her head. Her long hair was tied into many beautiful black braids by the headdress, and it kept waving like the waves. The hair looked alive, although she had too many hands. Her 6 arms were very coordinated, and her movements were like a graceful dance, which reminded Lewis of the friendly 1,000-armed female bodhisattva. There were 2 rows of female mermaid guards holding the trident of Poseidon beside her. They were somewhat similar to the mermaid queen, and their hair was waving like the waves, and it looked like it was alive. Most of these mermaid guards had 4 arms. While Lewis was in a daze, Miss Medusa seemed to feel Lewis's gaze. Miss Medusa's mouth slightly tilted, curved into an arc, and hooked her finger towards Lewis. "Faki, come here, small fish." Lewis? Chapter 309. Your Majesty, I don't like playing with snakes. Seeing the mermaid queen hooking her finger at him, Lewis's face was full of black question marks, and a line of narration appeared in front of Lewis. "Perhaps, Miss Fudge has developed a little interest in your life breath that is much more vigorous than that of the sea demon snake. You decide." Your Majesty, to be honest, I actually like playing with snakes." Or, "Sorry, Your Majesty, I don't like playing with snakes." Completion reward: Angry Mermaid Miss Faki *1, Angry Siren Clan of Shia *N, Broken Ship *38, Stranded Ship *72, Dead Sailor *2689, Dead Wizard *197, A Bottle of Crying Mermaid *1, Frightened Siren of Shia *N. The sea god sacrifice ceremony forced to end due to the absence of the Queen *1, the ancient god of the abyss. Garotnas, who is bound to appear no matter what *1, all attributes +1. B. Polite refusal. Completion reward: Battle that will not happen *1, Coral party on the ship *1, Sailors, who are well fed and well cared by the sirens all, Wizards, who are well fed and well cared by the sirens all. A fantasy journey that you and Helen are looking forward to *1, the real Siren Temple route *1, stealth camouflage of the mysterious Siren Temple *25. Random attributes +3. Lewis thought to himself, finally, a good option has come. It seems that these sirens are quite honest. Not only will they help lead the way, but they will also come on board to have a party with everyone. So, that pretty little fish hooked her finger at me, and asked me to go to the coral to have a party with everyone. But this time, everyone has something else to do, so we won't have this party. Thinking of this, Lewis smiled and waved to Miss Faki in the distance, and then shook his head, politely refusing. Strength +3. After seeing Lewis' expression, Miss Medusa's mouth corners twisted even more fiercely. She smiled disdainfully, and was sure that this was not the prince of the North Sea. How do those princes describe coming in the North Sea dialect? Yes, cold and arrogant. My cousins cold and arrogant sons of the Dragon King are all very domineering and bossy, and like to get mad. Okay. They always want to drain the sea, and let the sea monsters die in the sun. How can they be so polite? A lowly barbarian, a slave, actually hooked his finger at the Dragon King. Seeing his behavior, how could the Dragon King shake his head in the blink of an eye? He must have smiled coldly with a crooked mouth, and then waved his hand, and said to his subordinates, "What are you still standing there for? Drain, and let them die in the sun. Is that okay? I spent the whole night studying the official language of the North Sea Kingdom last night." Little jerk. After Lewis met the sirens asked for escort fees. These escort fees are actually tolls. Although the sirens' behavior is a bit arrogant, but this toll is an agreement that the White Queen and the sirens have always reached. When the White Queen people cross the mysterious sea, the sirens will let them pass and help lead the way. This fee is fixed, calculated according to the number of ships and people. After paying the toll, if the sirens are interested in the goods on the ship, they will often trade with the Pale Wizards. It is indeed a legitimate trade. The sirens will not show their greedy faces for a few small boats. After all, it takes time to make a profit. You can catch big fish by playing the long game. So in the eyes of the White Queen, these sirens are quite honest. The White Queen had previously specifically told Lewis about the protection fee. The White Queen also asked Lewis to bring some land specialties that the sirens were interested in, so that he could trade with the sirens. Of course, the toll must be paid. And Lewis agreed to this. These local snakes living in the sea are still very strong. If they really fight, the fleet will suffer great losses. Not to mention anything else, if these coral reefs rise a little higher, the fleet will be stranded. And in this dangerous sea of foam, only the sirens know how to cross those strange and mysterious areas. So if you want the entire fleet to reach the destination safely, the sirens are also needed to lead the way. In line with the principle of honest trade and steady progress, Lewis resisted the idea of putting the lady into the bottle, and followed the White Queen's previous instructions to have the sailors throw part of the goods into the sea as tolls. These goods were all very good, and some were good stuff from Dragon Nest City. The sirens were very excited after looking through them, and the giant royal siren guards dragged some large boxes to the Queen for her to take a look. The Queen seemed very satisfied. After reading it, she nodded. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the fleet full of wealth. What surprised Lewis was that after the sirens had seen part of the toll, they no longer allowed the sailors to throw the cargo down. On the contrary, they threw some of the things they had hunted before onto the ship. And some sirens even jumped onto the ship without permission and arrogantly decorated some beautiful large ships with some corals. It looks like decorating your own home. For a moment, all the decks were in chaos. Until some siren leaders scolded them, the sirens reluctantly got off the ship. Lewis blinked his eyes and looked at Miss Focky with some surprise. Miss Focky smiled slightly and gave Lewis an answer. Her voice was like a ballad in the deep sea, echoing on the sea surface. The light of the sea god Almerico, Ako, and Garachnus shines on you. Please rest assured, every word that Naga says is as precious as pearls, and will lead you to your destination. As for the taxes, tolls, for your passage through the seas of the kingdom of Shia, just put them on the ship first. It seems that the sirens intend to collect this toll at the end, and they look very trusting of these humans. This saves a lot of trouble, and a lot of time, so Lewis readily agreed. After that, Queen Faki left with her people. The coral reefs around the fleet gradually sank into the depths of the sea. In the end, only a few dozen sirens were left to lead the fleet. It seems that Queen Faki came here just to take a look at what the King of the Nine Dragons Sea Guarding looks like. She was a little disappointed. It seems that this so-called King of the Sea Guarding is just a big monster disguised as a Dragon King. Indeed, this fake looks very powerful, stronger than many Dragon Kings. But this fake is definitely not a cold and arrogant Dragon King president, but a loser who can't even pretend to be a president. A little punk. The fleet continued to sail under the guidance of the sea monsters. Although meeting the sirens in the morning was very novel, there were still several days of boring journey ahead. So after the wizards and sailors were no longer excited, they all went back to their own places. At lunch, Helen excitedly told Lewis a story about mermaids. Lewis was not interested in this kind of fairy tale, but the old pimp Ross smiled flatteringly after listening to it, and secretly told Lewis about the elves who were as interesting as mermaids. In the description of this old porcelain doll, the elves were noble and kind, and they were completely opposite to what Helen described. It was a completely dark version of a fairy tale. Looking at Ross' smiling face, Lewis rolled his eyes fiercely. Before this old guy became a porcelain doll lich, he must have been a playboy. He was not interested in these things, but was always thinking about pimping for his boss. He made himself look like someone else. I don't like that kind of thing. I'm a good man with a family. As a result, just after lunch at noon, the good man Lewis, wearing sunglasses, laid down by the pool on the deck of the Queen Francesco, and peeked at Helen and the female magician swimming. Drinking a drink, wearing sunglasses, and holding a parasol, Lewis was in a very happy mood. These days, everyone has been tossed around on the sea a lot. Lewis was also worried, and worried about his lack of blue all day long. Just last night, the last set of crystal arrays on the ship was almost drawn by Lewis and the magic group. I don't dare to draw Lewis again. These magic ships all rely on crystal arrays to sail on the water. Otherwise, with their own weight, they will sink to the bottom. However, it seems that I don't have to use any large-scale magic, because now there are sirens to help lead the way. They are very familiar with the mysterious phenomenon of the Sea of Foam. Chapter 310. My name is Lewis. I never expected it. Lewis, who was basking in the sun, didn't know what would happen tonight. After all, according to the storybook, these sirens were very friendly. And these leading sirens were indeed very conscientious and responsible, and they seemed very afraid that the fleet would be damaged. It can be said that, since the sirens took charge of leading the way, the entire fleet has not encountered any big waves. Lewis thought in his heart, Although the sea of foam is very dangerous, the sirens are very familiar with it. It seems that the sirens have completely mastered the laws of various mysterious phenomena in the sea of foam, and can also make use of them. So, with them around, we can reach the destination port by taking a detour. Maybe through some mysterious phenomena. The fleet can reach the destination directly tonight. Thinking of this, Louis felt more relaxed. Helen suddenly screamed in surprise on the deck. Louis lifted up his sunglasses and looked at the sea. He found that many colorful bubbles were flying out of the sea. When Louis first tested the Son of Land, the rainbow bubble magic he avoided was created by a pale wizard who lived on an island in the sea of foam. His inspiration came from these small bubbles. These small bubbles are beautiful, but for ordinary ships, these small bubbles that often appear in the sea of foam are as terrifying as the god of death. The ships sailing among these bubbles are like carriages traveling in a swamp. Therefore, the sea of foam is also called the death swamp on the sea. In this sea of foam, people may not be safe even if they do not enter the water, because those bubbles often fly into the air, and once some sailors are accidentally wrapped by bubbles, they will be taken to the sky. There are not many bubbles on the sea. Or rather, such bubbles are very common in the entire sea of foam. However, out of caution, the wizard still asked the sirens why they did not go to the routes without bubbles. The sirens' answer was also reasonable. Although this route would encounter some small bubbles, it would avoid the Styx tide, so it would avoid a lot of trouble. For magic ships, such small bubbles can be ignored. This was indeed the case. After the crystal array on the ship was activated, the bubbles were pushed far away by an invisible magic field. Occasionally, some larger bubbles passed through the field and were immediately broken. Moreover, the sirens seemed to be leading the way to a safer place. So after watching for a while, Louis felt relieved. After all, according to the storybook, these sirens still kept their promises. However, although there were not many bubbles, it was still impossible for ordinary ships to sail freely in the sea of foam. During the voyage from Dragon Nest City to the sea of foam, Louis saw the benefits of magic ships. Although they are not as majestic as those ferocious ironclad ships, and their firepower and defense are far inferior to those of ironclad ships. However, the various magical abilities of magic ships can do many things that ordinary ships cannot do. This has made Sorrento ironclad ships begin to develop like magic steam ships. Now many magic steam ships can only be said to be semi-finished products. If you want to truly manufacture them, you still need a magic hub, because the weight of steel ships is too large. The crystal array alone cannot meet the demand. So my mother-in-law dream may not be realized until a few years later. At that time, Sorrento ironclad ships can sail on the mysterious sea. Therefore, at present, the best in this mysterious sea is still the magic ship. Especially when encountering various mysterious phenomena, the magic warships of the 12 major families can play around with Sorrento ironclad ships. The dream of every captain is to own a magic ship. And now he has more than 100 ships. Even his mother-in-law is a little jealous. Looking at the huge sails on the sea in the distance, Louis can't help but feel relieved. They are all Louis' darlings and his cash cows. When the sirens saw his ship today, they were also stunned. This made Louis feel very proud. As a result, that night, his ship capsized. That night, Louis went to the library of Dragon Nest City to read as usual, but he unexpectedly met Xiao Dai. The two of them nodded politely. And then Louis decided to ignore this guy. After all, the sea of foam was not very peaceful. So he planned to go back after finding the book. As a result, after Louis changed a bookshelf, Her Majesty the Queen also came here to look for books by coincidence. After several times, Louis looked at the tall queen helplessly. After asking, he found that Her Majesty the Black Swan seemed to have trouble picking up some magic books placed high up. So the kind-hearted Louis stood behind Her Majesty and helped her find the books. As a result, when they were halfway through finding the book, Xiao Yao was also reading with a candle. And they were almost caught. Seeing that Xiao Yao, holding a candle, was walking and chatting with her best friend Isabella. They were about to come to this brand of bookshelf. But Xiao Dai deliberately grabbed Louis's arm and stopped him from leaving. When Louis finally got rid of this bad guy, he hurriedly climbed from the bookshelf to the mirror and returned to the cabin. It was already past 10 o'clock. Louis wiped the sweat off his face, looked at the blood marks on his arm scratched by Xiao Dai, and rubbed his face fiercely. If he was caught, there would definitely be more blood marks on his body. Xiao Yao and Isabella have been mad at me these past 2 days. after they found out that Xiao Dai and I were secretly doing that kind of thing in the library. They had to scratch their faces. No wonder His Majesty had to pester me today. Xiao Dai probably knew that Xiao Ao and the others were coming to look for books today. So she deliberately provoked me. After secretly cursing himself for not being able to resist the temptation, Louis planned to drink some water, change clothes and rest. As a result, just after drinking the water and calming down, Louis felt that there was something wrong with the magic fluctuations on the sea. Just when he was a little curious and wanted to open the window to take a look, a quick knock on the door suddenly rang. After opening the door, Louis found that it was Ross. The old porcelain doll was in charge of the duty tonight. Seeing his panicked expression, Louis's heart skipped a beat. Ross' magic level was not low. After Louis taught Ross for so many days, Ross was still not as good as Harold. But he was also at the level of Jay. Ross had seen many storms. Since he met the boss, he had seen all kinds of things that subverted his worldview. But now Ross looked as if he had seen a ghost. When Louis followed everyone to the deck, he also had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He found that the Queen Francesco under his feet seemed to be flying in the air. Looking up, there was the sea in the sky. The world seemed to have turned upside down. And a strange magic tide was happening here. It seemed to be the Styx tide. In the distance, there was a huge colorful water curtain or a waterfall that went straight up to the sky. However, a normal waterfall flows from top to bottom. But this waterfall flew from the sea to the sky. Because the sky and earth have turned upside down, there is the sea above, and the clouds and the moon below, so the waterfall looks like it is flowing from top to bottom. Countless colorful bubbles rise from the sea and fly towards the waterfall. Bubbles are flying everywhere above the sea. Or it can be said that there is a bubble rain in the air. The giant moon in the sky below is emitting a silver glow. Under this bright moon, the bubbles are covered with a layer of silver glow by the moonlight, which is magnificent. And in those beautiful bubbles, there were small ships. Those bubbles were only the size of a fist. And the ships inside the bubbles looked like they were reflected. The wizards on the Queen Francesco were trying their best to break those bubbles. But there was a reflection of a ship on each bubble. And they couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. The crystal array was far inferior to the magic core. And the magic power storage was very low. So the barriers on the magic ships had long been disabled by the interference of the magic tide. Once the bubbles wrap around the ship, they will bring it into a strange inner world. And finally, after passing through the inner world, the ship will be taken to an unknown deep sea area by the bubbles. In other words, the fleet has followed the bubbles into this inner world and is traveling through it. Because the whole world has turned upside down. Even the Queen Francesco is traveling through this world. In the air around the ship, there are some phantoms of sirens. Their bodies are actually in a deep sea in the main world. And the phantoms are the projections of the main world in the inner world. In the eyes of the siren, Francesco at this moment may be just a projection on a small bubble in the deep sea. But the key point is that other ships can reach their destination because they are smaller. But the Queen Francesco is different. Louis can feel that the Queen may be thrown out halfway and eventually fall into the Styx. Louis decided to think of a way to project the Queen safely to the main world halfway. As for other ships, they can pass through the inner world smoothly under the protection of bubbles. I don't know where the sirens will transport the other ships. I can only ask first, and then go to their house to ask for them. Thinking of this, Louis was so angry that his liver hurt. He had invested a lot of money in these ships and the cargo. If one of them was lost, he would not be able to sleep at night. As a result, they were all caught by these sirens today. Louis, my name is Louis. I never thought that I would be fooled by the storybook. I was only away for 2 hours. My ship was taken away by these sirens without anyone noticing. Don't be angry. This is fate. You chose B. Damn it. Louis almost fainted from anger. It seemed that, in a deep sea somewhere in the main world, some siren leaders were swimming with their subordinates following the slowest bubble. Occasionally, they would take a look at the scene in the bubble. It seemed that the sirens almost laughed their heads off when they saw the human on the boat jumping up and down and cursing. The leader even smiled and gave Louis a middle finger. He cursed in siren language. This caused the surrounding sirens to laugh. Amid the sirens' mockery, Louis nodded deeply. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed. And the leader who gave him the middle finger was caught by Louis in a daze. The siren leader was stunned for a long time, and then began to scream in fear, as if he couldn't figure out how that person caught him across a world. Chapter 311: The difference between 5th level magic and 25th level magic. Amid the siren's mockery, Louis nodded deeply. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, and then the leader who raised his middle finger appeared in Louis's hand, with a confused look on his face. It took the siren leader a long time to react, and then he began to scream in fear. The sirens in the distance saw this scene, opened their mouths, as if they had seen a ghost, and did not react for a long time, seemingly unable to understand why the human could attack the outside world across a world. Louis ignored the sirens. He slowly stuffed the siren leader in his hand into a drifting bottle, and then reached out to grab the little sirens, who were standing there in a daze. Seeing that man reaching out his hand again, the sirens were frightened and lost their souls. They screamed and fled in all directions. But no matter how they fled, it seemed meaningless. Soon, these sirens were put into bottles one by Louis. After planting the nightmare curse in the hearts of these sirens, Louis asked them about the situation. And then Louis' face became strange. According to the sirens, they need living people and intact ships. So everyone on the ship will be safely sent to the temple for hospitality. The sirens will extort a ransom from the White Queen. And by the way, ask for a group of sirens secretly captured by the wizards of the 12 great families. But after the sirens' companions return safely with the ransom, the sirens will not return the human captives, and the fleet has agreed, but will perform a sacrifice. It is unknown what sacrifice the sirens will perform, but it seems that before the sirens' captives are returned, Augusta and Ironbeard Maru will be treated to good food and drink. There was still enough time, and Louis calmed down. Don't bother. Louis grabbed a small bubble, looked at the scene inside, and said, we have been reflected into the inner world. If the bubble breaks, we don't know where the ship released by the bubble will appear. By then, I'm afraid even the sirens won't be able to find it. The sirens used the mysterious phenomenon of the sea of foam to quietly trap the fleet. Louis's eyes traveled through the dimension and saw the void. In the void, he could see many ships wrapped in bubbles, traveling through the void. Most of the ships had already arrived at their destination. It seemed that the smaller the mass, the faster they flew. The slowest one was the Queen Francesco. Louis now had a way to break the bubbles in the void, but their actual location might be in a deep sea. After losing the protection of the bubbles, the ships would immediately break away from the inner world and sink to the bottom of the sea. It seems that the so-called good food and drink to keep you healthy in the storybook refers to another meaning. The sirens are very familiar with this sea. They know which deep sea the ship was sent to by the bubbles. They may be waiting for the bubbles to arrive at the destination, and then send the bubbles to the temple. Thinking of this, Louis looked at the Queen Francesco under his feet. It was a bit too heavy, and it was flying too slowly. Louis could feel that the magic tide was gradually fading. So it is very likely that Bubble will not be able to deliver the ship to its destination. After looking at the surrounding situation, Louis summoned the magic mirror, confirmed the location of the Queen Francesco in the other world, and prepared to project the Queen Francesco from the other world to a safe location in the main world. It seems that Augusta and Ironbeard will have to stay in the temple for a while. The matter of the sirens needs to be discussed with the White Queen. It seems that the reward in the storybook before means that I can disguise myself as a siren. Louis was a little speechless. He hunted geese for many years, but was blinded by geese in the end. This time, he was tricked by the storybook again. Now that things have come to this, it is useless to regret. It seems that the sirens are very concerned about those ships. They will pull all the ships to the temple for safekeeping. Nothing will happen before the sacrifice. There is no point in being anxious now, since the ships and people are fine. Let Augusta and Ironbeard stay there for a while, and eat and drink well. I will go to the temple to ask the sirens for people and ships. The most important thing at the moment is the Queen Francesco. Don't let the other ships be fine, but the Queen is broken. If that happens, everyone will be dumbfounded. After checking the situation in the inner world in front of the magic mirror, Louis had an idea in his mind. To save time, Louis grabbed from the void and took out his own reference book called Iron. This is an ancient and heavy giant magic book. The book is half the height of a person, and the thickness is also terrifying. The cover of the book is inlaid with very strong magic metal. It is as heavy as an iron felt. When Iron appeared in front of Louis, the book floated in the air. At the moment when the pages of the book started to move without any wind, many golden runes also jumped out of the book. Seeing this scene, Ross and others widened their eyes. They had heard about the legend of this artifact used by blue dragons to protect the world. But it was the first time Ross and others saw someone actually using it. It was said that when this book was cast, the caster would use a mysterious and obscure spell to engrave the golden runes in the book into the sky. The whole process takes a long time. According to this time, the cucumbers are cold. However, the book should be different in the boss' hands. In anticipation, the wizards held their breath and watched the boss operation. Then Ross and the others saw the boss read a few syllables. And then, the book was instantly turned from the beginning to the end. Then the boss closed the book, treated it as a small table floating in the air, and played with the sirens in the drifting bottle. Ross and others? Boss? Is this all? Ross asked hesitantly. Before Ross and others could react, they felt the sky suddenly tremble twice, and then, in the sky, above the sea, and even in the waterfall, countless golden runes appeared. Immediately, this upside-down inner world suddenly began to rotate slowly. Then, the inner world rotated faster and faster, just like a flush toilet, and it started to rotate rapidly. The surrounding scene was also twisted into a weird vortex. It seemed that the boss magic was indeed finished in just a moment. The reason why those golden runes did not fly out of the book was that the boss directly printed those runes on the world wall of the other world. Compared with the Blue Dragon's spellcasting methods, it was probably 20 levels lower. It seemed that it would not be long before the Queen Francesco would reach its destination. According to the situation, this ship was too heavy to reach the same place as other ships, but would be thrown out halfway, resulting in the destruction of the ship and the death of people. Because of Lewis' intervention, the ship will stop at a safer position halfway. Ross and the others looked around in confusion, while Lewis, who had finished his work, was playing with the siren figurines and asking about the sirens. After listening to the siren stories, Lewis' face became strange. This group of sirens originally lived in the mysterious sea, with a population of millions, and the name of the kingdom of the sirens was called the Kingdom of Shia. But Aku, whom the sirens worshipped, gave them another nice name in the ancient language. This name sounds very domineering in the ancient language. And although the sirens don't understand the ancient language, they like this name very much. Because when this name is pronounced in the ancient language, it sounds mysterious and extraordinary. Shiasi Tulak. Little fresh? Lewis scratched his lower body and nodded. It seems that the rag picker, Ake, likes these figures very much. The kingdom of the Little Fresh was originally located at the southernmost of the mysterious sea in the north of the crooked-mouthed old cousin, and lived a peaceful life. But a few decades ago, there was a big commotion in the North Sea Kingdom. It seemed that a seal was broken. But the sons of my uncle did not do their work, but fought for power and caused a civil war. Since the turmoil in the North Sea Kingdom, more and more ancient gods have often wandered around the Shia Siren Kingdom. Not every ancient god likes human figures like Aku, and my uncle's sons are not as kind as my uncle. The war between the warlords of the North Sea Kingdom and the harassment of the ancient gods made the sirens gradually overwhelmed, and the great Shia Siren Kingdom was finally shattered. Aku told the sirens that the eastern continent, the direction of Sorrento, was safe. The Siren Queen Faki, who had lost her homeland, also began a difficult escape to the east with some of her people, under the guidance of Aku. Along the way, the sirens experienced hardships, and were often harassed by the warlords of the North Sea on the road. In the end, there were only tens of thousands of refugees left. But these tens of thousands of people were the elite of the Shia Siren Kingdom. They not only broke through the interception of the warlords, but also finally crossed the mysterious sea and came to the Foam Sea. In this Foam Sea, the sirens found a mysterious small whirlpool and a mysterious ancient temple. The source of the whirlpool was the altar in this temple. This whirlpool gave the Faki clan endless magic power, but also brought disaster. Chapter 312 Greedy and Arrogant Wizards from Aristocratic Families. The discovery of the temple made the sirens very excited. The temple is much larger than their former palace. It is like a secret underwater city, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people to live in seclusion here. What is even more rare is that the vortex is still surging with surging magic power. So this place is like a paradise for the sirens. The sirens believe that this temple is a blessing from the sea god Aku, and they live in seclusion in the temple. Since the sirens did not like to contact the outside world and rarely landed, and there were already a small number of sirens in the Sea of Foam, the White Queen did not know for a long time that a large group of sirens from the North Sea had come to the Sea of Foam. The sirens had just fled from the North Sea at that time, and the entire tribe was in a state of panic. So the Faki tribe lived here cautiously for many years. and even gave up their favorite daily life of robbery. This made it harder for the sirens to be found. Gradually, the sirens lived quietly here, and they also began to interpret the ancient texts in the temple. But after a few years, they were horrified to find from those texts that the meaning of the temple existence seemed to be to seal something terrible, and the reason why there was a small vortex on the altar, it meant that there was a problem with the altar in the temple. The sirens tried their best to repair the seal, but they were powerless. Finally, the Faki family, who had been living in seclusion here, sought help from creatures on land, but they visited the Muddle Kingdom. The Muddle Kingdom of the Sea of Foam was still in the Middle Ages. Ignorant and feudal, they regarded the sirens as invading demons, and many misunderstandings occurred between the two sides, and even a war was fought. Since then, the sirens have become even less trusting of creatures on land, and because the White Queen rarely paid attention to the affairs of the Muddle Kingdom, and because Francesco Revolution happened in those decades, the wizarding world was in turmoil, which made the White Queen unaware of the affairs of the Little Whirlpool. The sirens had to find a solution on their own. The only person they could turn to was Aku. Miss Faki kept sending her subordinates to the mysterious sea to look for a trace, but Aku was staying in the Rainbow Sea waiting to pick up scraps in those years. Therefore, the people sent there naturally did not find a trace. Just when the sirens were at a loss, the seal of the temple was broken again. The foam sea became more and more strange, and the small whirlpool on the altar also turned into a big whirlpool. After that, a heavenly voice suddenly contacted the sirens. The voice called itself Garachnas, and said that he was the sea god of the sea. When Louis heard this, his face became strange. Garachnas was the unlucky guy who caused chaos in the Sea of Foam 3,000 years ago, and was killed by the wizards of the 12 great families. He was dead, and could not die anymore. Some of the great families' laboratories might have slices of him, so that voice could not possibly be Garachnas. However, Louis could tell that the god seemed to be much more terrifying than Garachnas. He was most likely an ancient god from the abyss. But these foreign sirens did not know that Garachnas was dead, so the sirens believed in the words of the sea god Garachnas. Garachnas told the sirens that he had awakened from his sleep because of this change, and that his duty was to protect this temple. Under the altar of the temple, there is a space-time crack that leads to the great abyss. He also deceived the sirens that the Dragon Nest City and wizards in this world are evil, and the first break of the seal was because of these bad guys. The god also told the sirens that once the seal is completely broken, the great abyss will be linked to the Sea of Foam, and then the Sea of Foam will be completely destroyed. The sirens knew what this meant, and Miss Faki decided to take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Garachnas told the sirens how to repair the seal, and some of the statements were indeed the same as the words in the temple. It's just that this method looks a little bloody. However, in order to make this dangerous sea area with many mysterious phenomena peaceful and prosperous again, the little fresh people had to start their favorite robbery work, looking for materials and souls at the same time. The most successful robbery was the robbery of the North Sea warlord. More than a decade ago, Augusta was arrested, and the White Queen joined forces with some warlords of the North Sea to attack the Dragon Nest City. After the warlords attacked Dragon Nest City, although they robbed a lot of things, they suffered a lot of damage under the joint resistance of the three great families and the Dragon clan. As a result, when the exhausted warlord troops passed through the Sea of Foam, they were caught in one fell swoop by the hundreds of thousands of elites of the Faki clan, who took advantage of the strange and mysterious phenomena of the Sea of Foam. The leaders of the warlords were directly killed by the Faki clan, and the rest were also incorporated into the Faki clan. Since then, the White Queen was shocked to discover that there was a group of powerful sea monsters living in the Sea of Foam. The wizards of the 12 great families also discovered the existence of the sirens. Due to their distrust of land creatures, and the instigation of Garachnas, the sirens did not tell the White Queen about the seal in the temple, but only tried to protect the world in secret. Facts also prove that the sirens were right. After discovering the existence of the sirens, the wizards of the great families were extremely greedy. They captured them for experiments, while polluting the sea area. It seems that just as Garachnas said, the wizards are all evil. Only the White Queen seems to be a little different. She seems to be very concerned about the Great Whirlpool and the problems encountered by the sirens. In the past 2 years, because of the White Queen's kindness, the sirens revealed a little about the temple to the White Queen and proposed some things they needed. So Louis came this time. However, when the wizards of the big families discovered the existence of the secret realm of the temple and the rift, they were either indifferent or became fanatical. After all, If things go wrong, the problem is only the sea of foam. But the benefits of the secret realm of the temple are real. Many wizards from great families nominally came to help the White Queen solve the problem of the Great Whirlpool. But secretly they wanted to make a fortune. What was even more ridiculous was that when the noble wizards, who were sent here, discovered the existence of Garachnas, they did not report it. After all, it seemed that Garachnas, who was not completely killed by his ancestors, was very weak. Everything he did was for resurrection. The wizards' expedition regarded this already weak and weak-sea god as fat meat in their mouths. The only thing they were worried about was whether he would be too weak, and whether his godhead would be damaged, in order to take this fat piece of meat for themselves. They also deliberately blocked the news. And there were also open and secret struggles within. So now not many people know about Garachnas. And even the White Queen was kept in the dark by the wizard expedition. According to the sirens, the main force of the wizard expedition that planned to attack the temple was the Blackish God Hunter group. They were planning to kill the gods with some pale wizard traders. Hearing this, Lewis was convinced that Garachnas was not a sea god. He should be an ancient god of the abyss. And he was a guy who knew many secrets. He was not afraid of the god hunters at all, because the power of the ancient god of the abyss was simply incomparable to that of the gods. Indeed, in the history of this world, there were only two teams that made the ancient gods afraid. They existed in the age of gods 3,000 years ago. One of them is the moon god group that once dominated this world. Those gods who were fighting among themselves nominally gathered at the feet of the moon god. When something big happened, they united to face the outside world. The other is the 12 forbidden families. At that time, the team led by Anthony was indeed more united than the moon god group. After the age of gods, there was also such a team that frightened the ancient gods of the abyss. It existed 1,000 years ago. The members were the 12 great families, the 4-flower magic kingdom, and 7 dragon tribes. Now, some stupid wizards from the great families are fighting among themselves, and are thinking about secretly killing him. It really laughable. If things continue to develop like this, I'm afraid it will be the same as the past 1,000 years, when the White Queen family is completely dead, and the sirens are all corrupted. The 12 great families can unite together, and invite the great demon king group to be a martyr, like the Scarlet God Slayer, who sacrificed himself 1,000 years ago. After that, the kingdom of Sorrento will become another country of 4 flowers. It was impossible to rely on the wizards of the great families for this matter. It was good enough that those guys didn't cause trouble. Fortunately, I brought the remote control for flushing the toilet this time. When that guy climbed out of the toilet, I just hit him with a brick. And if he crossed halfway, the passage was closed, then under the vast power of the void, he could only be flushed down the big toilet of the void. As for the so-called sacrifice, Lewis felt that it was unnecessary. If someone could help him turn the bolt here, it would just slightly expand the crack in time and space. Then he only needs to bear the pain and consume more strength. And he can still make it. In this situation, Garachnas is extremely weak. If he fails to climb out and is crushed by the power of the void, he will definitely be seriously injured. This time, Lewis decided to make this guy lose more than he gains. Give this guy an unforgettable lesson. Let him not always think about this place. Chapter 313 The White Queen, I don't believe you. When Lewis asked about the siren, the rapidly rotating inner world had slowly stopped rotating. As the world spun, Ross and the others found that the surrounding scenes were constantly changing. And gradually, an unknown island appeared in front of everyone. The island was full of towering strange trees, which seemed to be ferns. They emitted beautiful fluorescence under the moonlight, like an avatar world. Perhaps you should wake up Helen, who is still sleeping. She dreams that the fleet will go the wrong way. After all, the elves she wants to know are living happily in this deep forest. Lewis's mouth twitched. This girl is really worthy of being the protagonist of the storybook. She muttered about the elves all day, and Ross told her that they could not be seen according to the route. As a result, after she fell asleep, the area where the elves lived appeared in front of everyone. Could it be because of Helen muttering that the storybook wrote such an option for her to choose? On the other side, Rose stared at the island and found that this seemed to be the island where the White Queen was. It was a broken island, very large, like Great Britain. In the center of this broken archipelago, there was a lake connected to the ocean, or a small inland sea. The whirlpool was in the island in the center of this island. And according to the sirens, the temple was also in the whirlpool. Many magical creatures and fairies lived here, and it was also known as the Fairy Kingdom on the sea. A kingdom where muggles, wizards and goblins lived together. Now there is a group of sirens. It seems that the boss has found the location very accurately. But their original destination is on the other side of the island. But it doesn't matter. No matter which way you go, the whirlpool is in the center of the island. Ross is very familiar with this place, and can take everyone to the destination. A strange journey begins. While Louis was flipping through the storybook, the Queen Francesco was completely projected back to the main world from the inner world. Although Louis' projection was relatively accurate, the Queen Francesco still ran aground in the shallow sea. For ordinary sailors, this would definitely be a big trouble. It might take several months. But for wizards, this was not a big deal, and could be done in a few days. Everyone got busy overnight. However, after such a hassle, everyone on the ship couldn't sleep. After Helen came out, she loudly persuaded Louis to go to the whirlpool by land. At that time, the people on the ship can go to the nearby port after the ship re-enters the sea. This suggestion is not bad. On the one hand, the date of the sacrifice is still far away. And on the other hand, the queen will be delayed here for several days. So it is better for everyone to leave first. And maybe they can meet some elves on the way, and learn more about the sea monsters, and the wizards of the big families from them. So, Louis asked some people to pack up and prepare to get off the ship, while he took a few magicians back to his room to help him pack up. After packing up halfway, Louis pulled out the magic mirror and prepared to contact the White Queen. The two had been in contact through Xiao Dai before, and when Louis went to the White Queen family this time, Xiao Dai also told him some things. Xiao Dai said that the White Queen was Anthony's most special disciple. Unlike other monarchs of big families, she had hardly shown up 3,000 years ago, and even before the Battle of the Moon Goddess, many people had never seen her. The battle was very tense at the time, and the White Queen suddenly appeared at the last moment. And after the battle was over, she left with Anthony. Louis suspected that it was because the White Queen was a god. So Anthony did not want the White Queen to show up too much. According to Xiao Dai, the White Queen spent 99% of her time in the palace, and had almost never seen outsiders. So Louis was asked to be careful when communicating with the White Queen. He could coax her more and lie more. Thinking of this, Louis was speechless. Xiao Dai did not know that the White Queen was his senior sister, and this senior sister seemed to have known his identity. So there was no need for him to coax her. Louis had a great affection for his senior sister, although they had never met. Judging from the fact that the White Queen helped him fabricate his identity, she was still very close to him. But what Louis did not expect was that this call was very different from what he had imagined. It was even a little unpleasant. After the crystal ball lit up, the first question the White Queen asked was why the followers around Louis were standing there, and touching their chests to greet him instead of kneeling down to the king. The words were full of the arrogance of a monarch from a great family. The White Queen words made Louis and the magician stunned. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. At this moment Ross, who was originally arranging travel affairs in the cabin, came over. He saw that Louis had contacted the White Queen directly, and was shocked. He rushed over and knelt on the ground, wiping the cold sweat, and said loudly, "Your Majesty, Prince Louis' entourage are all from Sorrento, and the body structure of Sorrento muggles is different from that of wizards. Their legs cannot bend normally, and they cannot kneel down." This made Louis and the magicians look confused. However, the White Queen looked as if she had suddenly realized something, and completely believed Ross' lies. What made Louis even more confused was that in Ross' subsequent conversation with the White Queen, the White Queen actually sighed loudly. She believed that the problem of the leg disease in Sorrento should be blamed on her own great families. They failed to shine the light of magic in the sky of Sorrento, which made the demon lord Francesco conduct inhumane experiments on muggles after ruling Sorrento. This eventually led to some deformities among the people of Solon. Listening to the conversation between Ross and the White Queen, Louis' face became more and more weird. It sounds like the White Queen thinking is still in the ancient feudal era 3,000 years ago, and she attaches great importance to the etiquette between the monarch and the ministers. Second, it seems that in the White Queen concept, the 12 great families are absolutely just, which was correct 3,000 years ago. So the White Queen is a true monarch of a great family, and a dragon who stands with the great families. However, this evil dragon seemed to have never been exposed to the outside world. In these years, she seemed to have only been exposed to some monarchs of great families, and she believed all the lies that those monarchs told her. At the same time, the monarchs also threw a lot of dirty water on Francesco. Louis suddenly understood why Xiao Dai told him to coax, and deceive the White Queen more. If he didn't coax her, they might not be able to get along. At the same time, Louis also understood why Xiao Dai and the White Queen got along very well. One of them was full of lies, and the other believed all the lies. The episode was a bit embarrassing. Louis simply asked everyone to leave the room, and he communicated with the White Queen in front of the magic mirror. It seemed that the White Queen was very close to Louis. She thought that Louis was the last disciple that Anthony mentioned. But in fact, Anthony had not yet completed the storybook. So Anthony told the White Queen that he was his 13th disciple, the moon goddess Alia. So the White Queen mistakenly thought that Louis was Anthony's 13th disciple, the god that Anthony said was not suitable to reveal his name or meet outsiders. The White Queen thought that Louis had the same experience and encounter as her, and was the same person, a homebody who, like her, was not good at getting along with outsiders, and was excluded. And the name of this homebody should be the Faceless God. Louis did not understand the White Queen misunderstanding. After all, he was indeed Anthony's last disciple. But the White Queen's subsequent words made Louis look a little strange, as if the White Queen envied Louis very much, or admired Louis's courage. It sounded like a homebody with social phobia, admiring another homebody who dared to go out and participate in social activities. After all, people outside have a lot of misunderstanding and rejection of guys like him and Louis. Now, isn't it said that the Faceless God is the big devil? The White Queen seemed to want to chat with Louis more, and let him tell her about what was happening outside. But because of the sea monster, Louis had to interrupt his senior sister. Louis told the White Queen about the fleet being robbed by the sea monster, and the sea monster being deceived by the ancient god. But the first sentence the White Queen said made Louis frown. Chapter 314. Louis, why are you rolling your eyes? I have long suspected that there is something wrong with the vortex. No wonder there are fallen angels appearing recently. The White Queen shook her head and said. From her tone, she seemed very calm. That good? It's just right to catch the Garachnas and those fallen angels who are causing trouble. Catch them all? The White Queen words made Louis frown slightly. Aishwarya, the White Queen name. Louis said with a serious face, I think this is not a trivial matter. Once the space-time rift is connected to the Great Abyss, and the ancient god of the abyss crawls out with his subordinates, the entire sea of foam will become a purgatory on Earth. Just like the Four-Flower Kingdom back then. Louis, don't be too alarmist. The White Queen did not seem to be too worried. This is no longer the age of gods 3,000 years ago. It is a prosperous age ruled by mortals, wizards. Ancient god. Just a guy who hasn't crawled out yet in nothing. He is indeed very strong, but you should know how weak he is in this situation. In the words of the White Queen, Louis frowned more and more. It seems that in the eyes of the White Queen, the world now ruled by the 12 great families is the most perfect world. And she believes that, since the 12 great heroic families in the past can overthrow the rule of the moon god, there is no need to be afraid of the gods now. Moreover, in order to protect the world, they have gathered all the magic resources in the world in their hands. They have cultivated elite wizards one after another. Therefore, in the eyes of the White Queen, the 12 great families are now more powerful than before. And the White Queen, who has never been concerned about worldly affairs from ancient times to the present, seems to have great trust in the 12 great families. Now there are many wizards from the great families in the Sea of Foam. So this time, the heroic wizards will be in control of the situation. Louis, 1,000 years ago, we were not there at the first time, so we failed to stop the cultists from opening the gate of hell. But this time, we will not make the same mistake again. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. Wasn't that gate opened by the wizards of the great families? Louis, why are you rolling your eyes? Louis shook his head, without saying anything more. He understood a little. It seemed that the White Queen was still being kept in the dark by the monarchs of the great families. The White Queen still didn't know that the gate of hell 1,000 years ago was opened by the wizards of the great families. The White Queen even believed that the wizards of the great families could unite and help Louis prevent this incident from happening. The White Queen said that she would contact the monarchs of the great families and ask Louis to keep this matter secret. Because once the bad guy Francesco knew about it, he might do something bad. For example, he would take the temple for himself. Or he could reach an agreement with the ancient gods to jointly enslave the sea monsters who wanted to do good but were deceived by the ancient gods, and then overthrow the righteous wizards of the great families. Hearing this, Louis was almost dumbfounded. Big sister, did you say the opposite? But your words really reminded me. This matter must not be known to the monarchs of the wizards of the great families. Otherwise, they might really do what the White Queen said, such as taking the temple for themselves, or reaching an agreement with the ancient gods. Destroy the growing Sorrento. Thinking of this, Louis felt a little speechless. The naive White Queen still wanted those guys to help her. It good enough that those wizards from the big families don't come to cause trouble. If they really call the monarch of the big family here, wouldn't that be a problem for me? Don't make such a big fuss, Aishwarya, Louis quickly persuaded. I have already repaired the iron. I will go over and close the door. There are many spies of Francesco in the big family. If you inform the big family, the news may spread. At that time, someone may come to cause trouble, so you should keep this matter secret. I will find a way to fix it. Although the White Queen was a little hesitant about Louis's words, she also expressed her agreement. However, she was a little worried. As for the closing of the door, it is indeed possible to give it a try. We will go together at that time. If it fails, it will not be too late to contact everyone. I have used the iron once before. I will summon the wizards of the big families near the Sea of Foam to come together to help. The Blackash hunters of Little Orin seem to be treating the sirens in the Broken Islands recently. They will be of great help. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. Louis, why are you rolling your eyes again? The White Queen tilted her head, somewhat curious. Oh, your Majesty, I rolled my eyes to express my joy. Ahem, your Majesty, I can actually go alone for this matter. You are not enough. The White Queen held up a finger. Louis rubbed his face. He felt that he could go alone for this matter. If he took this silly and innocent girl with him, plus a group of wizards from big families, something might happen to the temple. But the White Queen didn't seem to listen to advice. And she looked like she had made up her mind, and there was no need to say more. At this point, Louis was upset. It was a simple matter, but it turned out to be so complicated. He shouldn't have contacted the White Queen. But then he thought, it would be good to let the White Queen see the true face of the great families. A hunting group of gods, it wouldn't cause any harm. After all, on his side, he could just slap his thigh, and it would be done. When he thought about it, when the noble wizards showed their true faces, the White Queen angry expression, saying you are all scumbags, Louis suddenly felt that this trip was not in vain. At that time, it will be easier to bring the White Queen into Sorrento. Thinking of this, Louis was relieved. Okay, Aishwarya, I believe that with the Blackish wizards here, things should go smoothly. By the way, there is another thing. There are quite a lot of sirens in the temple, and Garakas may also be paying attention to the temple. So when we go there this time, we need an identity. Louis told the White Queen about his plan, and asked her to help contact those noble wizards from the big families, and asked them to bring the captured sirens over. As a result, the White Queen said that this might not work, because those noble wizards were treating the poor sirens. Before that, the temple sirens had repeatedly asked the White Queen to release the sirens' captives, and the White Queen had contacted the Blackish wizards many times. However, Andre, the leader of the Blackish wizards, repeatedly stated that if the 6 sirens were taken out of their laboratory, they would die. Therefore, in order to avoid the poor sirens from dying, they had to wait for the wizards of the great families to completely cure the sirens' diseases before they could release them. Otherwise, even if they are released now, the sirens will die before they can reach the temple. Are you sure those wizards are treating the sirens? Louis' face turned strange. I trust Andre, the leader of the Blackish wizards. He is just like you, an honest man, the White Queen said with certainty. As honest as me? Andre, the big liar. Louis was already certain that the so-called disease probably did not exist, and that the sirens had probably been sold by Andre and other Blackish wizards. But there should still be some sirens left in the laboratory. After all, these test subjects are very rare. But I'm afraid that the White Queen can't be asked to discuss this matter, because the wizards of the big families know that the White Queen hates this matter very much. So if the White Queen is asked to discuss it, I'm afraid the wizards will use other reasons to prevaricate the White Queen. After all, the White Queen is too easy to fool. Louis decided to go and talk to those wizards of the big families himself. By the way, he can trick them. Those wizards are always thinking about sneaking into the temple. As long as I tell them that if they help me exchange prisoners, the goods of the fleet will belong to them. They will help. At that time, let the Blackish wizards dress up as sirens and mix in with the sirens. I and the White Queen will dress up as wizards escorting the prisoners. Then everything will be perfect. After arriving at the temple, as long as I expose the identities of the Blackish wizards disguised as sirens. Those dumbfounded wizards from the big families will fight with the sirens. In this way, it will be easier for me to fish in troubled waters. On the way of cooperating with the wizards of the great families, the White Queen, who disguised herself as someone else, will also be able to see the true faces of those wizards. When Lewis thought of the shocked expression of the White Queen. So you are all scumbags. All liars. He felt relieved. This naive person should learn his lesson. The big scumbag and big liar Lewis has thought of a plan. It seems that the White Queen will see the true face of some people this time. Lewis rolled his eyes and ignored the narration of the storybook. How can he scumbag the White Queen? Chapter 315. Are you guys messing with me? At the end of the conversation, Lewis asked the White Queen about the location of the Blackish Wizard's laboratory, but the White Queen said that she needed to ask Andre about this matter. Lewis was stunned for a long time when he heard this. Sister, if you ask him, wouldn't it be a big deal? And it seems that the White Queen believes in Andre, the big liar. When Andre asks the White Queen what she wants to do with the captives, she might tell him everything. Lewis quickly made up a reason, deceive the White Queen, and stop the White Queen from asking Andre. At this point, Lewis had completely decided to go to the Great Whirlpool by land. The elves in the forest would know where the laboratory was. And those wizards from the big families, there was no reason to only use the sirens for experiments. The price of elves was also very high. I heard that. There were more elves in secret realms in various places in recent years, and these elves, I am afraid they were abducted by the wizards from the big families, who came to help the White Queen. Before closing the magic mirror, the White Queen said that she would send some ships to help tow the boat. The boat would arrive in 2 or 3 days, and the White Queen would arrive by then. She would follow Lewis's magic mark and find Lewis. Finally, the White Queen asked Augusta nervously. Lewis did not dare to say that Augusta was eating and drinking in the Siren Temple. He just said that Augusta was sleeping. It seemed that the White Queen was not mentally prepared for the meeting, so she did not ask any more questions. Lewis was very curious about how the White Queen, an ascetic, had a son, so he asked. However, the White Queen looked around in a panic and then closed the communication. Lewis was a little curious about the family affairs of his senior sister. Augusta once said that he had a biological mother, who had been pregnant with him for 4 years. Lewis doubted that Augusta was not born to the White Queen. The White Queen was an arrogant god, and an ascetic. It was unlikely that she would like a mortal hero. Moreover, Augusta's father was not even a hero, but an ordinary mortal. It is very likely that Augusta's mother, when she was pregnant with Augusta, had a drop of the White Queen blood on her belly. Augusta's blood was filled with the White Queen blood. As a lonely god, the White Queen had a special feeling for this child with her own blood, so she paid special attention to him. After Lewis closed the magic mirror, Helen, who had crawled through the crack of the door, came over. She urged Lou and I to land quickly so that she could ask the elves where the sirens were imprisoned. Lou and I, if we can invite some elves to our magic academy, it would be even better, Helen said excitedly. Ross also became excited. He secretly gave the boss a look. Boss, just wait and see. I will definitely arrange it for you. Let you broaden your horizons. Lewis rolled his eyes at Ross fiercely. Can you do something serious? Can you stop thinking about pimping? Can you stop treating me like that? After packing up, Lewis got off the boat with a dozen forbidden magicians and scarlet wizards, who were ready to go. With the idea of taking some wizards to investigate the local specialties, everyone did not use flying tools, but walked through the deep forest. After walking for a while, people found that this place was very humid, essentially a swamp jungle, and some shallow water areas appeared from time to time on the road. But because the plants were too lush, it looked like a primeval forest. And the situation of this deep forest also surprised Lewis. This deep forest was mainly composed of ferns and fungi. Many huge mushrooms were like towering trees. The small depressions between the huge mushrooms and the shallow water were full of strange creatures with fluorescent flashes. Some of these magical creatures are like small fireflies. Some are like big dandelions. Some are like jellyfish. And some shuttle through the fungi like flying manta rays. The moonlight passes through the light mist and treetops in the fungus forest, forming beams of light in the air. Various plants emit beautiful blue and purple fluorescence under the moonlight. The whole world is like a dream. It seems that the environment of the Sea of Foam is different from the outside world. In this mysterious sea, the climate of each area on the island is different. In this area under your feet. Day and night do not alternate day by day. Nights often last for many days, and there will be some days in between. For many magical creatures who like darkness, the huge gaseous planet in the sky is their sun. This also makes the fungi and ferns here grow extremely lush. This colorful and strange forest made Helen, the little girl who picked mushrooms, very happy. Those wizards who have studied potions were also very excited. For those who specialize in potion science, there are treasures everywhere. What makes the wizards even more excited is that they also found many potions they have never seen before on the way. The reason for this never seen before is partly because the trade between the Broken Islands and the outside world has been interrupted for decades, which has caused those young wizards to have never seen this kind of potion. Another part of the reason is that these potions are indeed not recorded in any books. Mr. Ross, the local potion master, proudly showed off his knowledge of potions on the road, which made everyone learn a lot. But not long after, when Helen happily gave him potions for identification again and again, Ross began to be dumbfounded. Ross didn't even recognize some potions. This made Ross feel a little bit unbelievable, because in the hundreds of years of this old porcelain doll, more than half of his time was spent on this island. He had touched every plant, and even planted it himself. But he had not been home for only a few decades, and many new things appeared here. This made Mr. Ross, who was bragging to everyone, a little embarrassed. But Helen kept asking the potion master, asking whether the cute little thing in his hand that looked like an anemone and spewed colorful spores was a potion or a magical creature. This made Ross even more embarrassed. However, this embarrassing thing was soon diverted by the exclamations of Bach and other magicians. The magicians found traces of suspected elves. The magicians called Ross and others, and after some discussion, everyone determined that there might be an elf tribe nearby. This excited the whole team. Elves, the word made everyone excited. Many magicians had never seen an elf in person, including Lewis. However, the wizards were curious because the elves here were very famous. They were powerful in magic, and had many achievements in potions and magical biology. If the college could recruit a group of elf professors, this trip would not be in vain. The wizards were interested in elves academically, while Lewis was purely curious about the fantasy world. Lewis remembered that in many storybooks and movie clips in his hometown, elves were described as blonde, blue-eyed, tall and beautiful, with long straight hair. Lewis was looking forward to it. Everyone was skilled and brave, following the trail left by the elf, exploring in the direction of the tribe. With a nervous mood, Lewis paid attention to his surroundings on the road, and the magicians were also excited when they saw certain footprints. It seemed that the small tribe was right in front of everyone. But after Lewis looked at the footprint that was smaller than his hand, his face became strange. Is this a goblin? Is it a goblin? Are those elves you are talking about goblins? You have been so excited for most of the day, just because you found goblins? I came all the way here, was robbed by the siren, and was almost killed by the White Queen, just to accompany you to see goblins? Ross boasted to me all the way, said that I could broaden my horizons, and meet beautiful and enthusiastic elves, but in the end, those elves you are talking about are just a group of sexy female goblins? Don't mess with me. I don't want to gain this kind of experience. Seeing the boss' dumbfounded expression, Ross quickly gave Lewis a look. It really not. If it a goblin, you'd better twist my head off. Lewis gave me a look in return. Okay, I believe you this once. Chapter 316 Elves.avi. After seeing Lewis' eyes, Ross came over with a smile. My lord, these footprints in front of us should be left by Legolas. They are not those ugly goblins. Hearing this, Lewis frowned. It seems that these footprints were left by the children of Legolas elves? However, out of caution, Lewis still asked what the elves looked like. Elves are adults of many kinds. Not all elves look like humans. Fairies are actually a kind of elves. Of course, if you ask which elf looks most like a human, there is only one kind. Rose pointed to the tip of his cracked nose with a charming smile. Lewis ignored Ross' joke. As for Legolas, they are one of the most beloved children of the moon god. And in many legends, they are noble and sacred, pure and kind, and inviolable. Ross, the porcelain man, touched the cracks on his face and said with a smile, but this kind of innocence and purity is different from what we understand. It is like the tree elves, the kind of innocence that is close to nature. Lewis blinked his eyes at these words. He didn't understand what Ross meant by innocence. However, Lewis couldn't help but think of a group of long-legged golden straight girls with slender and exquisite figures. long straight golden and silver hair, hollow armor, and a beautiful face like Xiao. Well, if the White Queen Aishwarya didn't have horns and her eyebrows were a little longer, she would also be in line with the image of an elf. Louis swore that he had absolutely no bad thoughts about elves this time. But as a time traveler, he was really curious about elves. With this curiosity and expectation, Louis followed the others in the invisibility spell and carefully passed through the last section of the road. After pulling apart a bunch of large mushrooms that looked like enoki mushrooms, a beautiful swamp appeared in front of everyone. In the puddles of the swamp, on the dry land, there were many simple huts. But although simple, they were very beautiful. And the roofs were full of exotic flowers and plants that flashed fluorescent light, which was in line with Louis' idea of a hut where Jin Changji and others lived. But what made Louis blink was that those huts seemed particularly short. There seemed to be a group of little guys around who were even more peculiar than the goblins. Those special dwarfs had blue bodies, heads that looked like kohlrabi, 8 eyes on their heads, and the eyes were all on the sides of their heads. On their bodies, there were many beautiful mushrooms. In addition to these little baby cabbages, there were some more than half a person tall, looking like living plants. They have a pair of scary big eyes on their colorful petal faces, and they hold small spears in their hands. They are in groups, making noises everywhere. It seems that they are chasing away a large magical creature. The magical creature looks very ferocious. Its body is like a big leopard, but its head is like a pointed spindle. There are 7 or 8 long, flying tentacles on its head. Those tentacles look like blades, which are extremely sharp. But these elves were very brave. During the battle, they shouted something like bathe in the sacred spores, feel the anger of mushrooms, and used their small spears to release magic on the large carnivorous magical creature. The magic seemed to hurt the magical creature, and a bunch of mushrooms would grow. Not long after, the magical creature that trespassed here ran away wailing. It would take 5 or 6 ordinary adult wizards to deal with this kind of magical creature. It seems that this small group of elves are not only brave, but also very powerful. The magicians discussed excitedly. Louis ignored the baby cabbages and vegetative people with a dull look on his face. He continued to look for elves. After a while, he finally found some taller humanoid creatures. Their bodies were like tall trees. Their heads looked like mushrooms, and they crawled on the ground like apes. On their bodies, there were many spore molds that looked like flowers. They were colorful and looked very beautiful. Some elves were lying on the bodies of these magical creatures, trimming the spore molds. It seemed that the elves were indeed very accomplished in potions and magical biology. They were also proficient in magic. Some elves were messing around in public. In this nature, under the watchful eyes of the moon goddess, the elves used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, and were grateful for the light brought by the moon. At this time, in Louis's eyes, a line of narration appeared on the heads of those elves. Obviously, they are all those innocent elves that Ross mentioned. They are quite innocent. Louis nodded with a dull look on his face. But what about the elves? My name is Louis. I have been looking for Jin Changji.avi. After searching for a long time, I found that this is the seat of Smurfs.avi. The storybook words almost made Louis suffocate. I just wanted to see Jin Changji. Am I wrong? I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to fulfill my dream. Am I wrong? Even if there is no Kim Jangjik, Rose doesn't have to say so much, give me such a high expectation. Right? Louis gave Ross a vicious look. This big liar. I hate you. Rose gave Louis a look back. Boss, don't be impatient. There are many kinds of elves. These are just elves. Louis gave Ross a look back. Okay, I will believe you again. Rose. Boss. Don't worry. Ross was exchanging glances with the boss, while the magicians on the other side were already discussing excitedly. Although these elves look stupid, their intelligence is not lower than that of humans. Moreover, they are naturally good at natural magic, and are very good at operating secret realms. The most rare thing is that the Legolas elves are very close to humans. A magician talked about how they learned a lot in the Holy Oak in the past 2 years. For this trip, they also communicated with many pale wizards when they were in Dragon Nest. I heard that in the wizard world, every wizard hopes to have some elves to help manage the secret realm. These friendly and kind Legolas are undoubtedly the best helpers. And Legolas also likes to be protected by powerful creatures. After hearing what the magician said, Ross touched the crack on his chin and said proudly, speaking of relationships, We have a very good relationship with Legolas. In ancient times, we lived together. Although we no longer believe in the moon god, we still follow the ancient covenant with Legolas and other nations. Ross continued, but everyone. I want to remind you that the 12 great families have done a lot of bad things here. And what these guys do here is not just as simple as capturing slaves. Those wizards who destroyed this place have made the elves very repulsive to wizards. We should be a little careful later. Don't scare them and cause misunderstandings and fights. It would be bad if Miss Kona was attracted. She is a demigod. We used to worship this leader of the children of the forest as if we were worshipping the moon god. Helen patted her chest and said, Don't worry, Helen is the best at dealing with elves. My family has several tribes of Legolas elves. I often played with them when I was a child. Helen helped you confirm one thing again. These Legolas in front of you are the sons of the moon god that Ross said. It seems that in the eyes of wizards and magicians, elves are like this. Only the elves in your mind are different. Lewis rubbed his face and shouted in his heart. Impossible. You are all lying to me. There must be Jin Changji in this world. Chapter 317 Gods of the Wilderness Kona. Lewis was secretly depressed here, while Helen had already discussed the recruitment plan with many knowledgeable wizards. Rubbing his face, Lewis knew that everyone was here to do business this time. The White Queen had the professional technology to build a secret realm, and all they needed was the elf employees. It didn't matter if they didn't want to come to Sorrento on business. This deep forest was a natural magic potion garden, and the elves were the gardeners here. So if we could successfully establish friendly exchanges with some elf tribes, it would be great. Thinking of this, Lewis, who was a little disappointed, listened to the discussion of the crowd. Ross suddenly asked, Who of you has studied in the Moon Court? A scarlet wizard raised his hand. I know a lot of Moon Court hymns. To be honest, Mr. Ross, my father sent me to the Moon Goddess Cathedral to study since I was a child. Most of my abilities come from there. Lewis was confused after hearing this. What does it have to do with a priest to communicate with the elves? You are a vampire master mage. Why do you go to the Moon Court to learn magic? Sure enough, Moon Court is the world-first magic school. Right? While Lewis was confused, many magicians and wizards had already walked out of the jungle and tried to communicate with the elves. And out of curiosity about Moon Court, Lewis also patted his dragonskin hunting suit and stood up, following Helen and the others, and walked over there. It seemed that Helen was indeed not boasting, and seemed to be very good at communicating with the elves. Before they walked over, she started to make strange movements like a monkey, and even jumped around. What made Lewis feel even more confused was that Ross and his friends were also doing strange movements. And they sang a song from the Moon Courtyard. During these songs, many small mushrooms on the ground, under the magic of the wizards, began to dance. Originally, the elves were very afraid of these suddenly appearing two-legged creatures, and even had hostility. But in the primitive communication of Helen and others, the baby cabbages gradually quieted down. Slowly, the elves with baby heads also started dancing amidst the laughter. Legolas. Pod's friendship +1. Friendliness +1. Friendliness +1. Lewis scratched his face, speechless. It seemed that the reputation of these elves was easy to brush up. A deformed rodent with 2.5 heads ran past Lewis's feet. It stood on Lewis' instep in pain and looked at Lewis, then jumped into the water and drowned itself. Lewis frowned, and suddenly found that the water and land here were polluted. And it was man-made pollution. Someone had held some kind of very dark and evil magic ceremony here. Lewis paid attention to the elves, and found that some elves had deformed tumors on their bodies. And the bodies of those young elves were even more deformed. It seemed that these elves had traces of being experimented on. And they were also marked with magic marks. And some were planted with seeds of decay. This is a typical method of raising demons. Wizards plant demon seeds in certain creatures with pure magic, such as elves or fairies. And before long, some disgusting parasites in the elves' bodies will suck their blood and flesh, and then crawl out. It seems that some people have used this tribe as a jar for raising goo. Once they are raised, then they will put a seed of a fallen angel in their bodies, and then this tribe will become the nutrients for the growth of the fallen angels. And the situation of this tribe is very suitable for being a nutrient. It can make the fallen angel grow not too strong. And the pollution ability of the fallen angel born from these pure-hearted elves is not too strong. So it is very suitable for being enslaved. These premises, plus some special implementation arrangements, will allow those spellcasters to harvest a fallen angel that can be enslaved when they come next time. Obviously, Those spellcasters are a group of masters who are very good at playing with demons. And they are the demon masters who have studied the forbidden art. Otherwise, ordinary wizards would not dare to enslave such terrible demons. And the reason why these demon masters want to enslave the fallen angels may be to deal with the weak sea god. Who did these things? Blackish wizard? Indeed, but in fact, it is not just them. Since the sirens of the Sea of Foam appeared, the White Queen, under the order of the Magic Council, had to open the territory to the outside world and allow the 12 great families to come here to help. Those greedy wizards began to wreak havoc here. Those noble wizards have been greedy for this place for a long time. They are conducting experiments here and polluting it at the same time. The sirens are increasingly distrustful of land creatures, and the elves have also suffered great pain. And all this in front of us is just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps they know where the kidnapped sirens are. After all, their people are also there. But I'm afraid you have to deal with a demigod first. Looking at the narration in the storybook, Lewis fell into deep thought. It seems that since the appearance of the whirlpool, the magic of the entire Sea of Foam has become richer, which makes this land more beautiful and rich. And the creatures living here, like the people in the Rainbow Kingdom, have more magic. This place gradually becomes beautiful, and in the eyes of wizards, it has become a treasure land. It seems that the 12 great families have been causing trouble here for a long time. And I am afraid that the residents here hate wizards very much. And the person called Kona should be the guardian of this forest. On the other side, many wizards and magicians also discovered the problem with Legolas. When Legolas let down his guard, everyone frowned, followed Lewis to the elves, and healed them. But it seems that these curses are difficult to remove. On the one hand, this is because the magic level of the noble wizards is very high, and on the other hand, the noble wizards cast the kind of vicious curses that are almost irreversible. So it is difficult to remove. In addition, it seems that some people with very strong magic power have tried to use holy magic to help these little guys cure diseases. But these holy magics can only relieve the pain of these little guys, but cannot root out the diseases in them. However, the people present are a little different. They are either black magic masters with extremely high attainments in black magic, or magicians who have begun to learn forbidden studies. Everyone is rooted in various difficult and complicated diseases, and they are very familiar with this kind of black magic. So the situation was relatively smooth. Even when encountering some particularly difficult curses and diseases, after Lewis took action, they were successfully resolved. Legolas seemed to have no idea what the wizards were doing, but he danced even more happily. Legolas. Worship of the magic pods +1. Worship +1. Worship +1. It seems that these elves, just as Ra said, are innocent by nature, kind and pure, and very close to humans. Even though the blackish wizards left so many painful memories for this tribe, they still maintain such goodwill towards you. This makes it easy for those wizards who come to abduct elves and perform evil rituals to succeed. However, Legolas, the second son of the moon god, is so kind. But Kona, the god of the wilderness, is not. The sound of running suddenly came from the distant jungle, and from the running sound, one could also hear how agile she was. She seemed very anxious and angry, and had great hostility towards wizards. Be careful, the angry Kona is coming. A snow-white graceful figure passed through the woods, and the angry spear shot towards Lewis like a terrifying golden light. This seemed to be a typical moon court magic, and the terrifying magic brilliance made Lewis's eyelids twitch. There were so many people. Why did they come to me? Am I the only one who looked like a bad guy? Seeing the golden light coming towards his nose, Lewis broke out in a cold sweat. If it hit his face, it would definitely disfigure him. He quickly stretched out his arm to knock the spear away. The spear fell to the ground, and many golden lightning stars flashed on the ground instantly. And a golden flame also ignited on the ground. Even Lewis's palm and arm were cut open, leaving a long wound, and the golden flame burned on the wound. Slapping the flames on his arm, Lewis secretly smacked his lips. It hurt so much. This one actually knocked off more than 100 points of my health? This guy is really strong. And it seems to be a LV-10 Thunder Spear? Boss Unit, Lewis. HP, 3860/3980. Hero Unit, Kona. HP, 1160/1160. Evil Wizard. You should never set foot on this sacred land again. Hearing that standard elvish language, Lewis was slightly stunned, and looked at the angry silver long straight hair with a strange expression. Then Lewis was confused. She had a pair of golden eyes and long silver hair. But her long hair was not straight, but thicker and fluffy. Compared with the silver long straight hair, it had a little more playful and cute taste. She looked very beautiful. She was not wearing hollow armor, but a beautiful silk dress, which exposed her snow-white shoulders and arms. This was normal. But she has a pair of beautiful antlers on her head. And she seems to have 4 legs. 4 deer hooves. Louis looked at Ross with a black question mark on his face. Is this what you mean by Yin Changji? Isn't this an orc? Ross responded by giving the boss a look. Absolutely not. Louis, I will believe you one last time. Seeing that Louis actually ignored her, and was chatting with others there as if no one was around, Kona couldn't help but get even angrier. She shook her tail, very angry. Chapter 318, is this a dark version of a fairy tale? After Kona jumped out, Rose also ran out of the crowd, and spoke a very standard ancient Elvish. Miss Kona, it'd been a long time since we last met. This Elvish sentence means that the bright moon and the stars shine in the sky, witnessing our reunion. It is often used when acquaintances or old friends meet again. It seems that Ross knows this son of the forest, and they have a deep connection. Indeed, Ross' father was once a ranger in charge of this forest area. When Ross was young, in order to delay the mysterious changes in Ross, his father sent Ross to the elf cottage. So Ross was raised by Kona and her friends. Or rather, Ross' father and his ancestors were raised by Kona and her friends. When Ross first met Kona as a child, he told her his ideal of becoming a great potion master who was even more powerful than his father, and finally curing the family illness. To some extent, Ross did realize his ideal. Although he did not cure the family illness, he solved his own problem. He transformed himself into a voodoo porcelain doll lich, so that his body would no longer rot and mold and mushrooms would no longer grow. From then on, Ross embarked on a crooked path and became an evil black wizard. Ross' voice attracted Kona's attention. She looked at this pale wizard who seemed familiar and was slightly stunned. Kona didn't remember this person very well. But the forest has memory. It can remember every malicious person and every kind person. There is no doubt that when Ross was young, he was a kind person like his father. In fact, Kona has some history with Ross people. They used to live together day and night, and jointly protected this land. But in recent years, the strangers brought by the Pale Wizards have been wantonly destroying this land. Some Pale Wizards are even accomplices. This makes Kona's impression of Ross people much worse than before. Ross' appearance did not reduce Kona's hostility too much. But out of respect for the White Queen and Ross' father, Kona did not take any more radical actions. Rose, when we met last time, you were still an innocent boy. Kona suppressed her anger, looked at Ross with some disappointment, and said, I hope you still remember your ideals when you were young, and not get involved with the evil human wizards and tarnish your father's honor. No matter what your purpose is in bringing these wizards here, leave here, and don't let me see you again. Rose was quite confident at first, but after hearing what Kona said, his chest slumped a little. The old wizard looked at Kona with a complicated expression, with mixed feelings in his heart. Ross did not come here to do bad things this time, but he did do a lot of bad things over the years. He was even regarded as a big devil by the little foxes in Black Corner Alley. Although Ross has turned over a new leaf now, Kona's accusation against Ross has touched Ross' conscience. If he hadn't met the boss, maybe the people he brought home this time would not be magicians, but a group of human traffickers. Right? Maybe he would bring 3 or 5 elite wizards from big families, and then form a hunting team to come here, and then try to kidnap Kona, and give her to the faceless demon King In who is in the limelight recently. It seems that he will meet the boss anyway. However, it seems that now is not the time to sigh. Ross quickly retracted his thoughts, and hurriedly explained to Kona. Dear Miss Kona, these friends of mine are not dark wizards, but magicians from Sorrento. Ross explained half-truthfully, my friends came here at the invitation of the White Queen to solve the problem of the whirlpool. On the way, we saw these cursed elves. So out of kindness, we came to check the situation. Helen quickly interrupted, Ms. Kona. We are not trying to capture these elves. We just want to heal their pain. Kona's golden pupils fell on Helen. In the heart of this human girl, Kona saw amazing innocence and kindness. Kona had some memories of the name Sorrento magician. A few decades ago, she had a precious friendship with a female magician named Byron. The magician team led by Miss Byron had helped here. But for some reason, they ended up fighting with the White Queen. And it was very unpleasant. In the decades after that, more and more wizards claimed to be here to help the world. Kona and her people, after being deceived again and again, no longer believed in wizards and magicians. I don't care who you are, get out of here, strangers. Kona has the stubbornness that is unique to elves, and it is hard for her to trust wizards anymore. After all, those wizards have deceived her too many times. This forest has suffered too much pain. Whether it is Legolas, the ancient elves, or the Twilight elves, you are not welcome. Lewis can understand Kona's anger and misunderstanding to some extent. After all, wizards have been smearing the magic circle in the sea of foam for many years. Among his group, except for himself, Helen, and a few magicians, no one looks like a good person. Elves are famous for their stubbornness. After seeing Kona's hostility, Lewis felt that there was no point in talking any further. So Lewis gave Ross a look, telling Ross not to say anything more. Then, Lewis grabbed Helen, who still wanted to explain, and walked towards the forest first. Seeing the boss leave, many magicians and wizards shook their heads and followed him. Ross bowed slightly to Kona, sighed deeply, and then followed the crowd under Kona's vigilant and hostile eyes. Lou and I. It seems that we can only sleep in the forest tonight. Helen thought she could become good friends with Kona. Thinking of this, Helen looked at the tribe behind her that was blocked by the forest and felt a little disappointed. She plucked a piece of grass and pouted in frustration. Helen, you didn't plan to sleep in the hut in the tribe, did you? Lewis said speechlessly. There are mushrooms and spores everywhere, and the environment is not suitable for human habitation. I guarantee that if you dare to sleep there for a night, mushrooms will grow on you, but the next morning. Although Helen didn't believe Lewis's words, she couldn't help but think of those pale wizards covered with mold and mushrooms. I couldn't help but feel scared. No. No, Helen said stubbornly with a pale face. Okay. We will find a better hotel tonight. There seems to be a small lake about 10 miles away. The trees there are particularly lush. Maybe there will be more friendly elves, or even tree houses. Maybe we can stay there overnight, Lewis comforted. Hearing this, Helen became excited again. I couldn't help but tell Lewis a fairy tale about the fairy deer. This fairy tale, almost all wizards in this world have heard it in their childhood. The protagonist of this fairy tale is Kona. There are many fairy deer, but this demigod with golden pupils is one of the most representative characters among these elves. So there are many fairy tales about her. It seems that Helen is still a little obsessed with Kona. After all, Helen grew up listening to Kona's stories. So she really hopes to see other fairy deer near the lake again. Although she will not see Kona again, it is still a little comfort. Helen soon livened up the atmosphere in the team, and many wizards grew up listening to these stories. So they also told a few fairy tales that were appropriate to the occasion. But this topic was eventually diverted by the old-fashioned Ross. In the midst of laughter, he also told a fairy tale about a fairy deer. I don't know who the protagonist is in this version of the story, but this story is undoubtedly very special. After Lewis and others heard it, they immediately realized that this was a dirty joke. Right? Is this a dark version of the fairy deer story? This lich is too frivolous. However, if you don't know that the protagonist is an elf with a deer's lower body, you probably won't be able to imagine that this is a dirty joke. But it's quite interesting. Lewis and others reacted in an instant and laughed. But Helen blinked for a long time, and didn't react in the end. She kept pulling Lewis's sleeve, asking the guy who reacted first, what exactly is this story about? This question made Lewis a little embarrassed, and he didn't know how to answer. But a voice in the forest eased his embarrassment. Lewis didn't expect that his previous words would really come true. Everyone hadn't seen the inn yet, but the owner of the inn was chasing after the team. Chapter 319 Your Majesty. The Great Demon King. So you are this kind of person. It was still the sound of the hurried deer hooves, and it was still the figure that was running fast in the forest. It seemed that although Miss Kona was already 1,000 years old, she was innocent by nature, but she was often as reckless as a little girl. She was the same as Helen. Kona was indeed a bit like a girl. When she suddenly jumped in front of everyone this time, everyone saw that her face was frighteningly red, and her beautiful white tail that was rolled up like a mushroom was also swaying from side to side in uneasiness. She first extended her front legs and bowed slightly to Lewis and the others. Then she stretched out her hand without saying a word, summoned a small group of pure white elves like fireflies, and healed the wound on Lewis's arm. I'm sorry for my recklessness, Kona said a lot, and she expressed her apology solemnly. It turned out that after everyone left, Kona checked the condition of those little guys. She found that the curses and diseases that she and her tribesmen had been unable to remove were all cured by the magicians. After Kona talked with the little guys for a while, she understood everything. These people were obviously not the same group as the previous group of black wizards. And Ross was not the pale wizard who brought the blackish wizard bosses. The situation seemed to be as Ross said. These wizards called Gallic magicians were invited by the White Queen to help the world. These people seemed to come with real good intentions. And they were indeed very capable, and could do things that they could not do. Perhaps these people invited by the White Queen could do things that even the White Queen could not do. Kona thought they should provide some help to these people. She should also apologize for her previous arbitrary behavior. As for the previous misunderstanding, Lewis and the wizards didn't take it seriously. After all, these people are too famous in the wizard circle. In the past, everyone encountered this kind of misunderstanding every day. There are many people who misunderstand everyone, but it is rare to take the initiative to apologize, and to apologize without being threatened. So after Kona expressed her apology, everyone felt relieved and expressed their understanding. The wizard's enthusiastic attitude made Kona's face even redder, and she felt more ashamed and regretful. After all, she had pointed the finger at the other person's nose. Although it seemed that it was unlikely that she could kill this terrifying guy in one go. If she fought with these friends because of this, then this encounter would be too bad. After a conversation, Kona invited everyone to spend the night in the elf cottage by the lake. The elves will use sweet fruit wine to entertain Lewis and his friends. Lewis and his friends, who were already exhausted physically and mentally, naturally did not show any pretentiousness in response to Kona's invitation. Everyone followed Kona happily. What was different from the previous journey was that on the next road, the animals and insects that had previously avoided the crowd gradually gathered on the road, curiously looking at the friends Kona brought, looking at the big tail that swayed in front of her from time to time. Helen couldn't help but tease it quietly. The curled white tail was like a beautiful big mushroom. Very fun. The elves have a natural liking for those who are pure and kind by nature. So Miss Kona was very close to Helen along the way. This closeness made Helen's face flush, and she was almost drunk with joy. She grew up listening to Kona's stories when she was a child. At this time, she felt that her idol wanted to be friends with her, which made Helen feel that her dream had come true. And she even doubted whether she was dreaming. She dreamed that she had entered a fairy tale. Lewis also had this feeling. After all, the fluorescent flying insects, plants, beautiful mushrooms, and the magical creatures that curiously looked at Kona and her team in the forest all had a fairy tale feeling. And Helen was the princess who met the elves in the fairy tale. But what made Lewis feel creepy was that the silly Helen was telling Kona that dark fairy tale. This scared Lewis so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, Kona was not a naive little girl like Helen. She understood it with just a blink of her eyes. Then he looked at Lewis with a blank face. This look almost made Lewis suffocate. This joke was told by Ross to everyone. Right? What does it have to do with me? What are you looking at me for? Do I look like a bad guy? Besides, even if I am a bad guy, I am a serious bad guy. Right? Which serious person can make up a dirty joke between a man and a deer? Why are you looking at me like that? I am not a pervert. The relationship has just eased a little. How can such a thing happen? I'm so embarrassed. Lewis slowed down his pace woodenly and left the row with Helen and Kona. He felt that he could no longer chat with Kona, so he returned to the row behind him awkwardly. After Lewis returned to the crowd behind him, as if nothing had happened, Ross stepped forward with a smile and came to the boss' side. Sir, don't worry, the elves won't care about such a joke. The tree elves in the elf hut are funnier than anyone else. The elves usually listen to their stories, and everyone usually makes up stories for each other. If you get to know the elves, you will find that they are not as old-fashioned as they seem. They can still make some jokes. It seems that when Ross was in the elf cottage, everyone joked with each other a lot. But Lewis felt a little upset after hearing it. The dark fairy tale just now. Wasn't it me who told it? Was it you who told it? Why are you telling me this? And you said it so loudly? So Miss Kona won't care if you make some jokes behind her back. After hearing what Ross said, Lewis was almost pissed off by the traitors around him. Who made fun of me behind my back? I just listened to it. How did it become my story? And he deliberately raised his voice and told it to others. It turns out that you don't dare to offend Miss Kona, afraid that she will kill you. So you deliberately put the blame on me. Right? Ross' voice suddenly became smaller, and he told the boss a funny story about the big devil. Sir, you don't know. That year, His Majesty Francesco, after getting drunk, told Miss Kona this bad story in person. Guess what happened? That night, a tree demon flirted with His Majesty. Later, everyone found out that Byron was a woman. So, you don't have to be too reserved. Fairies and elves are actually very open-minded. Especially fairies, who love to joke. Don't mind it. When you go to the elf hut, just follow the local customs. Hearing this, Louis was slightly stunned. Sure enough, my mother-in-law is not a serious person. After drinking too much, she actually flirted with the elves in front of them? Is this guy capable of anything after drinking too much? So this story was made up by the mother-in-law? What bedtime stories did Xiao Ao and Xiao Dai listen to when they were young? No wonder Xiao Dai is so frivolous. But after the mother-in-law told Kona the story, what happened? Was it a big embarrassment? Or was it a trick played by the fairies? How did the fairies find out that Her Majesty is a woman? This suspense may only be revealed tonight. Louis shook his head. Of course, he would never do something as wicked as his mother-in-law. But after hearing this, Louis understood why the Dark Lord had been trying to recruit Ross. Ross was over 100 years old at that time, and had not yet left the Sea of Foam. It seemed that from that time, his mother-in-law had taken a fancy to Ross' attainments and potions. Louis did not take this episode to heart. He was never a hypocritical person, and he was very thick-skinned. The group walked and talked, and not long after, some beautiful lantern grass appeared on the road. These lantern plants look like they were specially planted and are very neatly maintained. They are tall and big, like street lamps, flashing a soft and beautiful blue light, as if they are entertaining the guests. Indeed, many years ago, adventurers from all over the world often ventured in the Broken Islands, especially in the early days of Francesco era a few decades ago, when wizards had not yet fought with magicians, and the sirens had just arrived in the Sea of Foam. Whether it was a big whirlpool or a small whirlpool, everything was peaceful and calm. Francesco team was the first group of magicians to come here in the past 100 years. In that era, the arrival of magicians seemed to be the first time for the elves to see a new world different from the wizarding world. And the magicians also made the Muggle kingdoms in the Broken Islands have many Muggles who opened their eyes. These Muggles became magicians, and they were also like Bach and other Sorrento magicians, with enthusiasm and kindness for new things. The elf cottage was open to the public during that period. The magicians began to explore the world of the elves, and the elves also explored the world of humans. In the eyes of both sides, each other world was so mysterious and interesting. Later, the Sea of Foam gradually closed, and the Muggle kingdom also fought with the sirens. But the pale wizards often came here as guests. Until the past 10 years, many bad guys came to the White Queen kingdom, and some pale wizards also became bad. The only ones who get along well with the elves are the sirens who visit here occasionally. However, the elves did not destroy the lanterns that welcome the guests. Perhaps like the naive Legolas, the elves and fairies who said they would never trust strangers again are still looking forward to the sincere magicians coming here to tell them the stories of the outside world. It would be even better if they could be like the first group of magicians who visited here. They would definitely help the elves, punish the bad guys, and rescue their companions. I heard that the sirens also captured a lot of people. Chapter 320 Mysterious Ancient Elves. The Elf House? This name was given by the moon goddess. Translated into the common language, it can be called the Elf House, or the Fairy House. In the eyes of wizards, the fairy is also a kind of elf. Louis originally thought that the Elf House was just a tree house, but he did not expect that it was a beautiful elf settlement. In fact, Louis and his party saw only a tree house at the beginning. It is at the end of the lantern grass path, a huge 1,000-year-old tree. The tree house is as big as a hotel, and it is empty inside, with only some magical creatures. But the facilities inside are complete, and it looks like a temporary place prepared by the elves for travelers. In this huge tree house, there is a back door, which looks like a tree hole. Kona told everyone that the real elf hut is at the end of this tree hole. When the magicians curiously went in, they found that the tree hole was as big as a cave. After passing through the tree hole, there was a big waterfall at the other end. Under the waterfall was an empty and desolate valley, and a corner of the lake was in this valley. There were also some traces of adventurers stationed in the valley, and some magical creatures living in the valley. It seemed that the whole valley was real, not an illusion. However, when Kona sang a ballad and led everyone back into the same tree hole, the situation was completely different. When everyone followed Kona to the end of the tree hole, They felt that the light at the entrance was different from before. And in everyone's ears. They also heard long and beautiful songs coming from outside the tree hole. When everyone walked out of the tree hole, the valley and waterfall in front of them had completely changed and became full of vitality. It turned out that this was a natural secret place. When everyone stood above the waterfall, they overlooked the elf settlement. Everyone was shocked by the fairy tale scene in front of them. On its left was the beautiful lakeside, and on its right was the waterfall. A huge and beautiful moon hung in the sky, and the pale blue moonlight fell on the large mushrooms and towering old trees scattered in the settlement. There were many balls of light flying between the trees and the large mushrooms, and they seemed to be some fairies and magical creatures playing. When the beautiful waterfall fell, it would cover the mushrooms that looked like huge coxcombs, like a water curtain, and then slide down from the mushrooms, forming streams and rivers among the settlements, and finally flowing into the lakeside. The faint singing that Lewis and his companions heard came from the echoes of the falling water, and the singing of the elves. This is the sound of nature. Those mushrooms and trees may have been the residences of these elves and fairies. Under these beautiful plants, there are also some scattered jade buildings. These buildings are very old. Judging from the runes and statues carved on the buildings, they may have existed for more than 3,000 years. Kona said that the elf house was once a residence of the moon goddess Alia. The name of this place was given by the moon god. Kona's grandfather was a wilderness god who surrendered to the moon god. Later, the moon god gave the entire sea of foam to a sea god. The ancient elves abandoned by the moon god were completely enslaved by the sea god. The elf house was also destroyed in a terrible flood. Kona's grandfather also died in the battle against the sea god. Until the White Queen and her heroic wizard companions, the wizards of the great families in ancient times, killed the sea god. The entire damaged archipelago finally returned to peace. At present, this elf hut is the appearance after the elves repaired it. And the people who guard this forest have also changed from Kona's grandfather to Kona and her companions. Talking to this point, Kona jumped forward from the waterfall, and her 4 feet seemed to step on invisible stairs, and she slowly moved forward. In the air where she walked, a rainbow was left, forming a staircase. Everyone followed Kona and stepped on the rainbow staircase to enter the elf settlement. The fairies seemed to have an innate enthusiasm, and they were also very curious about the friends Kona brought. Lewis and others were also very curious about the fairies. On the way to the inn called Aishwarya's shelter, everyone saw all kinds of small and large fairies on the road. They come in all shapes and sizes. Some look very similar to humans, while others look more like plants. Some even look no different from magical creatures. In Kona's view, magical creatures are also a kind of elves. Lewis disagrees with this statement. He believes that elves should look like humans, except for a pointy ear. However, none of the elves he saw along the way looked like humans. The ones that looked the most like humans were the orc elves that looked like Kona. They either had 4 legs, or their lower bodies were plants. It is called a tree demon. How can I fulfill my dream of having a straight golden hair? Is there no straight golden hair in this world? Lewis couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. And Kona gave him an answer that did not disappoint him. Ancient elves. They have blonde hair and blue eyes, are tall and similar in size to humans. They once lived here, worshipped and believed in the moon god. Kona sighed and said, but later in the flood, many people left here, and some people were cursed because they betrayed the moon god, and became another appearance. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Lewis's mind, and the image of Faki appeared in his mind. Miss Kona. You mean? Lewis looked at Kona with a face full of shock. That right. Lewis. It them. Kona nodded deeply, and then looked at Ross with a sigh. Ross smiled at Lewis, and his face said a few words. You guessed it right. Lewis? I guessed you right. Right? Is this old man Jean Chongji? He is Jean Chongji? You two tell me, this porcelain doll, and those pale wizards from the White Queen family, who look like ghosts, are they all Jean Chongji? It seems that every pale wizard you have seen so far, none of them looks like a human. Some of them have bodies like paper, some have bodies like wood, some are covered with moss, mold and mushrooms, some have antlers on their heads, and have sheep legs on their lower bodies. Looking at the narration of the storybook, Lewis felt sick. What kind of a shitty fairy tale world is this? What kind of superior elves in fairy tale books look like this? This is really the dark version of the fairy tale world. Right? What else did this old pervert Ross say before? He said that some elves are actually quite open, making some elves look like those he mentioned must be himself. When this old pervert didn't make himself into a voodoo porcelain doll, he must have visited brothels a lot. Look, this old man has left sequelae. When he walks, he shakes. The more Louis thought about it, the more depressed he became. While he was depressed, the hotel named Aishwarya Shelter had appeared in front of Louis. Looking at the group of people playing at the door, Louis was suddenly stunned. They all seemed to have long straight silver hair and long straight green hair. Silver hair and silver eyes, green hair and blue eyes. Pretty face, holding a bow and arrow or a musket. But these beautiful long straight silver hair seemed to be little brats half the height of a person. A group of naughty children with long green hair and pointed ears started shooting at Louis with their toy muskets. The arrival of strangers made some of the naughty children go crazy, and the hall was in a mess for a while, and the sound of naughty children playing was everywhere. Until the kindergarten teacher ran over from next door in a panic, and grabbed the ears of the naughty children, who led the trouble. The hall gradually became quiet amid the crying of the naughty children. Looking at the kindergarten teacher wearing an ancient sacrificial robe, with pointed ears and blue eyes, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he saw someone who was not a lamb. However, her hair was not golden or silver, but emerald green. It seemed that she and her companions were the most orthodox ancient elves. They still believed in the moon god. Chapter 321. My senior sister is the god of twilight. That beautiful elf lady doesn't seem to be too enthusiastic, and even has a great repulsion towards strangers like Louis. Especially Ross. Ross seems to know this elf lady, and Ross, who is more than 200 years old, is also very respectful to this elf named Miss Arwen. It seems that when Ross was young, he was also twisted his ears by this beautiful kindergarten teacher. But Miss Arwen was very cold to Ross, and completely ignored Ross. Miss Arwen did have reason to reject Ross, because Ross eventually embarked on the path of a pale wizard. Originally, Miss Arwen expected Ross to return to the faith of the moon god, like his father, after he grew up and become a ranger druid. At this time, Louis also noticed that among these children, there were not only elves, some of them were half-elves, or even human children. Among them, 7 or 8 elf children have very white skin. Their hair is silver, their pupils are also pale, which looks a bit strange. They all stay quietly in a corner, feeling rejected by other naughty children. These special elf children all have a name: Twilight Elves. In ancient times, there was no such name as Twilight Elves until a group of elves betrayed the moon god. And these 7 or 8 children are the descendants of the Twilight Elves in the White Queen Palace. There are many Twilight Elves on the White Queen side. But not every Twilight Elves will learn forbidden magic, because now the entire Twilight Elves are cursed. As long as they learn forbidden magic, their bodies will gradually rot and mold, until they are covered with mold and mushrooms, turning into rotten wood, rotten paper, and rotten mushrooms. Then, they will become pale wizards like Ross, who are neither human nor ghost. Ross secretly told Louis that in the Broken Islands, not everyone wants their descendants to learn forbidden magic. After all, it will be cursed. These people will send their offspring to Aishwarya Refuge in the elf cottage, letting them return to their elves' identity. As long as they do not come into contact with forbidden magic, these children will not become strange when they grow up. Of course, there are always some Twilight Elves living with the White Queen, or elves living in the elf cottage, who are curious about forbidden magic and eventually become a pale wizard. For example, Ross, even though he was sent to Aishwarya Refuge, still walked out in the end. Hearing this, Louis' face turned strange. If he learns forbidden magic, he will become a strange person. Then the moon goddess is really hypocritical. What Yu Ting is using now is still forbidden magic, isn't it? Unless there is some secret in it, such as the Dawn scripture, which has been secretly rewritten many times by someone. It allows her to gain the power of faith from those priests who believe in the Dawn scripture, that Alia can flirt with Xiao Dai secretly. And she is really not a good person. She might be a bitch who is more insidious than Xiao Dai. However, this curse has loopholes. Learning forbidden magic will lead to the curse. But how many forbidden books does Alia know? If the elves only learn the theory of forbidden magic, and then create magic by themselves, there should be no problem. In forbidden learning, the most important thing is knowledge, the key to surpassing the LV5 boundary. And magic is just the tip of the iceberg. Let Ross return to his normal appearance and try it out. If he uses the magic he created, and the rot and mold on his body do not spread, it means that this plan is feasible. After Miss Arwen came out, several kindergarten teachers and boys came out. They were different from Miss Arwen. Their hair color was pure silver, and their pupils were white. After seeing Ross, These ancient elves were very excited. They seemed to have a good relationship with Ross, but because Miss Arwen was there, they didn't dare to say much to Ross. It seems that these Twilight Elves were sent by the White Queen when they were young. They seem to be Rose's cousins. I don't know how old they are, but they look like they are only in their early 20s. Several Twilight Elves chatted quietly with Rose for a few words, and then helped Miss Arwen to lead away the playful children at the door. It seemed that the ancient elves took good care of these naughty children. After all, the number of ancient elves has become increasingly scarce. It is difficult for elves to give birth to offspring, and many people will live alone for the rest of their lives after being widowed. So children are hope for the ancient elves in the elf cottage. This makes them willing to accept the children of these traders, and educate them from an early age, so that they stay away from the forbidden magic cursed by the moon god and believe in the moon god. But there are always children who want to go out and see the world. Ross is such a child. So Miss Arwen feels depressed that she has raised Ross for so many years in vain. After the episode, Louis and his party also settled here, in this sheltered corner of Aishwarya. Louis and his companions also saw many ancient elves. There were probably several hundred ancient elves who did not go out today. This was not a small number. After all, the scale of the entire elf hut was about the same as a small town of 3,000 to 5,000 people. However, most of these ancient elves were silver-haired and white-eyed Twilight Elves. There were only about 20% of the orthodox ancient elves like Miss Arwen. While strolling around, Louis slowly noticed that this small hotel, the size of a 3-story castle, seemed to have been an ancient temple. But it is called Aishwarya Shelter. Louis has always suspected that the White Queen is a god. He couldn't help but become curious. Ross, why is this place called Aishwarya Shelter? Aishwarya is the name of the White Queen, right? If someone else asked, Ross would definitely answer that it was just because the elves mistook the White Queen for the wild gods. After all, the White Queen is a god, which is a very sensitive topic. But Ross never hides anything from his boss Louis. He told Louis the truth. Sir, because this temple was originally built by the ancient elves for Her Majesty Aishwarya. Ross said, she is a wilderness god of the same era as Kona grandfather. She is also the original guardian of this elf world. Although the elves worship the moon god, they have great respect for the son of the forest and Her Majesty Aishwarya. It turned out that Her Majesty Aishwarya was originally one of the gods of the moon god era, that is, a big boss in the moon god group. It was not until Her Majesty Aishwarya began to teach the elves forbidden magic that the relationship between the moon goddess and the White Queen began to break down. The White Queen behavior made the moon goddess extremely hateful. For this reason, the moon goddess even instigated a sea god to summon a terrible tsunami, trying to destroy the archipelago. Although in that tsunami, the White Queen eventually led the Pale Wizards, who followed her to protect the Elf Kingdom. But the creatures of the damaged archipelago still suffered a great disaster. The closed ancient elves did not know the entanglement between the gods. They only knew that Aishwarya spread her pure white wings in the tsunami. On that day, all the creatures in the Broken Islands prayed to the White Queen, the god of twilight, in their hearts. At that moment, the sky of the Broken Islands was shrouded in twilight. In the end, under the power of everyone's faith, the White Queen guarded this land and protected everyone. And the wings of the White Queen Aishwarya were the shelter from the wind in the shocking tsunami. After the tsunami, the elves and fairies built Aishwarya Shelter to commemorate Aishwarya protection of everyone. Senior Sister is really awesome. But what is the divine form of Senior Sister? The wings seem to be very big. A beautiful white moth flew past Louis's eyes, and Louis waved his hand impatiently, fanning her away. The wings must be scary big, because the area of the Broken Islands is equivalent to Great Britain. With the power of faith, she was able to spread her wings and protect the entire Broken Islands with light. This is almost as powerful as the rag collector Aku. The whole world worshipped the moon god back then. So how powerful was the moon god when everyone prayed to her? In that era, even ancient gods like Aku were afraid of the ruler of this world. No wonder even the 7 major dragon tribes surrendered to the moon god. And no wonder teacher Anthony had to shake the foundation of faith in the moon god before he could successfully lead people to defeat this boss. But now it is the twilight of the gods. Even Yu Ting no longer believes in the moon god. Now her strength is probably the same as that of my mother-in-law Demon King form. In today's world, people no longer rely on faith to cast magic. The power of this world has returned from the hands of the gods to everyone, and everyone has the right to use magic. And the strongest people are no longer the moon god, but the 12 great families who overthrew the moon god. These guys who hold the god-killing guidelines. the great demon king, and the moon god are all afraid of him. The god-killing warriors of the past have become the 12 evil dragons. Senior sister is an evil dragon who jumped back from the moon god group. With the blessing of faith, she is also ridiculously strong. I am afraid that the 12 great families are still on guard against her. It seems that it is really difficult to pull senior sister into the magic alliance. She is a natural world boss. If she betrays the great family, and the great family labels her as colluding with the moon god, it will be difficult to deal with it. The moon court seems to be on the side of the magic alliance. In Crowley Manor, in the Rainbow Kingdom, the moon goddess appeared. Louis' face suddenly became more and more strange. What the hell? This time the magic change is finally done. Will it be to let me drag the moon goddess to play together? Shaking his head, Louis threw away this weird idea. When in Dragon Nest City, didn't the storybook also say that the moon goddess once secretly extended an olive branch to the mother-in-law? But the mother-in-law didn't dare to accept it. But it seems that moon god has been secretly colluding with Xiao Dai. How can someone who can play with Xiao Dai, a bad guy, be a good person? Who knows what these two people are doing secretly? If these two people really get together in public, how can it be good? Who knows what kind of trouble they will cause? Unless the ancient gods of the abyss are colluding with the 12 major families, moon god will stay wherever it is cool. It is better to drag her to do things with her than to drag her to do things with her. But what exactly are my mother-in-law demon form and my senior sister spirit form? Louis thought as he followed everyone into Aishwarya's sheltered corner. The beautiful white moth fluttered in front of Louis's eyes again, as if teasing him on purpose. Louis impatiently reached out to catch it for a long time, but failed to catch it. Finally, he waved his hand in anger and drove her away. What exactly is my senior sister spirit form? I'm really curious. Chapter 322, Your Highness Helen, don't tell your sister about this. After Louis and his party settled down, the fairies and elves in the elf cottage treated these magicians with hospitality and delicious food. As Kona said before, the entire elf settlement is very welcoming to these strangers. If it weren't for Ross, Miss Arwen might have smiled at Louis and his party like her companions, and curiously propped up her chin, sitting near the wine table, listening to the fantastic adventures of these adventurers. How many years have passed? These Sorrento magicians finally came to visit the fairies again. Although the human leader was not as interesting as Francesco, he seemed very knowledgeable and handsome. The stories told by those magicians were also very interesting. No wonder, magicians have traveled all over the world and have experienced too many stories. And the stories told by Helen were also very interesting. After all, she has participated in many movies. And this little writer also likes magic changes. Although she tells the stories in an extremely exaggerated way, everyone loves to listen to them. Kona's favorability towards everyone increased at a visible speed, especially after listening to the story of the Rainbow Country. Louis and Herbert faced the ancient gods, which made Kona feel a little unbelievable. But there is no doubt that these magicians did help a group of strangers in need. And this also made Kona believe that these enthusiastic magicians were indeed here to help. In addition to Kona and some fairies, many elves also gathered around the wine table. Most of these elves are twilight elves. They lived with pale wizards in their childhood and have seen the outside world. So they are more curious about the outside world. They are also very curious about magic. If there is no curse, they will definitely learn about magic. Elves and fairies are very curious about the outside world. Their fruit wine and food are also very delicious. The twilight elf ladies do not seem to be as conservative as the orthodox ancient elves. Many beautiful ladies, and they keep flirting with the human warrior named Louis. At the wine table, although Louis said many times that he didn't drink, he later danced and sang loudly with those beautiful twilight elves. Later, he told the fairies a dirty joke about centaurs while drunk. This stone caused 1,000 waves. The ancient elves blinked their eyes and didn't react for a long time. Kona and the twilight elves reacted after a while. But after listening, the fairies said shyly that they didn't understand, and then told Louis a story about a man and a horse with shining eyes. This stunned Louis. People of similar tastes joked with each other, and the atmosphere became more and more lively. Louis, who claimed that he was not good at drinking, also got everyone drunk in this drinking party. Even Miss Kona started to giggle. It seemed that Louis had learned a lot of the old black dragon tricks. In the end, Louis still kept pulling the drunk Kona and the deer, clinked their glasses, and taught them how to play finger-guessing games. After winning, he even asked her to wag her tail. Helen pouted and secretly recorded it all, deciding to tell her sister. Louis' behavior was finally stopped by Miss Kona's angry rebuke. At this time, Louis suddenly realized that he was holding Miss Kona's tail in his hand. It seemed that Miss Kona had been sobered up by the shock, and had been struggling for a long time. The scene was extremely awkward. As we all know, the fairy fawn is inviolable. Moreover, Kona is the leader. After Miss Kona left in anger, the embarrassed Louis dared not drink anymore. After the cocktail party, although several beautiful Twilight Fairy ladies kept tickling his palm secretly, Louis, who had sobered up, was too embarrassed to respond. After leaving the restaurant, Louis was a little sleepy. Originally, Louis planned to go back to his room to sleep, but when he saw Helen secretly fiddling with the video crystal beside him, he was shocked. Seeing Helen take out the key and push the door to hide back in the house, Louis hurriedly pushed the door open and entered Helen's room under the pretext of checking her magic homework. Seeing Louis flipping through her magic notebook, Helen was frightened and her face turned pale. A few days ago, Sister Yingling seemed to have been spanked because she did not do well in her magic homework. Sister Yingling did not admit it, but Helen believed that it was definitely the case. Lou and I. Do you want to wash your clothes? I will go to your room to get them. Helen wanted to slip away. No, thank you. Then, I get you some water. Are you going back to your room to take a shower? No, thank you. Then, I give you a leg massage. Ah, no need. Louis, who was flipping through the magic notebook with a serious face, made Helen a little anxious. She came to the chair with a little trepidation in her heart, and began to massage her brother-in-law legs. She also secretly looked at her homework book with her eyes. Is what Sister Isabella wrote for her good? I copied it on the side specially. Isn't Lou and I able to see it? Helen, who had something to hide, kept chatting with Louis, trying to distract Louis's attention, but Louis was very serious, and read it very seriously. This made Helen panic. Louis was also very panicked. Louis, damn it! Why hasn't this girl been lazy recently? And she did everything right. What reason can I use to make Helen shut up? Helen, woo, what can I do? Lou and I is going to attack the poor little cat again. I'm going to tell my sister. Louis? Louis gave Helen a fierce look. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. When did I do anything to you? If your sister hears this, she will kill me. Helen didn't understand Louis' look. She blinked and conjured up a cat tail. Then she reached out and touched her tail, and turned it into a fox tail. Louis? Helen? Louis, with a black question mark on his face, looked down at the fox tail shaking in front of him, and couldn't understand this girl jumping thinking. Helen also looked at Louis's legs with a question mark on her face, not understanding Louis's conditioned reflex. Lou and I, why do you like to put your wand in your pants pocket? As she said that, Helen reached out to Louis's pocket, scared Louis so much that he stood up. Louis's flustered and embarrassed look made Helen suddenly understand something, and her little face turned red. What frightened Louis even more was that this girl actually stumbled out such a sentence. The road is tired. You are tired. Do you want me to pat your back? Helen said this in a hurry when she begged Louis to take her to the Sea of Foam a few days ago. But today, the same sentence sounds a little different. As a brother-in-law, Louis naturally refuses this kind of thing. He frowned and planned to let this girl go. However, when Helen trembled and took off her little boots, seeing her rosy face and cute little feet, Louis' mind was buzzing. It just a pat on the back. It nothing. Right? Can't leave now? I have to talk to Helen. Otherwise, if she exaggerates what happened at the party today and tells my sister, I'm doomed. Xiao Il has been mad at me these days, right? Louis coughed, rubbed his shoulders pretentiously, then deliberately brought up the problems in the magic notebook, and laid down on the sofa. Absent-mindedly, Louis heard the sound of boots hitting the ground, and then felt a weight on his back. Compared to little Ale, Princess Helen is much lighter, 1.66 meters tall, but only 100 kilograms. And her sister feet are also cutely small. Louis, lying on the sofa, looked at the two small boots lying messily under the sofa, felt the slightly trembling feet on his back, and felt a little dry in his mouth. It must be because he drank too much tonight. So he was a little thirsty. Hey, Helen, don't tell your sister about what happened tonight. Yeah. Helen's voice was trembling. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the crystal ball can be returned. But Helen's words made Louis dumbfounded. Helen didn't tell her sister. Helen's voice trembled even more. You don't tell your sister either. Louis? What do you not tell your sister? Lou and I, do you want to turn around, turn around? Lewis? Chapter 323 The Harp of the Moon Goddess. Don't tell your sister about these two sentences. Do you want to turn around? Lewis was stunned. When he realized the meaning of these two sentences, his heart started beating wildly. What going on? Are they really fake sisters? Little girl. You are not always plotting against your brother-in-law. Are you? The room was so quiet that it was a little scary. So quiet that you could hear the drunken magicians and elves walking and chatting outside the door. In his peripheral vision, Lewis saw a beautiful moth flying around in front of his eyes. She seemed very curious and landed on the lampshade not far from Lewis. While combing her antennae and appearance, she looked here like a wise elf. For some reason, when Lewis saw the moth, he suddenly felt ashamed of his sin. At this time, Helen, who was nervous, was shaking more and more, and she almost sat on Lewis's back, listening to the noise outside the door. Lewis struggled with his mind for a few seconds, and finally pretended to yawn, admonished Helen to go to bed early, and then got off the sofa and walked out the door. Helen anger +1. Helen report +1. Lewis rubbed his face fiercely, and closed the door behind him. The corridor was in a mess, with magicians, elves, and fairies arm in arm, calling each other brothers. The doors of the guest rooms opposite Helen's room were still open, and the people inside were drinking and playing cards. They talked about the elf house, a natural secret place, and the elf house joining the Sorrento Steam and Magic Academy. Although this matter required the White Queen approval, it did not prevent everyone from building a good relationship in private. It seemed that everyone had not forgotten to talk about business even after drinking too much. Only he was teasing his sister-in-law after drinking too much. This made Lewis even more ashamed. The heat all over his body made Lewis blush, and he was ashamed of his previous actions. Lewis declined everyone's invitation to drink and planned to go back to his room to sleep. However, Ross, who was smiling coquettishly, grabbed his arm. Before this guy even said anything, Lewis knew that he was going to pimp for him. Ross, if you have the time to please me, you might as well think more about the potion. Lewis reprimanded Ross, the lackey, with a serious face. Recently, magicians have been studying a new potion topic, how to use potions to give people without magic power. However, although it is easy to increase the magic power of a person with magic power, it is very difficult to increase the magic power of a person without magic power. In the thousands of years of records in this world, no potion can do this. Wizards even insist on the theory of bloodline and promote the saying that muggles will always be muggles. But the incident in the Rainbow Country broke this saying and made Lewis firm in the idea that people without magic power can have magic power. To some extent, this muggle time traveler, didn't he have the first bit of magic power because of the mysterious event of the Book of Destiny? And the events in the Rainbow Kingdom also prove that, whether it is experiencing mysterious events or facing the ancient gods, people without magic power can have magic power. But the threshold of these two methods is too high. So after that, Lewis walked into a dead end. But after Lewis referred to the documents of Duke Light and came up with a low-cost divine element, he found a new way. Those cursed mortals in the Four Flowers Kingdom. After taking the curse antidote with divine elements, the curse of God turned into nutrients for the patient's bodies, allowing them to have magic power. P.S. When the Four Flowers Kingdom mentioned 3 antidotes, it was mentioned. Now many people in the Magic Academy are studying this topic, and the one who has made the greatest contribution to this topic is the Scarlet Wizard and their Abyss Compendium. At present, in everyone joint research, the magicians have found a way to formulate this magic potion, but they lack experimental materials for the potion. In the entire wizarding world, the most aristocratic family country that produces the most potions is the White Queen. So everyone is looking forward to finding the right potion here. Elves and fairies are very familiar with various herbs. They can not only help magicians find suitable potions, but also help magicians cultivate a large number of potions in the future. So although everyone is just passing by the elf hut this time, there are still some things to do. After everyone leaves here, the magicians on the ship will arrive at the elf hut. At that time, the idle people on the ship can work on this matter with the elves first. As for Lewis, he naturally had to ask Kona about the Blackish Wizard Laboratory, and then go to the laboratory. If the elves and sirens were not rescued, the relationship between the magician and the elf house would only be a castle in the air. And if the siren captives were not used to deal with the great whirlpool, It would be useless even if the elf house joined the Magic Academy. After all, once the ancient god appeared, the entire sea of foam would be doomed. In the midst of Louis' scolding, Ross left in shame. Ross, the boss is still the most important. I decided to work overtime tonight and go to the Sierras Lake to collect herbs. Seeing the employees working overtime, Louis, the boss who had just teased his sister-in-law, can't help but nod with satisfaction. Sure enough, my boss is the most important. I have to ask Miss Kona about the laboratory later. However, Miss Kona seems to be a little angry with me. Although this does not prevent us from talking about business, it will be a bit awkward to meet tomorrow. She seems to have drunk a lot tonight. I wonder if she will remember that I pulled her tail after she wakes up. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing. I wonder if it will be more awkward when you meet later. Louis? I didn't plan to talk about this tonight. What the point of meeting? It's so late now. Everyone is tired all day and it's time to rest. If we want to talk about business, we naturally meet tomorrow. Shaking his head, Louis closed the door, planning to take a bath and go to bed. But there seems to be no independent bathroom in the guest room of Aishwarya's shelter. After all, Aishwarya's shelter is too small, only the size of a 3-story small castle. After opening the door and asking the fairies, Louis found that there was no public bathroom in Aishwarya's sheltered corner, because the fairy hut was connected to the lake and waterfall. The water there was clear and warm, so the fairies and elves bathed outside. Did they go to the lake to bathe? Shaking his head, Louis gave up the idea. He closed the door, lay on the bed, and planned to sleep. However, he was a little anxious and couldn't sleep, and there was a lot of noise outside the door. After tossing and turning for a while, Louis simply jumped out of the window and walked along the lake. Under the beautiful moonlight, Louis walked along the lake. Unconsciously, Louis' steps gradually slowed down. The scenery in front of him was so beautiful. The moonlight passed through the tall fungi and fell on the lake, forming a series of light beams. The fluorescent little creatures gathered in groups and danced between the moonlight beams. These groups of light balls changed into various shapes from time to time, looking like the hands of the moon god, playing the harp formed by the moonlight beams. Louis was attracted by the group of small light balls. He squatted by the lake to observe. At first glance, he thought that the small light balls were damselflies, a small insect of the order Odonata. However, after a closer look, he found that these small things with small wings and emitting fluorescent light actually looked very similar to humans. Elves? Louis remembered that in some books of the Holy Oak, there were detailed records about elves. Although they were small in size, their magic power was almost the same as that of a 12 or 13-year-old wizard. So their labor force is no worse than Legolas. The elves are more suitable to assist wizards in manufacturing and gathering work than Legolas, who is good at planting and breeding. If such a large group of elves are put together, it will probably take less than a week to build a big ship. In the secret world of this elf hut, there is such a large group in any corner. It can be said that this place is just like a fairyland. Everyone is trapped in the secret realm without working. This is a waste of productivity. There are many elves and fairies in the entire Bubble Islands, both in number and in species. But if the White Queen does not agree, then at most the elf hut will join the Magic Academy. If Senior Sister can put aside her past grudges with her mother-in-law and join the Magic Alliance, then the Magic Alliance technology tree and productivity will rise a lot. Then let the elves breed more and have more children. Louis imagined the fantasy world in his mind, where every household has a house elf. We need to talk to Kona about this. There are so few elves. We need to have more babies. A beautiful white moth suddenly fluttered in front of Louis's eyes. It seemed that she heard the evil words and felt a little angry. So she slapped Louis's face with her wings. Louis grabbed the annoying moth fiercely, but he didn't catch it. Louis was so angry that he waved his hand and drove the moth away. There are so many insects here. Chapter 320 for the adventure of the high emotional intelligence girl in the bathhouse. Every household has a house elf. Such a muggle family is richer than the wizards. You must have more children. Thinking of this, Louis's eyes when looking at the elves cannot help but become brighter. Although the elves did not know what the stranger in front of them was planning, everyone seemed to feel full of malice from his eyes. Louis's observation seemed to make the elves unhappy. They put their hands on their hips and shouted at Louis. But Louis smiled and ignored them. Instead, he stretched out his hand curiously to catch one. However, the elves dodged flexibly and spit at Louis in anger. Although these little guys were small, their spit was very big, just like spraying water. Louis was sprayed with water. It's so cool. Louis touched his face and said with a smile. He was a little thirsty after drinking. And he was sweating on the road today. So Louis had planned to take a shower. Seeing that there were no people around, Louis simply took off his dragon skin hunting suit, dived into the lake with his bare butt, and happily jumped into the lake. The splash scared the elves and aquatic creatures away. After a while, the elves gathered again, put their hands on their waists, stared at Louis in the water and cursed, and seemed very angry. Looking at those angry elves, Louis felt proud. He wiped the water off his face and spit water at the elves. As a result, it was as if a huge fountain suddenly appeared on this side of the lake, and all the elves were instantly soaked and screamed. He teased the elves who liked to transform into moon goddesses and play the harp with both hands for a while, until they were all angry and ran away. Then Louis started to swim in the lake with a big laugh. The water was clear and sweet, and the temperature was comfortable. Before he knew it, drunk Louis fell asleep in the lake. When he opened his eyes, he found himself at the bottom. After calculating the time, Louis found that he had slept at the bottom of the lake for several hours. He didn't know where he had swam to, and his clothes were still far away. If everyone got up in a while, and passers-by saw his naked appearance, he would be embarrassed by the Sorrento magician. Louis simply swam from the bottom of the water to the nearby lakeshore. Under the water, he looked up at the water surface above his head, and vaguely saw a series of light circles. It was the group of elves again. Louis could not help but quietly dive over, and then suddenly stood up from the water, scaring them. Looking at the group of elves that were scattered in panic, Louis was originally proud of his successful prank, but when he saw the pure white graceful figure surrounded by the elves, he was so scared that his whole body went cold, and he was dumbfounded. The graceful white figure in front of you is Miss Kona. She looks hungover, standing by the lake washing herself, frowning as she looks at Louis up and down. Social death +1. The only thing you can be thankful for now is that you are still standing in the lake, with only your upper body exposed. But anyway, this encounter is really too embarrassing. You feel like you should say something with high emotional intelligence to break the ice. You decide, A. High emotional intelligence to change the subject. Aha. Miss Kona, I show you something good. Look at my big magic wand. Completion reward, Miss Kona shock *1. Mr. Louis, people can't do that, at least they shouldn't. 1. Miss Kona continues to bathe and ignores you. 1. All attributes +1. B. Medium EQ changing the subject. Haha, what a coincidence, you also come to the women bathhouse to bathe. Completion reward, Miss Kona calm nod *1, chatting *1, go home *1, magic +3. C. Low EQ fluster explanation, explain why you came here, and apologize for the abruptness at the dinner table tonight. Completion reward, isn't this explanation too lame? Could it be that Mr. Louis is really a pervert? 1. Miss Kona face full of contempt. 1. Miss Kona favorability -30, Miss Kona disregard and disappointment in leaving *1, experience +150. Seeing these lines of narration, Louis instantly realized, I am socially dead. I am a deer, I am a human. Can a human have bad thoughts when seeing a deer? When a deer is bathing by the lake, can it feel that the person is very rude after seeing the person? As expected, Miss Kona didn't take this encounter seriously. Right? I must have thought too much. But since we bumped into each other, it's still a little awkward. So I have to say something to ease the awkwardness, to break the ice. But the options in the narration, are they too high EQ? Right? No matter if you choose ABC, you will be regarded as a pervert or a pervert who deliberately came to peek at the deer bathing. Right? Thinking of this, Louis had an idea in his mind. Louis has never been a hypocritical person. He smiled at Kona as if nothing had happened, and did not take the fact that he was naked seriously at all. Then, in order to ease this little embarrassment, Louis scratched his butt under the water while saying something with the highest emotional intelligence to Miss Kona. What a coincidence. Miss Kona, do you have a bath towel? Kona was stunned by Louis's question. And then the lady nodded blankly, and looked at the beautiful little brush in her hand woodenly. Bath towel +1? Uh-huh. Sure enough. My reading comprehension was right. Louis reached out and took the bath towel without any pretense and rubbed his back. Not bad. Not bad, with a handle, it convenient. Miss Kona was completely stunned +1. Kona, Mr. Louis is really open-minded. If it were someone else, they would have hidden in the water long ago. Right? I just wanted to jump into the woods. So am I too pretentious? As long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. *1. Seeing these two lines of narration, and the words in Miss Kona's mind, Louis's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly he had a bad feeling. It seemed that Miss Kona originally took this matter very seriously. But this guy never admitted that he made a mistake, and would go all the way to the end. After all, just as Louis had just thought, Miss Kona had taken this matter very seriously. But obviously, she was no longer serious under Louis's enthusiasm. Sure enough, you have high emotional intelligence +1. Louis' face turned ugly, but he pretended to be indifferent, and chatted with Miss Kona openly while rubbing her bath. Maybe Miss Kona was a little drunk tonight. So under Louis' indifference, she, who was in a trance, also became a little indifferent. Later, at Louis' invitation, I picked up the brush and helped Louis brush his back. Successful ice breaking +1. Abnormal bathhouse encounter +1. Everyone tried hard to pretend to chat normally +1. With everyone efforts, the ice was finally broken, and the conversation finally started. And just as Louis said, as long as everyone doesn't feel awkward, then it won't be awkward. Right? Not awkward. Shit! Louis now wanted to dive into the water and drown himself. But he still had to pretend. But since it's so awkward, then should I choose all ABC? Otherwise, I'd be sorry for the bath towel I borrowed today. Chapter 325, I really didn't do anything rude to the deer. In this women bathhouse, Louis and Miss Kona, who broke in unexpectedly, pretended not to be embarrassed and chatted casually while bathing. Both of them didn't quite understand how this matter turned out like this. Miss Kona's hair was still messy, and she wondered if she should scold Louis and then run into the woods. But Mr. Louis was too enthusiastic, and he looked like he was trying to ease the embarrassment. Miss Kona, I show you something good. Look at my big magic wand. With Miss Kona's smile, Louis introduced the magic wand in his hand, which had a red head, was 30 centimeters long, and had feathers. It called Foam Ming. Louis's magic wand performed a magic trick. The lifelike phoenix made Miss Kona stand there in a daze. She was greatly amazed. She almost clapped her hands, and almost forgot about the embarrassing thing. All attributes +1. Then Mr. Louis said that meeting here today and taking a bath together was a coincidence and fate. Louis originally wanted to tease those L's, but he looked up and saw Kona. It was like meeting an old friend in the bathhouse, which made Louis feel very interesting. What a coincidence. You also come to the women bathhouse to take a bath. Magic +3. Miss Kona suddenly felt that it seemed like a coincidence. But if you say, if two grown men meet in this men bathhouse, it quite interesting and coincidental. But this grown man and a grown girl meet in this bathhouse, isn't this a bit too coincidental? A fairy flew by, and the singing came into her ears. Miss Kona looked at the harp-like light beams on the lakeside, and the hands of the moon god, the fairies, that seemed to be playing the harp, and her mind suddenly buzzed. The moon god harp means a destined meeting and fate. Miss Kona suddenly no longer felt embarrassed. She took off her emerald gauze dress openly, and washed her upper body that she had been too embarrassed to wash just now. Now it was Louis's turn to be dumbfounded. Miss Kona was really a piece of shit. She was really a deer. Right? So you didn't feel embarrassed or anything. Right? So I was too pretentious? Miss Kona flawless back made people have endless reverie, but Louis wanted to put on his clothes quickly at this moment, and get into the woods and leave. But now everyone else took off their clothes, but I put them on. Isn't this a bit bad? Isn't this telling people that I was actually being a hooligan just now? Just when Louis was struggling, a brush suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, Mr. Louis, can you help me brush my tail? It seems to be a little curled up here. Hearing this, Louis was dumbfounded. According to the previous conversation, he should not refuse. But if I brush someone's tail, wouldn't I have to walk out of the lake? Isn't this not good? Seeing that Louis was struggling, Miss Kona tilted her head and looked at Louis with some doubt. Those clear and pure eyes actually made Louis feel ashamed. Louis, so I was just imagining things. Right? In fact, Miss Kona didn't think of me as a male creature. Right? What there for a deer to be shy about in front of humans? Right? Louis, so I'm too hypocritical? So I should walk out of the lake naked? I'm not going to walk out naked. Louis quietly snapped his fingers, and a pair of shorts appeared on his legs. Feeling the extra pants on his legs, Louis finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he took the brush and walked behind Miss Kona. Seeing that Louis was actually wearing clothes, Miss Kona was stunned. She looked at her chest woodenly, then looked at the coat that she had thrown not far away, and then covered her chest with both hands with a dull face. At this time, Louis, who was standing behind, looked at the flawless white back and couldn't help rubbing his face fiercely. I really can't treat her as a deer. Right? Whose deer has a sister on the upper body? He forced himself to calm down and not look at the back of the deer. After secretly reminding himself that he was combing the tail of a deer, his bathing friend Mr. Louis helped Miss Kona comb her hind legs while explaining what happened today in a panic. Especially when helping her comb her tail, Louis apologized for his abruptness at the table today. But for Louis' lame explanation, Miss Kona just smiled slightly, as if she didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he seemed relieved. See. Experience plus 150. Mr. Lewis's apology sounds generous and sincere, but I was overthinking it. He just treated me like a deer. *1. Miss Kona's smile of understanding *1. Miss Kona favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 90. Seeing these asides, Louis felt that he should have breathed a sigh of relief, but he was sweating profusely at this moment, and he wished he could get into the water and drown himself. Sure enough, he was very concerned about me. Right? So now she just thought I mistook her for a deer, so she doesn't feel embarrassed. Right? When Miss Kona sobers up tomorrow morning and realizes what happened today, how embarrassing will it be? If she mistakenly thinks I'm tricking her, and tricking her into taking off her clothes and rubbing each other backs, she'd think her bathing partner is a pervert. Right? He swore that he would never drink again. After drinking too much today, he encountered all these bad things. This morning, what did the storybook say? A fantasy journey. The things I encountered today are too fantastic. This one too? As we all know, the fairy deer is sacred and inviolable. If the elves knew that there was a guy who rubbed Miss Kona back in this way, I wonder what the elves would think of humans. If you can't handle today matter well, I'm afraid the matter of the elf HUD joining the Magic Academy will be completely ruined. And your subordinates and girlfriends will definitely look at you differently from now on. Social death may be +2. Louis, who has already felt social death, is stiff all over and sweating, but Miss Kona, who is no longer embarrassed, is looking up and tying up her hair, while turning back and chatting with Louis with a smile. Louis pretended to be indifferent, while helping her clean her body, and chatting with her bathing partner Miss Kona. What made Louis feel bad was that during the chat, he found that Miss Kona's face and body were getting redder and redder, and she covered her chest again. Sure enough, she was still very embarrassed. Right? She was just pretending. In fact, she was so thin-skinned. Right? What made Louis feel even worse was that although Miss Kona was pretending, this innocent Miss Kona was trying hard to find topics to chat with him during the chat. She was really trying hard to pretend. When she sobered up tomorrow and realized what was going on, how bad would she have an impression of herself? I'm really not a pervert. I really didn't trick you. Chapter 326. Stop pretending. You despicable human. Louis is panicking now, but he can't find any suitable reason to leave, so he can only try his best to chat with this female bathing companion, trying to ease her mood and not expose himself. But the more he chatted, the more cold sweat Louis got on his face, because he seemed to have a good chat, which made Miss Kona favorability seemingly rising inexplicably. It seems that she trusts him. After Louis accidentally mentioned that he was actually a theocratic knight of the Moon Court, Miss Kona favorability reached max. But Miss Kona's face became redder and redder, and her body became more and more nervous. She even stumbled when she spoke. Mr. Louis, I am a little curious about humans. Miss Kona's voice trembled with her back to Louis. Please go ahead. Humans? Do you really do that kind of thing with horses? Hearing this, Louis's jaw almost dropped. Did they take the joke he and the fairies played on each other today seriously? Louis quickly explained, ahem. Miss Kona, it was just a joke. I hope you don't look at humans differently because of it. A decent person wouldn't do such a thing. Ahem. I mean, I'm not sure, because I haven't seen such a person. I don't know such a person either. Louis secretly complained in his heart, which decent person would have sex with an animal? Annabelle doesn't count, although she was in dragon form that time. But I was poisoned by Rose that time, so it doesn't count. After hearing what you said, Miss Kona suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She was no longer worried. Louis also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I should have succeeded in making Miss Kona believe that I just treated her as a deer. Louis felt that it was almost done, and planned to find an excuse, and then leave the bathhouse openly. But at this moment, Louis saw Miss Kona with a red back, slowly turning around. She blushed, raised her head, and looked at Louis, and slowly lowered her arms. However, in Miss Kona's eyes, there was a hint of anger. Then, Louis felt Miss Kona suddenly hook her finger at him angrily. Miss Kona has released the charm spell LV12 on you, Louis? Then, Louis heard a sentence. Despicable human. You came here to peek at me taking a bath today. And you also tricked me into rubbing your back. Miss Kona, who was furious, hooked her finger at Louis, and raised her head and said, but I believe that the moon god has her own arrangements for all this. And you and I are quite satisfied. Forget everything tonight. When you wake up, you will remember nothing. At this moment, Louis saw woodenly that the curled, beautiful mushroom-like tail in front of him suddenly slowly rose up. The red cardamom appeared in front of Louis. At this moment, Louis' head buzzed. It was like a thunderbolt. Come here. You despicable guy who says one thing and means another. Miss Kona blushed and lifted her hair, her big eyes flickering as she said, let me hear if the joke you told is true. Well, okay. Kona? Miss Kona seemed to find something wrong. But it seemed a little too late. The beautiful white moth landed on a flower not far away, and inserted its long antennae into the flower bud, sucking the nectar in the flower, while tilting its head to observe the man and the deer curiously. The night view is beautiful. Gradually, in this beautiful forest, a light rain began to fall. Many budding flowers raised their heads and blossomed in the light rain. Rose seemed to have said before that, when fairies flirt with you, then perhaps it is because they think that your meeting is the will of the moon god. Coincidentally, His Majesty Francesco also encountered this kind of thing. But unlike last time, Miss Kona confirmed that you are a man this time. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are a woman. The mystery is finally solved. Obviously, the Miss Kona in front of us is the fairy who discovered that Byron is a woman. And it seems that Miss Kona is also one of the harem of Her Majesty Queen Francesco. The Muggle King True Green Hat +1. Ahem. Miss Kona, I have something else to do. So I leave first. Louis suddenly got a little scared. Then you, let go of your hand when the time comes. Well, we will both forget everything that happened tonight. Right? Of course, cute, my magic has only failed once. You will forget. You will forget everything. Otherwise you will die. I die. That night, Mr. Ross, who was working overtime to collect herbs in the woods near Lake Silas, always felt that he could vaguely hear the joyful laughter of a woman on the other side of the lake. Judging from the wanton laughter, it must be those tree spirits who like to seduce men. Today, the boss just reprimanded everyone, and someone committed a crime against the wind. Ross was a little angry, and a little curious about who that person was. So dishonest. He came over there with some curiosity, and pried open the mushroom bushes to take a peek. Then he left the bushes with a wooden face. After leaving this area, Mr. Ross viciously threw the magic potion he had collected overtime on the ground, and stepped on it. He shook his sleeves and prepared to go back to sleep. He definitely didn't come to collect any magic potion today. I didn't see anything. Otherwise the boss would definitely kill me. At this moment, a voice rang in Ross' heart, almost scaring him to death. Ross, why did you crush all those potions? A beautiful white moth suddenly landed on Ross' shoulder, seemingly liking Ross very much. After all, when Ross walked out of the elf hut, Ross' magic was taught by this master himself. But when Ross saw the moth, he seemed to have seen a ghost, and then, like an old eunuch seeing his master, he quickly bent his waist and showed a charming smile. Your Majesty, these are not what Lord Louis likes. Then what does he like? The Twilight Elves you originally planned to introduce to him. Ahem, Lord doesn't seem to like this either. White Moth tilted his head in confusion. But Ross had made up his mind. I actually originally planned to use potions to please the boss. It was really crazy. Ross had made up his mind. Next time, he would never introduce any Twilight Elves to his boss again. The boss doesn't like this at all. No wonder the boss got mad at me tonight. If I use something the boss doesn't like to please him, it would be strange if he didn't get mad at me. The Sea of Foam is close to the mysterious sea, so the weather here is quite abnormal. After the whirlpool appeared, this situation became even worse. Especially in the Twilight Forest where the elf house is located. There is no distinction between day and night. It is night all year round. with occasional daytime in between. When Louis walked along the lake, retrieved his clothes, and started walking back, the moon was still hanging high in the sky. This made Louis scratch his head, feeling a little dreamy. When Louis came to the sheltered corner of Aishwarya, he saw Helen, who was sleepy, wearing pajamas, brushing her teeth, and washing her face next to the small moon well next to the hotel. Helen saw Louis at a glance, and after discovering Louis' smug look, she couldn't help but get angry. It seems that the sister-in-law should have gone to her brother-in-law room to check the room early in the morning, but found that her brother-in-law went out to fool around again. Seeing Helen's puffy face, Louis, who was passing by, couldn't help pinching her face viciously. After teasing Helen for a while, Louis entered the big house in the sheltered corner. Chapter 327, I Won't Beat That Beautiful Snake. The ancient elves didn't drink last night, so they got up very early, and some twilight elves were also active in the hall. Miss Arwen, wearing the robes of the high priestess of the moon goddess, was talking to some people in the hall in a soft voice. When she saw Louis coming, the cold Miss Arwen smiled. It seems that Miss Arwen's attitude towards Louis and Ross is very different. Miss Arwen and others still have a good impression of this magician leader who helped Legolas. Magic Pod saw the curse. Louis chatted with the gentle high priestess Miss Arwen for a while. After some communication, Louis learned about the elves captured by the wizards of the great families. Some of what Miss Arwen said surprised Louis. He originally thought that the wizards of the great families were just secretly experimenting and capturing blue elves, red elves, and the likes of Legolas Magic Pod. But after learning more, Louis discovered that the wizards of the great families like the ancient elves and the twilight elves the most. Especially in the past 2 years, the behavior of wizards from the great families has become more and more serious. And some elves have even disappeared suddenly. These upper-class elves have a close relationship with the pale wizards, and they receive a lot of attention and protection. Moreover, every upper-class elf that appears in the witch market will cause a great sensation. The noble lord wizards dare not keep them in captivity. Therefore, it is unwise for human traffickers to target them. It is easy to get into trouble, and difficult to ship them. If it is for experimental research, there is no need for so many materials. And even if it is for raising fallen angels, there is no need to capture a large number of upper-class elves, because elves like Legolas Magic Pod are enough. This made Louis have some doubts about the purpose of the wizards of the big families. This doubt can only be answered in the laboratory. Shaking his head, Louis returned to the room. Because he slept in the lake, he was not mentally tired at all. He simply summoned the magic mirror, intending to report what he saw and heard in the sea of foam to His Majesty the Great Demon King. Thinking of this, Louis felt a little guilty. It had been a while since Louis had a direct chat with His Majesty the Great Demon King. Ever since the incident with Hog and Dragon Nest, his mother-in-law had been a little displeased with him. After he tricked the old black dragon and let him advocate in the gallant council that Xiao Ao and Annabelle should marry the king of the 9 Dragon Sea, his mother-in-law displeased him even more. In the past few months, my mother-in-law no longer contacted me directly when she had something to do, but contacted me through Xiao Dai. She looked like she was afraid that she would strangle me to death after seeing me. Last night, I hugged her beloved toy Miss Kona in my arms again. Although Louis had previously told Stuart to remove himself from the magic mirror observation list, so others could no longer spy on him through the magic mirror. But Louis still felt a little guilty. Just as Louis was rubbing his face, the magic mirror that was looking for Francesco suddenly stopped, and Stuart ran out of the magic mirror with a look of pain on his face. What the hell? Stuart, help me get through to His Majesty Francesco. My lord, I'm afraid it not possible, because Her Majesty Queen Delphinia has told me to directly transfer the image of the magic mirror to her when I find you contacting His Majesty Francesco. Hearing what the second-rate guy said, Louis was almost amused. Ever since Xiao Dai pulled Stuart out of the magic mirror many years ago and cast the spell on him, Stuart has been afraid of Xiao Dai from the bottom of his heart. But now there are 2 people backing you up. What are you afraid of? You are afraid of her. But are you not afraid of me and my mother-in-law? Or is this idiot confused about the difference between the big and small? Hey, boss, you misunderstood. I am not a traitor. But Her Majesty Delphinia threatened me. Stuart's subtext is that because she threatened me, I, a traitor, had to be a triple spy. Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How did she threaten you? Don't be afraid. I have your back, she said. If I don't listen to her in the future, she will tell His Majesty Francesco that you arranged for me to be a spy for His Majesty Francesco. Your Majesty shall die. Please be a human being. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. It seems that you can't hold up your waist. I wonder what my mother-in-law would think after she knew that you arranged the spy. Well, it better to contact His Majesty the Black Swan. Louis was scared, and he found a reasonable reason to explain to his subordinates. His Majesty Francesco and the White Queen have some grudges, and the matter of the Sea of Foam was also entrusted to me by Her Majesty Delphinia. Please help me contact her. Stuart secretly gave his boss a thumbs up in his heart, and then got into the magic mirror. His Majesty the Black Swan seemed to be holding a morning meeting. After she found that a beautiful little mirror beside her had lit up, she raised her head and looked over here. There was a hint of anger between her eyebrows. Although it was well hidden, it was still discovered by Louis. It seems that Xiao Dai caught you again last night. She is furious. Obviously, Stuart is a traitor. The big devil can't usually use the magic mirror to see your every word and action, but it seems that Xiao Dai authority in the magic mirror is higher than that of your mother-in-law and you. After secretly cursing Stuart, the traitor, in his heart, Louis pretended that he hadn't noticed anything, and told Xiao Dai about what he had encountered in the past 2 days, and the new information he had discovered. When Louis finished his narration, the meeting on Xiao Dai's side had also ended. After listening to Louis's report, Her Majesty did not seem to show any surprise, as if she had paid attention to the events of the past few days. Judging from her indifferent expression, she might know more than Louis. This was indeed the case. Xiao Dai knew more about the situation of the Blackish Wizard than Louis. After all, Xiao Dai was born in the Black Queen family, Aralinda, and the one who had sidelined the Queen of Witches, Xiao Dai, was Helen's father, Grand Duke Oren. As an old enemy, Xiao Dai has dealt with her treacherous uncle, Grand Duke Oren, countless times. So, even if she is not completely clear about Grand Duke Oren's secrets, she knows a lot. Now Louis has obtained a lot of new information from the elf hut, and told Xiao Dai. This makes Xiao Dai's previous guesses certain. She opened her mouth and said one sentence. Pure upper elves are the best sacrifices for the evil god. The wizards of Aralinda are indeed a group of ambitious guys. They should have reached some agreement with the ancient god of the abyss. In the eyes of the ancient god, Aralinda is indeed qualified to cooperate with him. However, although my good uncle Oren has always wanted my position, he is not stupid enough to cooperate with the ancient god of the abyss. But his brother Andre may not be the same. I am afraid Oren still thinks that the one in the Siren Temple is just a small sea god. Maybe my good uncle Oren is still looking forward to his godhood. Hearing this, Louis frowned slightly. It seems that Xiao Dai thinks that the ones who really want to welcome the ancient god of the abyss to this world are the Blackish Wizards. As for the Sirens, they are just a group of unlucky people who were deceived and used. These idiots were played like this, and they are still loyal to the fake sea god, looking like they don't understand. I didn't even think about robbing them, but they robbed my ship first. Louis felt angry when he thought about his ship being robbed. It seems that if I don't beat up the Siren Queen Faki, she won't wake up. Chapter 328. As a magician, my power is too little. Louis has heard the name Andre from the White Queen. He is the leader of the Blackish Wizard group and the younger brother of Grand Duke Oren. The fact that Andre was recognized by the White Queen shows his strength. Andre is indeed very strong. He is considered by the great families to be the best backup for Grand Duke Oren and Spade K. But every backup is unwilling to be a backup. And so is Andre. Louis, I have always wanted to instigate Andre, but I didn't expect this guy ambition to be much bigger than I thought, and stupider than I thought. Xiao Dai's arrogant voice came over slowly like singing. Ambition of smart people can be used, but ambitious stupid people have no need to exist. Andre, this idiot, can't be left. But you can't kill him in a hurry. Otherwise no one can take you to the Siren Temple. In addition, there may be some unclean people among Teacher Aishwarya, White Queen's subordinates. This makes the teacher always under surveillance. The teacher tugboat is coming soon. The spies among the Pale Wizards are inside. They will come to the elf house to find you. There may be half of the god hunters among them before going to the laboratory. Let's deal with it. My people will cooperate with you. Hearing this, Louis gave Xiao Dai a look. Your people cooperate with me? As expected. I have your spies around me. Right? Xiao Dai responded to Louis with a look. Idiot! I mean, I have spies around the White Queen. Of course, I have spies around you. You bad woman. You are so shameless. The White Queen is so innocent. And you actually arranged spies around her? Louis felt a little angry. Don't say it so harshly. Idiot! Xiao Dai, the great disciple, looked at the white moth on Louis's shoulder and said, the teacher trusts others too easily. As the teacher queen, the teacher people are loyal to me and loyal to her. As the teacher disciple, I arrange some loyal people to protect her. Isn't it reasonable? Louis rolled his eyes at this. Reasonable? Are you kidding me? You said you arranged those people. So they are obviously traitors. Right? However, the moth on Louis's shoulder looked at Xiao Dai in the magic mirror with a happy face, as if he was very pleased with his disciple filial piety. Louis, those people were actually instigated by me recently. They used to hope to change the sea of foam by cooperating with the big family. Now they are completely disappointed with the big family and have turned to the light. They are all people who are eager for change. I will help you well. Just use your twisted cage. That magic is pretty good. Well, my people will cooperate with you to lure those spies from the big family into the trap. Okay. But, is it really okay for us to do this to the White Queen? Stop talking nonsense. Idiot! The Black Swan said angrily, I will tell the teacher. I am helping her to clear the court. Hearing this, Louis gave Xiao Dai a look. You are really a traitor. However, the White Queen looked at the magic mirror with a look of relief, and exchanged her eyes with Xiao Dai gently. After some communication, the filial disciple Xiao Dai skimmed a list from the magic mirror, and after Louis looked at it, he couldn't help but look at the white moth on his shoulder, and he had a rough idea in his mind. Wait, how come another white moth has landed on my shoulder? There are so many bugs in the elf hut. Louis reached out and shooed the white moth off his shoulder, and started thinking about the twisted cage. Twisted cage. The shelter angle is a bit too big, I don't have enough mana. Louis has played this kind of twisted cage many times, but with his current mana, he can only twist a study or a hall at most. But with the blessing of energy infusion, it is not a problem. It just takes a little more time. And if you spend a little more time, you can do it more carefully, so that the elves in the sheltered corner will not be locked up with those pale wizards. Louis let the magic mirror locate the holy oak, and then looked at his attributes in the storybook, and he got a headache. Since Louis's fate with Xiao Ao, Xiao Dai, Francesco was intertwined, the energy, attributes and experience that the Book of Fate can help him obtain has tripled. After Louis obtained the Abyss Compendium and the secret that Aguila will not tell you, how to raise an Abyss Demon Lord, Louis can also obtain more mysterious energy through the Book of Destiny. But among these energies, only the energy obtained during the upgrade can optimize Louis' attributes at will. As for the energy obtained through the sense of existence, it can only be used to load strength. So now when Louis sees his own attributes, he is a little overwhelmed. Louis LV 56. Strength, 402 Agility, 174 Magic, 298. Life, 4020/4020. Magic, 80/2980. Yesterday, you were sucked dry by Miss Kona. Food of the Abyss Ancient God Aguila, 256 points, can only be used to optimize your strength. Description, since Dragon Nest City taught dragons how to be dragons, your sense of existence has almost reached 4W. And the world will have more recognition of you. A foreigner. 658 strength, this is your current growth limit. This is not bad, but this number is still far from the real boss. Tip, hurry up and integrate these powers into your body. Don't think about how to turn them into magic through bugs. Louis felt that the narration did make sense. A few days ago, Kona knocked off more than 100 points of his health in one go. Is this still a boss? A real boss like the one in the Siren Temple, any one of them, it would be reasonable to have a health value of over 1 million. Right? Looking at the narration, Louis rubbed his face hard. Although he was unwilling to admit what the narrator said, but his current weak physique is indeed a bit embarrassing for the Aguila Demon Lord clan. If I wait until I get to the Siren Temple and get slapped by the ancient god of the abyss pretending to be the god of the sea, I will lose even more. So it is better to have more blood. Okay. Only with sufficient physical fitness can I use magic well. Right? So as a magician, it is reasonable that my strength is several times greater than my magic power. After rubbing his face hard, Louis picked up the reference book of the Book of Destiny and started the work of optimizing strength. According to Louis's current power base, he can increase his power by more than 10 points every day. At this time, the picture in the magic mirror has become a huge holy oak. The holy light from the magic mirror fell on Louis. In this light, Lewis communicated with the holy oak, and Lewis was infused with the energy of the holy oak. The magic power in his body gradually filled up. In the next 30 minutes, he can squander magic power at will. Tomorrow, you can use the pocket watch to store the energy infusion. And then before going to the Siren Temple, you can get another evil spirit immunity. This way, you will have 2 buffs, energy infusion and evil spirit immunity, so that when I flush the ancient god of the abyss from the toilet, he will not curse me like Aku did last time. Aku was just a projection last time, but this time, the ancient god is the real body. Chapter 329 Pale Hunting God Group. While thinking, Lewis took out the Book of Twist and wandered around the entire Aishwarya shelter. From time to time, he would leave some secret runes on the ground, the wall, and the dome. During the whole process, Miss Arwen and other elves kept looking at this friendly Mr. Lewis curiously, not knowing what he was doing. But little did they know that they had been quietly locked in a cage by Lewis. Seeing the innocent eyes of the elves, Lewis patted his forehead, and suddenly remembered that after the runes were finished, they would also be locked in it. So when Lewis was setting up the twisted cage, he also put some secret runes on the people in the sheltered corner. It was like giving them a key to pass through the twisted cage. For the elves and magicians, the entire sheltered corner did not change at all. After making sure that everyone had runes on their bodies, Lewis reached out and left the last rune on the last stone pillar of the sheltered corner of Aishwarya. The entire Aishwarya temple shook slightly at this moment. Suddenly, things became a little different. No one in the house felt any changes, and the small creatures in the house, because of their limited senses, flew around for a while, and then shivered and lay still in some corners. Only the beautiful white moth on Lewis's shoulder kept flying around, and kept spinning in place. She looked flustered, but after a moment, she seemed to adapt to the situation, and landed back on Lewis's shoulder, and combed her horns. After setting up the twisted cage, Lewis gave some instructions to Ross and others, and then contacted the Scarlet Wizards on the ship, and then stretched his body, and went back to his room to rest. When the bright moon moved from the east side of the window to the west side, Lewis was awakened by the knocking of Ross and several Scarlet Lords. It turned out that the Pale Wizards had arrived. Lewis got up and washed his face. When he returned to the small living room in the house, he found Ross lying on the window and pointing at the outside with several Scarlet Wizards. After walking over, Lewis saw a caravan traveling through the streets of the elves' settlement. This caravan had many 6-legged wildebeests carrying goods, and near the vehicles, there were many wizards, magicians, twilight elves and pale wizards following. It seemed that the White Queen tugboat team had arrived at the Queen Francesco, and those goods were the goods in the Queen. There were more than 300 wizards of all kinds in the Queen Francesco, and more than 100 of them were Scarlet Wizards, including the sailors with magical powers. There are more than 2,000 people, but there are only more than 40 Pale Wizards in front of them. However, after the Pale Wizards arrived, it took only a few minutes to get things done. On the one hand, it was the help of the tugboat, and on the other hand, it was because of the extraordinary strength of these Pale Wizards. Indeed, these more than 40 Pale Wizards, walking among the more than 300 wizards, did not look nervous at all. On the contrary, the people on the side of the Magic Alliance had a gloomy face, and seemed unwilling to get close to them. Only a few Scarlet Lords, who had been told by Lewis in advance, were forcing awkward conversations with the leaders of several Pale Wizards. No one else was willing to talk to the Pale Wizards. Lewis noticed 20 of the 40 Pale Wizards at first sight. These people had strong vitality, French armor, and a special treasure were hidden in their robes. It seemed that they were the hunters of gods. If these guys were hidden in the crowd and suddenly attacked, even Hogg would be seriously injured in the sneak attack. Moreover, these god hunters seemed to be able to withstand the hammer. If the bosses did not have their subordinates around, they could withstand Hog dragon breath and slaps and knock down Hog head on. But if they were called god hunters just like that, Lewis would be a little disappointed, because he remembered that in the Forbidden Learning, there were several skills that could burn the enemy divinity from the inside and weaken the divine fire, and Teacher Anthony should have kept this training system. After carefully observing the magic structure of these god hunters, Lewis stroked his chin and knew what these guys were. Forbidden god breakers. They only practiced a few forbidden skills in their lives. They were specially trained to be energy nemesis. This made it difficult for those who fought against them to mobilize their strength. If they were the kind of gods who relied on divine arts to fight, once they encountered 100 god hunters, they might not be able to use their ultimate move until the end. If they were ordinary wizards, In the eyes of these godbreakers, they would be nothing more than human sandbags who could not cast magic. Lewis looked at the ordinary elite wizards from big families. Their magic power was higher than that of the godbreakers, and they were the most orthodox forbidden wizards. The two with the highest magic power, who looked like they were made of oil paper, had magic power of 400 and 500 respectively. Moreover, there was a faint glittering magic glow on these people, which was the glow of high-level magic artifacts. No wonder the great families have the power to kill gods. These great families not only have forbidden magic knowledge, but are also very wealthy. They hold almost all the magic resources in the world in their hands. This makes the wizards of the great families not only in terms of personal strength, materials, and equipment, but not in the same level as the wizards of other forces. And the pale wizards are the best among the great families. Although there are only more than 1,000 of them, they are all elite wizards. Although there are only more than 1,000 wizards in the White Queen family, they can sit firmly in the position of the great family. This seems to make sense. Just from the situation of these 20 elite pale wizards, we can see something. At that time, Agent Kevin brought a dozen people, and said shamelessly that he would capture Harold. This was absolutely a lie. They couldn't even beat Ross. But if 3 or 5 of these pale hunters came out, they would be qualified to capture Harold. If 30 or 50 of them came out, they would even be qualified to capture the faceless man. It seemed that the pale wizards were like puppets or people made of oil paper. And they walked strangely. But when the scarlet wizards around Lewis looked at them, they all narrowed their eyes. It was like a pack of wolves saw a lion that had entered their territory. The scarlet wizards were the hungry wolves, and the pale wizards were the lions. For a long time, the scarlet wizards and the pale wizards had a little conflict. And a few days ago, they were even fighting hard in the Dragon Nest City. The scarlet wizards felt very disgusted with these strange pale wizards, because these guys were not only extremely powerful individually, but also not afraid of curses or blood magic. The scarlet wizard's best tricks were curses and blood magic. So although the Red Queen Isabella had tens of thousands of younger brothers, she was very afraid of the big sister, the White Queen. Chapter 330, Your Majesty the White Queen. I'm going to mess with you. The pale wizards do have a natural deterrent to the scarlet wizards, especially the pale god hunters. They clearly saw the scarlet lords with great titles standing in the sheltered corner window, but they all treated them as air. Some pale wizards even showed provocative and mocking eyes to the scarlet wizards. If Lewis didn't defeat these naughty pale wizards in one move today, then tonight in every corner of the elf station, these scarlet wizards and pale wizards, who had a feud, would definitely have a good fight in private. Judging from the faces of several scarlet lords, the scarlet wizards were going to lose. Compared to the serious faces of the scarlet wizard lords, old Ross had a smiling face. And the pale hunters who were walking downstairs, after seeing the old porcelain doll in front of the window, also saluted respectfully with their chests. After seeing Ross, the corners of some people's mouths twitched. It seemed that they didn't expect that the voodoo lord was also here. Even the two leaders of the god hunters nodded grimly after seeing Ross. Lewis looked at Ross with a strange expression. Were you also the leader of the god hunters? No, sir, Ross said with a smile as he looked at the pale wizards below. Lewis blinked and asked, how many people can you beat? No one, Ross said confidently while touching the crack on his chin. Lewis? Several scarlet wizards gave Ross a look. Are you kidding me? Are you afraid that when you go to the temple, the boss will ask you to go to the front? You shameless guy. However, Ross did not argue with everyone on this topic, but deliberately changed the topic. He mentioned his title and territory, and his channels and blood parrots. This is the only caravan in the Sea of Foam that the White Queen allows to go out to sea. This is a special treatment, so Ross is a big celebrity in the eyes of His Majesty. Without my blood parrot and my channels, these guys can only rely on the sirens. Rose puffed out his chest slightly, and said, and in the name of the Ministry of Magic, I am more or less everyone boss. After hearing this, several scarlet wizards suddenly remembered one thing. After the Red Queen family stepped down, Rose rode a rocket, and was promoted to Deputy Director of the Department of Mysteries. Dragon Nest City mentioned it. Rose is like a lapdog all day long, following behind his boss, which makes everyone almost forget that Ross is actually a big director. In fact, although Ross' power is not top-notch, if a fight really breaks out, 2 or 3 god hunters may not be able to catch this big underworld boss. However, this guy who likes to hide his abilities hopes that the boss will pay more attention to his abilities in other aspects. rather than being used as cannon fodder. However, the Pale Wizard's respect for Ross is indeed not due to his strength, but to his identity. He is the head of a dark force, and the newly appointed deputy director of the mystery department. In name, he is the boss of the God Hunters. So this guy is very famous among the noble wizards. In addition, he is also a favorite of the White Queen, so even the two leaders of the God Hunter group give face to this voodoo lord. And just a few days ago, everyone saw with their own eyes many pale elite wizards following Ross like followers. Just right, famous Ross. Lewis took out the list that Xiao Dai gave him and handed it to Ross. Take your people to entertain your people later. Don't let them work on the goods outside, and coax them all into the house. Don't let anyone run away. Sir, don't we have to wait for the White Queen? Rose looked at the white moth on Lewis's shoulder with a strange expression and asked, Isn't it a bad idea to mess with her little brother in front of the White Queen? I don't need her help, Lewis said. The boss' words made Ross a little confused. I didn't ask you if she would help or not. Why does it seem that the boss seems to think that even if he messes with her little brother in front of the White Queen won't care and will help? However, after you arrest someone and interrogate him, don't forget to record the video so that you can show it to her later. Lewis felt that this matter must be handled properly. Otherwise, if she thought that he and Xiao Dai were just deceiving her, she would definitely be angry with him. After hearing what his boss said, Ross was somewhat confused. It seems that Her Majesty Delphinium must have communicated with the White Queen before. Her Majesty the White Queen must have seen and heard a lot in the elf cottage these 2 days. Her Majesty must have many doubts about the things that her subordinates concealed from her. I think he was planning to find out the truth through the boss. But then again, why didn't Senior Sister show up? Lewis touched his chin and looked down with the White Queen on his shoulder, looking for the White Queen. Ross' mouth twitched, without saying much. Apart from His Majesty Francesco, the only one who could escape the boss' eyes was probably the White Queen. While Ross was thinking, Lewis had already taken out several bags containing divine elements and handed them to everyone, asking everyone to help catch the person later. Bach and his team have recently made some high-level, level 5 and above, magic scrolls. You go get them later. Be careful to defeat the magic power of the God Hunters, lest any of them run away. The wizards nodded and couldn't help but grin. There are more than 300 wizards and magicians in the Magician Association, so they are not inferior to these 40 pale wizards. What more? The boss has set up such a big trap? Everyone has seen the boss' twisted cage. Even if a sea god is coaxed into it today, everyone can knock him down in a group fight. What more? There are some spies of Her Majesty Delphinia in this hunting group. They are unprepared here, and with the help from inside and outside, those guys will become headless flies and can't make any waves at all. So today, these guys with eyes on the top of their heads will definitely learn a lot. And everyone will take revenge today. Some Scarlet Wizards have sorted out their collection of torture instruments. They will be used during the interrogation later. Your Majesty, where are you hiding? You must hide well. Don't let me find you. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking you away. Lewis smiled and drove away the moths and elves around him, while looking for the hidden White Queen downstairs. Chapter 331. The Moon Goddess laughed when the elf was thinking. Arwen, I don't care. Why doesn't the Twilight God care? Why doesn't he care? In this prayer room, Arwen couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She could never have imagined that when she prayed to the gods, the Moon God group, as usual today, the Twilight God, who had never responded to her, actually responded to her. Arwen could never have imagined that his first response would be like this. Go, Arwen. Go and see the real world. My disciples are here. The door suddenly knocked. It was an elf priest. She told Arwen that the pale wizards came to visit. Arwen finished praying to the Moon God group, and finally confessed to the main god, the Moon God, and then followed the priests out of the prayer room. The visit of the pale wizards made Miss Arwen already bad mood even worse. The Moon God once said to Arwen that the entanglement 3,000 years ago has become history. The Lord no longer hates the choice of the Twilight God, nor the descendants of the betrayers. So the Lord asked his people to respect the God of Twilight, who gave everyone shelter and a place to stay, and also asked his people to tolerate all the non-believers. Because now is a new era. Gods, believers, and non-believers will eventually coexist peacefully in this world. Arwen always kept the Lord words in her heart. But every time Arwen saw those pale wizards, she would feel very complicated. These non-believers are a group of lost lambs. Their ancestors once betrayed the moon god. But the moon god forgave them, and gave their descendants a chance to return to their faith. However, these unbelievers ignored this grace, and kept muttering nonsense like the elves actually believe in the moon. The moon is not the moon god. Gods are as insignificant as humans in the universe. They also said that the gods don't want others to learn magic because it can kill them. How ignorant and stupid! How ridiculous! But Miss Arwen does not hate them, because they are still ignorant and foolish. They cannot understand the vastness of the universe, nor can they understand the greatness of the moon goddess, the creator of the universe. So they are just a group of children who know nothing. Miss Arwen does not blame these poor children. She only wants to pull them back to the right path. So every time a pale wizard or outsider comes to visit, Arwen will persuade them well, so that these unbelievers can return to the embrace of the moon goddess. Even if you don't believe in the moon god, you can believe in the twilight god. After all, the pale wizards are the priests of the twilight god. But the pale wizards never believe in the twilight god, and even regard the twilight god as a god-level wizard, and call the god the White Queen. The twilight god doesn't care about this. It as if she is really just a wizard. It as if these believers are just wishful thinking. Will even the moon god not care about faith? If this is true, then what is the purpose of her persistence for hundreds of years? Miss Arwen's faith has collapsed. But this collapse was saved by the pale wizards in front of her today. Look at the pitiful faces of the pale wizards outside the window. This is the consequence of losing faith. And it is the advice of the moon goddess to these lost lambs. Arwen suddenly felt that her persistence was meaningful. One day, she would let these lost lambs understand the right path. Let them give up magic, and no longer suffer. Soon, Miss Arwen had walked out of the corridor, and came to the open corridor on the upper floor of the living room. Many ancient elves stood quietly in front of the handrail, quietly looking at the wizards, who kept coming into the hall below. The hall was very lively, and the pale wizards were laughing and talking with the annoying Ross. The scene downstairs was harmonious, but the ancient elves upstairs had pity in their eyes. These poor, foolish, ignorant lambs should really return to their faith. Lord, if you can hear me, please show them a miracle and teach them a lesson. Let them see your great power, learn to be odd, and get back on the right track. Looking at the pale wizards laughing and talking downstairs, Miss Arwen, with tears in her eyes, clasped her hands together, and with pious respect in her heart, she began to pray quietly to the moon outside the window. It almost done. Ross, that traitor, did a good job. Helen, go and close the door. I'm going to teach these traitors a lesson today. But Lou and I, Bach and the others just said, the White Queen might also be hiding in the team. Then teach them a lesson together. That naive person, it's time to learn a lesson. Two voices sounded behind Miss Arwen. Miss Arwen frowned slightly. What a ridiculous and ignorant words. She couldn't help but recall what the moon goddess once said. When the elf thought about it, the moon goddess laughed. Miss Arwen suddenly felt a little pity for Mr. Lewis. Miss Arwen had a good impression of him, but she didn't expect him to be so ignorant and ridiculous. Tiny ants always think they can possess the power of God. Miss Arwen suddenly felt that the responsibility on her shoulders became heavier. When many ancient elves around her looked at Lewis, there was also a trace of pity in their eyes. Everyone followed Miss Arwen and prayed more devoutly to the moon outside the window. They looked forward to the response of the moon goddess, and also looked forward to the miracle. With a bang, the sound of the door closing rang out, and the hall suddenly became more noisy. These noises disturbed Miss Arwen and the others. While they were praying, they opened their eyes and glanced downstairs. They found that the pale wizards downstairs were shouting wildly. Many of them were even running around like headless flies. Some were crawling around on the ground, casting magic randomly. At this moment, pieces of burning ashes, burning divine elements thrown out of bags by magicians, floated past Miss Arwen's eyes. Then, Miss Arwen suddenly saw that the whole world began to fade. Immediately, the walls and ground of the entire sheltered corner seemed to disappear, and Miss Arwen and the others felt as if they were suddenly transferred to a void filled with stars. Only the second floor remained the same. Then, in this new world, the magicians shone like stars, and these stars were connected into a magic circle, and the invisible hand also fiddled with the magic in the air. And then, the magic rules of this new world were changed by some invisible force. At this moment, a certain mortal, using his knowledge, became the god of magic in this twisted world. No one could use any magic in front of him, and even many strange objects lost their effects. Immediately, those pale wizards, like paper, were slowly folded or kneaded into strange shapes by an invisible big hand. Miss Arwen and others who witnessed all this felt like they were struck by lightning at this moment. It a miracle. It a miracle. It must be the kingdom of the moon god. He pulled all the unbelievers into his kingdom. I feel his vast power. Chapter 332, I am God. It a miracle. It a miracle. I feel the power of God. The ancient elves suddenly knelt on the ground crying, and sang a hymn of praise to the faded moon that appeared in the empty starry sky before the railing. Miss Arwen also fell to the ground in this excitement, and sang a hymn with tears in her eyes. Gradually, the hymn sung by Miss Arwen and others began to become more and more in unison. This scene was extremely sacred, and Miss Arwen and the others were deeply moved by the miracle in front of them. However, there was always a discordant sound of folding paper around them, which slightly disturbed the sacred prayer. At this moment, paper balls, paper airplanes, and paper cranes fell from Miss Arwen's side. This made Miss Arwen and the others feel a little angry. At this time, why are there still people folding paper? Do you have any faith? Could it be that even such a miracle cannot move some people present today? Miss Arwen and the others could not help but wipe their tears and pray, while raising their heads angrily, looking for the culprit who disturbed their prayers. Soon, everyone's eyes fell on the magician named Louis beside them. He was standing in front of the railing, carelessly folding paper toys, and then placed the folded things on the railing. But there were too many paper toys on the railings. So many that there was no room for them. And many toys had fallen from the railings to this side. Suddenly, a roar and a strong wave of magic appeared downstairs. It seemed to be the leader of the god hunters. The magic light on his body made the faded black and white world around him gradually restore color. And this color was still expanding. In a flash, a small area downstairs restored color, and the god hunters found the way back to the normal world from the distorted world in the magic light of the leader, and also sensed the coordinates of the leader. In a blink of an eye, the god hunters responded with their own magic power, joined the magic brilliance of the leader, and a magic circle gradually formed from the void under the leader's feet. The light shining from the magic circle made the whole twisted world tremble. This power was so strong. It was like a god tearing a world apart. The ancient elves were deeply shocked by the scene before their eyes. It seemed that those pale and unbelievers with terrifying strength were using magic to destroy the kingdom of the moon god. In just a moment, the kingdom of God began to collapse. Pray quickly, Miss Arwen shouted, bringing many ancient elves back to their senses. Everyone prayed loudly. They shouted 666 for the moon god. It seemed that this prayer worked again. This time, the whole world suddenly began to spin. However, that discordant voice sounded again. Not bad. These disciples of Senior Sister are quite capable. You found a way to crack it so quickly. Let's see how much you have learned. After the voice fell, Miss Arwen, who was praying hard, suddenly saw another burning white crystal floating past her eyes. Then, the magic rules of this world were once again changed by the god of magic. Soon, the magic light in the void downstairs instantly dissipated, and the world began to fade again. Pieces of paper cranes fell from Miss Arwen's eyes again. Miss Arwen raised her head woodenly, and saw Mr. Louis casually reaching out his hand downstairs. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and then the leader of the hunters disappeared in a terrified scream. Then, Mr. Louis had a paper crane in his hand. He kept stretching out his hand, and in that carelessness, he kept dropping paper toys. Miss Arwen and others who witnessed all this stared blankly at Louis folding the paper cranes, and suddenly understood something. For a moment, the entire second floor was silent. It seems that the god-hunting group without a god-level wizard can't deal with a boss like the forbidden Grand Scholar. Yes, is it the moon goddess who has descended on you? Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt your prayers, Miss Arwen. I'm just a magician. The moon god will not descend upon me. This is just a small magic, not a miracle. Miss Arwen saw Mr. Louis grab the last person in the void downstairs. Then, Mr. Louis folded the last paper crane and threw it to Helen, Ross, and others who were standing not far away watching the fun and eating melon seeds. Want to learn? I can teach you, Mr. Louis said to Miss Arwen and others with a smile. Miss Arwen shook her head woodenly. This reaction seemed to make Mr. Louis feel a little frustrated. He coughed awkwardly, bowed slightly to Miss Arwen and others, then patted his sleeves and left. At this moment, looking at the back of the magician Louis now leaving, Miss Arwen could not come back to her senses for a long time. Perhaps, this so-called miracle, the so-called War of Gods, is just a battle between high-level magicians. These magics forbidden by the moon god can allow these mortal magicians to have godlike power. And perhaps, these magical knowledge, technology, that expounds the truth of the world can allow them to go further than the gods. In Arwen's mind, a sentence suddenly flashed. Go and see this real world. Perhaps, the god of Twilight has already seen the real world, god-level magic civilization, that teacher Anthony described to him. He found that those gods who stayed in one place all day long and played games with primitive creatures were just a group of frogs in the well in front of real magicians. From that day on, she became a magician. Now, she no longer needed any faith to maintain her body. Even without any faith, she still had the terrifying power of God. The defeated Alia was the same. After capturing those two timing pale wizards, Lewis did not unlock the twisted cage. Instead, he called Stuart and asked Kona to find the victims of the elves, and interrogated the captives. After making some arrangements, Lewis frowned and walked around the sheltered corner. He had just talked with Arwen, and learned that the White Queen had talked to Arwen just a dozen minutes ago. This matter was strange, because the sheltered corner was distorted by himself yesterday. And with Miss Arwen level, it was impossible for her to communicate with the White Queen in prayer. Unless the White Queen is in the sheltered corner. Where did the senior sister go? Lewis changed the twisted runes in the sheltered corner, while sensing the situation in the sheltered corner. But the White Queen concealment level seemed to be very high, and Lewis did not even sense her existence. This means that this twisted cage is almost useless to the White Queen, because even if she was locked in, it would be difficult for Lewis to find her. The sheltered corner suddenly shook slightly. It seemed that the runes modified by Lewis caused some mysterious distortion phenomenon. Many small creatures in the house also started flying around at this moment, which made Lewis very happy. However, after a few seconds, Lewis found that the white moth in a lampshade on the dome seemed to have adapted to the situation. This made Lewis dumbfounded. Does it look familiar? Who is this? I just changed the rules of the twisted cage. But he adapted so quickly? Although he had been in the cage for a long time before, he understood some rules. But the speed of this cracking was too fast. Unless he has also read the twisted book, and the cage that holds the monsters cannot hold the wizards. It can't be the senior sister. Obviously your senior sister has been following you for a long time. You wave her away with your hands every day. Some idiot has only discovered this problem now. Lewis, with an ugly face, pretended not to notice. Sure enough, not long after, the white moth actually quietly flew towards Lewis's sleeve. Lewis suddenly smiled grimly and stretched out his hand and grabbed the white elf. Where can you run to? This time, Lewis finally caught the moth. As soon as Lewis pinched her, the moth grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, it turned into a beautiful white goddess. The white silk dress in the style of the cloud country. The pretty face, silver hair, 3 red eyes, eyebrows, and horns all made Lewis feel very familiar. Lewis, White Queen. You are nervous and subconsciously pinched the thing in your hand. Rating, C+. Lewis, White Queen. Chapter 333 Helen plus White Queen equals Moth. Is it Her Majesty Aishwarya? Lewis could hardly believe that his senior sister would turn into a moth. This was a little hard for him to accept. Why did you have to turn into a bug? I hate moths the most. You are destroying your image in my mind. Okay. It me. The White Queen looked at the hand holding her chest and said, Lewis, why are you holding me here? You subconsciously pinched the thing in your hand, and suddenly realized that you were a little rude. You decided. Explain it well. I didn't expect that my senior sister would turn into a white moth, so I held you in my hand, after you returned to human form. An explanation. Completion reward. It was obviously me who flew into your hand on purpose. *1. The White Queen anger and dissatisfaction. *1. Oh! Lewis, do you think you can really catch me? 1. Fierce battle. 1. Anger of the elves. *1. So you are not a god. 1. White Queen disappointment. 1. White Queen favorability. 100. All attributes +1. B. Tell the real explanation in your heart. Oh, it like this. Your Majesty, I am a little faceblind, and as a faceblind person, it is reasonable for me to subconsciously identify the identity of my friends through touch. Completion reward. I believe your lies. *1. I am also a little faceblind. *1. But if you touch me, you will get pregnant. Will I be pregnant with Lewis's baby? What should I do? 1. The White Queen curious consultation with the court ministers +1. The rumors are getting more and more exaggerated 1. The anger of the big family *1. The anger of the mother-in-law *1. Social death +1. Random attribute +3. After seeing this, if you touch me, you will get pregnant. Louis looked at the White Queen with a black question mark on his face. What kind of nonsense do those ministers usually instill in you? Augusta is not your real son. Right? A and B obviously cannot be chosen randomly. Louis could not help but look at C. C. Put your hand down. Completion reward, none. Louis coughed awkwardly, put his hand down. Then he mentioned the Pale Wizards, and used this to change the subject. Delphina told me. She said that you will give everyone a magic class today, which is really interesting. The White Queen and Louis chatted as they walked, as if to avoid attracting attention by her appearance. The White Queen changed into another appearance. The appearance of the ancient elf Miss Arwen. However, this way, there were 2 Miss Arwen in the sheltered corner, which made the elves passing by feel as if they had seen a ghost when they saw the White Queen. However, the wizards and magicians soon discovered the problem, and guessed that it might be the White Queen. And those pale traders belonging to Shao Dai seemed to be accustomed to this situation. They all pretended not to notice it, and followed the angry Kona and many elf victims to interrogate the prisoners in various places. Your Majesty, this is not a magic class. There are many traitors around you. Louis recounted the crimes of those people. He believed that the White Queen had been in the shelter for the past few days, and heard a lot of discussions about the evil deeds of the great families. However, some of the words expressed by the White Queen made Louis's face look a little strange. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. They are all good children. Louis couldn't help but give the White Queen a look, and secretly complained in his heart. You don't believe there are traitors around you, and you still watch me catch them? Because you are the one who arrested them. I believe you will not hurt them. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. When Andre explained the laboratory to you, did you also say the same thing to him? Your Majesty, you are right. We will not hurt a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Let go, and see this misunderstanding. Louis took the White Queen to the rooms where the interrogation was going on. On the way, Louis mentioned intentionally or unintentionally that the White Queen could actually transform into a white moth, etc. He also mentioned that after seeing the senior sister flying into his hand, he reached out to catch it. All attributes +1. White Queen, Louis and I are really in tune with each other. Later, Louis also talked about his face blindness. So sometimes he used other ways to identify others. Louis nonsense +1. White Queen I believe your nonsense +1. Magic +3. What Louis didn't expect was that the White Queen not only accepted his nonsense completely, but also felt a sense of identity. The White Queen, who used to be very quiet, actually opened up after this. And she also mentioned that she was a little face-blind. It seems that, as a non-human, the White Queen doesn't have as many complicated things in her mind as you do. Or, she is not interested in humans. And her cognition and understanding of things are a bit special. I also like to use touch to identify and smell other people. The White Queen curiously looked at Louis's body. Seeing that the White Queen eyes finally fell on his chest, and it seemed that she was about to reach out her hand, Louis was so scared that he quickly slapped her hand away, and changed the subject. At this time, the two met Helen. She seemed to have just heard some bad things about her family from the Scarlet Wizard. She was holding a small notebook with a righteous look, intending to listen to the interrogation. Helen had heard a lot about the bad things done by the big families during this period. Helen believed it. But the Princess of Erlinda did not believe that the worst people were the Blackish Wizards. She also felt that there must be some misunderstanding. Originally, Louis didn't plan to take Helen with him, and even the next trip to the temple. After all, it was very dangerous there. But after discovering that Helen still believed that the Blackish Wizards had done nothing bad, Louis changed his mind. He felt that Helen, the little naive girl, and the White Queen, the big naive girl, should open their eyes. Today, he would let them see the small evils of this society first, and give them a shot of prevention. And when they get to the laboratory, he would let them see the big evils of this society. A decision you will definitely regret +1. An increasingly bizarre journey +1. Yao, Helen, plus Moth, White Queen, equals reminder of the moth *1. Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. What kind of moth can come out? Isn't the only thing he is worried about Helen's safety? But to be honest, this little apprentice of mine has been with me for almost 2 years, has read a lot of high-level forbidden books, and many of his magic has reached LV5 magic, especially the magic move that stops time, which is called Yumi Meow Meow Rainbow Light Wave, which has reached level 7. This level, if it were put in a former Black Corner Alley, would be considered a little faceless man. If Helen were to meet Ross, who was of that rubbish level before, Helen could beat 3 of them. So at that time, as long as the White Queen follows Helen all the time, and the 2 of them form a team, what else can happen? And as long as at that time, and put the French armor of the Scarlet Angel on Helen, this trip will be stable. Okay, even if Helen can't open this French armor well, the White Queen can always help. Right? The current Scarlet Angel, with the addition of various materials from Dragon Nest City, has become even more powerful. At that time, in the Siren Temple, Helen's spells will definitely work wonders in this French armor. Maybe the combination of Helen wearing Scarlet Angel plus White Queen can also play the role of the best auxiliary. Very good. It was decided happily. Chapter 334 Elf Slave Trade. Soon, Louis and the other 2 came to the guest room floor in the sheltered corner. This place has been turned into an interrogation area by wizards, and 20 or so pale thugs were being interrogated in those rooms. God hunters are not ordinary wizards. They can stay awake in dreams, and can even withstand the spiritual invasion of ancient gods. So even Louis finds it difficult to read their minds without breaking their will. But the interrogation team is too professional. Even without mind reading and true serum, the interrogation team can find the flaws in their lies, with the help of various potions and dream magic, and get the real thing out of them. Once their will defense line is defeated, Stuart can explore the deepest secrets in their dreams. Stuart, Potion Master Ross, the confrontation of the Goblin Victim Witness, the exposure of the Pale Wizard Undercover, the Interrogation Master Scarlet Torture. In this best combination, no traitor can get away with it. After the 3 of them listened for a while, the White Queen and Helen had different expressions. And Louis suddenly realized that, among the more than 40 pale wizards, there was not a single good person. Some were in collusion with the big families, some were doing evil with the Blackish wizards, or some were recently instigated by Xiao Dai. Over the years, every day, they were playing with the White Queen, and for their own benefit, the pale wizards were deeply in collusion with the big families. They deceived their superiors and subordinates, and deceived the emperor. The main reason they did this was because their monarch, the White Queen, had conflicts of interest with them. The White Queen did not want the pale wizards to leave the Sea of Foam, but every pale wizard was interested in the outside world. Otherwise, why would they rather endure the curse and learn the forbidden art? Who would be willing to be a savage in this primeval forest? At the beginning, many pale wizards might just be curious about the outside world, eager for adventure, and eager to see the outside world. But under the temptation of their friends from the great families, they gradually became more interested in the wealth outside. The Black Wizard Ross was a typical example of someone who did not want to ban the sea. Slowly, many people united for their own wealth and interests, and overthrew the White Queen. They became the magic potion channel suppliers for the great families. The greedy desire also made some people do more and more. They were also more and more afraid that what they did would be discovered by the White Queen. But after some people were caught by the Black Cinder Wizard, these guys who had already fallen into the quagmire became the traitors in front of him. She began to be an accomplice to the evil for her own benefit in life, betrayed her own beliefs, and brought disaster to her own homeland. This queen, who was even more childish than Helen, not only stayed at home, but was also easy to fool. If everyone in a dynasty was fooling the monarch, it would not be surprising that she believed in something like the legs of the people of Solon could not bend normally. The White Queen was actually indifferent to worldly affairs, when she was still one of the gods of the wilderness. She was a hermit who had no idea about the society of ants. Nor did she understand the behavior of ants and the wars between them. After she joined the Great Family, she became a tool in the eyes of the Great Family. Even in the eyes of her ministers and elves, she was also a tool. A clay Buddha who came out to solve the problem when the Sea of Foam encountered a crisis. She didn't need to know anything. And it was even better for her not to go out and just sit in the temple. And because of her identity as a god, the White Queen herself didn't want to participate in worldly affairs, and didn't want to be worshipped or hated by people. The White Queen was placed in the temple like a clay Buddha, and worshipped for 3,000 years. Apart from sleeping, she also did the homework that teacher Anthony gave her. For a god, these 3,000 years passed very quickly. Even in her eyes, The world today is not much different from that 3,000 years ago. It was not until Francesco visited with magicians more than 40 years ago that the White Queen discovered the changes in the outside world and began to be interested in the outside world. Because of this interest, the White Queen, who walked out of the temple, mistakenly thought she had a child. As a result, she participated in the struggle between the Great Family and Sorrento. During that period, the wizards of the Great Family tried to win over the White Queen by telling her all kinds of lies. They even arranged many chess pieces around her to play with her. These chess pieces also caused chaos in the entire sea of foam. While Louis was thinking, the interrogation hearing was almost over. Louis unexpectedly discovered that, regarding the matter of deceiving the White Queen, the Pale Wizards firmly believed that they were doing the right thing. These guys were extremely pedantic and believed that the White Queen should not have any communication with the outside world, because people outside would corrupt this former god. They would make this god, who had become a model of Tao, become bad, and they also believed that this sea of foam should be managed by themselves, and the White Queen should not participate in government affairs. As for the laboratory, the Pale Wizards didn't seem to know much, or they were also fooled by the Blackish Wizards. The Pale Wizards believed that the so-called laboratory did not exist, because it was an elf-slave exchange. The Pale Traders helped the big families capture elves, and the big family wizards sent the slaves to that secret exchange for transfer. You don't know how much wizards like elves and fairies. The Pale Trader who had taken the potion had fallen into a frenzy under interrogation, and he excitedly babbled, "Every noble wizard hopes to have a house elf like this. But before that, the elves need to be cured. Otherwise, they don't know how to get along with their masters. Cute house elves. Hee. Ha ha ha. How could you do something bad to them? The customers can't wait to love them." Listening to the prisoner dirty words, Louis couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled the White Queen and Helen out of the house to avoid dirtying their ears. It seems that the Pale Wizards don't know that Andre Laboratory is actually used to cultivate fallen angels and prepare sacrifices for the ancient gods. The Blackish Wizard and these Pale Traders who collude with the big families are all bad guys. But the Blackish Wizard is doing big things after all, while the Pale Traders are doing this kind of dirty work of selling slaves. What funny is that the Pale Traders think that the Black Wizards are just trying to make some money. As a wizard, Louis feels that although the Black Wizards' collusion with the ancient gods is very anti-human, it at least meets the ambitions and ideals of the Black Wizards, and is considered to be doing serious things, and does not bring shame to the Black Wizards, cultists and other groups. But the crappy things done by the Pale Traders are simply a disgrace to the Black Wizard group. Those clients from the big families who bought elves were also extremely vulgar. Some perverted wizards from the big families actually had a quirk for the tree elves with deer bodies, and the sea monsters with snake bodies, and secretly set up a trading network with the Pale Wizards? And some Pale Wizards actually secretly collected Legolas. Magic Pod? If you say that the laboratory is for treating everyone, then this matter cannot be explained. What good things can be done by buying animal-bodied elves and sea monsters? This is obvious, right? The nobles of the big families have become so corrupt and degenerate. When Louis thought of this, he felt a little angry. He couldn't help but look at the two naive people. Chapter 335 Twilight Elf Lord. Louis felt a little angry. Helen and the White Queen beside him were also discussing this matter. Although the two did not hear much about the laboratory, but the dirty things done by the Pale Wizard alone were enough. Right? Today talk about the evils of society, would it be a little hard for these two silly girls to accept? Louis couldn't help but look at Helen and the White Queen not far away with a smile. The expressions of the two seemed to be very strange. The White Queen was nodding her chin in thought. Helen was frowning and writing something in a small book. Louis leaned over to take a look, and found that it was a logical relationship analysis diagram. Louis? White Queen. Helen, tell me, why are the wizards from the great families interested in tree spirits, elves, and sea monsters? Do they want every household to have a house elf? Just like Louis? Louis? At that time, Miss Arwen, didn't Kona say that Uncle Andre was using elves for experiments? Helen frowned and looked at the analysis she had written, and began to think. This made Louis breathe a sigh of relief. This girl is more intelligent than her senior sister. It seems that Helen novels written over the years have not been in vain, and there is some logic. So Miss Arwen, do you think it will be like this? Helen looked at the White Queen with shining eyes, and said some of her own opinions. The wizards of the big families are conducting evil experiments on the elves, and the righteous Uncle Andre discovered their conspiracy, and found the fallen angels planted in the elves. Louis? The White Queen continued Helen's words with shining eyes. So in order to prevent the evil spirits in the victims from disturbing the sea of foam, Mr. Andre brought them all to his laboratory and tried to cure them? Louis? Helen and the White Queen looked at each other, and then both of them felt like they had met a confidant. Louis? Looney! There must be a misunderstanding. Uncle Andre is a good man. Indeed. Louis, the Erlinda family has been fighting against demons for thousands of years. And Andre is also the most righteous noble I have ever seen. I can understand Miss Kona's anger, but there must be a misunderstanding. That right. Looney, there are many elves in our family, and they get along well with the wizards. The environment of the Sea of Foam has become worse and worse. Uncle Andre must be trying to help the elves. That right. Louis, Andre is as kind as you are. I believe you will become good friends. Hey, Sister Arwen. Do you know Uncle Andre too? Princess Helen, the only one in the shelter who didn't recognize the White Queen, blinked and looked at the real Miss Arwen, who came from the other side of the corridor. On the other side, Louis was already dumbfounded by the two sisters singing in unison. The facts are in front of you, and you still don't believe it? How much do you trust that bastard Andre? Huh, so what I said was all false, and the lies he said were true. Louis felt a little angry. He looked at the two scumbags, one big and one small, in front of him, and he wanted to pick up the magic wand in his hand right now and give them both a good beating. He felt that it was even more necessary to take the two of them to the laboratory to meet the scumbag who was full of lies. Very good, Aishwarya, Helen. Although I don't believe in Mr. Andre, I believe in you. Since you are willing to vouch for Mr. Andre, then I am willing to believe him once. Uh-huh. I will take you to see Andre and resolve this misunderstanding. Louis smiled and patted the shoulders of the two people. He turned around and shook off the two guys who made him angry, and went to the conference room with gritted teeth. Looking at Louis' angry back, the White Queen and Helen felt a little guilty. But after the two looked at each other, their eyes lit up. They would help Andre prove his innocence. The two excitedly discussed how to help Andre stop the ancient gods when they arrived at the Siren Temple. +1 for the help Andre didn't want. There were quite a few people sitting in the conference room now. In addition to the Scarlet Wizard and the Magician, there were also quite a few other people. When Louis entered the room, he found Xiao Dai coming. She was sitting in the main seat and meeting with everyone. And beside her, there were many civilian wizards. Kate and Yingling were also there. Civil servants are being arranged to show various materials to the people in the conference hall. It seems that Xiao Dai has discussed the matter about the Sea of Foam with her mother and sister. Her mother sent Xiao Ao to listen to the meeting. But Xiao Ao has been busy with the affairs of Dragon Nest City recently. So the chief secretary Kate and the clerk Yingling came instead of her. In addition to the civil servants led by Yingling and Kate, there are several other groups of people in the conference hall. The first group is the Pale Wizards belonging to Xiao Dai. They are all reformists. They can no longer tolerate the interference of the big families in the Sea of Foam, nor can they tolerate the actions of those pale scums in the Sea of Foam. The other group of people turned out to be 5 Twilight Elf lords wearing laurel crowns. They seem to have just followed Her Majesty Delphinia, coming out of the magic mirror. It seems that Xiao Dai started to do serious things after receiving Louis' message. 2 days ago, she asked for the White Queen's scepter from the White Queen and contacted the Twilight Lords. These tall and handsome elf lords, each wearing a laurel crown, are very stylish. This makes Louis believe that the huge group of Twilight Elves has their own kingdom. In fact, it was true. They originally planned to lead the Elves' troops in the near future and join forces with Muggles and Pale Wizards to attack the Siren Temple together. But they were stopped by Xiao Dai and brought here. At this time, Kona and other ancient elves and the Twilight Lords were listening to Xiao Dai's description of the current situation with anger on their faces. It seems that because of the delicate relationship between the Twilight Clan and the ancient elves, the two sides rarely interact. After encountering problems, Kona and other hermits were not willing to ask for help from their close relatives. In fact, the Twilight Elves were indifferent to the affairs of the ancient elves. In fact, the Twilight Elves knew that there were wizards from the great families who were secretly reselling elves, but they had turned a blind eye to it before. After all, the Twilight Elves belonged to the Pale Clan, and they had a very good relationship with the wizards from the great families. In addition, the wizards from the great families had always secretly resold ancient elves and low-level elves, fairies, and never provoked the Twilight Elves, which made the Twilight Elves only do some work on the surface, and had not investigated the slave exchange laboratory in depth. After all, the Twilight Elves have been fighting with the Sirens. Unlike Kona and the others who live in seclusion, although these Twilight Lords rarely show up, they have always been in contact with the Muggle Kingdom of the Sea of Foam, and often have some disputes with the Sirens. In fact, many of the Twilight Elves have disappeared in recent years, but these Twilight Lords firmly stated that these were all done by the Sirens. This is indeed the case, because the Sirens are also preparing for sacrifice. But they think they are sacrificing to the Sea God, not the ancient god. Since the Sirens were also catching people, the Blackish Wizards felt that there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Therefore, they never provoked the Twilight Elves. Therefore, the Blackish Wizards always attacked the ancient elves of the Hermit sect. Occasionally, they would plant some fallen angels in the Twilight Forest, which was on the edge of the Broken Islands. This made the Twilight Elves and the White Queen always believe that in this sea of foam, it was the Sirens who did the bad things. The reason why the Twilight Elves planned to attack the Sirens' temple this time was because the Blackish Wizards jointly asked the Twilight Lords for help, hoping that the elves could help them eliminate the Sea God, who was about to wake up. Like the Pale Spies, the Twilight Elves have always believed that the laboratory was just a slave exchange. They did not know the real plan of the Blackish Wizards, nor did they know that the Sea God was an ancient god. So they believed the lies of the Blackish Wizards. After all, many Twilight Elves were indeed kidnapped by the Sirens. So the Pale Spies and the Twilight Lords were kept in the dark. And the reason why the Blackish Wizards tricked the Twilight Elves into attacking the Sirens' temple was to use the Twilight Elves as sacrifices. The souls used to help the ancient god come to this world are actually enough. But after the ancient god crawled out, he was weak and needed his first meal. These Twilight Elves who paid tribute to the temple would fight with the Sirens. Once the ancient god suddenly joined the battlefield when the battle was the most intense, the result would be obvious. When the most stubborn elf forces in the Sea of Foam were severely damaged in this war, it would only be a matter of time before the elves were enslaved by the ancient god. The Sirens and Twilight Elves in the temple will all become his slaves. According to the original situation, the Twilight Elves have always believed in the wizards of the great families, especially the Black Elves. But now, Lewis has guessed the true identity of the Sea God in the Siren Temple through the information in the storybook. After summarizing the key information given by Xiao Dai, everyone has begun to suspect whether Andre is colluding with the ancient gods. Xiao Dai believes that the Twilight Elves should continue to mobilize troops and attack the Siren Temple in conjunction with the Muggle Kingdom. But this time it is a feint. The war between the Twilight Elves and the Sirens will be able to paralyze Andre and let him take Lewis to the temple. At that time, Lewis, who went to the temple with Andre, will also be able to slap his ancient god boss in front of Andre and then flush it down the toilet. Chapter 336 Your Majesty is messing with me. After discussing for a while, Xiao Dai and the elves discussed the details of the operation. Lewis asked about the interrogation of the Scarlet Wizards. After the conversation, Lewis suddenly understood why those Blackish Wizards dared to train fallen angels. The Scarlet Wizard in charge of the interrogation said it very well. My lord, as a wizard with a great interest in necromancy, I have always imagined that one day I could communicate with the monarch of the Kingdom of the Dead in a certain ceremony and reach some employment agreement with him. The Scarlet Wizard wiped his hands and said, Those Blackish Wizards have obviously realized their wish and have established friendly relations with an ancient god of the abyss. They are indeed qualified. But I think they are a little too bold. If it were me, I would never help that ancient god open the door. At this point, the Scarlet Wizard eyes burned with anger. Their homeland was once ravaged by the evil gods of the plain, so they hated the idea of opening the door. I wonder if Grand Duke Orin is involved in this matter. Lewis shook his head and couldn't help thinking of Helen. According to Xiao Dai, Orin is a very thoughtful, but also very cautious smart man. Although Sorrento ideas are completely incompatible with Orin, things should not have forced him to collude with the ancient gods. After all, this can easily lead to trouble, so the gains will not outweigh the losses. My lord, Her Majesty Delphinia intuition is always accurate. I believe her guess is reasonable, the Scarlet Wizard said, but this matter cannot be completely confirmed for the time being, because the information from the Pale Spies is second-hand. There are some things about the Blackish Wizards that the Pale Spies are not completely clear about. However, Andre, the younger brother of Grand Duke Orin, is indeed a restless person. Dare to play games with the ancient gods. This Andre is indeed a bold guy. Lewis touched his chin and pondered. Among the Sirens, Will there be some people who collude with Andre? Otherwise, how did Andre contact the ancient god? Louis couldn't help but wonder. You seem to have found the truth. These people are indeed in collusion with the Blackish Wizards. These sirens are different from the Faki clan. They are ancient god cultists, who know the true identity of the sea god. In these years, these sirens who believe in the ancient god may have been secretly colluding with the Blackish Wizards to control the situation. They are working together from inside and outside to influence the entire siren group, making the Faki Queen party be kept in the dark and mistakenly believe that the sirens have been worshipping the sea god. These stupid sirens who believe in the ancient god are probably the elders of the sirens. After all, only they can truly interpret the ancient texts in the temple. And these sirens who have in-depth contact with the ancient god texts are also the most likely to be bewitched by the ancient god. The strength of the Black Cinder God Hunters made the Council of Elders believe that this matter would definitely succeed. In fact, this group of black wizards, who specialize in studying demons, did help the sirens with many things. If the Black Cinder God Hunters were not there, the other big families would have gathered in the Sea of Foam and broken through the Siren Temple. Now, the Siren Temple has become the property of the Siren Elders Council and the Black Cinder God Hunters. But the real beneficiary is probably only the Black Cinder Wizard. After all, the ancient god believes that only the wizards of the big families are qualified to talk to him about interests. And Andre is undoubtedly a person who can represent the Aralinda family. The ancient god will help him get the throne. The people of the Aralinda family are really good at producing bad guys and traitors. Xiao Dai is from the Aralinda family. The ambitious Orin is from Aralinda. And the two-faced Andre is also from Aralinda. None of these three uncles and nieces is easy to deal with. Fortunately, Helen went to the Holy Oak when she was a child, otherwise, she would have been led astray by her uncles, aunts, and sisters. Especially Andre, that two-faced man, who is still enslaving fallen angels. Thinking of fallen angels, Louis couldn't help but think of the thing in Crowley Manor. Crowley wife, who was also planted with fallen angels. Although the Blackish Hunters are not always stationed in the Sea of Foam, they are often dispatched by the Magic Council to deal with cultists and evil gods. So they do have time to go to Sorrento. But they have no reason to go to Sorrento to plant fallen angels. After all, they are really in collusion with the ancient gods. And this will cause trouble and easily attract the attention of the Witch Queen. Xiao Dai has been keeping an eye on them. They should not leave such a handle in Sorrento. So it may be someone else. How many big families are connected with the ancient gods? Oh, sir. His Majesty Delphifenia is calling you, the Scarlet Wizard said, looking behind Louis. Louis turned his head and looked behind him. He found that the people in the conference room had already saluted Her Majesty Delphifenia and were ready to leave. Many people had already walked out of the conference room in a chaotic discussion and went to the ancient war tree to discuss strategy. Her Majesty Delphifenia, who was free, was sitting at the main seat of the conference table and looking up at him. It seemed that she was going to keep Louis to talk alone. Everyone in the conference room was going to leave. But Kate and Yingling stayed here on purpose, arranging the maids to do things. Louis glanced at the two big spies, Yingling and Kate, not far behind Xiao Dai, and walked over with his eyes and nose, and bowed respectfully to Her Majesty the Queen. In public, Louis still gave face to Her Majesty the Queen. What more? Xiao two big spies. One secretly stared at this side with his eyes, and the other stood up with fox ears, listening here. It seems that these two guys have long suspected that there is something wrong with the relationship between Louis and Her Majesty the Queen. If they overhear anything, they will report it to Xiao. And Her Majesty Delphifenia also pretended to treat Louis as an important minister and brother-in-law. After all, the people in the conference room had not left yet. But her feet under the table were not honest at all. Xiao seemed to like this sneaky feeling very much, but Louis kept rolling his eyes secretly. He kicked His Majesty feet away many times, which seemed to make His Majesty a little unhappy. Her eyebrows were raised, and a line of words appeared on her pretty face. And her words became unpleasant. Louis, if I hadn't been there this time, you probably wouldn't have thought that Andre was colluding with the ancient gods until now. After all, from various intelligence, the Blackish Wizards seem to be just a group of human traffickers who are interested in the godhood of the sea god and collude with the Pale Spies. In fact, even the Pale Wizards thought that the laboratory was just a slave exchange. And even you, an idiot, thought that the Blackish Wizards were just a group of arrogant people interested in the godhood of the sea god. So even if you were cautious and pried open the mouths of the Pale Wizards in advance, You would not be able to know Andre's real purpose. Maybe you would be fooled by Andre after you went to the laboratory to implement your original plan, and went to the Siren Temple with Andre. Xiao Dai talked nonsense for a long time. To sum it up in one sentence. Can you do without me? Still not licking your boots? Louis rolled his eyes fiercely. Andre is playing a joke on me. I will flush his boss into the toilet in front of him when I get there. Okay. Will I give Andre a chance to speak? He can't even say a word. Okay. However, if that's the case, I really can't know the real purpose of the Black Ash Wizards. At that time, I might really not throw Andre into the toilet in the end, because he is Helen Uncle. By then, this two-faced person will probably be able to keep pretending. And Grand Duke Warren will be in danger. Speaking of which, Xiao Dai did have a lot of credit for the White Queen family. Now that the affairs of the Black Ash Wizards have been exposed, she has a better understanding of the dealings between the big family and the ancient gods. And the White Queen will be able to see the real face of the big family in the Siren Temple in the future. This increases the possibility of the White Queen joining Solando. So, Xiao Dai is still a very good assistant. After all, she is less troublesome than the White Queen who is always making trouble. I hope that in the Siren Temple, Helen can keep an eye on the White Queen and prevent her from making any trouble. Louis shook his head secretly. Thinking of this, Louis was too embarrassed to roll his eyes at his concubine. He pretended to compliment Her Majesty the Queen and patted her horse. He talked about her wisdom and bravery. As a result, His Majesty was a bit arrogant. And the arrogant words he said made Louis even more unhappy. Louis soon lost his patience. He saw that almost everyone in the conference room had left, and only his family and maids were left. So he impatiently interrupted Xiao Dai's meaningless words and asked directly why Her Majesty the Queen summoned him. His Majesty the Black Swan words were also very direct, which made Louis dumbfounded. I asked the spies I arranged in the Pale Wizards to reveal to Andre the plan that you and the White Queen were going to go to the laboratory to do something. Louis? Your Majesty? You are messing with me? His Majesty the Black Swan looked at the conference room that had not been cleared yet, and responded to Louis with a look in a bad mood. Wait a moment. Louis? Chapter 337 Do you know magic? When he thought of Andre, His Majesty the Black Swan was a little angry. He thought that he had an ancient god card, and he could challenge him? My card, but it was much bigger than his. Everyone in the conference room left, only some maids were left. Kate and Yingling were still packing up. His Majesty glanced at the two future princesses of the Sea King, and thought viciously in his heart, isn't everything arranged for my sister? Yesterday, he deliberately said some hateful words in front of me, saying that my mother no longer planned to marry Louis to me, but planned to marry you to him. What are you proud of? What are you showing off? Even if you get married, you are just playing with what I left. Today, I want you to prepare the dowry princess for me to sleep with. Thinking of this, His Majesty looked at Louis with a smile, and stretched out his hand to tidy up Louis' jacket and shirt, which made Louis look a little embarrassed. The maids and female magicians, who were cleaning the conference room not far away, saw this scene, and they couldn't help but secretly envy Sir Louis, who seemed to be deeply loved by the Emperor. The maids have been with His Majesty for so many years, and have never seen His Majesty smile at any man. Now she is even fixing Sir Louis's tie. But it no wonder. Sir Louis is so capable, and His Majesty should treat this minister with such courtesy. It seems that His Majesty should think that Sir Louis is about to go to the laboratory, so he has something to tell him alone. But because he is afraid that it is inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone in the room, he keeps Yingling and Miss Kate. This way, others will gossip about you. After all, Your Majesty has a husband, Mother. Right? Everyone, please leave. You two stay. Your Majesty glanced at Secretary Kate and counting Ling and said. Many female officials bowed slightly and left, leaving only a few of Your Majesty's personal female officials and two extraordinary ladies, Miss Kate and Lord Ling. Several female officials couldn't help but feel proud. They were recently sent by His Majesty Yinch, and they originally thought that Her Majesty the Queen would not like them. But it seems that Her Majesty the Queen trusts her ladies-in-waiting quite a bit. She even lets herself participate in such a big event. By the way, Her Majesty the Queen has been more and more involved in the affairs of Sorrento recently, and seems to be in power. No wonder. His Majesty Iger has been in poor health recently, and has been bedridden since the former Queen Francesco showed up. She has been accompanying His Majesty the King as a magic consultant. The main body and the clone are playing a double act. Hey, Kate, What do you think of this information? Count Yingling suddenly said loudly. This brought the ladies back to their thoughts. Isn't the sound a bit too loud? Will it disturb the conversation between His Majesty and Sir Lewis? Her Majesty, the Witch Queen, has always had a bad temper. Several ladies looked up cautiously at His Majesty, but they found that in the blink of an eye, His Majesty had already sat on the table and reached out to pull Sir Lewis' butterfly tie. The ladies' faces froze, and they quickly lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. It must be a misunderstanding. Ahem. 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 Miss Kate, who was sorting out materials in front of the sand table, suddenly coughed. This attracted the attention of the court ladies, who raised their heads and saw that His Majesty actually stood up while chatting. Then they took the opportunity to sit on Sir Lewis' lap. Ahem. Your Majesty, don't do that. It's a bit crowded to sit together, Lewis said in a panic. Then I leave? This made the Queen's face turn cold. She glanced at Sir Lewis coldly. This made Lewis look tangled. This is the key thing. Xiao Dai just said half of it. She stopped talking. It made him feel awkward and upset. What did she say to Andre? Is she planning to trick me together? Seeing Lewis' tangled face, Her Majesty laughed triumphantly. She sat on Lewis's lap, and then looked at Lewis's two future princesses with a provocative look. The two spy ladies looked extremely ugly. Lewis' face was also a little ugly. He felt that he was forced by His Majesty. Something must have happened in Sorrento recently. Xiao Dai, this bad guy, did everything for a purpose. Was she doing this on purpose for her sister and mother? Fortunately, His Majesty did not do anything excessive. But now his actions are a bit too intimate. They look like a couple. Lewis, Andre thinks you are also interested in the godhood of the sea god. He thinks that since Miss Faki specifically asked you to take the captives to the Siren Temple to redeem them, then if the Blackish wizards can escort the captives and follow you and the White Queen into the Siren Temple, it may be a good idea. This hunter who went to the Siren Temple is extremely powerful. He has the power to behead the sea god, and he is also capable of dealing with the god of war Louis VI and the White Queen. But unfortunately, there are very few people who are loyal to you and the White Queen. So at that time, as long as you stab the back of you and the White Queen at the last critical moment, the entire sea of foam will belong to the ancient god and Andre. At this point, Xiao Dai couldn't help laughing. She touched the bow tie on Lewis's chest and said, I guess Mr. Andre has already thought about the news. The White Queen and the sea god died together, and Louis VI died tragically. And Andre will be the surviving hero. The Sea of Foam is very vast, and it is not only on the edge of the mysterious sea, but also isolated from the world because of mysterious phenomena. Therefore, it is very suitable as an enclave of the Abyss ancient god outside the Abyss. No outside wizard will discover what Andre and the ancient god want to do. They can develop here for many years. When the time is right, Andre will act as a middleman, help the ancient gods, and the big families build a bridge. Then maybe the big families will really accept the olive branch from the ancient gods. The Magic Alliance is shaking the rule of the big families. After the big families found out that the Magic Alliance was planning to establish diplomacy with the North Sea Kingdom, they have become more and more unbearable. As for the White Queen, she has been in charge of the Pale family for 3,000 years. It's time to change people. What more? She has an unclear relationship with me, the Witch Queen, and the King of the Nine Dragon Sea. Since she is dead, let her die. The ancient god can become their ally, and the Sea of Foam can isolate the sea monsters of the North Sea Kingdom from overseas. So I think, with the consistent character of the big families, it is very likely to reach an agreement with the ancient god. Use the ancient god as a trump card in their hands to deal with Sorrento. The price to be borne is just to turn the useless Sea of Foam into the concession of the ancient god, which is nothing. What more? This golden sea of elves has been isolated by the White Queen. Once the ancient gods occupy this place, the elves and sirens here will not only be divided up by the big families, but the ancient gods will even provide many demon slaves to the big families. And in those decades, whether Sorrento is destroyed or becomes another Red Queen family, like the Four Flower Kingdom back then, the 12 big families that have regained stability will drive away the ancient gods. If this speculation succeeds, then Mr. Andre, the friend of the ancient god, will be able to get along with everyone in this chaotic world, and slowly become a hero who is qualified to compete for the title of Wizard King from a small leader of the hunting god map. Maybe he will become the second Wizard King Isolde, unifying the Muggle and Wizard worlds under his feet. How similar they are. Both of them started from a low point. It's just that the dragon supported Wizard King Isolde back then. And now the ancient gods support Andre. The more Louis listened, the angrier he got. But Xiao Dai was getting more excited. She almost put herself in Andre's shoes. Unifying the wizard and muggle worlds was her dream. But she didn't envy Andre at all, and thought he was just daydreaming. However, although Xiao Dai had not taken Andre seriously before, she now regarded him as a thorn in her side. This guy with the ancient god behind him was a bit of a threat to her. If the Garactas that was sticking out in the toilet really crawled out, it would be a big deal. The 12 great families at that time will be even more difficult to deal with. Andre, who is born with a rebellious nature, must not be left alive. His ambition is too great. Xiao Dai fanned the flames in front of Louis. Louis, Andre intends to kill the White Queen, and you are just a byproduct. These pale wizards were instigated by Andre after he made the decision. The spies will guide you to the laboratory according to Andre's request. And it seems that Mr. Andre is ready to have a good talk with you in the laboratory about the cooperation on the Godhead of the Sea. At this point, Delphinia added fuel to the fire. Obviously, Mr. Andre doesn't take you seriously. In his opinion, the rumored Louis VI who could destroy the two-headed holy mountain with one sword is just a brainless, impulsive warrior. This kind of person is the easiest to use, and is the most suitable gift to the ancient gods. Louis knew that Xiao Dai did it on purpose, but the fire was lit. Who the hell is a warrior? The magic I cast on the two-headed holy mountain was clearly a high-level magic, and you can't see that? Do you have any culture? Do you know magic? Louis was already a little angry with Andre. He became even more upset after hearing this. Isn't Andre waiting for him to fall into his trap? He was planning to fall into this trap. Louis planned to let Andre know whether Louis VI was a magician in the Siren Temple. Chapter 338, Why don't you sleep with Her Majesty the Queen? Rest here today. And go tomorrow, looking at the ladies in waiting. Why are you still standing there? Louis is tired. Go, and give him a bath, and change his clothes. Louis. Sakura. Miss Kate. Come, and help me comb my hair. Xiao Dai looked at the ladies in waiting and said, then she stood up and puffed out her chest, and left with her two younger sisters. She looked like she was the boss. Seeing that His Majesty had finally left, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and left the conference room, intending to return to his room, but found that his room had also been arranged as a prison cell. Under the guidance of the ladies, Louis came to a larger room, which seemed to be the folding house brought by Little Det. I think Little Det must have changed it for him, which is considerate. There is also a large bathroom here, and there are several Twilight Elf maids. They are boiling water. After Louis asked with a strange look on his face, he learned that these elf maids were asked by the Witch Queen from the White Queen. Xiao Dai sent them to me as spies? Is this Xiao Dai's room? Louis couldn't help but have a strange thought, but after thinking about it, he shook his head with a bit of amusement. How is this possible? There are several Twilight Elf maids here. If she arranges me to take a bath in her room, wouldn't everyone know about it? As a result, when I was halfway through the bath, a group of Twilight Elf maids with red faces came in. They said they had to rub Louis's body, otherwise it wouldn't be clean. Louis, this is what Her Majesty the Witch Queen has ordered. Seeing Louis' refusal, the maid said with great embarrassment, Louis, you will always need someone to help at hot water and burn wood. Okay. Louis' face was a little embarrassed. After all, he had several wives. Louis was not hypocritical, after all. Although he was not wearing clothes, others were wearing clothes. And this kind of thing of being bathed by others is not the first time. When he was in the Red Palace, Isabella ladies-in-waiting rubbed his back a lot. But this time he was very honest, and did not touch those elf maids. Although the maids were given to Xiao Dai by the White Queen, they must have been in contact with the White Queen from time to time. If my senior sister knew that I was an LSP, how bad would that be? And it seemed that these elf ladies had never seen the world, and they were all very nervous. But no matter what he thought, when those pointy ears and silver long hair swayed in front of Louis, he still couldn't help chatting with everyone. He didn't do anything, just chatted normally and flirted with the girls. He looked like he didn't like women. Very gentlemanly, but not wooden, and very good at chatting. This conversation made the bathing in the bathroom less awkward. After everyone found out that Louis was a very easygoing person, they were no longer so nervous. Several elf ladies even smiled and told him some stories about the elves. Later, while the elf ladies were bathing Louis, they also chatted among themselves. For a while, there was laughter in the bathroom. Looking at those elves chatting among themselves, Louis couldn't help but secretly shook his head. These elf ladies really have never seen the world. And they are all innocent and naive. They don't know anything. It seems that my decision today is right. If I attack such a good girl, I will be a bad person. After asking the maids again, Louis was shocked to find that they were not maids at all, but priests of the White Queen. And the leader was a Twilight High Priest. They all knew very powerful magic of the Moon God's system. So they are all very powerful. Xiao Dai must have been envious of these priests for a long time. But in what name did Xiao Dai ask for these priests? Generally speaking, these priests will not serve mortals. Right? Of course. In your name. Louis, who thought that he was treated as a mortal by the White Queen, looked strange. Louis dared not touch these priests anymore, and even his words became more reserved. However, the elf priests teased him, which made Louis a little embarrassed. After taking a bath, the elf ladies all went out first. Louis breathed a sigh of relief, put on his nightgown, and prepared to go back to the bedroom to sleep. As a result, when he entered the bedroom, he found that there were several people inside. Kate was making the bed with a few maids, who had just helped Louis add water and firewood. Xiao Dai was sitting in front of the dressing mirror. It seemed that she had just taken a bath. Yingling and Kate were combing her hair. Obviously, this is His Majesty's room. Sir Louis is here to sleep with him. She is hinting that you are a son-in-law. Seeing Louis standing stupidly at the door, Lady Kate pretended not to see it, but her face became even redder. When she was making the pillow, she knelt there intentionally or unintentionally, with her head tilted up. Yingling rolled her eyes unhappily. It seemed that after talking with His Majesty just now, the two future princesses had already recognized the boss. After all, even Xiao Ao had to call His Majesty's sister. Right? Hey, Miss Kate, take a rest. I make the bed. No need. Sir Louis, I do it. You just watch from the side. Miss Kate turned around, showing an awkward but polite smile, lifted her nightgown down. Can you let go of your hands first? Okay. Louis tore the skirt open. I watch from the side. Kate. Louis looked at the elf high priest lady beside him, whose face was flushed with nervousness, showed a gentleman-friendly smile. Looking at the high priest, Miss Elf, do you need any help? No. 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 Oh. I see. You keep busy. I watch from the side. No. 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 That's not what I meant. With a tearing sound. Okay. You keep busy. Elf priest. This elf lady? Twilight elves. Louis was having fun playing this bad prank on the elves, when a hand patted his shoulder from behind. This made Louis's face stiffen slightly, and he suddenly remembered that his first wife was still here. Are you happy? Ahem, I am happy. You bastard, you really like elves, and you don't want to serve your queen obediently? His Majesty Louis sat on the bed. Ahem, okay. His Majesty is so sensible, so what if she takes advantage of him with words? It's not a big deal. That night, Louis, a gentleman who is not interested in women and is good at chatting, finally accepted His Majesty's kindness after watching everyone make their beds. He didn't let any of the 8 people present go. Of course, I also served His Majesty in bed. After the Scarlet Wizards tortured the Pale Spies for all the information they knew, Louis erased their memories and planted mental stamps on them. In order to make these idiots look more convincing, Louis did not immediately awaken these stamps. After these wizards woke up, Louis also conducted a special test. He asked his men to arrange a welcome dinner for them. The drunk idiots also mentioned the Blackish Wizard to Louis, and seemed to be guiding Louis to seek help from the Blackish Wizards. According to them, the Pale Wizards and the Blackish Wizards have been planning to deal with the Sea God. With the participation of Louis and his group, the plan will surely succeed. Louis said that he was going to the laboratory to discuss the matter of the sea monster captives. So after some consideration, he decided to follow the advice of the Pale Thieves and meet Andre. The thieves contacted Andre that day. The next day, Louis and his group set off. In order to avoid Mr. Andre being embarrassed, Louis did not bring too many people this time. In addition to the Yao Moth duo, there were only these 40 Pale Wizards, and Ross and a dozen others. Then, under the guidance of Kona and other elves, the group set out on the road to the laboratory, in order to wait for the ancient gods, and to communicate with some elf tribes. Everyone chose to travel this time. The entire Broken Islands is still very large, equivalent to a British island. The environment on the road is also very complex, and there are many mysterious areas. However, the elves were very familiar with this place, which allowed them to always find a good resting place during the journey. It also allowed the team to avoid conflicts with other elves and magical creatures. After a few days, the beautiful plants on the road gradually withered. The once calm rivers and streams also turned into a thick green, bubbling and releasing poisonous gases. The pale wizards found some traces of demons near the river, although they looked very smart and hid very well. It didn't take the god hunter much time to catch them. As a result, everyone found that these demons seemed to be the elves and magical creatures in the past. The protectors who once guarded this land have now become twisted and ugly. Their bodies have become bloated and huge. Their limbs are twisted, and the wounds on their bodies are oozing poison. They still have a trace of reason, but they are driven by desire. They wander aimlessly in the land they once protected, hunting all living things. Lewis looked at the rolling fog not far away. The fog was very thick, and it seemed that there was a clear distinction between the fog and the forest here. The laboratory was in the fog. Chapter 339 Andre. The fog in the distance was rolling, but the forest here was lightly foggy. Lewis retracted his gaze and wandered in the team. There were many seriously injured and subdued demons on the ground around him, and the wizards were checking them. Not far away, Kona was wiping her tears, seemingly intending to kill the dying thorn demon under her feet, but she was stopped by the scarlet wizards. Lewis frowned and walked over. It was supposed to be a tree man, but now it can't be seen in its original form. According to the test, many creatures in this forest have been infected by the fallen angels and turned into demons. Looking at the strange demon that looked like thorny vines under their feet, the scarlet wizards shook their heads and said to Kona. Kona nodded in grief and anger, and decided to let it be free from pain. Seeing that Kona actually raised her hand to kill, the scarlet wizards quickly stopped her. All the people present were demon masters, who knew how to transform demons, and also knew that if they were to transform them back, normal magic would never be able to do this. But the scarlet wizards can, because these wizards, who have turned into demons, have experienced much more serious experiences than these elves who have turned into demons. In their eyes, this is nothing at all. Especially since the scarlet wizards have solved their own problems, their research on the Abyss Compendium has become more in-depth, and now they can be said to be the group of wizards who know the most about the Abyss demons in the world. As long as they check some forbidden books in the Gallic Library, it is very likely that these creatures infected by the fallen angels and turned into demons can be cured. The Scarlet Wizard's statement was unbelievable to Kona and the others. If the Scarlet Wizards had not said that this kind of healing work could be done in the elf hut, Kona and the others would have almost suspected that the wizards were planning to take the bodies of these demons back to enslave them. Lewis explained, and then asked the magician to tear open a magic scroll. Then, a portal back to the elf hut was opened. The elves were ready to return. The pale wizards used various tricks to turn the demons into cute little voodoo dolls and handed them over to the elves. There is indeed hope. Kona, when you go back, take them back to the elf house. Lewis turned the number demon under his feet into a porcelain doll, stood up and handed it to Kona, then patted Kona dear back and said, "Thank you, Lewis." Since the laboratory appeared, this place has gradually become like this. Kona looked at the rolling fog not far away, her eyes full of anger. There was a group of people walking towards this side. It seemed that Mr. Andre came to greet them after learning that Lewis and others were coming. "Yeah," Lewis snorted coldly and said, "I hope Andre can give everyone a reasonable explanation." Along the way, the White Queen and Helen had a lot of exchanges with Kona and Lewis. And these two big and small fans of Mr. Andre also spoke well of the big star Mr. Andre. In Kona's heart, the White Queen is the sacred monarch in her heart. In the heart of a stubborn loyal minister like Kona, the monarch is never at fault. The monarch is just easily deceived by the evil. As for Helen, she is Andre's niece, and it is naturally difficult for her to accept that her uncle is a bad guy. So although Kona was angry, she never blamed the two deceived people, and only attributed the crime to the treacherous minister Andre. Therefore, Kona did not say much. Only Lewis kept accumulating anger. He even told Helen and the White Queen that unless Andre died with the ancient god in the end, he would never believe Andre. Helen and the White Queen also repeatedly assured that Andre would do what he should do like a hero. But the scene in front of them seemed to verify that the laboratory was polluting the land. This made the two fans nervous and uneasy at this time. They did not dare to look into Lewis's eyes in their guilty conscience. Kona bowed slightly to the White Queen and Helen, and left with the elves. Louis hummed secretly, and looked at the figures of a group of people vaguely walking in the mist. It should be Andre who brought people here. He knew that he would come today. I wonder how Andre will explain this pollution. Louis was curious about how good this scumbag was at lying. Louis smiled, and led people to greet him. He swept his eyes over those people. He recognized Andre at a glance. It was not that they had met before, but this guy was so stylish. He looked like a good man. He was worthy of being Helen's uncle. Helen was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and Marquis Andre was more than 1.8 meters tall. He also had an extraordinary handsome face. But this kind of handsomeness was not the kind of handsomeness of a young man, but a kind of heroic. He looked like a charming middle-aged uncle. He was tall, and after wearing French armor, he looked even more heroic, especially on his waist. He was not carrying a wand, but a rune sword. If some muggles who had never seen the god hunter saw him, they would probably think he was a mighty knight. Looking at the face of Mr. Andre, Louis couldn't help but recall the illustrations in the fairy tale books collected by Helen, and he doubted whether the knight images in those illustrations were based on this celebrity. It is indeed possible. When he was young, he and Grand Duke Warren were called the Erlinda twins. After leading the Black Ash Hunters, he made great military achievements. He has dealt with many disasters in the wizarding world, and is good at dealing with demons and evil gods. He is the most feared evil star in the hearts of those who worship various evil gods. In many legends, there is the figure of Captain Andre. Louis recognized Andre at a glance. Andre also recognized him at a glance. He is the only one in the entire wizard group who looks like a warrior. Although Mr. Louis seemed to have specially worn an ancient magician robe, but whose magician vitality is several times stronger than his magic power. If he hadn't had the information about Mr. Louis in his hand, Andre would have thought he was a Gallic dragon. Before the two sides met, the aggrieved Helen rushed to her uncle with tears in her eyes. Uncle Andre couldn't help but hug his niece. The uncle and niece hadn't seen each other for a long time, and had a lot to talk about, but Her Majesty the White Queen was not far away, and she looked a little angry. So after Uncle Andre comforted Helen, he quickly lifted his cloak, and with several leaders of the god hunters, he knelt on one knee in front of the White Queen, and performed the ceremony of monarch and subject. Although the White Queen was not the monarch of Marquis Andre, she was one of the 12 monarchs, who opened a new era 3,000 years ago. So except Shao Dai and other monarchs, everyone had to pay tribute to her as if they were treating their own king. After some politeness, the straightforward Helen couldn't wait to ask her uncle about the forest. The White Queen also looked at Andre. Andre, why is this forest so seriously polluted by demons? The White Queen said. The tone was like a king who walked out of the palace for the first time, and found that there were beggars in his kingdom. Your Majesty Aishwarya, that is the blood of the devil. My people once killed a demon lord here. Now this deep forest is full of its dirty blood. The laboratory was built on his bones. Although the Ministry of Magic has been trying its best to analyze his blood and study how to cure the polluted creatures here, there are still many creatures polluted by the remaining evil blood every year. Although wizards use the fog barrier to isolate this polluted area, in recent years, this demonized area has expanded a little. Hearing this, the White Queen and Helen suddenly understood, and even some pale idiots believed his lies. However, Andre changed the subject. This is indeed true, but there are also some untrue things. Andre raised his head, and said with grief and indignation in his eyes, Your Majesty, please forgive my sins. I failed the duties entrusted to me by the Magic Council, and I also failed your trust in me. A traitor appeared in the Erlinda family. They colluded with the Siren Elders Council, and plotted to summon the ancient gods of the Abyss. It is true that the laboratory is researching a cure, researching how to enslave demons, and cultivating fallen angels. Moreover, here they are also researching how to enslave elves and sirens, and sell these transformed slaves to the nobles of various large families. The wizards from the great families began to come here to help the White Queen decades ago, and Andre also brought people here several times. However, the Black Ash Hunters, a team of this level, was only officially stationed here after the situation in the Great Whirlpool became more serious in the past 2 years. Their main task is to deal with the sirens. Andre knew something about the wizards reselling elves, but he didn't care much about it, so he just turned a blind eye. However, recently, after the White Queen asked Andre about the siren captives, Andre began to have doubts about the siren captives. He specially investigated the laboratory for this purpose, and the deeper he dug into the secrets of this place, the more shocked he was. And later, he discovered that there were traitors not only in the Erlinda family, but also in the god hunters. Recently, he confirmed the matter of the ancient gods, and also confirmed that those traitors were all the people of the witch queen Delphina. So he secretly contacted the Pale Wizards, using the sea god godhood as an excuse, and invited Lewis and the White Queen to have a secret talk here. The White Queen and Helen, the Pale Wizards, were shocked after hearing this. As a professionally trained god hunter, I can face the spiritual invasion of the ancient gods. Under the condition that Andre was not defeated, it was difficult for the White Queen and Lewis to read his mind. But what can be confirmed is that Andre's words do have some logic. After all, Xiao Dai, the bad guy, has a criminal record and often cheats Lewis. Looking at Andre, who was speaking sincerely in front of him, Lewis nodded with an ugly face. So if I hadn't read Xiao Dai mind every day, I would have really believed your nonsense. Chapter 340. Hey, I jumped left and right. Andre's words were instantly cleared in front of the White Queen, Helen, the Pale Wizard, and other people who had always trusted him. As for Ross and others, they were in doubt. On the one hand, these old-timers suspected that the Witch Queen had set a trap for the boss again, and on the other hand, they suspected that Andre had already prepared to lure everyone into the laboratory and catch them all in one fell swoop, so he deliberately said such a thing. Therefore, Ross and other old-timers, who were originally relatively relaxed, suddenly became more alert. Yes, Ross and his men are indeed dark wizards. Others relaxed their vigilance, but they became more cautious. Lewis, who followed the White Queen, secretly praised his subordinates. But as they walked, Lewis found that something was wrong with the formation. He found that Ross and his group of guys who suspected that there was a fire pit in front of them did not gather around him to protect him, but hid behind him intentionally or unintentionally. It seemed that if there was a fire pit in front, they would let the boss step on it first. Scarlet Wizards, doesn't the boss always tell us about the lineup for fighting the boss? There might be a boss ahead, so it's better for us mages to stand behind the MT. How can we get DPS otherwise? Rose, if we are ambushed, the boss won't die anyway. The most important thing for us cannon fodders in the next dungeon is to protect our lives, otherwise how can we serve the boss in the future? Listening to the voices of these idiots, Lewis was almost pissed off. He turned around and glared at Ross and the others, indicating that they should do what they should do, and then continued to follow the White Queen in a low-key manner, as if everything was centered around the White Queen. This is indeed the case. Andre has never paid too much attention to Lewis. After all, although Mr. Lewis, who assisted Hogg and Francesco in repelling the Faceless Man, has a sense of gradually emerging among the great families recently, in Andre's heart, the White Queen is far superior to Lewis in terms of strength and status. Therefore, in Andre's heart, Lewis is just a fake king of the Nine Dragon Sea town invited by the White Queen. The Siren Elders have confirmed that Mr. Lewis is a fake Dragon King. In this case, this clown with some strength was just a cannon fodder for the ancient god. Lewis was happy to keep a low profile. He was nominally a person found by the Witch Queen Xiao Dai for the White Queen. If he pretended to believe Andre's lies all of a sudden, it would be too fake. But if he pretended that he still trusted the Witch Queen, it would be easy to cause trouble. After all, Andre still needed to lead everyone to the Siren Temple this time. If something suddenly happened at this time, or even a fight broke out, things would be a bit difficult to deal with. So after Lewis found out that Andre didn't take him seriously, Lewis was happy to keep a low profile. He pretended to be troubled and thoughtful, and followed the White Queen. However, the White Queen kept looking back at Lewis secretly, as if to say, "Look, Andre is a good man." This made Andre look weird, and kept looking back at Lewis. Helen even said something inappropriate. "Humph, Lewis, you still believe the words of that bad woman? She is a liar. Uncle Andre is wronged." "Lewis? Andre? Andre, what did the witch and the White Queen say?" Andre smiled faintly, looking nonchalant, but his ears were secretly perked up. "Lewis." The little one mumbling attracted Miss Moth's attention. She turned around and frowned at Lewis. In front of Andre, he said such a sentence. "Lewis." Andre said Delphina is a bad person. "Who do you think is the bad person?" Lewis was a little dumbfounded, and he wished he could go back a minute ago, and so Helen and the White Queen mouths shut. "Sister, we are here to be spies. Can't you just pretend that you believe his lies? What are you two doing here? Don't mess with me." Andre was also a little dumbfounded. Before hearing the White Queen question, Andre always thought that he was the person the White Queen trusted the most. But today he suddenly found out that he was not the person the White Queen trusted the most. And neither was Delphinia. The person the White Queen trusted the most was the liar Louis in front of him. Andre's face is a little ugly. Your face is a little ugly too. Andre and everyone around him looked at you. The atmosphere was a little solemn for a moment. In order to avoid any more trouble, I hope you can be careful in what you say and do. If you have a conflict with the Blackish Wizards, the Siren Elders Council may take the risk of starting the ancient god sacrifice ceremony in advance. You decide. A. Express your belief in Xiao Dai. Don't trust Andre. Completion reward. Andre's self-proof of innocence *1. Louis still misunderstands Andre. Swelling wood *1. Andre giving up backstab *1. Ancient god early appearance *1. All attributes +1. B. Express your belief in Andre. Don't trust Xiao Dai. Completion reward. Andre. This is too fake. *1. Louis misunderstood Xiao Dai. What to do 1. Andre vigilance 1. Andre giving up backstabbing *1. The ancient god appears early *1. Random attribute +3. Aishwarya. Louis looked at Andre with a complicated expression, and said to the White Queen, "You asked me this, I'm really a little embarrassed. If you let me answer without thinking, then I would rather believe Her Majesty Delphinia, rather than Mr. Andre. Her Majesty the Witch Queen has been kind to me. From an emotional point of view, I would rather believe her, than the stranger in front of me. Magic +3. After saying this, Andre and the others looked a little unhappy. Louis continued. But to be honest, I have been thinking along the way. I think rationally, I think I should give Mr. Andre some trust. After all, although Her Majesty the Witch Queen is very good to me, I know what kind of person she is. So what Mr. Andre said is very likely. All attributes +1. However, Her Majesty the Witch Queen and Mr. Andre may be bad people. They have joined forces to deceive us, in order to achieve their ulterior motives. But I would rather believe that Her Majesty the Witch Queen and Mr. Andre are both good people. Aishwarya, as you said, maybe there is some misunderstanding. After saying this, Andre and others looked strange. Andre couldn't help but give Louis another look. You have said everything. Both positive and negative? What the hell do you want to say? What the difference between you saying it for a long time, and not saying it? Louis, you are really smart. Andre, I think there may be some misunderstanding. The White Queen suddenly looked at Andre. Delphinia is a good child. She would not do such a thing. This remark almost pissed Andre off. He is not smart at all. This liar and troublemaker. The White Queen was almost fooled by me. How could such a good thing turn out like this? Your Majesty Aishwarya. I don't believe this is a misunderstanding. The evidence is solid. Whether what I said is true or not, we will know it when we go to the laboratory. Andre said with a little anger, pretending to be upright. He coldly glanced at Louis. The troublemaker who kept talking nonsense, shook his sleeves, and walked towards the laboratory not far ahead. Louis's face looked a little ugly when he heard this. He suspected that there were really people from Delphinia in the laboratory. But these people were dealt with by Andre. Humph. Lou and I. You were blinded by that bad woman. Just wait and see. Uncle Andre will definitely prove his innocence. Helen said something vicious to Louis. Seeing Louis reaching out to hit her, she ran to catch up with her uncle. Chapter 341. Give me a show of strength? The whole laboratory looks like a castle, but the tower is much larger than that of an ordinary castle. After arriving near the laboratory, Louis found that some of the towers in the laboratory had signs of collapse. There were also many burn marks left by magic on the walls, and there was a lot of demon blood on the ground. It seems that someone had a big battle here recently, and the guards were laboratory wizards with demon slaves. After entering the laboratory, Louis found that the laboratory felt a bit empty, and there were traces of fierce fighting on the road. And there was a faint smell of blood, although it seemed that the Blackish Wizards had cleaned up the battlefield. The smell of blood and traces of fighting were still not completely cleaned up. The Scarlet Wizards were very sensitive to the smell of blood, and could recognize the difference in the smell of each person's blood. According to them, thousands of people may have died here in the past 2 weeks. Judging from the resentment left in the Black Cinder God hunters, these people were killed by them. On the way, Louis and others saw some laboratory wizards. After seeing the Black Cinder God hunters, they all looked terrified, and knelt on the ground trembling. In the prison where the test subjects were originally imprisoned, the people now were no longer elves or sirens, but some terrified wizards from big families. After seeing the pale wizards, the wizards from big families rushed to the prison door like they saw a savior, and grabbed the sleeve of a pale wizard. John! I am innocent. Tell them quickly, I was sent by the Witch Queen. I am only responsible for investigating the things here. I did nothing evil. It was those Erlinda wizards who did the bad things. I only participated in the slave transformation, and everything here has nothing to do with me. While crying, the prisoner recounted his injustice and begged his former pale wizard friend for help. After seeing this scene, several blackish god hunters turned their heads and looked coldly at the pale wizard named John. The cold eyes frightened John so much that he trembled all over, and he shook off the prisoner's arm fiercely and returned to the team with his head down. Ross leaned over to ask about the situation and learned that the prisoners were all wizards in the laboratory. A scarlet wizard stretched out his finger to a seriously injured and dying prisoner in the cell and drew out his soul. After eating it, he obtained the prisoner memory from various information and intelligence. It seems that Andre really brought people here suddenly a few days ago, and then killed the wizards of the big families who were preparing sacrifices for the ancient gods and the cultists of Erlinda. It looks like the blackish hunters have really cleaned up the mess here. Boss, these prisoners are very clean. Their memories have not been altered, Ross said, tossing a porcelain doll in his hand. Ross, you did a great job. There is no clue left. If the boss hadn't just told me that he had read the mind of Her Majesty the Witch Queen, I would have suspected that the Witch Queen had tricked the boss. Ross, kill them after they are used up. How cruel. And some Witch Queen spies, who don't know the inside story, are left behind. This time, the Witch Queen can't explain it clearly. Ross is indeed a veteran, who has been in the Black Wizard Circle for many years. He revealed the truth in one sentence. For so many years, the Blackish God Hunters have probably been secretly managing this laboratory as the mastermind behind the scenes. Now that things are about to succeed, it is natural to clean up. The first ones to be cleaned up are naturally the wizards from other families who were recruited here. After all, they are outsiders, and it is not a pity to die. Moreover, they have worked in this laboratory for so many years and know so many things, so they naturally cannot stay. After killing them, they will just take the blame for the Black Cinder God Hunters. As for the dead Erlinda wizards and traitors, their value has been squeezed out. There is no need to keep these wastes. Right? After killing these people, their souls will just be sent to the Siren Elders Council to make up for the last part of the missing sacrifices. This is considered a waste utilization. Now, in the laboratory, the wizards who have seen this group of Black Cinder God Hunters are probably now cleared out. Only a group of wizards who had never seen the masterminds were left. Among these wizards, those with stains were locked up in jail. As for those without too many stains, they were all kept alive, just in time to whitewash the Black Cinder God Hunters. As expected, they were as ruthless as a tyrant, and they were people who could do great things. These were the real Black Wizards. Compared with them, those pale idiots, who only cared about reselling elf slaves, were simply a disgrace to the Black Wizard group. Louis looked ahead. In the corridor ahead, the upright Andre was leading the way with a cold face, as if to say, "We won't explain. Whether you believe us or not, we will crush the conspiracy of the ancient gods." The two big and small fans following behind the big star turned their heads and looked at Louis again. Without listening, Louis knew what the two guys were thinking. Not long after, Louis actually saw some sirens on the road. Most of these sirens were tall and burly Nanda guards, and a few were tall and slender female sirens with 4 arms. They were the mermaid ladies in Louis's eyes. These sirens all had slave marks on their bodies, and there were many scars left in the experiments. However, they were following some blackish wizards on patrol, acting as guards here, and it seemed that these sirens were extremely respectful to the Blackish God Hunters, and they felt that they were benefactors and friends. Before Louis and others could take a closer look, Andre had already recited a spell, and then the passage in front of them began to change, turning into a strange maze. Andre and others led everyone around, walking forward. During the whole process, the pale wizards all looked very strange, because they had been to this laboratory many times, but never to this place, nor had they discovered this place. And from the level of confidentiality here, it was no less than the deep area of the demon prison. Louis noticed that there were many blackish elite wizards, and many god hunters patrolled and guarded with siren, and what they were guarding were some dynamic oil paintings on the walls of the maze. In these paintings, there are many demons sealed, and even many fallen angels that are not fully mature. There are even 3 fallen angels that are almost mature. These demons are what we have captured in the Sea of Foam in recent years. I originally thought that these demons had been dealt with by the traders of Erlinda, but I never thought that these things were sent to the laboratory by the traders, and became the power of the laboratory, helping the scum of other big families to do evil. At this point, Andre smiled and looked at Louis. When we broke into the laboratory, these things caused a lot of trouble. But fortunately, our wizards in Erlinda are best at solving magic and dealing with demons. Louis nodded and looked at Mr. Andre, who was looking at him with a smile. He looked at the sealed demons and the blackish wizards, who were gathering around. What does it mean? This guy is going to show me his power in this maze? Chapter 342. My uncle dares to eat shit. While Andre was talking with a smile, Louis nodded. The defense of this laboratory is indeed not small, but Andre does have the courage to make up such a story, because his God Hunter group has such strength. In this complete God Hunter group, in addition to more than 40 God Hunters, there are also hundreds of elite demon masters, and many demons enslaved by the God Hunter group. Together, the team includes the main force, the elite, and the cannon fodder. This does not include the wizards and demons in the laboratory, and the sea monster captives deceived by the God Hunters. This team was originally prepared for the sea god. When the Twilight Elf army attacked the temple, this team rushed in during the chaos and could definitely behead a weak real sea god. And this maze can be regarded as a low-profile version of the Twisted Cage. Apart from anything else, if this group suddenly attacked, Louis and his 60 people would be in a mess. If Louis didn't come today, there would only be the White Queen and 40 pale wizards here. If the traitors among the 40 pale wizards suddenly rebel, the White Queen would be captured by the Black Cinders hunters, just like Louis did with the pale traitors in the shelter. But this battle would not be as easy as the shelter. Louis narrowed his eyes and looked at Mr. Andre, who was smiling at him. Would this guy really change his original plan and PK with us here? If you want to talk about weakness, Louis is definitely not weak. Not to mention the 40 brainwashed pale wizards. They are now a solid block. He and the White Queen alone are two faceless bosses and Helen, a great assistant who could open the Crimson Angel. With just a few hundred people and a shabby maze, it is still a bit too much to push down 2.5 faceless. If a fight really breaks out, Andre will be dumbfounded and he will be the first to die. But the key is, if a fight really breaks out, then no one will be able to lead his group to the Siren Temple. Moreover, the storybook has also said before, if the Black Ashes hunters suddenly lose contact with the Siren Elders Council, the sacrifice will have to start early. That will be troublesome. Do I have to summon my mother-in-law and kill her all the way to the temple to flush the toilet? If I kill her all the way to the temple, then it will be magic without eyes. Should I kill Faki if he stands in my way? Faki and her group of mermaid warlords are a perfect match for me. The king of the 9 dragons see, and they are to be my pets. Ahem, to be my assistant professors at the Magic Academy. Louis is going to take them to show off to his uncle in the future, so they are his darlings. If a few Medusa leaders die, it will be too annoying. And it would not be a good idea to kill her uncle in front of Helen, right? Now the misunderstanding has not been cleared up, it is not the right time. If I really kill Andre now, then Xiao die and I will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but feel a little nervous and uneasy. Looking at Louis' nervous face, Andre couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Don't be nervous, Mr. Louis. You have always misunderstood me. But if I really colluded with the ancient gods, you are already dead. Hearing this, Ross and others rolled their eyes fiercely. But Louis was greatly relieved. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and showed an awkward smile. Andre smiled and said no more. He continued to lead the way. Soon, everyone passed through the maze and came to an experimental area hidden in the laboratory. Many wizards were adjusting potions here. And here, there was also a huge oil painting. Standing here, Louis looked around and found that in the laboratory, there was actually a secret passage that led directly to here. So there was no need to go through the laboratory. It seems that Andre just gave you a show of strength, and he felt very successful. Andre stopped in front of the huge oil painting. After the curtain on the painting was pulled open, a beautiful ecological zone appeared in the painting. Looking at the painting, Louis suddenly realized that the secret place of the captives in the laboratory was hidden here. After everyone walked in, they found that it looked like a huge ecological zone, with waterfalls, a deep pool, and many tree houses. The bottom of the deep pool was supposed to be a cell for the sirens, but it seemed that the sirens had been released, and he even served as the guard of this laboratory. In addition, there are many tree houses here, and many sick elves are being treated by wizards here. It seems that those elves have suffered a lot of torture, and they are either left with infectious curses, or have been planted with demon seeds. The Blackish wizards are trying to solve their problems. After seeing the White Queen, many elves and fairies came over with tears. Originally, many of them would have been used as sacrifices, but now they were saved by the White Queen Knight. Mr. Andre. After listening to the story, the White Queen could not help but feel sad and blame herself for the fate of these elves. The wizards of the great families have been doing things in their own territory for so many years, but I didn't know anything about it. Listening to the stories of these elves, the White Queen has completely believed in Andre. Or, she has always believed that Shaldai and Andre are not bad people. There is just a misunderstanding. The White Queen couldn't help but look at Louis again, and whispered, "Louis, Andre must be a good person." Louis rolled his eyes fiercely, and whispered, "In order to lure you into a trap, he would certainly let go of those elves. For the ancient gods, your sacrifice is more valuable than all the elves put together." Louis, why do you have such a big prejudice against Andre? White Queen favorability -1. Current favorability? Max. Humph. Lou and you still believe that bad woman. You should apologize to my uncle. Helen said to Louis angrily, with her hands folded in front of her chest. Louis nodded with a grim expression. He glanced at Andre, who was talking to the elf leader not far away. He was too lazy to say anything more to these two guys, because Andre played this trick very beautifully. Of course, there was no need for me to apologize to Andre, and it didn't matter if I kept showing my distrust of him. After all, she has a relationship with the Witch Queen, so she must be tough and help the Witch Queen. How could she believe Andre so quickly, and then kill her relatives for the sake of justice? If she changes too quickly, Andre might become suspicious. Louis, how can you trust Andre? The White Queen was a little worried. Unless that guy jumps into the whirlpool and perishes with the ancient gods, I won't believe him. Louis said with a little anger. If he really does this, what can I do if I burn a few incense sticks for him? But I guess even if this guy is really a good person, he probably won't do this. He cherishes his life. Louis's words made Helen a little angry. Don't say that about my uncle. He is a great hero. Just watch. My uncle will definitely jump into the whirlpool and sacrifice himself. I don't believe it. If he really does that, I will poop upside down. He will. I don't believe it. He will. Helen's angry words were like arguing with the neighbor kids about whose brother is more powerful, and shouting loudly, "My brother dares to eat shit. And so does my brother." This made Andre, who came over and heard these words, slightly stiffen the smile on his face. Chapter 343. Why am I so exaggerated? Helen words, "My uncle dares to eat shit," made Andre's smile froze slightly. If other people heard such words, they would definitely shout, "I dare not." But Andre is different. He is a strange man. As a great hero and star in the wizarding world, his words and deeds must be consistent with the personality he has created. Right? He smiled and touched Helen's head, then bowed slightly to Her Majesty the White Queen and said, "Your Majesty, if you really need me to do this, I will do it without hesitation." These words touched the White Queen and Helen so much that they could not help but give Louis a look. "Yes, Mr. Andre, righteousness makes me feel ashamed. I will burn incense for you when the time comes," Louis said with a smile. Andre's smile froze slightly. He squinted and looked at Louis deeply. This Mr. Louis obviously has a short memory. Just now, he was sweating profusely in the maze, and now he is provoking me again? Andre, killing intention towards you doubled +1. At this time, a group of tall and mighty Nanda royal guards and Nanda sirens swam over from the deep pool like snake men. Judging from the wizard heads in the hands of these people, they should have tortured some laboratory wizards under the water just now. Everyone seemed to respect Andre very much. After coming over, they saluted him. It seemed that the sirens were eager to go to the temple and thwart the conspiracy of the ancient god. The straightforward Nanda royal guard in the lead mentioned this matter directly and asked when to set off. The sea god is actually an ancient god, judging from the information in the laboratory and the confessions of the cultists. This matter is almost certain. Everyone is anxious. It turns out that Her Majesty Queen Faki has been kept in the dark. The queen is never wrong. It is the treacherous ministers around her who are wrong. Or maybe the queen has been bewitched by the ancient gods. Right? It seems that these deceived sea monster captives are planning to help the elders to purge the court. After listening to the conversation between Andre and the sea monsters, Louis narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not find any signs of being cursed on these sea monsters. No wonder. Andre was always cautious. How could he leave such a handle for the White Queen to find? It seems that these sirens were really fooled. Ross, the captives are not qualified to meet the top leaders of the laboratory, let alone the Black Cinder Hunters. Andre and his men have no stains on them. When they were cleaning up those useless wizards, they just played a trick to clean themselves up. Hee hee. Maybe these sirens participated in the battle at that time. Ross, it seems that these sirens have been completely fooled. Maybe the captives in the entire laboratory now regard the Black Cinder Hunters as righteous rescuers. After all, they came to rescue these people in the name of the White Queen. Ross, I have won the trust of the White Queen and others. And I have also won the trust of the sea monster captives. It is really killing two birds with one stone. Boss, I just found out that among these sea monster captives, there may be people planted by the elders. Ross basically thought the same as the boss. Sure enough, the sea monsters mentioned one thing. Her Majesty Aishwarya, Sir Andre. In fact, one of the elders had already begun to suspect that Queen Faki was bewitched by the ancient gods and secretly summoned the ancient gods. The great families colluded with the treacherous ministers around the queen. Although the Council of Elders did not believe the words of the elders at that time and locked him up, the Council of Elders began to have some doubts. We had planned to secretly come to this laboratory to collect evidence some time ago. But the wizard's magic was too strange, and we were discovered and locked up with the captives. Now, we have found conclusive evidence in the laboratory, and I have sent people to send these key intelligence back to the Council of Elders. This time, after we sneaked into the Siren Temple, the Council of Elders secretly helped us. On the surface, they will cooperate with the Queen in the ceremony, but secretly they will destroy the sacrifice. The Siren captives also said some things. For example, the elders tried to get Andre, Louis and others to go to the altar. When exchanging captives, the Queen would invite Louis and others to watch the ceremony with the ancestor worship ceremony. It seems that many things have been arranged by the elders. After listening to these plans, the Pale Wizards frowned. Although the Pale Wizards belong to a large hermit family, they are not as good as the Scarlet Wizards, and Ross and other wizards, who have experienced all kinds of human relationships, are not as good as them in conspiracy and intrigue. But the Pale Wizards also felt that things seemed to be going too smoothly. But the scenes in the laboratory all proved the innocence of Andre and the elders, and the Scarlet Wizards, who had a lot of tricks in their minds, also seemed to think that there was no problem with this plan, so this doubt was quickly dispelled by the Pale Wizards. As for the White Queen and Helen, after listening to the plan, they also showed a look of surprise. It turns out that the elders are also good people. Louis smiled coldly, without saying much. Forget it. It good this way. With the White Queen and Helen as cover, Andre can trust us. It seems that today is going well. This is a good thing, don't be angry. Someone's eyes fell on Louis. Louis turned his head, and saw that it was Andre who was looking at him. The two looked at each other, and their faces showed undisguised disgust and disdain. Then they turned their heads away. Andre/Louis, a liar who only knows how to pretend. When we get to the Siren Temple, let's see how you can still act. Ross, boss, your acting is just right. It seems that Andre no longer cares about your distrust. Or, he thinks you are a reckless warrior with only one mind. This flattery made Louis look ugly. Louis, Ross, I am not acting. Ross, ahem. The flatterer Ross looked a little embarrassed. He quickly passed on a thought to the boss, giving the boss a way out. Anyway, although Andre thinks you have some strength, he does not take you seriously. This is a good thing. When we discuss the ceiling later, you can continue to act as you are. This is in line with the exaggerated image you have in everyone's mind. The exaggerated image you are showing now. Louis's face became even uglier after hearing this. Exaggerated? How am I exaggerating? It obviously that idiot who can't see that I am the best magician. Okay. He is illiterate. He can't even tell who knows magic the best. Strong vitality, high strength. Does it mean that you are not proficient in magic? My strength is so high, my magic power has reached 1/3 of my strength. At least there are more than 200 of them. Okay. Are they elite wizards? Among the more than 100 wizards present, at least I can be ranked. Well, at least there is someone to put me at the bottom. Okay. Thinking of this, Louis looked at the attributes of Princess Helen of Eralinda in the storybook with a strange expression. Well, what wrong with being the last? It not shameful. Okay. The more than 100 people present are all the world top wizards. Okay. Chapter 344 Public Concubine. After Andre led everyone to check the entire laboratory that day, Louis's team completely trusted Andre. Or, with the efforts of Helen and the White Queen, everyone completely won Andre's trust. Next, the two teams studied the matter of the Siren Temple. In this incident, other big families could not come to support. On the one hand, even if the big families mobilized their forces now, it would be too late in time. On the one hand, it is also because of the magic of the Sea of Foam and the strange spatial conditions, which makes it difficult for a large number of people to be teleported in from outside. Of course, the most important thing is that after everyone saw the captive wizards from the great families in the laboratory, they can no longer trust other great families. Even the White Queen finds it difficult to trust other great families. During this period, the White Queen worldview has been greatly impacted. Although she still trusts Andre now, it is difficult for the White Queen to think that other great families are still just. Although she has not seen it as clearly as Louis and others, the White Queen has already believed that other great families are different from the great families 3,000 years ago. They have gradually decayed. It is hard to say whether there are still people who are colluding with the ancient gods. Louis has always wanted to change the White Queen opinion, but what he never expected was that Mr. Andre, the bad guy, helped a lot in this matter. After all, Mr. Andre, the last thing he wants now is that other big families get involved in this matter, and thus cause trouble. What more? He has put all the blame in this laboratory on other big families. As for Louis, naturally, he didn't want other big families to get involved. Louis really didn't want any more trouble. And Louis also felt that he had enough manpower. As long as Mr. Andre brought himself into the temple, this matter could be done. So for the matter of not seeking support from big families, everyone voted in favor. According to the plan, in the future, most wizards will pretend to be sea monster captives, and then sneak into the temple in the name of exchanging captives. Then, when the Twilight Elves' army attacked the temple, they took the opportunity to seal the space-time crack on the temple altar. Regarding this plan, no one studied the details too much, because there were too many variables in the Siren Temple. Plans could never keep up with the changes. Most of the people present were elite wizards, who often performed various decapitation missions. They knew that sometimes, no matter how well the plan was made, they might have to rush through it at the last moment and fight their way out. Therefore, what everyone is most concerned about is the plan to seal the space-time crack on the altar of the Siren Temple. Every minute of time consumed is reduced, the danger is reduced. Among all people, the one who is most concerned about this matter is undoubtedly Mr. Andre. He knows that the White Queen brought the iron, especially after the White Queen said that she did not plan to ask the Pale Wizards for help, but to ask Louis's magician group to assist her in performing the seal. Mr. Andre's face became even uglier. He had worked hard for so many years, and had set many obstacles in the Pale family. The traitors brought by the White Queen this time, although they did not know about the ancient gods, were not among the Pale Wizards, but many of them were on the same page with Andre. As long as the White Queen arranged the Pale Wizards to assist in the seal would never be successful. But now the White Queen not only did not intend to use the Pale Wizards, but also intended to use the magic group of Sorrento, which made Andre a little dumbfounded. However, Louis stopped the White Queen from borrowing the Sorrento magic group. Louis also explained this to the White Queen. Aishwarya, I specialize in space magic, and my magicians all know space magic. If they come, I promise that I can strengthen the original seal on the altar without an iron. Louis changed the subject, however. Their magic power is a bit low, and there may be fierce battles in the Siren Temple. If we only rely on 10th level magic scrolls, the cost of this battle will be too high. So don't look for them, we are enough. Rose, boss, very good. Very exaggerated. I bet with His Majesty Francesco that Andrea and the others now believe that, after you checked the situation in the laboratory, you have already suspected Her Majesty the Witch Queen and His Majesty Francesco. Otherwise, you have no reason not to seek help from Sorrento. Rose, in their eyes, you are now trying to save face and not admit it. Look at everyone's eyes, everyone is despising you. Louis's words almost made Andre laugh out loud. It turned out that all the Scarlet Wizards in Sorrento magic group were taken to the temple by the sirens along with the looted ships. Only some useless wild wizards were left. He simply said that none of those wild wizards were useful. What the magic scroll? He found a lot of excuses like this. I'm afraid only the idiot White Queen would believe the nonsense of this idiot liar. Then, should we call Francesco? I remember that she has a group of black wizards under her command that is no less powerful than the god hunters. The White Queen said hesitantly. Well, we don't need her. She has been looking at me with displeasure recently. At this point, Louis straightened his chest, and she can't handle it even if we ask her. In the end, she still has to ask me for help. Hearing this, Andre's mouth twitched fiercely. He had studied the information of this kid, and knew that this kid was quite capable. He assisted the dean of the Sorrento New Magic Academy, Herbert, and Prince Dracula to solve the Silent Harbor incident. He assisted the demigod Grand Duke of Leyden, Isabella, His Majesty Francesco to find the formula for the antidote to the curse of the Red Queen family. In addition, he once drove Sorrento top-secret weapons to assist His Majesty Francesco, His Majesty Hog, and thousands of fire dragons in the lava land to repel the Faceless. So Andre thought that this kid named Louis was indeed capable, and was about the same as himself. But Andre also knew that this kid was a boastful liar who pretended to be the king of the Nine Dragons Sea. And he loved to brag and fascinated the White Queen and Helen. And it was said that he was the male lover, Little White Face, of the Witch Queen, Princess Osicris, Princess Black Dragon, and Isabella. Andre really despised this person. This man named Louis is a real gigolo. As for his strength, it is far less than that of a gigolo. And this man is a little confused about his own strength. If he is asked to assist the White Queen to solve the problem of the whirlpool, then he is indeed a pretty good helper. But this guy who doesn't know his own ability, if he thinks he can ruin his plan, then he is really too ignorant of life and death. This time, he may not know how he died. Andre laughed coldly. Seeing Louis still boasting, a deputy leader of the God Hunter group who presided over the meeting clapped his hands impatiently, interrupting Louis's words, pulling back the many sneering Blackash wizards' attention. Like Andre, everyone present was too lazy to pay attention to this guy anymore. Even those pale wizards felt that Mr. Louis had embarrassed the White Queen. The Blackash wizards continued to discuss with the pale wizards. Andre really wanted to know, what is the time range of the seal? As for this matter, the Black Ashes wizards also pretended to discuss it with the pale god hunters for a long time. When the Blue Dragon leader led the people to cooperate with the White Queen to cast the seal, it took more than 6 hours. But because of their limited conditions, the team strength that reached the gate of hell was not as good as the team strength of the entire laboratory. There were hundreds of mages and the siren captives alone. In the end, Andre's deputy came to the conclusion that when the hundreds of people in the Black Ashes god hunters, the mages among the siren captives, and the more than 60 people brought by the White Queen worked together, it would take 2 hours. Of course, this is the best case scenario. Since someone is needed to protect the law, the hundreds of people in the Blackish God Hunter group may not be able to participate in the sealing. So the actual number of people will be halved. But the cautious Andre still took Louis into account. Mr. Andre thought that if Louis was really the king of the Nine Dragons Sea Guardian, and was really as powerful as he boasted, he might be able to match the hundreds of people in the Blackish God Hunter group, and make the sealing time return to 2 hours. This can be regarded as a great respect for Louis. Or, this is the limit of Andre's imagination. Your Majesty, we can only try our best to buy you 2 hours at most. Andre smiled and looked at Louis, saying with some amusement, depending on you. Mr. Louis, I believe that with your strength, you can match our hundreds of wizards. Many Blackish God Hunters couldn't help but sneer secretly. 2 hours? The broccoli is cold. Anthony left you this chant-free reference book. What is it for? After hearing what Andre and the others said, Louis couldn't help but get angry. If Anthony were here, he would be so angry that he would die. Aishwarya, give me 3. Ahem, give me 30 minutes. Ross, ahem, boss, you can actually be bolder, like 3 seconds or something. Louis, stop talking nonsense. Ross, I have to take care of my senior sister face. Louis 30 minutes almost made the Blackish wizards present laugh out loud. Andre and the others looked at Louis. Can you brag a little more? Okay. Andre, let Louis host it. I'm not very good at space magic, the White Queen said with a hot face, as if she felt a little ashamed. Andre gave the White Queen a wooden look. That idiot dared to brag. And you, a stupid bitch, dared to believe it. Right? Very good, Mr. Louis. Andre took the lead in applauding, and looked at Louis deeply. I hope you will not live up to His Majesty's trust. Louis smiled after hearing this. He stood up and raised his hands to his head. He gracefully performed a noble salute to the White Queen. and then gracefully saluted Andre and many black cinder god hunters present. This action made Andre and others look even colder. Everyone looked at this ignorant idiot meaningfully. Their eyes were like looking at a clown, looking at a dead person. The atmosphere in the conference room reached a climax under Lewis's various adjustments. Except for the pale wizards who were worried. Everyone was full of confidence in the next plan. In fact, this meeting was ostensibly to study how to seal the ancient gods. But in reality, it was a secret test between Lewis and Andre. As for the results of the test, both sides were very satisfied. After the meeting, in the eyes of Lewis and Ross, and Andre and the God Hunter, they all regarded each other as idiots. Chapter 345 Lake Silas. Lake Silas was formed after the flood 3,000 years ago. It is divided into two layers. The upper layer is fresh water, and the lower layer is salt water. It is huge, like the inland sea of the Broken Islands. The rivers connected to it, like blood vessels, spread to various areas of the Broken Islands, dividing this huge island into pieces. In recent decades, Lake Silas has a tendency to become smaller, because there are more and more whirlpools in the center of the lake. Sometimes, in the sky above the lake, strange mirages will appear. Whirlpools and mirages in the lake appear and disappear from time to time. But the big whirlpool in the center always exists. And it has a tendency to get bigger. Since this strange situation appeared decades ago, various demons have often appeared near the lake. Muggles believe that these demons appear from mirages. This is indeed the case. After all, mirages and whirlpools are caused by unstable space-time cracks. In the eyes of Muggles, those fish-like monsters, sirens, are also deep-sea demons. After all, demons and sirens look scary. Although sirens and demons seem to be hostile to each other, both sirens and demons are enemies of Muggles. In fact, if it were a few decades ago, the Muggle Kingdom would have been able to identify these sirens and establish diplomatic relations with them. After all, at that time, Francesco had spread magic here. This led to the emergence of many learned magicians in the Muggle Kingdom. It also made the Muggles in the Muggle Kingdom no longer Muggles. But after the war between Sorrento and the wizards began, the wizards of the great families cleared out all these magicians, and even pushed the Muggle Kingdom, which had gradually developed steam, back to the dark medieval era. This made the Muggles ignorant again, and under the brainwashing of the wizards, they resisted magic and science. This eventually caused the sirens, who sought help from land creatures, to fight with the Muggles. Both sides no longer trusted each other. Originally, these sirens who fled from the North Sea Kingdom had some resistance to the wizards from the great families, because the wizards from the great families were once allies of the North Sea Kingdom. Coupled with the subsequent instigation of the sea god, the sirens believed that those wizards were evil. This made the sirens more hostile to land creatures. Later, the Twilight Elves who lived in seclusion in the Broken Islands gradually discovered these sirens, but because the Twilight Elves were the race that had killed the sea god, the sirens did not trust them at all, and did not dare to let them know about the sea god in the sea god temple. It was not until the wizards of the great families explored the sea god temple that the Twilight Elves learned from those wizards that the sea god was about to revive. Regarding this matter, the wizards of the great families were ecstatic, and would never allow wizards outside the island to know about it, so as to come here to share a piece of the pie. They did not want anyone to drive these sea monsters away, as this was a constant source of cash cows. However, the opinions of the Twilight Elves were different from those of the wizards of the great families. For thousands of years, the Twilight Elves had been determined to protect the Broken Islands, and they, who had once fought against the sea god, would never allow the sea god to reappear. They regarded the sirens as the minions of the sea god. Since the wizards of the great families and the Ministry of Magic did not provide any help to everyone, then they had to rely on themselves. The elves joined the battle between Muggles and sirens, and they violated the regulations of the Magic Council, made friends with the Muggle Kingdom, and began to spread magic to them. And from that year on, Muggles knew that there was an elven kingdom in this world. And in order to obtain more siren slaves, the wizards also began to secretly join this war, which made the battle between sirens and land creatures a bit stalemate. In these years, the Muggle Kingdom and the Twilight Elf Kingdom have been paying attention to this place. Both sides have gradually stationed troops again. In the past few decades, many castles and fortresses have been built in the fungus and fern forest near the lake, and finally formed a line of defense. Since a while ago, more and more troops have been sent here by humans and the Elf Kingdom. The sirens who discovered the abnormality have also begun to attack various fortresses. For land creatures, sirens are almost invincible in the sea. But on land, the Sirenians, who are invincible in the sea, are somewhat powerless. But their magic is still terrifying. The terrifying hurricanes mixed with thunder and lightning they summon can always cause devastating blows to the defenses on land. And this time, the sirens seem to be getting serious. Although there are many wizards from big families, they are hiding among muggles. But there are not many wizards from the great families wandering in the Broken Isles. And they fight on their own. So although they are strong individually, they are not regular troops. And they do not have the strategic weapons used by the great families in magic wars. In addition, the strongest forces of Andre group defected, which resulted in many fortresses being destroyed in just 2 weeks. Until recently, the Pale family, with the real magic war item Crystal Array and the Pale Golem of the Pale family, joined the Twilight Alliance, and the situation began to stabilize. And strangely, the sirens suddenly stopped attacking, which puzzled the Twilight Alliance. Anyway, they hurried to build a magic crystal array. These crystal arrays can be used to support the magic barrier and make the defense line completely stable. On the other hand, they can also be used for large-scale military transport. When Lewis and his team arrived at the largest fortress here, the elves and humans were cleaning the blood on the fortress. It can be seen that there are many huge pale war trees in the fortress. This is the golem of the Pale family. There are also some golems made of various bones and blood, and obsidian demon golems burning with flames. The former is the war weapon of the Red Queen family, and the latter is the thing of the Blackish wizards. On the towers of this fortress, there are also many crystal arrays. Their magic power supports the operation of these golems, and also supports the magic barrier of the fortress. On some squares, you can also see some special prismatic crystal arrays, and in the middle of these crystal arrays, there are portals that have not yet been fully opened. These are the things that Lewis saw in the Holy Oak when he first came to this world. This teleportation technology is a unique strategic technology of the wizards of the great families. In essence, it is a plain invasion technology derived from the Forbidden Sanctuary. It's just that the technology in the hands of the great families is very incomplete, and they always like to use it in reverse. The most famous use in the past 1,000 years was the one used by the great families in the Four Flowers country. The abyss gate leading to the abyss opened by the wizards. However, the spatial structure of the Sea of Foam is very chaotic. Especially there are so many mysterious phenomena here. Once it is not used properly, it is hard to say where the door will open. Therefore, this technology cannot allow people from the outside to be teleported to the Sea of Foam in a large scale in a short period of time. Nor can it allow people on the island to be teleported out in a large scale in a short period of time. However, it is no problem to teleport troops to the Siren Temple. Moreover, in the Siren Temple, there are still a large number of space-time cracks that can be used. As long as there is an elite team, bring a space-time anchor and deploy it there. The task will be done. Lewis and his team are this team. There is not so much water in the secret realm of the Siren Temple, so as long as the portal is open to the secret realm of the temple, then the land battle with the sirens can be carried out in the temple. Otherwise, this battle cannot be fought at all. The lake is very deep. Most of the coalition forces are landlubbers. It is difficult to swim to the temple, let alone fight with the sirens in this water. What more, even if everyone in the Twilight Coalition took the Murloc potion, or took the boats wrapped in magic bubbles to enter the bottom of the lake, they could not beat the sirens in the water. So it is very important to let the Twilight Alliance enter the temple. This is true for Andre. This is also true for Lewis and the others. Because according to the latest intelligence given by the Siren captives, before the ancient gods appear, there is a high probability that the demon army will come out first. The sirens alone may not be able to deal with those demons. But the Twilight Elves who are proficient in various divine arts, and the Crimson Wizards, are very good at dealing with demons. So both Andre and Lewis need the Twilight Alliance to enter the temple. The former just wants the Alliance to die, while the latter wants the Alliance to finish the job. After Lewis and his team met with the Twilight Lords in the fortress, they held a secret meeting. The leaders of the Siren captives, wizards and Twilight Lords participated in the meeting. Outside the window, hundreds of wizards disguised as Siren have mixed in with the Siren captives and have been shackled with magic shackles. The wizards are also checking whether the fake imprisonment spells used to deceive the Siren are complete. As soon as Andre and his team finish their discussion, the captives will follow the team and others to dive to the temple. Outside the window, there was a lot of noise, and the atmosphere was very tense. as if a war was about to begin. The meeting inside the window was also very noisy. Everyone seemed very busy, except Louis, who was pointing his finger at Andre. Although Louis's cynical attitude made Andre squint several times. He was a little angry. But Louis was not provocative. He was doing business. Because the space-time anchor was now in the magic book that Andre was fiddling with. Except for himself. He would not let anyone touch this magic book. As long as Andre threw it into the Siren Temple, the war would be out of control. He could even throw the time-space anchor directly into the toilet on the altar, and send the Twilight Alliance directly to the ancient gods. So in Andre's eyes, Louis and his men were just a bunch of idiots. But Louis secretly copied the time-space anchor and changed the one in Andre's book. Why would he touch it? It was just a few parameters. He could just move his fingers from a distance. Louis guaranteed that the time-space anchor Andre threw was useless. So in Louis's eyes, Andre was also an idiot. Chapter 346, 20,000 meters under the sea. During this trip to the temple, Louis and his party took a ship. The ship they used was the Queen Francesco. This was requested by the Sirens. Ever since Miss Faki saw this ship, she has been obsessed with it. What else did the messenger she sent say? This time it really not robbing, it buying. The tall and strong, looking somewhat upright Nada guard on the deck said to Louis naively, "Really?" "Yes. I believe you." Louis, standing on the side of the ship, patted his deputy, and nodded with a grim expression. He no longer paid attention to the group of siren messengers, who came to invite them to enter the temple. Many pale wizards on the dock under the ship were casting magic on the queen. At this time, the ship was wrapped in a colorful bubble. Not long after, the wizards on the port raised their wands and sent out a signal. Then the sailors on the ship hoisted the white flag, and the wizards also activated the crystal array on the ship. Under the command of the wizards on the ship, the bubble-wrapped ship began to move toward the lake. The sea sirens in the water led the way for the ship with their singing. An hour later, the ship had traveled more than 20 nautical miles in this large lake that was like an inland sea. And the sailors on the ship observation deck also saw many whirlpools on the water surface not far from the ship. Under the guidance of the sea sirens, the ship moved toward one of the whirlpools. At the moment it entered the edge of the whirlpool, the speed of the ship was suddenly accelerated by the water flow. Non-combatants on the deck evacuate, prepare the restraint array. Hold on tight. Amid the shouts of the sailors, the wizards activated the magic array, fixing all the people on the ship. The sirens in the whirlpool floated on the water, and used magic to guide the ship, so that the ship would not be damaged when it entered the whirlpool. Amid the turbulence, Louis on the side of the ship saw that the center of the whirlpool in front was getting closer and closer. And slowly, the water level around the ship continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, the ship was completely submerged by the seawater. The bubbles outside the ship continued to rotate with the water flow in the vortex. But the ship inside the bubbles was very stable under the magic of the sirens. The ship tilted forward and continued to follow the water flow into the inland sea. Before long, the surrounding sea water became darker and darker. And soon it was pitch black. Various magics flashed out. And people had the ability to see at night. Everyone looked up. And they could no longer see the sun above their heads. There seemed to be many curious fish around. And the sirens were also pointing and looking at the ship curiously. After a while, the air became a little colder. The water flow around the ship also became smaller. The bubbles were compressed smaller and smaller. And the crystal array supporting the bubble barrier began to operate at high load. There were sudden exclamations from the crowd. Everyone saw many beautiful and huge creatures. These creatures looked very strange. They looked like giant dragon horses. But their bodies seemed to be made of kelp. This shocked the wizards, because this was a magical creature that liked to move in the deep sea. It seemed that the ship had entered the depths of the inland sea. However, it did not reach the bottom at all. After a while, the ship tilted forward gradually became stable with the help of magic. It began to move forward in a certain direction on the seabed. And here, Louis could vaguely see the seabed in the distance, corals, and strange huge deep-sea plants. The surrounding fluorescent light flickered. Like a beautiful forest, those plants were as big as giant trees, and the corals were as big as buildings. Fish and sirens shuttled through this beautiful deep-sea forest, and songs kept echoing around. Everyone was stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him. I have traveled all over the sea, but I have never seen this kind of coral. They can grow so deep in the seabed, which is incredible, a magician said in excitement and shock. Suddenly, a huge squid rushed past the ship in the distance. Its eyes were like a huge bed, and its body was as big as a house. I don't know what's going on with it. It looks a little panicked and terrified. It swims forward with the queen, as if there is something more frightening in the ship that can help it scare away the man-eating creature behind it. We are already 3,000 meters deep in the sea. Looking at the squid, a pale wizard holding a magic compass said in shock, and it seems to be going deeper. Andre, Louis and others were slightly moved. It seems that this inland sea is much deeper than everyone imagined. Andre and others looked at the barrier above their heads that was constantly flashing with magical light, and the squid that was larger than a fire dragon and parallel to the ship not far away, and suddenly some goose bumps appeared on their arms. Many wizards were the same, especially those who were not good at swimming. Louis was also a little bit nervous. The queen was the only ship he had in his hands. On the contrary, Helen beside the White Queen kept exclaiming excitedly, while happily discussing with the White Queen, while gesticulating with her wand, trying to catch some magical creatures in the deep sea. Louis could not help but roll his eyes secretly. The White Queen looked calm, because she was a god, and a god who had killed the strongest creature in the deep sea 3,000 years ago. And Helen was excited, purely because she was stupid. But she didn't know why she felt a little excited, although the smell in the deep sea was quite fishy, but she felt it smelled good. Suddenly, the boat swayed slightly in a current, and a wave of water outside the boat rushed towards the squid like a huge arrow. The squid was stunned by the waves instantly. And then a huge sea monster, which looked like a mosasaur but had horns on its head, opened its mouth and bit it in half. The sirens hurriedly tried to communicate with the sea beast with songs, hoping to ask it to leave. The sea beast that was swallowing also sang some songs, but it seemed to have a lot of interest in this big glowing toy ship, and kept looking at the ship with its huge vertical pupils, looking at the huge eye that was like a full moon rising over the side of the ship, which was a few centimeters larger than the bedroom. Andre suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and many blackish wizards felt a chill on their backs, and couldn't help but want to take out their wands. If the barrier on the ship was destroyed, this trip would be interesting. But at this moment, a burst of camera flashes flashed, and in this flash, a hideous giant shadow covered Andre and spread to the eyes of the sea beast. The pupils of the sea king beast suddenly shrank slightly, and it swam away in fear. Don't play with the camera. Helen, you almost scared the sea dragon beast. Close it quickly. Don't shake my eyes. Louis raised his hands and covered his eyes with a bit of pain and said, What time is it? Are you still playing? I was dumbfounded just now. Okay. But then again, that thing seems to be only a little bigger than Annabelle. But because the head is too big, it looks a little scary. I haven't been in the water much, and I don't know if I can play in the deep sea. I'm a little nervous. On the other side, Andre looked at the ferocious giant shadow swaying in the light under Louis's feet. His lips trembled again, and he didn't say a word for a long time. The giant shadow looked like a deep-sea dragon. In the light, it was reflected outside the boat, scaring away many schools of fish. Chapter 347 Zanjia. The shining pearl in the deep sea. I don't want to take pictures or anything. Yes, Sister Aishwarya asked me to take pictures. Helen stuck out her tongue and told a little lie. Then the female reporter Miss Helen put down the camera and started taking pictures of the magical marine creatures outside the boat. It is obvious that during this trip, this girl did not feel scared at all from beginning to end. Didn't Lou and I always say that he was the king of the Kowloon Sea? Helen believed it. So what there to be afraid of? The White Queen, who had been silent all this time, looked at the shadow under Louis's feet, raised her hand slightly, and made the magic lanterns on the masts on the deck brighter. Maybe it was because of the sea beast, or maybe it was because of other reasons. After this episode, no large sea monsters came to harass them anymore. Even if they appeared near the ship because of the light, they would flee in fear after a while. The sirens who were watching were confused and didn't understand why. But they didn't know why. When they occasionally approached the ship, they always felt a sense of fear. Whenever they glanced at the ship, they would feel that there was a huge shadow near the ship. The crowd on the deck was talking about the Sea King just now. As they walked, the shadows were illuminated by the light outside the ship, on the deck, and in the deep sea outside the deck, shaking and swaying. It scared away a group of fish and sea monsters. Andre stared blankly at the huge and ferocious shadow under Louis's feet, his lips trembling again, and he didn't say a word for a long time. The shadow was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed that as the ship went deeper and deeper in the sea, the shadow was getting bigger and bigger. and more ferocious. Just when Andre was planning to use some excuse to talk to Mr. Lewis about the North Sea Kingdom, the ship suddenly shook violently, as if it encountered a deep-sea current. Everyone looked forward and saw a cliff in front of them. It seemed that there was a huge trench in front of them. But the trench in front of them was covered by a huge white tornado. The white thing was countless bubbles. And this tornado was the super whirlpool in the center of the broken islands. It seemed to come from this big trench. It was rumored that the width of this whirlpool on the sea surface was more than 10 kilometers. This might be true, because its width in the deep sea is probably 2 kilometers. You can't see its edge at a glance. It stands in front of everyone, looking like a huge wind wall. The Bright Queen is like a small firefly in front of this huge deep-sea tornado. The people in the boat can only look up at it. The water flow is getting faster and faster, and the Queen is being sucked over by it uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, we will guide you. The sirens outside the ship jumped from the water onto the deck. Unlike the panicked sailors, they were very excited after seeing the whirlpool. After this whirlpool, we will reach our Zanja city. It's beautiful. In the blink of an eye, the tiny Queen was swept into this huge deep-sea storm. The ship, along with many broken corals and deep-sea boulders, began to spin in this whirlpool. The surroundings were filled with the sound of the huge water flow, which made it impossible to hear anything. The magic barrier on the Queen was also nearly broken by this huge force. At this moment, a long song broke through the noise and rang in people's ears. It was like guiding the ship, making the ship in the vortex suddenly become stable. Then, the Queen actually accelerated towards the center of the vortex in this song. Then, the Queen jumped into the air at the center of the vortex, like a submarine suddenly rushing out of the water from the bottom of the sea. The Queen was like entering a drum washing machine, and everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The ship was like sailing on a turbulent sea, sailing in the direction of the whirlpool. There was the sea surface under people's feet, and there was also the sea surface above their heads. The two were thousands of meters apart, just like the distance between the sea surface and the clouds. The sea surface under their feet began to rise thousands of meters away, and it looked like a turbulent waterfall falling upwards. This waterfall was like a huge water curtain, spreading upwards, and finally formed a sea surface as high as the clouds above everyone's heads. At this moment, a long song that everyone had never heard before came faintly from the deepest part of the whirlpool. This song was different from the song of the sirens. It seemed to be a natural sound, a call from nature. In this song, people felt the magic power in their bodies gradually surge up, which made people feel very comfortable. After the Holy Oak, the Rainbow Mist, and the Mountain of Gallic, another wonder, the Zanja Whirlpool, was discovered. You felt the surging magic power coming from the depths of the whirlpool, which originated from the depths of the Zanja city. And you also heard the call of Zanja. Magic power of the whole group plus 3. The magicians suddenly felt that their magic power was 3 times stronger, and they were ecstatic. Listen, Zanja is guiding you. Just then, the Queen, which was traveling in the direction of the whirlpool, suddenly found that the sea surface above was getting lower and lower. Suddenly, the ship was in a violent turbulence, and then the Queen was like suddenly falling into the water from a waterfall, and was rushed back under the water surface by the current. You have entered the secret realm. When everyone reacted, they found that the surrounding sea water had become very calm. Helen looked back with her beautiful big eyes, looking at the direction of the stern, and she didn't find the huge whirlpool just now. But it should be at the stern. Right? It was as if it didn't exist at all. Instead, there was a cliff thousands of feet high in the deep sea, like a staircase, layer after layer, and there was no end in sight. This made Helen wonder if everyone had just followed the whirlpool and dived tens of thousands of meters, actually entered a secret realm. 20,000 meters under the sea. Helen had another story to write. A burst of light came from the bow behind her, and the magicians behind her also exclaimed. Helen turned her head curiously and looked at the bow. On the bow, Lewis was standing there looking into the distance. And in front of the bow, it seemed that a golden light like the rising sun was shining, coating the dark deep sea with a layer of gold. Helen ran over curiously, and while running on the deck, she heard the singing again. When Helen stood on the deck, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. At this moment, the Queen, under the guidance of the sirens, jumped into the last cliff ahead and entered the deepest part of the sea trench. In the trench, there is an extremely bright deep sea city. It is like a bright pearl in the deep sea, shining in this dark world. Zanja welcomes you. Chapter 348. Am I also a Gallic? The sirens on the deck pointed to the city ahead and cheered loudly. Look! Our distinguished guests! That is our Zanga city. Zanga welcomes you. The kingdom of Shia welcomes you. Helen blinked her eyes. She felt that the sirens this time were much more polite than the last time she saw them. It was as if they were not escorting prisoners, but visiting as guests. This city in the deep sea is like a city that never sleeps. The bright magic light keeps flickering in this dark world. It is like the bright moon in the deep sea, giving light to this dark world. The colorful giant corals and strange deep-sea plants that the magicians have seen on the road have grown more luxuriantly here. They form a forest that emits beautiful light, wrapping the city. Many bubbles were constantly floating upward from the bottom of the sea. All kinds of magical creatures emitting crystal blue light, strange jellyfish, like beautiful elves, were playing among the bubbles and giant coral trees. The sirens wandering in this deep-sea forest, like shepherds, singing ballads, driving or leading these creatures, happily shuttled through this deep-sea forest. In those beautiful deep-sea songs, the magicians were stunned. They originally thought that the deep sea would be a dead world. But they never thought that the deepest part of the sea of foam would be so full of life. According to legend, there is a mysterious city hidden 20,000 meters below the bottom of the sea of foam. But neither the dead true sea god Aragash nor the 12 great families, who killed him 3,000 years ago, could find it. After all, under the deepest trench of the sea of foam, there are only some volcanoes and rare creatures. And the depth is only 5,000 meters. It seems that this is a mysterious secret place. It is very likely to have existed before the moon god era 3,000 years ago. And before the Great Whirlpool, no one had discovered this temple. The Sea of Sirens are the first group of guests to visit here in these years. Or the second group. Zangia Temple. The White Queen looked at the underwater city approaching in the distance, and a trace of melancholy appeared in her eyes. Aishwarya, have you heard of this place? Louis looked at the White Queen. The White Queen nodded. She told a story of the world history from the perspective of the gods. In the beginning of the chaos of ancient times, the world was a big pot, and there were two moons in the sky. One was big, and the other was small. At that time, there were many gods from the old times in the world. The old gods were extremely powerful. They fought against each other, and the creatures in the world were like ants, and it was difficult for them to survive in various natural disasters. And we new gods have not been born yet. Later, the little moon fell into the pot. In this great collision, the little moon did not really fall, but was connected with this world. A new world was formed. And this new world is composed of two areas. One is the moon, and the other is the world under our feet. And between the moon and the earth, there is also a broken chaotic space. It is the Big Crack. The Great Rift is connected to many unknown worlds. And a group of mysterious visitors also came to this world through this rift. The Silver Descendants, powerful ancient people of the Chaos Age, call these kind-hearted gods. And in the divine language, the meaning of Gallic is the gods from the outside world. That is, the foreign gods. They led the creatures of the ancient times to overthrow the rule of the old gods of the Chaos Age. The old gods began to fall one by one. And at the last moment of the war, the last old gods, with all their strength, tore apart the will of the world, causing the world, which had already cracked due to the Great Collision, to truly begin to fall apart. Many huge space-time cracks appeared in the world, and the Earth was constantly torn apart by the power of the void. In order to prevent the collapse of the world, the Gallics used their bodies to block those large cracks. But this was not enough. But the Gallic who blocked those big cracks with their bodies can no longer move, so they awakened us, new gods. And Alia, moon goddess, is the most powerful among us. She was born from a broken core of that little moon. The Gallic called us the darlings of the new world. They think we can do many things that they can't do. We can also help them guide the creatures of this world, just like they guide us. We also regard Gallic as our elders, because he taught us many things. And in our eyes, they are omnipotent. Under the guidance of our uncles, we have created many things and filled those cracks. But some small cracks are constantly drifting in space, and they must be blocked with some special things. My sister, the moon goddess, has thought of a way. She will lead us and the Silver Descendants to use the bodies of Gallic who died in the Chaos War to seal those cracks. In order to guard the seal, the Silver Descendants lived in Gallic body for generations. Zangia is one of them. It seems that it has been transformed into a city by the Silver Descendants. It should not have existed in the Sea of Foam, but it overlapped with the Sea of Foam after tens of thousands of years of drifting. And those Silver Descendants, who originally lived in it seem to have disappeared in the long river of history. In the White Queen narration, there are many narrations in the storybook. They are roughly the same as what the White Queen said, but they are different. Louis looked at the narration and wiped his chin with a strange expression. His story about Zanjia was not what the White Queen said. The Zanjia in front of him was more like a kingdom of God. Obviously, the simple-minded senior sister was obviously deceived by the little bitch moon god. Judging from the narration in the storybook, the moon god back then probably lied to everyone because of some small thoughts. She secretly turned many places similar to Zanjia into kingdoms of God. She also used them for sealing. Zanjia was originally intended to be given to the White Queen by the moon goddess. But because the White Queen was too simple and easy to please, the moon goddess, the good sister, helped her sister to keep this good place in her pocket. Therefore, Zanjia became a collection in the moon goddess treasury. She often came to take a look when she had nothing to do. And 3,000 years ago, after the White Queen broke up with the moon goddess, the sea god went to the sea of foam at all costs to be the moon goddess thug. Naturally, the moon goddess promised the sea god the benefit of Zanjia. But unfortunately, he didn't win at all. So the stupid sea god didn't see the big cake of Zanjia until he died. And it seems that the old uncle is also everyone's old uncle. Even the moon goddess was raised by him. The children of the moon goddess did a lot of good things in ancient times, helping the galaxy to repair the sky. This is a great achievement. And they, like the 12 great families in the past, probably made many contributions to the world. Of course, they also did many immoral things later. These things were seen by the old cousins. But everyone was squatting on the toilet and couldn't move, so they could only stare blankly. After all, if they moved, the ancient gods of the abyss of the other planes, who had been spying on this world, would crawl out of the pit. I heard that Anthony had been to the North Sea Kingdom, the Cloud Kingdom, and other places. Anthony, the teacher at that time, must have received the instructions from his uncle, and he lived up to everyone's expectations, helping the world and cleaning up the new tumors of the moon god. And because of his uncle, Anthony finally saved the moon god life. Zanjia City is getting closer and closer. Looking at the city, Louis suddenly thought of a place. Dragon Nest City. The mountain of Gallic in Dragon Nest City is undoubtedly the Gallic who died in the war of the old gods. The dragons of ancient times once worshipped him. They followed him to fight against the old gods. In the eyes of this Gallic, dragons are like his own children. Just like the old cousin treats the moon goddess and the White Queen as his nieces. Like Zanjia, there is also a space-time crack in Dragon Nest. The bronze dragons and blue dragons specially set up a broken space monitoring station for this purpose, and repair the crack every year. It is said that Dragon Nest is also connected to an underground world, where the gem dragon lives. So the underground world is undoubtedly another temple. The old black dragon said that the dragon's responsibility is to protect the world. Which is true. The main reason why the crooked-mouthed uncle took such good care of the dragons was probably to allow the descendants of these colleagues to take on the responsibility of Gallic. The uncle also has high hopes for the dragons, hoping that they can not only fulfill their responsibilities, but also help the uncle after they grow up. But obviously, in the eyes of my uncle, they have not grown up enough and lack a real leader. Or, those who were originally favored by my uncle turned bad 3,000 years ago. The new leaders who were raised later, although they had good personalities, died in the 4 Flowers War 1,000 years ago. Only a few small lumps of hog are left. Now, my uncle really needs help. His rebellious dragon kings are always doing bad things with the warlords. The mysterious sea is already a mess. But these dragons can't help. This makes the old cousin a little anxious. However, in the past 2 years, another nephew of the old cousin came from the outer world. This is obviously a Gallic, outer god, who has just visited this world. Therefore, the old cousin came and recognized him as a relative, and gave him a fiefdom, Jiolong Town, and gave him a title, Sea King. Obviously, in the eyes of the old cousin, this nephew, no matter how you look at it, is better than those rebellious sons of the Dragon King. Is he more filial than them? Is that right? Louis' gaze returned to the city of Zanjia. The silver descendants, who originally guarded this place, have disappeared. But a group of sirens who accidentally came here to settle down have taken on this important task. However, they seem to have been deceived by the ancient gods now. If they are not stopped quickly, then these passionate sirens will have to watch the things they want to seal crawl out. The ship shuttled between the huge coral trees, looking at the creatures living in the coral trees, and the plants growing between the coral trees. Wizards can feel the rich magic power contained in it. It seems that those plants can be made into potions. From the mouths of the siren messengers, the wizards learned that there are more than 20,000 kinds of magical creatures here. There are countless kinds of plants. This is undoubtedly the best secret place that wizards have ever seen. It is a huge hidden treasure. The moon god also liked this palace very much. No wonder the wizards of the big families have a crazy greedy desire for this place. Andre was extremely greedy for this place, and he had already regarded it as something in his pocket. Chapter 349 Invincible Magic Group. Soon, the queen, under the guidance of the sirens, gradually approached Zanjia City. Most of the bubbles in the deep seabed came from Zanjia City. The whole city was wrapped in a semicircular magic barrier. At this time, everyone could see this beautiful Zanjia City clearly. The sirens said that the city was built on a large crack in the seabed, and Zanjia City blocked this crack. So it looks like Zanjia City is like a Venice on the water located on the shore of a lake. This city is divided into two areas, the lower and the lower. The lower area is the deep water area in the big crack, and the upper area is the area above the water surface. There are many large corals of different heights in the city, half of which are underwater, and half are above the water. The parts of these large corals that extend above the water surface form small hills, small islands, and also form buildings or cliffs of different heights. The buildings of the sirens are among these corals. Some buildings look like huge stone buildings connected to corals. Some look like beautiful giant coral polyps. And some look like clusters of beautiful big flowers. Some of them are underwater, and some are above the water. There are also many waterfalls in the city. Their source is above the magic barrier, and they fall from the sky across the city, then fall between the huge corals, and then fall from the corals, forming beautiful water curtains. Because the corals are so big, it seems that the waterfalls will even form some small lakes or rivers on them. There are many fish, sirens, and magical creatures shuttling between the water curtains of these waterfalls. They look like they are swimming in the air. This makes the magicians who have not yet entered the city unable to tell whether there is air in the city. There are many large corals in the city close to the magic barrier. They are of different heights and form small islands in the air. The sirens seem to regard them as ports for entering and exiting the city barrier. When Lewis and his party approached a port, they saw many schools of fish swimming in the air in the city, and also saw many sirens herding fish in and out of the port. Obviously, the residents of this Zanjia city are not only hundreds of thousands of sirens, but also countless fish and magical creatures. And this Zanjia city is like an underwater world, which looks huge and spectacular. There are more than 20 such huge ports. Soon, the sirens guarding the port checked the situation of the queen, and then used their tridents to open the gate of the barrier like a curtain of water. The queen passed through the gate like a waterfall and entered Zanjia City. At the moment of entering Zanjia City, the water pressure outside the ship suddenly dropped to zero, and the barrier outside the queen suddenly broke. The sticky air entered the ship like water. It was like the gentle hands of a goddess, gently brushing people's bodies. The air contained extremely rich magic power. The magicians looked at the magic fluorescence jumping between their hands in surprise, and found that they did not need to mobilize their own magic power to cast spells here. Lewis looked at his personal description in the storybook woodenly. There was a section about magic power, which was still over 200, which meant that the magic damage remained the same, but his mana value became N/N. Lewis flipped through the storybook again, with a strange look on his face, checking the personal descriptions of the magicians in the storybook. These great magic consultants, who had helped Francesco study the forbidden science since the time of Francesco, had a very solid foundation of magic knowledge. Although they can't compare with Francesco, a pervert with a magic power of, but they are not inferior in terms of knowledge. Xiao Dai even wants to call them teachers. After all, these people are great magicians who can discuss magic with their mother. In the past, Francesco was very secretive and didn't dare to let these magicians touch the spell. But after Lewis became their boss, this thing no longer existed. So these magicians who already had a solid foundation have been learning magic from Lewis for 2 years. Lewis went to the Sea of Foam this time. There were many old magicians like Bach and Triv in the group. The crew was in the temple. Unlike those wizards from big families, who despised magic knowledge and focused on refining magic power, these magicians were all people who focused on studying magic knowledge. These guys knew some unusable and incomprehensible spells. After Lewis helped to modify them, they all became high-level spells. However, no one could cast them before, even through the magic circle. It is difficult to perform. It requires a super large magic circle. So everyone can only use the divine element materials and the like to make a 10th level magic scroll. Therefore, these high-level spells of everyone were originally gray on the panel of the storybook. But now, these 10th level and 8th level spells of everyone are all lit up. And the great magicians such as Bach are ecstatic holding a magic book. The book records the spells created by the predecessors of the Magic Book Association, which are the 18 super spells that Lewis helped them sort out and improve at Crowley Manor. These spells have been studied for a lifetime by Bach and other high-level magicians in the association. Back then, at the Stover Dragon Arena, with Lewis's help, they used several of these spells to easily defeat the violent Dragon Slayer Gundam. So these 7 or 8 great magicians do not only know 1 or 2 10th level spells, but each of them knows more than 10 or 20. And Bach, who was trained by Lewis, knows several spells above 10th level. Therefore, these magic masters who usually help Francesco solve difficult problems and are regarded as teachers by Xiao Dai are more than just talking on paper in this Zhanjia's secret realm. And the magic group composed of these people is invincible in this Zhanjia's secret realm. If Hopper, who has been studying the Book of Distortion for decades, is here, he can even use some 15th level distortion spells. The magicians couldn't help but talk about it in excitement. Mana. Endless mana. Amid the noise of those rubbish wild wizards around him, Andre smiled coldly and looked proudly at the magic light in his hand. At this moment, he felt like a god. After all, he had several magics that he had never been able to use, and now he could use them. What there to be excited about these rubbish wild wizards? Even if a beggar gets countless wealth, he doesn't know how to spend it. But I am different. I know 3 of the ancient magic, level 10, from 3,000 years ago. Bach and other senior members of the Magic Association rolled their eyes and ignored the group of blackish wizards who were drinking less than half a bottle. Everyone is very curious about one thing now. There are many magicians coming over in this fleet. Although many of them have been on the Francesco, but when the people on other ships are added together, there are also many people. The Tree crew was among them. They were invited to the Zhanjia Temple with Augusta some time ago. In this Zhanjia Temple, these people can play magic at will. After all, there are more than a dozen members of the high-level Magic Association. These people, like Bach, are studying magic above level 10. Bach and the others couldn't help but be very curious how they have been spending these days. Chapter 350. Lu and I, don't let her ride. There are many beautiful stone buildings in Zhanjia City. They are all huge, looking mysterious and ancient. The largest one is the Zhanjia Temple in the center of the city. From a distance, it is magnificent, like a water palace inhabited by giants. The boats kept moving towards the temple. A huge shadow passed in front of Lewis's eyes. There were bursts of splashing sounds of falling water around the boats. Lewis looked up and saw the sirens near the boats, playing with those magical creatures. At this time, the surrounding sirens had gathered more and more. Unconsciously, the water around the ship, the huge corals, and the reefs on the water surface are already crowded with many beautiful creatures. The beautiful women combed their hair while curiously watching the big ship. Some sirens could not help but get off the reef and swim to the queen, stroking the ship with their hands. It not made of stone. It not coral. It's so big, it can grow a lot of corals. Lewis. The water under the ship suddenly became turbulent, and the ship was moving rapidly towards the temple hall. Lewis raised his head and saw the temple hall in front of the ship, which was slowly opening its door. At this time, the people on the ship slowly realized that the hall was even bigger than it looked from a distance. The 2 queens were traveling side by side, and both could enter smoothly. The nearby water flowed continuously toward the gate. This amount of water swallowing made people secretly frightened, as if the palace was a bottomless pit. Some small whirlpools even appeared on the water surface on the road. The sailors and wizards could not help but hurriedly control the boat. At this moment, Helen suddenly pointed at the water and exclaimed. Lewis walked to the bow, looked down along Helen's finger, and saw many beautiful sirens wandering under the clear water. And in the deeper water, there are many mysterious and huge underwater buildings. On some of the huge underwater buildings, Lewis noticed that these buildings seemed to be connected to the temple. It turned out that the temple above the water in front of him was only a small part of the temple. In other words, all the buildings that everyone saw along the way were the part of the Zhanjia Temple that floated above the water. The entire Zhanjia city was the Zhanjia Temple. A burst of singing sounded, and some statues in the underwater building suddenly moved. Everyone looked down at the water, and found that they seemed to be two lifelike huge statues. They looked a bit like sea snakes, but they were much bigger, and the horns on their heads were also bigger. They also had beards. They were like two huge shadows, slowly swimming towards the queen. If these two huge shadows were measured by tonnage, they might not be much bigger than Prince Zeke, but their body length was amazing, and they could completely wrap up the 78-meter-long Queen Francesco sailing battleship. Lou and I, how come they look a bit like you? But their rice is not as thick and long as yours, and it is not as scary. Helen looked up at Louis. Don't talk nonsense, little girl. Louis coughed, looking a little embarrassed. It is a sea demon. The siren messenger said, this is a magical creature in the North Sea Kingdom. The North Sea gods like to raise them the most. Don't panic. They are the mounts of our queen. Lou and I. Miss Faki specifically asked you to come. Is it possible that she wants to use you as a mount? What can we do? Helen was a little anxious. Don't let her ride. If you don't speak, no one will think you are a dumb little girl. In the blink of an eye, the two giant shadows had slowly swam to the bottom of the queen, and many sea monsters also surrounded the sea monster dragon, pulling the huge reins on the sea monster dragon. Then, their bodies, in the singing of the sea monsters, fused with the queen. At this moment, the queen hull and bottom had grown a lot of thick snake skin and scales, and in front of the bow, there were two huge snake heads. A dozen sirens were standing on the two snake heads, and bowed slightly to the crew then, as if driving a car, pulled the reins on the snake heads, and led the queen towards the temple. The ship became more stable and faster. It smoothly passed through several whirlpools on the road, and entered the gate of the temple. The main hall was like a huge blue crystal palace, with a dome and walls painted with mythological stories. But these paintings had either faded or been occupied by corals. It looked mysterious and ancient. The water under my feet seemed to be flowing forward at a slightly inclined angle. And this temple was also connected in all directions, like a huge cave, leading to many areas. But the gates leading to other areas seemed to be closed, and the boats went deeper and deeper along the river in the temple. A magician checked the compass in his hand, and found that the boat had reached a depth of 100 meters below the water surface. In other words, everyone had arrived at the inner area of Zanja City, or the underwater area. Louis couldn't help but think of what the White Queen had said before. Zanja was once an ancient god of Gallic. The whole passage did look a bit like the esophagus of some creature. Louis couldn't help but look up and around. His eyes traveled through the dimension, and from God perspective, he observed the entire city of Zanja. It looked like a strange giant turtle with 6 arms, 3 heads, and small corals growing all over its body. Above the turtle shell, it was the water area of Zanja City. And inside the turtle shell, it was the underwater area. Inside the entire turtle shell, it was the Zanja Temple. At this time, the road ahead became wider and wider, and many huge stone pillars appeared on the road. Those stone pillars seemed to be made of corals, and were connected to the colorful coral trees and reefs around them. Many siren guards were standing on those coral trees and reefs of varying heights. They saluted the ship with their chests slightly, as if they were welcoming a group of distinguished guests. This attitude surprised the wizards. After all, they were enemies who came to escort prisoners. It seemed that the sirens were a little too enthusiastic and too friendly. This made Louis frown. He remembered that Miss Faki was very arrogant and even hooked her finger at him. Her Majesty the Queen didn't look like such a polite person. Before everyone had time to think about it, there was a huge sound of water flowing in front of them. The boat was getting faster and faster. It seemed that there was a huge waterfall in front of them. It was really huge. In the blink of an eye, the ship had already passed the last section of the road. And not far from the foot, there was a huge coral dam. The gate of the dam had been opened, and the terrifying water flow was falling downward, forming a stunning waterfall. The mist splashed by the waterfall even formed a huge rainbow halo in the air. In front of this dam and waterfall, the huge queen was like a fish in a dam. Insignificant. Chapter 351. Are you surprised or not? Are you surprised or not? Just when Louis rolled up his sleeves and was about to perform a move of the great shift of the universe, dimensional cube, in front of Andre, or a magic trick like flying in the clouds, the sea monsters on the head of the sea monster suddenly pulled the reins. Then, the sea monster let out a long roar, spraying out a lot of clouds and mist. And these clouds and mists wrapped the queen. In a blink of an eye, the queen had already taken off. It did not fall down along the waterfall, but was like a flying fish, following the rainbow halo on the waterfall, and slowly descending on the clouds and mist. In this midair, people's eyes suddenly opened up. The front was as vast as the sky. In the distance, people even saw more waterfalls. They were of different sizes, but the water difference was more than 500 meters. There was no telling how many such super waterfalls there were at the end of the distance. But the clouds they rose up gathered into clouds on the dome. And it seemed that it was still raining in some areas. In the distance under your feet, there were stars. They were the fluorescent lights flashing from many corals and magical creatures in the temple. They are surrounded by small lakes. And the temples on the lakes have different heights. Lewis suddenly understood why the siren said that the city of Zanja was divided into two parts. The whole city is like a huge semicircular building. The balcony and roof outside can be used for living, but they are mainly used to raise magical creatures. The real interior space is inhabited by sirens. The huge corals that everyone saw on the road outside connected the inside and outside of the city. Through the passages inside these corals, the sirens went in and out of the city. Her Majesty Faki and many sea sirens were welcoming everyone at the gate of the city. She was on a high platform in a beautiful small waterside square below, looking up at the queen that was gradually falling. Her Majesty Faki look today was a bit unique. She was dressed in armor and had weapons in her 6 arms. The scepter that symbolized the queen seemed to be a magical one, but it looked a bit like a small hammer. Miss Medusa was looking up, and Lewis and others above were also looking down. Lewis and his companions saw many huge sea snakes climbing near the small square, and there were traces of many sea monsters and hydras swimming on the lake not far away. This welcoming team was quite large, but it was unknown whether Her Majesty the Queen was kind or malicious. After scanning the area below, Lewis and Andre did not find any elders in the welcoming team. They also did not see the Sorrento captives, who should have been exchanged by the sea monsters. This made both of them raise their eyebrows, and also made the faces of the sea monster captives a little ugly. According to the original plan, the elders should be in the welcoming team, so that they can use some excuses to leave Lewis and others to the altar. Things seem to have deviated slightly from what was expected. There are more than 100,000 sirens in the entire Zanja temple. So if you want to go to the altar, you must not force your way in. For Andre, once a fight breaks out, the variables of the summoning ceremony will be too great. The same is true for Lewis. The sealing is not difficult. He can teleport to the altar instantly, and then seal the crack directly. But this is like temporarily locking a gangster outside the door. It is only a temporary solution. If the ancient god is not hurt, he will have to get out of here sooner or later. So the best way is to attack him when he is squeezed in the middle of the toilet. At this time, the ancient god has already entered this world, and it is also his most vulnerable time. If he attacks at this time, the turbulence of time and space will drag him into the unknown void, instead of returning him to his original territory. Therefore, both of them hope to participate in the ceremony of summoning the ancient god. But one wants to hit him with a brick, and the other wants to pull him out of the dock. But why didn't the elders come as planned? If they don't come, what reason do you have to participate in the fake ancestor worship ceremony? How can we go to the altar without conflict? If we hand over the captives, and they let us go, how should we deal with it? In an instant, both of them thought about many things, and even came together, whispered to each other, and discussed countermeasures. However, what happened next made both of them a little dumbfounded. With a heavy sound, the queen slowly landed in the shallow water on the square under the magic of the sea demon dragon. Because of the protection of the sea demon dragon body, the bottom of the ship was not damaged. But this small square is a bit slippery. The shallow water is only about 1 foot deep, and the water is full of slippery moss. After landing, the queen began to slide forward on the square. It seemed difficult to slow down for a while. At this moment, several interception locks were suddenly pulled up in front of the ship. Then, with the combined efforts of dozens of Naga royal guards, the heavy queen slowly stopped in the middle of the square. This scene made the wizards secretly smack their lips. They just didn't take action just now, just to see the magic of these sirens. But they never thought that these guys would be so straightforward and directly use brute force to stop the queen. You should know that although the queen is not fully loaded today, it weighs more than 10,000 tons. However, there are only dozens of sirens, which is equivalent to one person pulling a locomotive on the concrete ground. In this way, these tall and strong royal guards, any 10 of them with shackles, can pin a fire dragon to the ground. No wonder the warlords of the North Sea state robbed the Dragon Nest City. After the ship stopped, More royal guards gathered around, and they used their tall bodies to push the giant ship to the coral platform near the small square. The docking position was just right. Louis and Andre, who were talking to each other on the side of the ship, happened to meet the eyes of Miss Phage, the Queen of Medusa, who was waiting for everyone on the high platform. The situation was a little awkward, but Queen Phage seemed to be more polite than last time, and nodded slightly to the two of them. Then she frowned slightly and looked in the crowd, as if she was looking for someone. The two gentlemen were also very graceful. They took off their tricorn hats with the wizards behind them, and bowed slightly to Her Majesty the Queen. Helen saw the White Queen dressed as Arwen still standing there in a daze, and quickly pulled her. She signaled her to salute quickly. At this time, Faki's eyes had already fallen on Arwen. The White Queen was stunned, looked at Helen, looked at Faki again, and then showed a look of realization. She showed her true appearance, and shook her head left and right at Faki with a silly face, as if to say, "Hey, I'm here too. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Hurry up and say goodbye to me, Faki and the sirens, wizards and others. Captive siren leader, it all Andre's fault for changing the plan. I shouldn't have brought the White Queen here today." Helen looked a little scared, like a kitten who had done something wrong. She looked up timidly at Louis. "It really not my fault." She was stupid, but Louis didn't have the heart to say anything at this time. He and Andre were dumbfounded on the spot, and the Blackish wizards were sweating profusely. "What is this for? Big sister. Although I heard that you two seem to have been in contact secretly, but today is not a good friend meeting. It would be fine if you two just chatted via video. After all, the people below are fighting all the time, and the big sister needs to communicate. But it is not convenient for you to come today." "Big sister? These days, the sirens are summoning the sea god. And you are the one who killed the sea god. What do you think the White Queen is doing here? How do you want us to explain? We are already deep in the tiger den. What are you doing? Ah? Are we here to fight the boss, or are you asking these hundreds of thousands of sirens to fight our boss group?" Chapter 352. Medusa, I am not a fool. How to explain this now? Faki knows the White Queen. There is no way to explain this. Sure enough, after seeing the White Queen as the boss, the sirens showed excitement on their faces. "Oh hee, it Miss Arwen, you are wearing very thick makeup today. Welcome. Welcome." Faki spit out the snake tongue, glanced at the White Queen, and then ignored her. "Louis? Andre? No, Faki, I am Aishwarya." The White Queen shook her head and explained seriously. "No." Faki stretched out a finger and said more seriously, "You know, yes." "Louis? Andre?" The situation seemed to be getting weirder and weirder. At this moment, a line of narration appeared in front of Louis. "The White Queen is finally here. I am so excited. The great kingdom of Xia has gone through hardships. From the mysterious sea ravaged by the sea gods, migrated to this world without sea gods. If the crack can be sealed by normal methods, then why do we have to find another sea god? To put pressure on us? And that so-called god, how could he help us for no reason? The elders of the Zanjia Council are too naive. But what the elders said does make sense. We need the sea god to help us seal the crack. But after that, I will never allow another god to be on the head of the Xia siren. The Zanjia Council has always opposed my contact with the White Queen. They suspect that I want to kill the gods. They are right." Miss Faki is a little relieved now. The Zanjia Council is opposed to Faki contact with the White Queen. But judging from today's situation, Faki felt that she had done the right thing. After all, the head of the sea god looked a little bit wrong. Moreover, the elders now seemed to be in no mood to care about His Majesty Faki acting first and reporting later to the Zanjia Council. After all, they are a little overwhelmed now. Faki is a little overwhelmed now. The elders at the altar are the same. No wonder, ever since the Elders' Council suddenly came up with the idea of tricking the magicians into helping to summon the ancient gods, the sirens in the entire temple have been overwhelmed. Miss Faki's snake hair, which was originally tied up well, has been messed up by her these 2 days. Faki, the magicians have really helped the elders a lot recently. But the sea god seems to be stuck in his head. And he seems to be angry. What should we do? If I tell the White Queen about this and ask her to help kill him, will they think that we, the sea sirens, are fools? Faki, what should we do now? Waiting online, very urgent. Louis? Sister, what have you done these days? No wonder it could call these sirens little fresh. You are too fresh. Aren't you? The sirens all pretended not to know the White Queen, and after Faki pretended not to recognize the White Queen, she whistled and looked elsewhere. She acted like I am the queen. I am not talking nonsense with you. Then, a four-armed man beside Faki opened his mouth and said something. Storm welcomes you, my friends. The sirens' voices sounded as sweet as singing. But everyone who had been robbed by them had heard their sweet words, including Lewis a few days ago. However, in this opening speech, Lewis did not speak. He attended the team as a victim this time. So the leader of the team was Andre. He represented the White Queen and helped Lewis, the victim, to get ahead. After some negotiations, the sirens checked the sirens' captives on the ship and found that they were all healthy. But they were planted with a very difficult spell. Faki looked at the White Queen with a strange expression. Why are they all our people? Where is your little brother? Oh, Faki. Andre was afraid that you would worry about our people being too many and would cause misunderstandings. So woohoo. Helen. Why are you covering my mouth? As the White Queen struggled, Helen hugged her and pulled her aside. They started whispering. Lewis. Andre. The fake siren with cold sweat, the real siren traitor, and the wizards. After a while, Helen and the others came back. Helen said to the White Queen with a big smile, Oh Arwen, it turns out that you have to exchange the prisoners before you can break the spell. I understand. Woo 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 woo. Lewis, Andre and others. Faki and the sirens. Everyone seemed to not want to hear what the White Queen said anymore. The sirens just pretended not to see it, and looked at Andre. At this moment, Andre's face was very strange. He gave the White Queen a look. Andre, your majesty. Have you been in contact with the sirens? White Queen, Andre. Don't worry. Aren't we here to help the sirens seal the cracks? I think we should be honest about this matter. So when we set out, I notified Faki. Andre, why didn't you tell me earlier? White Queen, Delphinia once told me, don't tell others about your own affairs. Andre, so you trust her to be a good person? Do you think I have been lying to you? White Queen, I believe you. Andre, I also believe Delphinia. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you. Hearing this, Andre was a little angry, but he still held his temper and deceived the White Queen who would not lie. Andre, your majesty, what else did the witch tell you? White Queen, nothing. After I came out of the elf hut, she never contacted me again. But when we parted, I asked her if she had anything to tell me. She told me something. This made me very worried. Andre, what did she say? White Queen, she said you were dead anyway, so she didn't need to tell me anything more. Andre, will you really perish with the ancient gods? The White Queen words almost pissed Andre off. But he calmed down. It seems that after the White Queen parted with Xiao Dai, the two had no contact again. In addition, although the White Queen has been in contact with the sirens, she only told them that she was coming. Andre was sure that the White Queen still trusted him. No matter what happened today, as long as the White Queen still trusted him, his plan would not be affected. Now, I am afraid everyone knows that half of these sirens are wizards. But this does not affect his plan. However, everyone knows that they are here to seal the ancient gods. He still had to force himself to act. This made him feel like he was playing a monkey trick. Everyone looked over again, waiting for his lines. Andre's mouth twitched fiercely. He didn't intend to play a monkey trick with these people. Lewis was the same. Lewis got straight to the point. Miss Faki, as Her Majesty Aishwarya said, we are here to help you this time. But we care about our people and ships. Indeed? Andre nodded and said pretentiously, our victim is here. Mr. Lewis cares about his friends. I hope our partners have been treated well by you these days. This is true. But Lewis doesn't care much about the safety of those people. It seems that the magicians have been doing well recently, and have helped the elders a lot. I guess those idiot elders thought that magicians were like those wizards, who only focused on magic, and couldn't recognize those ancient texts. But since the incident in the Rainbow Country, Edward and I have opened a special ancient language course in the academy. After everyone read it, how could they not find the problem? The magicians are in the infinite blue buff of the Zanja Temple, and their safety is absolutely not a problem. Judging from the current situation, they should not have fought with the sirens in recent days, otherwise the temple would have been in chaos. So it is more likely that they are hiding in the temple. So compared to being concerned, Lewis is more curious about what these guys have done in recent days. This makes the ancient godhead stuck there. As for those ships, Lewis is not too concerned. Well, he is still a little concerned. After all, he invested a lot of money in this voyage, and even borrowed a sum of money to have more ships and goods in the fleet. If the fleet is intact, everything will be fine. If it is broken, as long as the matter of the ancient god is resolved, what is the problem with his own property? At most, he can borrow some money from rich women. So after Andre asked, Mr. Lewis, the victim couldn't help but prick up his ears and looked at Miss Facky. And on Miss Facky's face, this time, there was finally a little change or a little embarrassment. Sir Andre, please don't worry. Queen Facky raised her head and sang with her melodious voice. Her voice was very special, and her tone was like singing. And it echoed, we were originally just plundering for the materials to seal the altar. And we were also plundering for the future of the entire sea of foam. So naturally we won't harm anyone's life. The magicians of Sorrento have lived happily in the temple these days. Mr. Augusta was just drinking with our warriors. Hearing Queen Facky's words, everyone's faces turned strange. However, everyone is helping us with the sealing ceremony in the temple recently. This matter is very important. Please wait here for 2 more days. We will treat you well. I know that humans have always disbelieved what we did. So if you don't believe me, you can come and take a look. Hearing this, Andre's face became even more strange. The sirens were deceived by the elders. So the siren sealing ceremony must require souls. But what are the magicians doing? Miss Facky, what did you just say? The magicians and elders are sealing the cracks together? Yes. The elders and magicians are working together to perform a magic ritual to seal the whirlpool. Andre? Seal what? Seal what? Seal what? Chapter 353 ha ha ha, and put me back in. Facky no longer paid attention to Andre. She nodded slightly to Lewis. Lewis, thank you for letting bygones be bygones. The previous fleet incident was really embarrassing. In Facky's words, Lewis found that this Lady Facky, who had always regarded him as a big monster, the fake Sea King, seemed to be very polite to him. She was willing to apologize and compensate for the previous robbery. To put it bluntly, this was also for the seal. Judging from Facky in her monologue, although she still doesn't fully believe in Lewis's identity, she has already recognized Lewis. There are too many demon dragons in the entire mysterious sea, and too many people who claim to be the king of the sea. And a big leader who claims to be the king of the sea made a lot of trouble. But in the end, he was recruited by his uncle, and was truly granted a title. So Facky thinks that Jiolong, the king of the sea, is not a big deal. In other words, as long as the sealing is done, the Xia Sea monster clan is willing to treat Lewis as a real king of the sea. Of course, if Lewis could be more powerful, for example, he could push the head of the ancient god stuck in the toilet back. Then the Xia clan would treat him as a real prince and treat him as a minister. After all, the Xia Sirens are also a group of refugees from the North Sea, supporting a sea king. Maybe you can really get a status in the future. Lewis thinks that it is too far to talk about this now. But it is no problem to let the Sirens have a legitimate fiefdom and status in the Sea of Foam. By then, the Steam and Magic Academy can also have mermaids. Of course, both Lewis and Facky are most concerned about the seal. Lewis could not help but mention the magicians and the seal. But as soon as Lewis brought up the topic, Facky shut up with embarrassment. Facky, the elders said that the magicians did not need to help. After all, the bees' souls of those dragon beasts were enough to seal the cracks. But the magicians did not listen to the advice, and dismantled all the boats to help us seal the cracks. Facky, now 2 groups of people. One living person is extracting the bees' souls of the dragon boat at the altar to strengthen the seal. And the other group is dismantling the boat to strengthen the seal. Although the 2 groups use different methods, they also did it in 2 ways. This was originally a good thing. But the sea god suddenly appeared, and his body was stuck there. Facky, what should I do now? How should I explain it? How should I ask for help from everyone? Will everyone think that the Xia Sirens are all fools? Lewis? All the ships were dismantled. Wait. Let's put this aside for now. The elders and magicians. One group is summoning the sea god, ancient god. And the other group is sealing the sea god? What are they doing? A line of narration suddenly appeared in front of Lewis. Ancient god believer, elders summoning progress. 50.1%, 49.9%, 48.1% teammates. Abyss demons about to erupt. Blackish hunters. Mr. Ancient God with his head stuck in the toilet. The ultimate trump card. Due to the iron, 60% progress is required to be used. Andre Fallen Angel. Andre Book of the Abyss. How to tear a piece of paper. Easy help to Lewis. Forbidden magician. Sealing progress. 49.9%, 50.1%, 52.9% teammates. Twilight Alliance. Pale Hunters. The Siren Mage Group. The ultimate trump card, due to the brain, need to be 60% progress of the opponent before it can be used. Lewis's Iron. Hercules Lewis Hammer. Easy help to Andre. Ancient God, whoever it is. Hurry up and get me out of this damn crack. Or put me back. Hurry up and make things worse. You decide. A. Help the Ancient God climb out. Completion reward. Abyss Ancient God who came to this world *1. Ancient God reward *1. Ha ha ha, Ant, didn't expect me to break my promise? 1. The Ancient God SAU1, Running Corpse *1, all attributes +5. B. Put the Ancient God back. Completion reward. The Ancient God who returned to the Abyss *1, the Ancient God started over *1, the Ancient God pushed hard *1, the Abyss Ancient God came to this world *1, the Ancient God reward *1. Ha ha ha, Ant, didn't expect me to break my promise again? 1. The Ancient God SAU1, Running Corpse *1, random attributes +15. Lewis was dumbfounded. He felt that he had to go and take a look. Andre felt the same way. Lewis quickly contacted the Twilight Alliance secretly and asked them to prepare. Then he followed Ms. Faki. Andre also quickly led people to follow Ms. Faki and Lewis, pretending to be nothing and asking Ms. Faki some questions. But Ms. Faki was a little absent-minded. Andre also found that Lewis seemed to be muttering something in a low voice. Abababababa. Andre? Faki? On the way to the altar, Faki still explained the matter with an embarrassed look on his face. Before the Sirens heard the voice of the sea god, the Sirenians had been reinforcing the seal according to the method in the ancient temple text. This was the method used by the Silver Descendants who once lived here. Later, because the Sirens' magic skills were far inferior to those of the Silver Descendants, and this seal required some materials on land, the Sirens asked for help from the land. But because of the conspiracy of the sea god, the Sirens fought with the land creatures and did not get real help. Instead, the Sirens were often harassed by the land creatures' big families. The wizards kept capturing Sirens, and the Sirens also kept capturing humans. This made the hatred between the Sirens and the land creatures grow bigger, and the misunderstandings deepened. After that, the Sirens believed the words of the sea god and dared not reveal the seal to the outside world, lest those evil big families discover the temple, and thus adopted the soul sacrifice plan provided by the sea god. Faki said, "But this plan is too bloody, and it has been keeping me awake. The sea god is the god who guards this seal, and his words are certainly not wrong. But it is always good to try one more plan. Even if the goods we collected are not used on the seal in the end, then our goods can be used elsewhere, and the ship can be given to Ms. Aku." Since then, the Sirens, deceived by the sea god, while fighting against the minions of those evil big families, Twilight Alliance, also robbed the ships of those big families. Faki said so. But Lewis had seen her true thoughts from the storybook. The Sirens had been forced to follow the sea god. In fact, many Sirens did not want them to have too much contact with the sea god. They finally escaped from the mysterious sea and did not want to find another master. If there had to be a god that the Sirens recognized, Faki would rather choose a special ancient god like Aku. Lewis, your fleet and magicians have given us another hope. I never thought that Mr. Edward was also a friend of Ms. Akio. And I never thought that the magicians would help us regardless of past grudges. As Faki spoke, Lewis and Andre faces became more and more strange. The atmosphere between Lewis's team and Andre's team, which was originally very harmonious, became more and more subtle. The team was unconsciously divided into two groups, and everyone became wary of each other, and each had their own ideas in their hearts. Chapter 354, The Rotating Galaxy. While Lewis and Andre were thinking, Helen and the White Queen also communicated with Faki. It seemed that the two were trying to resolve the misunderstanding and hatred between the mermaids and humans. Some of the words of the White Queen seemed very naive, as if in their eyes, the world was pure, and in Helen's eyes, the world was simple. Miss Faki. Helen heard that you have been fighting with the people on the ground, but why are you fighting? Everyone's original idea was actually very simple. You all wanted to solve the hidden dangers of the Sea of Foam. However, the humans regarded the hidden dangers as you, and you regarded the hidden dangers as humans. Big families, Miss Faki, why is it like this? In Helen's eyes, everyone is not a bad person. Faki, why don't you shake hands with humans and make peace? They say, You evil bad people, you say, they are evil bad people. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you. The two people's speeches made Louis and Andre, who were listening, speechless. In their eyes, the world is too complicated, and the sea monsters and humans have killed many people each other over the years. This is indeed because of a misunderstanding. But if hatred and misunderstandings can be resolved so easily, there will be no war and death in the world. So in the eyes of Louis and Andre, even if the two sides finally reconcile, it will still require a very complicated reconciliation. It is impossible to succeed with just a few words. Andre, if the misunderstandings in this world can be explained in just 1 or 2 words, otherwise, all the hatred I have built up on both sides over the years, wouldn't it be in vain? However, the sirens fell silent. This attitude of the sirens made Louis and Andre look strange. Perhaps sometimes, resolving misunderstandings often only requires a few words and an opportunity. Aishwarya, for so many years, there have been deep misunderstandings between us and them. They have always thought that we are up to no good. But what we have always wanted to do is just to seal this crack. And perhaps, it is time for us to let everyone see what we are really doing. At this point, Faki looked at Andre and others. After all, what you have always wanted to do is just to seal the crack. Andre? It seems that Faki regards Andre and others as the leaders of the Twilight Alliance. Indeed, they are. For a long time, the sirens believed that land creatures were evil because of the words of the sea god. But now, all of this has been solved along with the head stuck in the toilet. If the ancient gods knew about this, they would definitely feel very relieved. And Andre's righteous and selfless help also made the sirens believe that humans are actually kind. If Andre knew, he would definitely feel very relieved. At this moment, while Louis and Andre were stunned, the White Queen, Helen and Faki all had an idea. Faki, I can feel that there are many demons crawling out of the temple, and they are becoming more and more numerous. It may be difficult for you to deal with them alone. Why don't you ask the Twilight Alliance to help? I think we should unite. Together we can fight against the demons. Yes. Yes. Miss Fudge, Uncle Andre magic book contains a moment of time anchor, which was originally prepared for the Twilight Alliance to attack the Siren Temple. Why don't you let them fight the demons? The demons are the real bad guys in the Sea of Foam. These words made Louis and Andre dumbfounded. Andre was dumbfounded because he originally intended to throw the space-time anchor into the crack of the altar. Louis was dumbfounded because he had changed the space-time anchor. He hurriedly and secretly stretched out his finger and switched his space-time anchor with Andre. Then Louis bowed slightly to Andre and made a gesture of invitation towards an unstable crack not far away that was suitable for opening a door, and said, Mr. Marquis Andre, the Twilight Alliance has always regarded you as a spiritual leader. I believe that as long as you stand on the side of the sirens, the Twilight Alliance will be willing to give the sirens a trust. At this moment, in the eyes of trust and expectation of the crowd, Andre's face was very ugly. He comforted himself by saying that this variable was still under control. Then he straightened his chest and said to the crowd righteously, as the two majesties and the princess said, in the face of the biggest crisis in the history of the Sea of Foam, we should indeed work together. In the end, the Twilight Alliance appeared ahead of time. The troops that came to the temple this time were all elites, who could fight against the demons. There were 30,000 people in total, half of whom were human musketeers. Half were Twilight elves and fairies. And there were also 1,000 pale wizards. If it was a few decades ago, this army would probably not be able to fight the demons. But over the years, they have learned how to fight against powerful creatures in the war with the sirens. They have also learned how to fight against magic. The Twilight Alliance has been waiting to enter the temple to fight the demons. The soldiers do not know the enemy of this battle. But the generals of the army have already discussed with Xiao Dai in the elf hut to fight against demons instead of sirens. So under the leadership of the general, they would not attack the wrong people. But Andre, who didn't know that he was beaten by Xiao Dai, still pretended to make a pre-war declaration and explain the misunderstanding between the sirens and humans. In this way, under Andre's personal call, the Twilight Alliance, loaded with various buffs, followed Faki royal guards and flew to the sky of the altar in the distance. In the sky, there were many sirens fighting demons. Louis and Andre glanced at the sky on the other side of the altar. The magicians there were standing in the shape of stars, jointly casting the forbidden magic sealing array, and the elders standing in the shape of divine seals were also near the magicians. It turned out that these two groups were blocking and evacuating. Louis and Andre's faces became extremely strange. They quickly followed Faki and others and flew towards the altar. On the other side, the altar. In the center of the Zanjia temple, there was a huge deep pool. This deep pool is very large. And there is a huge whirlpool in the middle. The whole whirlpool is like a huge washing machine. And many unmanned ships are following a huge red battleship in the whirlpool, spinning along the whirlpool. There are more than 200 ships here. And they are all magic ships of big families. Among these ships, the smallest one is also a light cruiser-class magic ship, because the small ones have already sunk to the bottom. If Louis were here, he would definitely find that 50 of them look familiar. These ships seem to have been spinning in this vortex for many days, but they had never been sucked into the center of the vortex. On the one hand, it was because of the materials of these magic ships, which made them able to struggle in the vortex even without anyone manipulating them. On the other hand, it was also because the center of the vortex was blocked by something. Some magic ships were under the effect of some magic, and they were constantly emitting white fluorescence. It seemed that these magic ships were filled with various special materials, including some divine elements. These magic ships loaded with materials are being guided by the magic. In this magic, the ships and the materials inside are constantly decomposing and reorganizing, and finally become strands of fluorescence falling into the water. As the fluorescence flies away, the ships become older and older, and finally become a tattered and useless wreckage that sinks to the bottom of the water. Only a pool of white fluorescence is left in the original place, which looks like a small piece of white starlight in a vortex. There are constantly golden ashes floating from afar. When these golden ashes fall into the starlight, many golden mysterious runes will appear on the water between the starlight. These golden mysterious runes often disappear instantly after they appear, but the starlight becomes brighter, and the water surface covered by the starlight begins to look like a galaxy. At this moment, many areas in this whirlpool are covered by starlight, and it seems that this whirlpool looks like a rotating incomplete galaxy. Chapter 355 is going to be filled up. Hundreds of thousands of nervous eyes are watching the rotating galaxy in midair. These eyes come from the sirens living in the Zanjia temple. They are flying in groups in the surging magic of Zanjia, looking down at the big whirlpool. The huge lake where the whirlpool is located is the Zanjia altar. It is 5 or 6 kilometers wide. But compared to the entire Zanjia temple, the Zanjia altar is just an area at the top. If someone could look down at the entire Zanjia temple, they would find that it was like an ancient Mayan pyramid erected in the inner space of the Zanjia city. This pyramid is square, looking very low, but it is huge. The beautiful buildings of the sirens, huge corals, are located on the steps of this pyramid. Each step is the living area of the Zanjia temple, and each area is inhabited by tens of thousands of sirens and more deep-sea creatures. But today they did not stay in their own residences, but flew in groups in the vast magic of Zanjia in the air above the temple. This made the entire temple look like it was in the deep sea. Millions of eyes were nervously watching the top of the pyramid under their feet. The huge lake on the top was the Zanjia altar. Above the pyramid, there were many large waterfalls. After they fell on the pyramid, they formed many water curtains that covered various areas of the pyramid. Water curtains continuously fell into the residential areas on the pyramid, forming small rivers, small lakes, and small shallow water squares in these residential areas. However, the strange thing is that today water flows are not falling down along the various areas of the Zanjia temple, but flowing down and up. This strange scene made the faces of countless sirens circling around the altar vortex extremely excited, because when they first came to the temple, the water here was flowing upwards, including the waterfalls that were flowing backwards. At that time, the altar was like a pool of stagnant water, with only a small vortex. It was not until the seal of the temple altar was damaged in the magic tide that the vortex began to grow larger, and the water in the temple began to flow downward. So in this temple, it is normal for water to flow upward. Flowing downward means that the cracks are beginning to expand. At that time, the big vortex will spew out demons. But now, the seal seems to be gradually being repaired. And all this is thanks to the elders, who are forming a formation and casting spells right above the altar vortex, and the magic group assisting them. When the water flowed completely upwards and filled the whirlpool, the seal was successful. Suddenly, waves of angry mysterious whispers suddenly echoed throughout the temple. But in the blink of an eye, they were drowned out by another wave of even louder chants. Immediately, all the rivers and waterfalls in the temple began to flow backwards amid the chants of the magic group. At this moment, thousands of voices kept shouting at the elders and magic group just above the altar whirlpool. It seemed that the entire Xia Siren clan was cheering for them. It seemed that the elders' preparations over the past few decades were not in vain. Look! The water in the temple was flowing upward more and more frequently. However, amid the cheers, the elders' faces were extremely ugly. Is this whirlpool about to be filled up again? These magicians obviously have such low magic power. But how come the magic circle they cast together is so strong? The chief elder was sure that there must be something fishy in the bag on the magician waist. Because every time the magicians took out the burning ashes from the bag, the elder could feel a burning divinity. Seeing that the head of the ancient god was about to be submerged again, the elders did not care about anything else. They secretly chanted a mysterious name. And then the dragon soul hidden in the conch on their waists was sacrificed. Then, the speed of the vortex accelerated again. But not long after, when the magicians reached into their pockets again and threw the golden ashes into the vortex, the galaxies in the vortex became more numerous. The vortex also slowed down under the power of the galaxies. Seeing this scene, the chief elder stopped his pretentious chanting and cursed secretly. It like this again. The chief elder face was extremely ugly. You know, the dragon souls collected by the elders came from the spoils of the warlords who plundered Dragon Nest City back then. There are a lot of them. In addition to dragon souls, we also have many sea dragon beast souls, which also came from the hands of warlords. In these years, these souls have been used by everyone almost without paying. But only a part of it was used up. But it was only one morning today, and the sea dragon soul had been used up. Most of the dragon soul had been used up. But the bags around the magician's waists were still bulging. How come these magicians have collected so many ashes with divinity? And they don't seem to feel sorry at all. What do you think divinity is? Flour? Damn it! The whirlpool is about to be filled up again. When will this end? Seeing other elders taking out conch shells with distress, the great elder cursed secretly, and hung his conch shell back on his waist. There were only some souls of the abyss demons that he had a soul contract with. He didn't plan to sacrifice these things anymore. After all, this would damage his soul. And it could kill people. So wait until other people things are used up. And then take out the things that are at the bottom of your box. Oh, High Priest Ulrich, why did you stop? You can't slack off just because the crack is blocked a little. You still have to work harder. Oh, I see. Is it because you don't have enough materials for casting spells? We still have some dragon beasts on our ship, which we can lend to you. After all, we are all here to seal. Right? An unpleasant duck voice sounded in the ears of the elder again. The elder looked at the guy who was also paddling beside him, sneered secretly, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Don't worry, Mr. Edward. The real helper will be here soon. This kind of sealing ceremony will not be completed in a moment. We can take a short break. It okay?" After saying that, the elder smiled again, and looked at the group of magicians standing in a constellation array and floating in the air. "Mr. Edward, listen to my advice. You should also take a short break. There are so few of you. And if things go wrong, there will be a really big thing waiting for your help." Mr. Edward glanced at the group of elders standing in a divine seal array, and their positions almost overlapped with the magic group. Then he smiled faintly, took out his small mirror, touched up his makeup and said, "Oh, I need to take a break. We also need someone to come." "That not bad. Hee hee." After saying that, the two of them couldn't help but smile at each other. Turning around, they both cursed in their hearts. Chapter 356. The ancient god must not be allowed to go home. It all the fault of those damn magicians. Otherwise, things would never have developed to the current situation. Now, when he saw the magicians around him, he was furious. Those guys should have been captives and sacrifices. High Priest Ulrich still couldn't figure out how these magicians with low magic power escaped from prison under the eyes of the Elders' Council, and came into contact with Queen Thaki. Moreover, these magicians also won the trust of the Queen, and became her magic teachers. When Queen Thaki suddenly appeared in the Zonjia Council with her group of new magic consultants that day, Ulrich and the elders were dumbfounded. What did His Majesty say? He said that the elders had misinterpreted the ancient text, and asked the magicians to help everyone seal the cracks. Of course, the interpretation of the ancient text was wrong, because the elders did it on purpose. But how did Mr. Edward enter the forbidden area and read the true meaning of those words? The elders spent more than 10 years on this translation. The Queen said that Mr. Edward was a friend of Ms. Aku, and had been invited by Ms. Aku many times, and had visited many of her residences. Therefore, He was very proficient in the ancient language. This really answered the elders' doubts, because the descendants of Silver used the ancient language. On that day, the elders knew that there was a little change in the situation. Fortunately, the elders had a high prestige among the sirens, and the sirens also trusted the elders very much. So the problem of translation errors was easily explained by the elders. And it seems that these magicians did not fully understand the text. If they said that they fully understood the text, the elders would never believe it. Besides Mr. Edward, the other magicians seemed to be just boastful. The elders did not understand the magic they boasted about at all. At first glance, they were the wild wizards that Andre often talked about. There were many such liars among muggles. And I heard that Sorrento was a muggle kingdom. Right? In order to prevent the magician from ruining their plan, the elders took advantage of the situation and assigned the magicians a task. They also gave them a wrong magic circle drawing so that they could assist the elders in sealing the magic circle. This magic circle seemed to have no problem. After all, it was left by the descendants of Silver. But the key point was that it was actually incomplete. When the elders handed the magic circle to the magician, they also secretly changed the drawing of the magic circle. The elders believed that, unless they were the descendants of the Silver from those days, no one would notice the problem. As long as they followed this magic circle, the elders only needed to do some tricks in the middle, and the magicians would help the elders tear open the cracks and summon the ancient gods. At that time, many high-quality souls could be saved. According to the agreement between everyone and the ancient gods, these souls could be exchanged for high-level demon slaves and even some demigod fallen angel slaves from the ancient gods. And these slaves will become the loyal guards of the Elder Council and Andre to enslave the sirens. However, what the elders could never have imagined was that these guys who seemed to be only good at boasting actually secretly referred to the texts in the temple and completed this wrong magic circle. And before today, the elders did not realize that this new magic circle had been completed. The magician figured out the real plan to seal the crack, and it only took them 2 weeks. The elders even suspected that these magicians had the other half of the incomplete magic circle in their hands. Also, what did they call this magic circle? The Dawn Forbidden Magic Sealing Array? Now that I think about it, perhaps the magicians at that time might have completely deciphered those words, but these treacherous guys, after discovering that the elders had a very high prestige among the sirens, began to hide their strength and bide their time. This damn magician. High Priest Ulrich swore that if he had known the true level of these guys earlier, he would have killed them earlier at all costs. After all, there are only more than 100 magicians in total. There are more than 100 hydra lizards and sea snakes in this temple. So how can these more than 100 magicians, even more than 100 silver descendants, fight the entire Shiok kingdom? But these magicians look honest and simple, even stupid. But each of them was cunning and insidious. Everyone was deceived by this group of damn honest people. The magicians finally tricked them. When the elders found out that these magicians were using the wrong magic circle to seal the crack, it was too late. Now, all the sirens saw with their own eyes that the crack was gradually repaired during the magician's work. So no matter how the elders explained, no matter how they bewitched the sirens, it was meaningless. Now the situation is at a standstill. The elders feel pain in their tails as they watch the water flowing up and down. The souls that were secretly prepared before have all been used up. Now they have to use the souls of the dragon beasts from the 7th Fleet. Originally, the elders had already discussed with Andre and planned to use these dragon souls to let the ancient gods reward them with high-level demon slaves. But now they have to use them in this sacrifice. When they thought of this, the elders felt their hearts bleeding. A series of mysterious whispers with a hint of anger suddenly came from the center of the vortex. The sound seemed to come from the bottom of the abyss and echoed in the temple for a long time. The elders' faces became even uglier. The ancient gods seemed to be angry. But in a blink of an eye, the whispers were covered by the louder magic chants of the magic group. Suddenly, the water flow in the temple began to change again. At this moment, in the chanting of the forbidden magic group, the rivers and waterfalls in the entire Zonjia city began to flow backwards. Seeing that the river and the waterfall began to flow backwards, the elders were all dumbfounded. They hurriedly took out the sacrifices, chanted the name of the ancient god, and offered them to the ancient god. If the ancient god could not come out today, he would definitely return to the abyss. At that time, all those who signed an agreement with him would be brought back to the abyss by him under the power of the abyss rules. The council of elders and the blackish god hunters would become the new sacrifices of the ancient god. And these thousands of high-quality souls would make the cracks bigger when they rushed into the abyss, and would also become the power for the ancient god to reappear in this world. At that time, the ancient god could directly break the seal with the help of thousands of souls. But if everyone died, what would be the point of his coming? Everyone worked hard for decades, just to get into the belly of the ancient god, and then be pulled out by him? At this moment, a certain position above the vortex suddenly fluctuated like water ripples, and then several blood-red vortices appeared in this area in the air, and more than a dozen huge deep-sea demon lords, with overwhelming demons, crawled out hideously from the blood-red vortex in the air. The sirens in the sky couldn't help but become solemn. It seemed that this was not the first time this had happened, but this was the largest wave that had entered the sky. It was 10 times more numerous than the wave that had occurred more than 10 minutes ago. It seemed that as the seal progressed, more and more demons were coming out. What worried the magicians, and sirens even more, was that these red vortex holes in the sky actually came from the big crack. So as long as the skull was stuck there, it would be impossible to stop the demons from appearing. Suddenly, lightning flashed from the sirens in the sky, followed by thousands of blue trident lightning bolts from the hands of many four-armed sirens, suddenly shooting at the demons. 1/3 of the demons were instantly wiped out, but more demons were pouring out of the vortex. However, the strange thing was that after these demons appeared, not all of them rushed to the sky, but some rushed to the sirens in the sky, and some rushed to the center of the vortex, trying to use various magic or even self-destruction to get the head stuck in this world back to the abyss. At this moment, the magicians and elders were dumbfounded. "We must not let the ancient god go back now," Edward and the great elder shouted in unison. After shouting, the two looked at each other, as if both sides knew the real way to win this battle. Chapter 357, Vicious Woman. The sirens also became anxious. Although their entire tribe has more than 100,000 people, just like the land kingdom with millions of people, not everyone can fight against the devil. And the current battle is no longer something that ordinary sirens can participate in. Some of the siren militia evacuated the elderly, weak, women and children who were watching, and some of the siren militia dealt with the demons that rushed into the sky. And the 10,000 elite sirens rushed to the demons in the whirlpool, in order to get rid of them as quickly as possible. All the other sirens who knew magic all used their best efforts to bombard the demons that kept appearing in the red holes, but the four-armed siren wizards, who really knew high-level magic, were concentrating their firepower to clear the demons in the whirlpool at this time, and they had little time to pay attention to the red whirlpool in the air. So although there were a lot of magics flying towards the demons, most of them were just some pitiful water bombs with little power. This caused new demons to appear all the time, and the sirens were also dying continuously. Near this altar, every time a creature belonging to this world dies, the power of the ancient gods in this world will be strengthened. At this time, another wave of new demons appeared near the dozen red holes. The militiamen could not hold on any longer. The four-armed siren wizards had to temporarily put aside the situation in the whirlpool, and released another wave of trident lightning towards the red holes. Under the power of this group, most of the newly appeared demons were wiped out, but before they died, they spit out red electric balls from their ferocious mouths, flying towards the siren militiamen in the air. The situation suddenly became worse. But at this moment, the red electric balls flying towards the siren militia all turned into shredded paper, petals, playing cards, and the remaining demons near the red hole suddenly turned into strange paper figures. Immediately, countless magic and fire-breathing musket bullets also flew towards the paper demons, tearing them into pieces in an instant. A group of companions that Edward and the great elder had never expected appeared. The dense white army, like ants, flew over from the distant sky. They joined the team of the sirens. In this team, there are thousands of powerful pale wizards, and hundreds of even more powerful blackish hunters. For a moment, the magicians and elders were stunned, unable to tell whose partners they were. The joining of the Twilight Alliance instantly tilted the tense situation, and also swept away the remaining demons in the whirlpool and the air. Another demon was about to emerge from the red vortex in the air. Many huge hydra lizards and sea snakes, led by the sirens, flew to the red vortex in the air. The sirens either took up their weapons and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Twilight Elf warriors in front of the vortex, cleaning up the dwindling demons, or they raised their tridents and started to call out the names of the large demons with the wizards. Looking around, there were more than 20 blood-red vortices above the altar. Although the demons kept emerging from them, They could no longer rush out in front of this powerful team. Even if there are occasional fish that slip through the net, they can be solved by the ordinary sea monsters in the sky with various weak magic. Seeing this scene, High Priest Ulrich secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then cursed in his heart. Things are getting worse and worse. Even the Twilight Alliance has appeared. The elders are anxious to death. And Faki, Andre, Louis and Yagizi are also anxious to death. When everyone followed the Twilight Alliance and came to the top of the altar, they saw the ups and downs of the water below, and the demons that kept appearing. Andre was dumbfounded. He saw it clearly at a glance. Something was stuck in the crack. If he got angry and went back, it would be the end. Andre saw that the elder was still chatting with the magicians over there. Without saying a word, he flew over there to communicate with the magicians and secretly asked the elder what they were doing with his divine mind. Louis was also dumbfounded. He saw it clearly at a glance. No wonder the storybook said that no matter whether the ancient god came out or was beaten back, something would happen. There is no way to get it back now. There is a big thing stuck in the toilet. If you don't dig it out first, you can't flush it. Louis saw that Faki was still there, chatting with the White Queen and Helen. Without saying anything, he flew to Faki and asked why such a simple matter of throwing an iron caused so many problems. Miss Faki, is there something stuck in the crack? Louis asked the beautiful Miss Snake flying beside him, while searching in the vortex below. Soon he saw a long, pointed starfish head in the center of the vortex. Carrot? Is it a skull? Is it a skull? The skull of the ancient god is stuck here? From the appearance, there should be some hair on it. Right? I mean, there should be some tentacles. Right? Why are they gone? Thousands of blue lightning bolts suddenly flew out from the distant sea monsters and hit the top of the skull. Then, the hair of the ancient god was slightly less. Waves of angry whispers echoed in the temple, but they were soon drowned out by the hundreds of thousands of chaotic noises in the temple. Are you fighting the sea god? Louis looked at the beautiful snakes in the distance, each with a ferocious look on their faces while casting spells. His face looked like he had seen a ghost. Is this the sea god you have always worshipped? Ahem. Your Highness Louis, you misunderstood. The beautiful snake lady covered her mouth and laughed. She spit out her snake tongue, looked at Louis and said, of course it's not the sea god. It should be a demon or something. You know, there are always some demons in the whirlpool. Speaking of this, Faki looked at the thing stuck in the crack below fiercely, and said with a ferocious face, help us get it down. Otherwise, the crack cannot be repaired in the seal. Wait a minute. Miss Faki, this is the sea god you worship. Right? Louis stared, pointing down and yelled. Is it the sea god? Louis emphasized with his eyes wide open. The devil you are talking about is the sea god. Right? You found that he can't help you no matter what, and he is stuck there making things worse, so you deliberately said he is the devil. Right? Ha, when he said he would help you, you called him the sea god. It no use, call him the devil. You vicious woman. Aren't you too cruel? Faki gave Louis a look. Don't talk nonsense. Brat, there is no sea god in this world. Faki, such a big bald head, you can tell at a glance that he is not the sea god. If humans find out that we, the Siren of Xia, mistook the abyss ancient god for the sea god, they will think we are fools. Right? Louis? Louis gave Faki a look. You recognize that the sea god is the ancient god. Right? You really recognized it. Didn't you? He. Ah, this pointy red head is really big. I wonder what kind of demon in the abyss it is. Faki asked Helen and the White Queen as if nothing had happened. Look, it looks a bit like a mushroom? Helen said timidly. No. The White Queen said firmly. It an ancient god, an abyss ancient god. Oh, it turned out to be a mushroom demon. Faki whistled and looked elsewhere. You are still refusing to admit it. Chapter 358. A little help and a little disadvantage. During the conversation between Louis and Faki, the two lazy men, the Great Elder and Edward, flew over. Faki quickly asked about the seal. Your Majesty Faki, the sealing ceremony is going smoothly, but there is something at the entrance that is trying hard to break the world barrier, and wants to come to this world. Speaking of this, the Great Elder looked solemnly at the increasing number of red holes near the altar. Just a dozen minutes ago, there were only a dozen of these holes, but now there are dozens. The Siren and Twilight Alliance troops were gradually feeling a bit exhausted. That thing is too powerful, and as the seal progresses, it struggles harder. The crack is becoming more and more unstable now. If it continues like this, I'm worried that there will be a big change. We are very worried that at the last moment, the situation will suddenly rebound, and with our current manpower, it's hard to guarantee that there will be no accidents. The elder acted very well, and his real purpose was to give the Blackish Wizards a reason to join the Elders' Council. Those damn magicians tried their best to seal the crack, which caused the ancient godhead to be stuck there. Now the ancient god has planned to go back. And once he goes back, everyone will have to go to the abyss with him. The souls of the elders and the Blackish hunters are extremely powerful, enough to completely connect the entire Zanjia altar with the abyss in a short time. At that time, it doesn't matter whether there is a seal or a crack, because in this short period of time, the ancient god can completely appear in this world. But what the point? Everyone is dead. So the believers know that if they want to survive now, they have to help the ancient god get out. And Andre has a trump card in his hand, so the elders hope that Andre can join the team as soon as possible to implement the plan and help the ancient god get out. As for whether the new magicians and the White Queen will also participate in the seal, the elder is not worried. Because Andre has so many souls of wizards from big families and fallen angels in his hands, as long as he cooperates with the souls in the hands of the elders to make sacrifices, then neither the dawn forbidden magic sealing array of the Silver Descendants, nor the iron of the White Queen, can prevent the appearance of the ancient god. After all, whether it is the magic sealing array or the iron, it takes a long time to guide. Although they are powerful, they lack explosive power. The elder hopes that Andre will join the team as soon as possible, and Edward hopes that the boss will join the team as soon as possible. Both of them think that their teammates are more powerful. Your Majesty, the elder is right, Edward interrupted, looking at his boss with burning eyes, and said to Faki, we need more manpower. Louis ignored Edward's look and assisted Andre. Miss Faki, let Mr. Andre team help the elders. They have rich experience in sealing. My magicians have never done sealing before. Even Edward and his team spent 2 weeks to figure out the magic circle. If these new magicians are allowed to participate rashly, I am worried that there may be some problems. Louis's words were completely nonsense. But he said so because he had already seen it. Now the ancient god is retreating to advance. So he must first trick him out, and then take advantage of his weakness to rush him and his followers into the turbulence of time and space, instead of rushing back to the abyss. So Louis needs Andre to help him a little first. After Andre heard what Louis said, the big stone in his heart fell. It seems that his cooperation with everyone was not in vain to bring the Twilight Alliance into the temple. Mr. Louis finally chose to believe himself between Xiao Dai and himself. This made Andre feel relieved. He didn't mock Louis anymore. Why didn't he mention the matter of sealing the crack within 30 minutes? The ancient god was already irritated by the friction in and out, and Andre just wanted to quickly enter the magic circle of the Elders' Council. He frowned and pretended to think for a moment, then looked at the Twilight Alliance, who were controlling the golems to resist the demons, and said to Louis, okay, Louis. Then you can take people to deal with those demons that escaped. As he said that, Andre looked at the White Queen in a pretentious manner. Your Majesty Aishwarya, you should also prepare yourself. As the elder said, I am also worried that at the last moment, the situation will rebound under the ancient gods at all costs. At that time, the big crack may need the suction of the iron. Hearing this, the White Queen and Helen nodded hurriedly, and summoned the Pale Wizards to prepare for the iron ceremony. Don't worry, Uncle. We will help you. Andre smiled, patted Helen's head, turned around, and led his people to follow the elder. Andre couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He had carefully studied the magic book of the iron, and he knew that no one could use it completely alone like Anthony did back then. And all along, everyone used the method of forming a formation and forcibly using powerful magic. So this is not the real use of the iron, but a sword that takes an unconventional approach. So it lacks explosive power. And this method requires a long time to guide, and the stronger the power of the host, the larger the magic circle that can be hosted, the shorter the time of guidance. The stronger the explosive power. Although the White Queen is powerful, the number of people that can be accommodated in the magic circle she presides over is still limited, so it still lacks some explosive power. While thinking, Andre has brought dozens of hunters from the Blackish Hunter group and hundreds of elite wizards to join the Elders team. Compared to the magicians, the magic power, magic damage, of these people is above 3 digits. Although the magicians can make up for the lack of magic power, magic damage, by burning divine elements, the god hunters are secretly sacrificing demon souls. In addition, the number of Andre and the elders is 10 times more than that of the magicians. This makes them suppress the magician team in an instant. Just as the great elder said before. At the most critical moment of the seal, the situation will rebound a little. The rebound did occur. But the direction was a little wrong. The vortex under his feet was spinning slower, and the number of demons appearing in the red hole was gradually decreasing. This scene made Andre stunned for a long time, wondering if he was hallucinating. At this moment, Andre felt a huge magical power coming from the White Queen. He turned his head woodenly and found that the people surrounding the White Queen were not hundreds of pale wizards, but more than 1,000 people. How is it possible? This number slightly exceeded Andre's expectations. Then he noticed that there seemed to be a little thing beside the White Queen. That was Helen, who had turned into a magic kitten. She was walking on a magic carpet around the White Queen. At this moment, the power of the White Queen suddenly increased a lot. Andre's pupils shrank slightly, remembering Helen's special skills. Come on, Uncle Andre. Helen and Sister Aishwarya will help you. This almost pissed Andre off to death. But fortunately, everything was still under control. He cursed inwardly and gave his companions a look. Then the Black Ash Wizards took out the souls of the wizards from the great families and offered them to the ancient gods. At this moment, the whirlpool finally began to accelerate. Andre also heard Helen loud shouting in the distance. Come on, Uncle Andre. We still need some time here. Andre smiled coldly. It all over. Resisting the pain, Andre took out the soul of a fallen angel with a soul connection with him, and sacrificed it to the ancient god at the cost of damaging part of his own soul. He was originally going to use this thing to deal with the White Queen later, but at this moment, he could not care so much. This seemed to have an immediate effect, and the big vortex began to rotate rapidly, and the head of the ancient god in the middle of the vortex was also slowly lifted up, like pulling a carrot. Then it slowly fell down again. Then it rose up again, and fell down again. In this process of going in and out, angry whispers kept echoing in Andre's ears. What the hell are you doing? A shadow suddenly passed in front of Andre's eyes. Andre looked towards the White Queen woodenly, and found that her magic power suddenly increased by 3 times. And the hundreds of thousands of sirens, women and children who were originally wandering in the sky, seemed to be gathering towards the White Queen. Even Faki led the team to play in person. And the Helen spinning beside the White Queen was no longer a small magic cat. Instead, she turned into a red archangel 7 or 8 stories high. And the shadow that just passed in front of Andre came from this thing. Andre? Louis? Chapter 359 God of Zanjia. Under Helen's super buff, all the power of the sirens are gathering towards the White Queen. Under the infusion of this magic power, the White Queen at this moment is emitting pure white fluorescence all over her body. Her body gradually grew larger, gradually becoming more than 10 stories high. Many light wings like white petals gradually stretched out from her back. Countless white flowers also bloomed in the entire temple. Many moths, damselflies, bees and butterflies lingered among the flowers. And the entire temple seemed to have transformed into another world. It turned out that the real body of the White Queen was a flower that grew under the moonlight. She was the god of flowers. And moths, damselflies and other insects were just her incarnations for the convenience of movement. Gradually, the White Queen yellow light emitted a soft twilight, which enveloped the entire temple. Today, with the blessing of various conditions, the scene that appeared in the tsunami 3,000 years ago is about to appear. The only thing missing is Anthony, the god of magic. But this seems to be enough. At this moment, the White Queen, feeling the long-lost power in her body, felt that she could now press Francesco to the ground and rub him. White Queen twilight form. Magic? Seeing this scene, Louis was dumbfounded. It seemed that he didn't need it at all. With this power alone, this pair of moths can break the void and send the ancient god into the turbulence of time and space. Andre was also dumbfounded. If you two come again, won't you just stuff the big carrot back into the ground? Uncle Andre, we have successfully suppressed the rebound. Don't be dazed. Helen can only hold on for 1 minute. The backlash of sacrificing the fallen angel appeared on Andre, and coupled with the rage, he felt dizzy and spit out blood. But at this moment, he could not care so much. He took out the other 2 fallen angel souls that he had kept in the bottom of the box, and many blackish wizards and elders also sacrificed the demon souls that were bound to them at all costs. Some blackish wizards even sacrificed the demons that had lived with them for half their lives. The elders and many hidden believers of the ancient gods among the sirens even began to burn their lives, dedicating part of their souls and lives to the ancient gods. They knew that by doing this, they might die, but they would still have a chance to survive. But if the ancient gods went back, they would be completely finished. As Andre said, although the iron cast by the White Queen was strong, its explosive power was not as fast as the sacrifice. At this moment, the vortex that had almost solidified finally began to rotate again, and it was getting faster and faster. Helen and the White Queen couldn't help but shout, as if they felt that their strength was still a little short. The believers of the ancient god also tried their best to pull out the big red carrot. Seeing that the big red carrot was about to be pulled out, Andre, with a mouth full of blood, was ecstatic, and in order to add strength, he also burned his own life, speeding up the sacrifice of the two fallen angels. At this moment, Andre was like a burning torch, and the surging magic power illuminated the dark sky around him. At this moment, the head of the ancient god suddenly jumped out a lot, and one of his 8 pairs of red eyes was revealed. Waves of angry and surprised mysterious whispers echoed throughout the temple. Don't give false hope. You won't win. I won't be excluded. The world will end. However, at this moment, a huge rainbow of 7 colors suddenly flew out from not far away. And then the big carrot head in the center of the vortex was fixed in place. It was the Yumi rainbow light wave that was cast by the main body of the White Queen after the White Queen and Helen merged. Ancient God. Andre. Uncle. Don't sacrifice yourself. Helen said, we will help you. Helen cried and shouted. Yes. The White Queen nodded fiercely. Come on. Sir Andre. Andre, I don't want your help. It seems that the ancient god is too powerful. Even if his power extends to a part of this world, it is extraordinary. Although the White Queen in this form has reached the threshold of being able to hurt the ancient god, Helen's spell is too low after all, and it can't be as effective as against ordinary gods, so it can only have some effect on him. The light wave of the rainbow only froze the ancient god for a moment. And Mr. Andre had obviously missed the opportunity. Seeing that the big carrot finally moved again, Mr. Andre was so excited that he almost cried. He knew that there would be no more trouble this time. But the big carrot shrank back again. Then, a strange scene appeared. The ancient god believers suddenly felt an irresistible suction. Andre? The angry ancient god did not intend to trust these useless trash anymore. He took this opportunity to leave this world and return to the abyss. It was obviously easier to go than to come. And at this moment, it looked like Andre and his men were willing to burn their lives and contracted souls to send the ancient god back. Uncle! Helen burst into tears while adding strength to the White Queen. Mr. Andre, we will pay tribute to you. Woo-woo the White Queen, with tears streaming down her face, used the iron to force the ancient god down. Many golden runes flew from the iron into the whirlpool. And while the two of them were crying, Helen saw many demons above the whirlpool, and Uncle Andre and his men, who were burning all over, were sucked into the whirlpool with a dull look. The moment Andre was sucked into the whirlpool, he was completely dumbfounded. He left his last words, with tears streaming down his face. Remember to build a monument for me. Yes. The White Queen and Helen wiped their tears while waving their hands at Andre. Faki, who was watching, was also about to cry, and kept wiping her nose with a handkerchief. Andre left dumbfounded, and Louis was also dumbfounded, because this ancient god went back by himself. So he was not really sent away, but was accumulating strength. I shouldn't have believed this pair of idiots. I told Andre to help me. This time he used too much force. Now it all over. Not only did he break free from his restraints, but before he left, he had a teammate sacrificed to the gods. Isn't he still full of power? Louis cursed loudly, while calling on the Twilight Alliance and the sirens on the vortex to evacuate quickly. Now it all over. The ancient god will rush back with full buff soon. And this time, even if you use an iron, you can't flush it all in one go. Everything in the toilet has been sprayed out. There's no point in pressing the flush button again. This is not just about flushing the toilet. This requires a toilet lid. But where can I find a toilet lid now? Louis feels that he has to make a long-term plan now. This temple is finished. It over. Now we can only call my mother-in-law to fight. However, the ancient god did not give these ants a chance to evacuate the temple. Just after the Twilight Alliance and the sirens left the whirlpool suddenly turned black. The ignorant masses were stunned when they saw this scene. Among the tens of thousands of anxious eyes, they also saw a bigger carrot. which suddenly smashed a galaxy in the vortex with its unstoppable force, and gradually appeared in this world like a rising mountain. And this was just his head. At this time, he was much bigger than before, and his originally bald head had many more fangs and eyes. This means that he has become more powerful than before when he entered this world. It seems that the part of his body projected into this world has become a little more complete. Seeing this scene, Helen and the White Queen knew that Andre had sacrificed in vain, and now there was only one plan left. The two of them wiped their tears and looked at Louis. Seeing that Yagizi wanted to help him after helping Andre, Louis was dumbfounded. He quickly waved his hand, signaling the two people not to come over. It seems that the White Queen is also an assistant. And here, there is also a magic god. Helen and the White Queen flew towards Louis hand in hand. During the flight, they became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a small moth and a small robot cat, and surrounded Louis like a nesting doll. Helen flew around the White Queen, and the White Queen flew around Louis. At this moment, Louis also became the center of the magic array of more than 100,000 people. Mr. Louis, summon the power of Zanja, Thatchy shouted, and threw the Zanja staff in his hand into Louis' hand. At this moment, the power of the entire temple was surging. It seemed that at this moment, the power of the temple of Zanja in Gallic was guided and merged with Louis. His body suddenly began to grow larger, and the Zanja staff in his hand also grew larger with his body. Louis was like a sponge, madly absorbing the power of Zanja. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant spirit that covered most of the temple, and a certain attribute also reached, in the blink of an eye, and turned into Na in the next second, reaching a certain limit that the Zanja secret realm could bear. And this upper limit is the upper limit of the power of Zanja, the god of Gallic who once killed the old gods. Although Louis's body size at this time does not seem to be as big as that of the god Zanja, there is no difference in power. Or in other words, at this moment, Louis became the incarnation of Zanja. Louis is Zanja, and Zanja is Louis. At the same time, all the people also felt that Zanja power protected them. It seemed that as long as the guardian god Zanja Louis was not dead, they would not be harmed in any way. The remaining will of the god Zanja felt the similar breath on you. Through the blood activated by how to raise a god, you can carry all of his power. He let go of his body and mind, through the medium of the Little Ma Siren auxiliary group, temporarily transferred all the power to you. Zanja French armor +1. Some attribute plus? I understand all these principles. This French armor is also very powerful. Louis felt the surging power all over his body, and looked at the personal panel in the storybook woodenly. But why are all the attributes added to strength? Buff is naturally the default blessing of the main attribute. In terms of your basic attributes, the main attribute is obviously not magic. Louis. Chapter 360. The power of Zanja, the buff is naturally the default buff for the main attribute. As for your basic attribute, the main attribute is obviously not magic. Louis. Just then, a series of small screams came from under his feet. Are all the cannon fodders dead? It doesn't matter. I will irrigate this dirty world with blood. Amid the sounds under his feet, big SpongeBob Louis held the toilet plunger, Zanja's scepter, and looked woodenly at Patrick in the small toilet under his feet. This time, Louis cast his eyes across the void, and saw its full appearance. However, the ferocious god of the abyss looked a little funny in the eyes of the current god of Zanja. It looked like a triangular sea star. At this time, its head had just emerged. As Helen said, its head did look a bit like a big mushroom. The many fangs on the mushroom cap had opened at this time. But the fangs were not throats, but eyes. On the mushroom column, there are 8 huge eyes, which are like huge amber, with ferocious vertical pupils in the middle. The real size of its body is probably half of the god of Zanja. That is to say, its size can occupy half of the city of Zanja. But at this time, because it is crossing over, its situation is similar to Louis. In other words, its body looks very small in the refraction of the void. But even so, its head almost occupies more than half of the vortex. But at this moment, the god of the abyss, whether in terms of the size of the body or the projection, cannot be compared with Zanja Louis. Both are half as small as Louis. It looks like one is like an adult standing next to the toilet, and the other is like a sea star crawling out of the toilet. SpongeBob Louis is observing Patrick. But Mr. Patrick does not see it. It just feels like there are suddenly 2 mountain-like Optimus Primes, Louis's calves, in the temple. Countless demons emerged from the whirlpool like a tide. Patrick crawled out, waving his arms, and looked fiercely at the twilight alliance of sirens scattered in the sky of the Zanja temple. But the little ants in the temple did not give any big reaction, but just woodenly turned their eyes from the huge behemoth above their heads to the small behemoth in the whirlpool. This frightened attitude made Mr. Patrick slightly stunned, but it did not prevent him from saying all the lines. Don't be distracted. Don't waste time. The end of the world is coming. Let's start destroying the world. I will. A huge force suddenly came from the top of his head, which pushed Patrick's body back a lot. Patrick was stunned and pushed upward fiercely, but it was pushed back again. The unstable space crack was already carrying a heavy load because of Patrick, and the struggle between the toilet Hercules and Patrick also caused many space-time turbulences in the crack channel. The rotation of the vortex suddenly became a little chaotic. Patrick was not affected, but the many demons that were pouring out under him were sucked into the broken void in the space-time turbulence. At this time, a mountain like Optimus Prime in the temple slowly moved. It stepped on the edge of the altar, and the top of the temple, which was like a huge Mayan pyramid, collapsed a large area. The rubble fell into the whirlpool, and many demons were smashed into pulp by the rubble. Feeling the small pieces of stone hitting his face, Mr. Patrick looked up along the Optimus Prime, and looked at the huge Lewis above his head in a daze. At this moment, the demons who were crawling out were also in a panic, dodging the boulders falling from the sky, looking up along the Optimus Prime, and then screaming in fear. In this chaos, Mr. Patrick and SpongeBob stared at each other for a long time. The eyes of the thousands of sirens, humans, and elves watching from afar also wandered between the two. After comparing, some sirens woodenly took out the sea clams, distributed them to their human companions, and ate melon seeds together. Go back, Lord. Thaki spit out the small shell in his mouth. We have converted to the god of Zanja. The atmosphere became a little bit subtle, and Mr. Patrick woodenly withdrew his gaze. It seemed that he felt that the plunger on his head was a bit damaging to his image. While pushing it out, Patrick looked at Thaki, who was eating melon seeds. Ah! Ignorant ants. What are you doing? Ah! I feel that the power of this world is rejecting me. Although he said so, his hands were firmly grasping the toilet, and he fiercely wrestled with the plunger on his head. Then you should go back. Put your hand back. Lewis stepped on the toilet angrily, and started to plunge the toilet viciously. As he went in and out, the vortex became more and more chaotic, and it seemed that the passage was being damaged. Many demons were stirred into the shattered void with screams, and the toilet finally became a little cleaner. However, Lewis' expression suddenly became more and more strange, because he suddenly noticed that, since he started to plunge the toilet, some numbers have been appearing above his head. You faced Patrick directly, and caused some direct damage to Patrick. Experience plus 7. Experience plus 8. Experience plus 7. Experience. With a strange look on his face, Lewis stopped moving, and the narration above his head also suddenly stopped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Patrick came out a little more, and Lewis quickly pried it again. Then he saw that the experience above his head had increased again. Obviously, when you hurt a creature of this level, you will gain a little experience. Lewis started to poke excitedly. Whenever Mr. Patrick was about to be poked back in, he would let out some water, and whenever Mr. Patrick was about to come out, he would poke hard. Not long after, Lewis waited for a long time, but Mr. Patrick didn't come up, so he couldn't help but pick up the toilet plunger, and looked at Patrick with some doubts. And Lewis also found that Patrick was squatting in the toilet, and looking at him. Mr. Patrick shrank back into the toilet. Lewis picked up the toilet plunger and sucked him back in. Patrick. Lewis. Patrick gave Lewis a look. Are you kidding me? Lewis gave him a guilty look. No. At this moment, both of them seemed to be angry. One of them started to grab the altar with both hands, and pushed it up hard, and the other one pushed it down hard. Experience plus 12. Experience plus 13. Experience plus 12. Experience. While Lewis was overjoyed, the suction in the toilet suddenly increased, and Lewis' toilet plunger couldn't even hold Patrick. This made Lewis anxious. While he was wondering, he saw Helen, the weirdo who kept surrounding him, cheering him up. And the iron in the hands of the weirdo White Queen was producing more and more golden runes. Come on, Looney! Hold on for a few more seconds. Sister Aishwarya has successfully channeled the power of the Iron Magic Book. At this time, those magic groups that were not in the Zanja magic circle also madly threw out the divine elements, and cast various magics towards Patrick's hands. Although these high-level magics could not cause much damage to the ancient gods, they made the place where Mr. Patrick held his hands smooth. Slowly, in this struggle, one of Mr. Patrick's hands slipped off the edge of the toilet, and the suction in the toilet became stronger and stronger. Don't give false hope. You won't win. Don't step on my hand. Patrick had just said half of his words when Louis raised his foot and stepped hard on his other hand. The NA-level force repeated trampling obviously hurt Mr. Patrick. In the midst of the pain, Mr. Patrick withdrew his hand with a grin. Suddenly, another huge force came from above his head. Mr. Patrick was thrown into the vortex. He kept spinning. You despicable Gallic. Under the vicious stomping of toilet cleaner Louis, Mr. Patrick, who had the toilet on his head, hugged his arms and looked at Louis angrily while spinning. The suction force in the vortex was getting stronger and stronger. Louis finally hit it hard a few times under Mr. Patrick's curse, gradually pushing its body into the turbulence of time and space. At the moment when Mr. Patrick's head was pushed into the vortex by the toilet plunger, he looked at this beautiful world, and finally let out a sound of disappointment. Azangia power began to repel again. Yulululu, bubbling sound, don't think that the void will tear me apart. Part of my body has been left in the abyss, and it won't be a few thousand years. Yulululu, bubbling sound. Get out. Chapter 361 After the War. After Mr. Patrick was completely sent back to the toilet, the magicians assisted the NPC ancient god Mr. Louis to seal the whirlpool, and the Siren and Twilight Alliance also completely cleaned up the remaining demons in the temple. But all this is over, the tense people finally cheered. It is indeed worth cheering, because in this war, because of the protection of the god Zanja, only a few people such as Andre died. Looking at the people of all ethnic groups shouting in tears in the sky, reporter Helen left this in the book. In this greatest crisis in thousands of years, humans, elves, and sirens who were once enemies finally stood shoulder to shoulder, and finally assisted Hercules and SpongeBob to stand together and repel Patrick. If Andre knew about this, he would definitely be very relieved. Looking at the narrations in the storybook, Louis's eyes twitched fiercely, reaching out and changing Hercules' SpongeBob to the god of Zanja, and Patrick to the ancient god of the abyss. But then again, the misunderstanding and hatred between humans, elves and sirens, finally had a turning point on this day. Now that the great family wizards and the ancient gods who created hatred and opposition between the three parties are gone, I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, the various peoples of the Sea of Foam will be able to restore the harmony of the past. The situation may not be just that, because there is a new magic school established in Sorrento, which will connect these people more closely in the future. The power of Zanja in his body was gradually dissipating, and Louis's body was almost invisible. He felt the huge vitality in his body that was about to dissipate in vain, and flipped through the Louis spell recorded in the storybook, stopping at the page of the magic that had never been upgraded, such as borrowing life to resurrect LV-16 foot, and summoning Angel LV-16. Then Louis consumed some of the energy, skill points, that had been stored in the storybook, and gave them all to LV-25. Then, Louis looked at his declining health bar. Even if his power had been drained to this extent, there were still several million. This could obviously save a lot of lives. And with the current level of this spell, even if the resurrected dead had turned into ashes and been blown away, they could still be saved. After closing the book, Louis looked down at his feet. Near the altar at his feet, there were many sirens, humans, and elves coming and going. Some people were under the guidance of magicians, checking the seal on the altar again and again, and reinforcing some damaged areas. Some people are under the guidance of wizards, repairing the damaged temple buildings or repairing the golems that were damaged in the battle. Some people, under the guidance of elves and scarlet wizards, purify the areas polluted by the blood of demons, or collect the corpses of those demons. For wizards, these are precious magic materials and experimental subjects. In addition to materials and experiments, whether it is extracting the essence of life from the blood pool, or studying how to deal with such demons, these demon corpses will be of great help. People were busy with their own things, and war beasts such as the Hydra and the wounded also needed treatment. Since the battle at the temple was a battle to block the gate, the coalition had been using superior forces to resist the gradually pouring out demons, which made the total number of the coalition not as large as the demons. But they were always fighting against the minority. In addition, the coalition had endless magic power to squander in the temple, and the front line in front of the gate was composed of war beasts, golems, and the defense line composed of the Naga royal guards, whose vitality was stronger than that of ordinary demons. So the number of casualties was not large. Most people were only injured, although there were many seriously injured. With the help of the ancient elf priests, everyone had saved their lives. The bodies of many humans, elves, and siren warriors had been placed near the altar by the sirens, and they were prepared to merge their bodies into the river for memorial service during the victory ceremony. Some sirens looked at the corpses of their comrades, who had just fought side by side with them, and they couldn't help but shed tears in their solemn greetings. Miss Arwen has prepared her prayer, and wiped her tears silently. Miss Faki has also prepared her own eulogy, and is now brewing her emotions. She will represent the sirens, and pay the greatest respect to these humans and elves. Although many of these warriors are not of the same race as the sirens have the greatest respect for them. Their vitality is far less than that of the Naga warriors, but they rush to the front without hesitation at the most critical moment. The upcoming memorial service is undoubtedly solemn and sacred, but people's faces are getting weirder and weirder. It not because those people have been secretly discussing whether the warriors should return to the moon god, the elements, or the priests of Zanjia. It because everyone saw that the bodies were twitching, and some of the severely damaged bodies were actually growing again under the influence of some kind of power. At this time, the ancient elf leader, the high priestess Miss Arwen, suddenly looked up at the sky. She felt the power of the moon god. This time it was real, and she felt someone was calling the death angel of the moon goddess. A white cloth covering the body was suddenly lifted by the corpse, and a dead person sat up in a daze, staring at Miss Faki, Miss Arwen, and others for a long time, looking at the dead person who seemed to have resurrected. Everyone suddenly turned around with an ugly look at the great necromancer Dylan and Ross and others. The murderous eyes frightened the necromancers and hurriedly shook their hands, indicating that it was not their fault. At this moment, more dead people sat up one after another. Some of them touched their bodies in confusion, and some asked people around them at a loss whether this was the riverside of the Styx. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed that the water surface was as quiet as a mirror, and the image in the mirror seemed to be a long river. Countless people were coming over here on boats, and behind the boats, there were many soul catchers chasing them, and many angels of death blocking the soul catchers. At this moment, the boats suddenly capsized one by one, and the mirror-like water surface also began to ripple. Then, many people suddenly climbed out of the water, lying on the shore and gasping for breath. Others lay on the ground, shouting excitedly, God, Ferryman, Hades, Angel of Death, escaped back, in other words. A thunderbolt struck Miss Arwen's mind, making her stand there in a daze. The angels of the dead are the angels in charge of death under the moon god. They have been in the netherworld, managing the territory that belongs to the moon god. The underworld still follows the ancient agreement made with the moon god. All the dead souls who step into the moon god territory will be protected by the moon god and will no longer suffer the torture and suffering of the Styx. If some powerful paladins or priests have enough power, they can save these protected dead souls from the hands of the underworld at a certain cost. The scenes of Lewis performing magic in the past reappeared in front of Arwen like a slideshow, and the scenes from the twisted cage of the elf hut to the present were also connected in Miss Arwen's mind. At the beginning, when she was in the shelter of Aishwarya, Arwen was sure that she was praying, and she felt a little response from the moon god, and Lewis punished those pale wizards. On that night, Arwen also felt the power of the moon god quietly coming to the elf hut, and she plucked her harp of fate by the Silas lake. The harp of fate, which Saint Anthony, the mentor and guide after the moon god rebirth, took away a few strings. Chapter 362. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I will beat you to death. It is the god of Zanga. Mr. Lewis, the magician, appeared in the crowd at some point. He wiped the sweat from his head and said to the crowd with a weak smile, he must have heard the call of the people. When the great god of Zanga possessed me, I heard his voice. When he left, he used his last strength to pull the heroes back from the Styx. Birth, aging, illness and death, this is the law of nature. If there is no special situation, Lewis is unwilling to violate this law and save people he doesn't want to save, or people he doesn't know. Moreover, this behavior is also easy to be found by the Hades. Lewis, who often plays with corpses, may have been the focus of Hades for a long time, so in order to avoid trouble, Lewis told a little lie. He attributed this miracle of the living dead and bones to the god of Zanjia, instead of himself. Many people believed Louis' lies. Everyone was very happy, but also very disappointed. After all, it seemed that Andre and other great heroes, it seemed that they could not be saved. After all, their souls were eaten by the ancient gods, instead of going to the Styx. So everyone could only burn incense for them under Louis' suggestion. I believe that Andre and others are still alive in heaven. If they knew that everyone was thinking about them so much, they would definitely cry and curse. After all, they were sent away by this group of people in the magic circle presided over by the White Queen. Louis fooled the others. But those who ran back from the Styx were stunned, because they all heard Louis's voice at that time. Miss Arwen didn't say anything and pretended not to hear it. As for Faki, after taking the Zonjia scepter from Louis, she also looked at Louis with a strange expression. Faki confirmed that the one just now was Louis, not some Zonjia possession, because she had used this artifact, and had also seen with her own eyes some princes of the North Sea Kingdom who were more powerful than her, using similar artifacts to borrow the power of the god of Gallic. But Faki had never seen anyone who could use a staff to push an ancient god into the toilet when using this kind of thing. Obviously, the sons and grandsons of the old cousin were no match for the king of the Nine-Dragon Sea. At this time, the weak dead had gradually recovered with the help of everyone, and the sirens who helped the dead also looked weird, because they found that some of these people were actually wizards from big families, and some were missing people a few months ago. There were even a few elders who disappeared a few months ago. It seemed that these people were not actually missing, but because of conflicts of interest, or because they knew too many things, they were dealt with by the Council of Elders. After those captive wizards from the great families recovered their breath and opened their eyes, they found that there were many sea monsters around them. They were so scared that they wanted to run away, but they were imprisoned by the pale hunters with magic. After those elders recovered their breath, they hurriedly grabbed the sea monsters around them and shouted in panic that the Council of Elders was plotting to summon the ancient gods, and the ceremony must be terminated. After a little confusion, Faki and others carefully asked these people about their affairs. And from these people, they learned a lot of things. It turned out that these elders were the ones who knew the ancient texts of the temple best. They were secretly dealt with by the elders because they discovered the conspiracy of the ancient gods and the elders' council. As for the captives from the big families, they were originally captives of the sea monsters. They had sneaked into the temple from outside, dressed up as sea monsters, and mixed in the temple. Later, the sirens found them, and the wizards began to flee from the sirens after they found their identities were exposed. However, these fugitives were caught by the Council of Elders first, and in the fierce battle, these wizards from the great families were also killed or silenced by the Council of Elders. During the interrogation, people found out that these captives from the great families were actually from the laboratory, and they were sent by their superiors to assist the Council of Elders in summoning the ancient gods. So they actually had a deep friendship with the Council of Elders. It was only because their identities were exposed later that they were killed by the Council of Elders. In the narrations of the dead, many things became clear. Louis also looked at Edward and other magicians not far away, indicating that they could tell the story now. After seeing the boss eyes, Edward knew that those captive wizards from the big families and the elders of the sea monster who had been dead for a long time were the witnesses that the boss had taken great pains to pull back from the Styx. Previously, because the situation was too complicated and tense, everyone had no time to explain some things clearly, but now it was different. Edward and the magicians bowed slightly to everyone at this time, and told everyone what they had not revealed. What they said was consistent with what the dead said, and now there was evidence. It turned out that in the ancient texts of the Zonjia temple, there was no plan to use souls to strengthen the seal. On the contrary, this is a reminder from the descendants of Silver. They warn the descendants through words that, whenever the great vortex appears, it will absorb the souls of the dead and send them into the abyss. But if you change a few translations slightly, the meaning will change completely. But the Council of Elders is the only one who can translate these ancient texts, and in order to prevent others from translating these texts, they also made a small modification to the text on the stone wall. This time, the meaning will change completely. The sirens have suffered from the lack of culture in these years, and have been kept in the dark by these elders. They are still helping others count money after being sold. When the magicians were invited by Faki to help strengthen the seal, they translated the texts again with a rigorous attitude. At the beginning, the magicians were also deceived by the modified texts, and mistakenly believed that the soul could be strengthened. But when these rigorous magicians calculated this plan, They found a small problem in it, and began to doubt the elders, who translated the texts. But there were no witnesses or physical evidence at the time. And the magicians, as a group of outsiders, felt that they could not rely on one-sided statements to make the sirens believe that the magicians were right and the elders were wrong. Therefore, the magicians who were originally responsible for assisting the elders in sealing quietly began their plan. And these assistants eventually turned the tables in this sealing ceremony and destroyed the elders' plan. If the magicians had not intervened, then the original situation would probably have become very bad. It was because of them that the ancient gods were stuck in the vortex, blocked the gates from the abyss demons. This originally fierce battle between demons turned into a battle to block the gates. In the statements of the magicians, Lewis also told about the laboratory. From various signs, Andre had a close relationship with this matter. When the ancient god crawled out halfway, he happened to come to the altar, joined hands with the ancient god to enslave the sirens, and took the last step of this summoning. Completely open this gate, and completely welcome the army of the ancient god into this world. So, if there were no magicians, I don't know how many people would have died today. And if there was no Lewis, even if the magicians destroyed the elders' plan, Andre, who came here, could help the elders summon the ancient gods. The human and the elves couldn't help but have some thoughts in their hearts. Look at what these sea monsters have done. They made such a big mess. The sea monsters all felt a chill in their bones. They were used by the council of elders and the ancient god. They had always wanted to seal the crack, but they were actually helping the evil. At the last moment, everyone still mistakenly believed that those respected elders were heroes, who helped them seal the ancient god. This made everyone feel mixed emotions and ashamed. But the magicians did not think they were a group of sinners. In the eyes of the magicians, even if these people were deceived, they never changed their original intention of sealing the crack. After they found out that the captured magicians were capable of participating in the sealing, they discussed the matter openly and in detail. At that critical moment, they fought side by side with their former enemy, the Twilight Alliance. Even at that last moment, the hundreds of thousands of sirens in the entire Zanja temple did not become deserters, but stood with the temple to the death. They stood behind the White Queen and provided some strength for Lewis. Everyone's eyes could not help but look at the two of them. They must know Andre conspiracy just like Lewis and the magicians. That's why they deliberately sent away those believers of the ancient gods. I didn't expect that the silly-looking White Queen and the silly Miss Helen had such a plan. Not only did they completely deceive Andre, but they also took advantage of this opportunity to send away all those who had contracts with the ancient gods. This was a clean send-off. Amidst the respectful gazes around them, Yugizi and the other two tried their best to smile, with cold sweat on their faces, and they didn't dare to look at Lewis. Don't feel guilty. And don't blame each other. There are traitors among the sirens. And so are we humans. Over the years, the wizards of the great families in our human world have created a lot of suffering in the Sea of Foam. They even colluded with the ancient gods later. But this fish did not spoil the whole pot of soup. Both the magicians and the Twilight Alliance have proved that not all creatures on this land are evil. And the sirens are not all people like the elders. They have never thought that the land of the Sea of Foam should be cleared by the sea god because of the words of the sea god. Instead, they have always been thinking about sealing the cracks and giving this world peace. Lewis and the magician's words made the mindsets of the sirens. Elves and humans changed subtly. They looked at their trusted and respected comrades around them and began to face up to their identities. The atmosphere in the entire temple became jubilant again. Today was undoubtedly worth celebrating. The sirens wanted to welcome these new friends who came to the temple to join hands with them in this temple. And humans and elves also wanted to get to know these new sirens, who came to the Sea of Foam from the North Sea several decades ago. In other words, these people who were once hostile to each other have reacquainted themselves with each other today. In this cheerful atmosphere, everyone followed the sirens to the banquet. The sirens prepared many deep-sea specialties that the land friends had never tasted. And the logistics troops of the Twilight Alliance just brought many land specialties that the sirens had never tasted from the portal, which will add a lot of different flavors to this banquet. The atmosphere was extremely lively, friends were full of enthusiasm for friends, and everyone was full of respect for today's heroes. But in those pairs of admiring eyes, the cold sweat on the faces of the White Queen and Helen was flowing more and more, because Lewis behind them kept grabbing their shoulders, as if to say, "No one of you can escape. Lou and I." Helen, who was afraid of being punished, said in a low voice, "Now, there is no direct evidence to prove that Uncle Andre is a bad guy. Right? Yes. Yes. The guilty White Queen did not dare to look at Louis. She was sweating and stuttering, or maybe there is some misunderstanding. It only been a few days? Your Majesty has learned bad things from Helen. Maybe he has learned to be stubborn. It seems that your Majesty should learn a lesson. As the successor of Teacher Anthony, I have to correct my sister's bad habits. Louis smiled and said nothing. But the hands holding their shoulders became tighter. It seems that I will beat you to death after I am full. The White Queen was a little panicked. She felt that Louis seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. In the past, when the teacher was angry, he would slap her hands. And he could slap her above the divine body. Although considering the strength of Aishwarya, the slap didn't hurt her hands at all, but it was quite embarrassing. I don't know if Louis would slap her hands when he got angry, but being slapped by his junior brother was obviously more embarrassing. Helen was more panicked than the White Queen. Although she didn't know how her brother-in-law would deal with her and Her Majesty Aishwarya, she remembered that every time her sister Xiao made a mistake and was caught by Louis to spank her, her eyes would smile like this. Chapter 363 Calabash Brothers? Snake Spirit? The city of Zanjiao was very lively that day. Elves, sirens, humans, and other peoples were celebrating in this temple today. In this celebration, there were not only banquets, there were many lively places, even the magical creature sea troop of the sirens, which made Helen very jealous. Obviously, this filial son, who sent his uncle away with his own hands, had already forgotten her uncle who died heroically. But they still had to attend the banquet. Helen, who was pouting and scowling, and the White Queen, who was secretly contacting Xiao Dai, asking what Louis would do for her, went to the banquet under Louis's escort with the idea of eating a full stomach before running away. The banquet of the sirens had a bit of the style of the Cloud Country. This seemed to be because the small vassal state of Xia Kingdom had been influenced by the culture of the North Sea country. In this deep-sea city, the deep-sea corals, the background of plants, and the beautiful and magical biological communities that swam from time to time in the sky were also very beautiful. Of course, it would be more beautiful if there were some dancing dragon girls. But the beautiful snakes seemed pretty good too. The seats in the banquet were very particular and well prepared. But what Louis didn't expect was that, at the banquet, Thaki actually pulled Louis to sit in the first seat. If Louis sat here, Thaki and the White Queen would sit on his left and right. In this way, Louis seemed to be the host. In Thaki words, the king of Jiulongzhenhai was attending today on behalf of Beihai State, and Thaki himself was a subordinate of the prince. Louis was slightly stunned by these words. Could it be that Miss Thaki was not a vassal king in Beihai State, but a small prince? And it happened to be within the jurisdiction of Jiulong Town? But think about it. How big was the former Xia Kingdom? And how small was Jiulong Town? He turned his head and looked at Miss Medusa, who was smiling and toasting him with her snake tongue spitting out. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his mind. But not long after, Louis's attention was no longer on this. Because Helen, that damn girl, in order to drag the White Queen who didn't like banquets to play somewhere else as soon as possible, shouted something like Louis likes drinking the most. This made many people's eyes warm, and Louis's face a little livid. After all, there were too many people at the banquet today, and many of them were soldiers who participated in the battle today. These warriors not only can drink a lot, but also drink more than the other. They all want to see if Mr. Louis' belly is as big as that of the god of Zanga, especially those Naga warriors who claim that they have been immersed in the wine pool. Although Louis repeatedly emphasized that he was just an ordinary son of Little Gallic in the North Sea Kingdom to avoid trouble, many people have already regarded him as the incarnation of the god of Zanga, especially those who were pulled back from the sticks by Louis. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Someone wanted Louis to taste the special wine brewed by the sirens, and then someone wanted Louis to taste the special wine brewed by the elves. The humans in the Sea of Foam also have unique wines. The Zanjia Temple even has more than a dozen kinds of hometown wines that Thaki and her friends brought from Louis's hometown, the North Sea Kingdom. Even Miss Arwen, with a somewhat reserved look on her face, offered Louis a glass of moon water. If my father-in-law, the Black Dragon King, were here, he would definitely be so happy. Although Louis had been tempered for many days by old Black Dragon, he still couldn't stand the drinking, and soon he became a little dazed. As the atmosphere became more and more heated, the banquet became chaotic. Many people got up from their seats, looking for their friends everywhere, and came and went in the party. The people who gathered around Louis were naturally the most. It seemed that everyone was no longer willing to sit in their seats, and drink with Louis. The venue became more and more noisy. In the dance floor below the platform, the sirens danced more and more passionately. At the end of a dance, the enthusiastic and open-minded Twilight Elves even improvised, formed a dance troupe, and performed a unique performance. The atmosphere at this time also ushered in the most enthusiastic time. Groups of people gathered in groups to toast, and Louis was surrounded by the sweat and rough laughter of the warriors. Until Ross shouted, "The adults prefer women," the situation changed a little bit. There were not many fewer people coming to toast, but there were many fragrances around. In Louis' days, he sometimes felt a snake tongue in front of him, and sometimes a red pointed ear. The laughter in his ears was sometimes warm breath, and sometimes cold. Sometimes Louis's legs and hands felt warm, which were the enthusiastic and open Twilight Elves. Sometimes they felt cold, which were the more enthusiastic and open sirens. He blinked and found that his wide seat, the armrests, and even his legs and hands were full of people. They came and went with wine glasses. Occasionally, a tall nodded guard would cross the crowd and raise a glass with Louis. Unconsciously, Louis didn't know what he had agreed to, but was pulled into the banquet by the enthusiastic big guys. And no matter where he went, he was surrounded by enthusiastic people. Many arms supported Louis, and there were often gentle ladies who would touch Louis's chest and back with their 3 or 4 arms, and ask if the adults were drunk. The drunk Louis not only kept saying no, but also often touched people's chests or ears to ask if they were drunk. As a result, he heard a panicked scream while touching them. When Louis reacted, he found that Miss Arwen, the high priestess of the moon goddess, had already covered her face and pulled the clothes on her shoulders and ran out of the banquet. This scene was really a bit embarrassing, but the banquet became lively again after a few seconds. "Louis, ahem, I actually think I saw Miss Arwen just now, but I'm sorry, it's too big." "Ahem, I mean there are too many people around here, right?" "Ahem, there are so many people, how did she know it was me who touched it?" "Focky, hiss great. His Majesty the Sea King is finally drunk." "Oh he, I'm sorry Mr. Louis, I'm going to rape you tonight." "Louis?" Louis looked at Focky with a black question mark on his head. "What wrong with you, little sister?" This look made Miss Facky a little flustered, but she still pretended that nothing had happened, whistling and looking elsewhere. Looking at Miss Facky's slender waist and 6 arms, Louis suddenly felt a little panicked. No wonder so many people got drunk tonight. It seems that everyone won't let me leave. We still have to deal with my senior sister and sister-in-law later. Okay. If she forces me to stay here, won't it delay things? Louis was going to run away. "My lord, you are drunk, I will help you go back to your room to rest." A fragrant, cold, soft and elastic thing was pressed against Louis's arm. Louis turned his head to look at the beautiful and charming Miss Snake beside him, and the many enthusiastic sirens and Twilight Elves around him, and couldn't help coughing twice. Cough, His Majesty Facky seems to be very considerate, and what he said seems to make sense. I drank a little too much today, and it seems that I can take a nap before dealing with those 2 girls. But if I ask her if she can change her legs, Miss Facky replied. "No. But I have 6 hands and a mouth with fangs. What can I do?" Thinking of this, Louis felt sick, and decided to run away. But wait a minute. Before I leave, I have a question for you guys. Which queen is this Queen Medusa? Waiting online, very urgent. A. Friends, of course she can change her legs. Completion reward, as expected. Every Queen Medusa can change her legs. *1 Slurp. Long legs. *1. B. Friends, of course it's the one in Calabash Brothers, who kidnapped Calabash Brothers and did weird things to them. Completion reward. Calabash Brother Louis *1, tied up by a snake spirit and taken to a cave to do weird things *1, venomous snake bondage play *1. Seeing these narrations, Louis was dumbfounded. Could it be that whatever you choose, they can become what they are? And why is there no attribute bonus for this option? But no matter what, this beautiful snake lady doesn't seem to be suitable as a friend. Right? She has 6 arms. She also has fangs and a snake tongue. How perverted must we be to be friends with such a person? Well, but if we really have to choose, I will definitely choose A instead of B. Louis stretched out his hand pretentiously, pretending to accidentally click on A, but after clicking for a long time, he found that this option was gray. Just when Louis was confused, he saw that the 2 options actually moved on their own. Friends, a babababab. ABA. ABA. looking at the ABAB pressed by the fans. Louis froze in place as if he had seen a ghost. Who chose B? I didn't choose it. Friends, please don't mess with me. And it's obvious that one of the two options has legs and the other doesn't. Right? How can you choose both? Chapter 364. Are you playing with a snake? Seeing the chosen ABAB, Louis was dumbfounded. Miss Medusa became more and more enthusiastic. But when Louis looked at the slender waist and 6 arms of this femme fatale, he became more and more panicked. He took advantage of Miss Arwen's escape and urinated when no one was toasting. Looking at Mr. Louis running away, Miss Faki cursed him in her heart. In order to get this prince of the sea drunk, she had instigated so many sea monsters today and worked for several hours. It was not easy to get His Majesty the Sea King drunk. And it seemed that the scene of "Oh, why did you sleep in my bed" was about to begin. But such an accident happened. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. See how I will tie you back today. On the other side, after Louis ran out of the banquet, he secretly took a look at the wine hidden in the magic secret realm on his waist, and secretly wiped the cold sweat. Most of the wine that everyone toasted today was collected by him here. Obviously, although he drank a little too much, he was not too drunk. He did not plan to return to the party. After all, Miss Fudge seemed to want to have sex with him. What if someone said something like, "I can't change my legs, but I have 6 hands on the bed"? How could he play with a snake? If he fucked a snake, he would really become an animal manager. Thinking about it carefully, among the people he had met, except Xiao Dai, Xiao Ao and Kate, it seemed that none of them were normal people. In any case, Louis felt that he should stop today. This temple was quite lively today. There were not only various celebrations and performances, but also people selling goods on the street. The corals in front of each house were hung with colorful pearls, and in front of many houses, red lanterns of the North Sea Kingdom were even hung. It felt like a decoration, and the street was full of people. Louis wandered around this lively temple alone, intending to look for his senior sister. I don't know where Helen took her to play. There were too many people in the temple, even many humans and elves. Louis couldn't find the location of the White Queen and Helen for a while, and after several communications, Helen seemed to be having too much fun and didn't receive the crystal ball. Originally, Louis planned to use the magic mirror to find it directly, but after thinking about it, Louis simply contacted Edward and asked about Augusta's whereabouts. He guessed that the White Queen must have gone to find Augusta, and as for why the White Queen treated Augusta as her son, Louis was also a little curious. During the battle today, Louis never saw Augusta. After all, there were too many people. Hundreds of thousands of people may seem like a number, but if they stand together, even if they are arranged in a square formation, they can occupy many kilometers. Therefore, Louis never saw Augusta. Louis had asked Faki before about where Augusta was, but Faki was a little hesitant. It seems that Faki's previous statement that everyone except the magicians was drinking with the sirens was a lie to avoid a conflict between the two sides. At that time, because the White Queen was present, Louis could not ask more questions, nor could he ask Edward and the others. But now, Louis asked Edward about Augusta through the crystal ball. After the sirens brought the 7th Fleet into the temple, they imprisoned the captives of Sorrento and the human captives of the Sea of Foam together. At that time, everyone did not know what the sirens were going to do, but they felt that they could not sit and wait for death. The magicians decided to escape from prison, but they were imprisoned by magic shackles, and it was difficult for them to escape the real-time surveillance of the guards. So Augusta, Ironbeard and other sailors brought the human captive warriors, broke out of the sea prison, and created a great chaos. This chaos created an opportunity for the magicians, and as long as these magicians had this opportunity, they could play around with the sea monsters guarding them. After that, the magicians were still in prison on the surface, but in fact, they completely treated the prison as a hotel where they could enter and exit at any time. As for Augusta and others who did not understand magic and those human warrior captives, they took the transformation potion prepared by the magicians, mixed in the temple, and began to cooperate with the magicians from inside and outside. Later, after the sealing ceremony began, Augusta had been leading people to blend into the army of the siren, waiting for the critical moment, killing the elders. The appearance of Louis and the Twilight Alliance changed the plans of the magician and Augusta. In this melee, Augusta and his people also stood on the front line as humans. What can be confirmed is that although Augusta and his super warriors stood on the front line, they never died. so they were never pulled up by Louis. According to Edward, Augusta, who was holding a long halberd, seemed to have led the warriors to kill the leader of the demon army. His amazing performance attracted the attention of the commander of the Twilight Alliance, who insisted on taking him to meet the White Queen after the war and serve as a temple knight for the White Queen. However, Augusta rejected the proposal. He did not reveal his identity, nor did he greet Louis and attend the banquet. Instead, he greeted Edward and continued to mingle with the Twilight Alliance, taking turns guarding the altar with the sirens. I don't know if he just finished his shift at this time. And then after completing his duty, he ate and drank happily with his comrades in the barracks, or went out shopping. Louis was a little confused about why Augusta didn't show up. But after thinking about it, Louis laughed out loud. Augusta usually cares about his face, and he will definitely not come to the banquet today. After all, the White Queen is here today. The White Queen always thinks that she is his mother. If that is true, will Augusta have to recognize his mother in this banquet in front of everyone? Augusta and Louis have always been good friends. How embarrassing would it be if he suddenly recognized her as his mother? And if his good brother Louis suddenly said, "I am actually your father," or said, "I am actually your father," it would be even more embarrassing. Louis felt that it was impossible for him to be that kind of friend. After all, he still respected this big sister very much, so how could he have any feelings for her? I am not the kind of person who likes pretty girls. Right? But if it comes to joking with Augusta, Louis thinks it's still okay. The White Queen is his senior sister. So, how can he be considered Augusta uncle? Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help laughing. He folded a paper plane and told it to find Augusta. Then he followed the paper plane and walked in the direction of Augusta. And some sirens behind him, who were arranged by the beautiful Lady Snake to come and make trouble, also followed quietly. There were too many people on the street, and too many people were greeting Louis or secretly following the big star. Therefore, Louis did not notice those guys who were trying to scam him. If Louis knew that he would cause so many troubles after seeing the White Queen and Helen today, he would definitely go back to sleep and not go anywhere. Chapter 365. The road is boring. My butt hurts. Following the paper plane, Louis finally came to a very busy square street. There were many long tables across the street, and many foods and wines from all over the world were placed on the long tables. It looked like a wine festival, or a super large pool party, because there were many beautiful large pools on this square street. And as long as you know how to use magic, you can swim in the air. People of all races sang loudly on the street. There were drunken human warriors playing the organ. There were bards telling stories. There were siren warriors and elves. Humans were arm wrestling, and humans and elves were tap dancing shoulder to shoulder for the sirens to see. While taking a quick look, Louis passed through several swimming pools, rejected several groups of drunken ladies who came to chat up with him, and finally came to an area full of fish. It looked like a circus was going on here, but the horse was a giant seahorse. Groups of magical creatures followed the sirens flying in the air, performing shows. There was also a group of drunken warriors, holding huge whalebone rings, playing ring toss with the Hydra lizard. A paper airplane hit a warrior bald head. The big guy scratched his head, and continued to throw the big whalebone ring at the head of the Hydra in the distance, under the guidance of his Nanta friends. The colorful Hydra lizard had a lot of things in its 9 mouths, and they all looked very good. But Augusta only wanted the huge colorful pearl. That thing was bigger than Augusta's head. Augusta swore that he had never seen such a big pearl, although the lizard head was always dodging. Augusta was very accurate. However, he threw out many whalebone rings in a row, and they all flew onto other things. They all looked like things that girls liked. This made Augusta's eyes widen again. This was not the first time. I don't know which witch is doing this secretly, but after looking around, I didn't find anyone suspicious, which made Augusta scratch his head again. Louis in the distance also scanned the area with his eyes, but he saw 3 sneaky figures at a glance. They all wore hoods and sat on a long table. These 3 people used a magic to reduce their presence. This is a secret technique on the magic mirror, but Louis saw them at a glance. The one who looked the most lively among them was giggling with her hands covering her mouth, looking like she had succeeded in a prank. Obviously, this damn girl was Helen, and the one sitting in the middle of the 3, who asked on the left and on the right, was the White Queen. As for the last woman who looked extremely sexy, it turned out to be Miss Arwen. This surprised Louis. Miss Arwen walked faster than me. Louis had a feeling that, although this Miss Arwen also had a cold poker face, She seemed to be more sexy than the Miss Arwen he usually saw. Miss Arwen happened to be here. Today's incident was really embarrassing. She had to apologize. Thinking of this, Louis walked over and sat opposite the three people. Helen and the White Queen were startled when they saw Louis. They hurriedly found an excuse to leave. But Louis stepped on their skirts under the table. In Louis's smiling eyes, the two guilty ladies sat down obediently. Louis, why are you looking at me like that? The White Queen avoided Louis' gaze in a panic. She heard Helen say today that Louis didn't like spanking. But spanking. Although she didn't quite understand the difference between spanking and spanking, she felt that if she lifted her skirt in front of her junior brother, it might be more embarrassing. Can you please stop looking at Helen like that? When you smile, Helen feels pain in her, but, Helen said timidly. Arwen looked at Louis woodenly. Louis, through Arwen eyes, observing the mother-in-law here, Xiao and others. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. If your sister, or your sister's sister hears it, they will think I did something to you. Ahem. When Louis thought of Xiao and Xiao Dai, he felt a little guilty. Originally, everyone was saying that he had kidnapped Princess Helen before he left. If they misunderstood that he had done something weird to Helen, what good would that do? Besides, Xiao is usually serious, and it is difficult to coax him when he is angry. As for Xiao Dai, not only is she full of bad intentions, but she also has a strong revenge mentality. After making her angry, she might secretly take revenge on me. A pair of cold eyes looked at Louis, and Louis looked up and saw Miss Arwen. Louis's heart skipped a beat. He did not touch Helen, but he really touched Miss Arwen today. Louis quickly explained and apologized to Miss Arwen about what happened at the banquet today. However, after Miss Arwen heard this, she was slightly stunned, and then a hint of anger appeared between her eyebrows. She raised her head arrogantly, and glanced at Louis with a look of contempt as if he were a pervert. This look reminded Louis of the look that Xiao and his mother-in-law had used when they looked down on him. This made Louis, who felt guilty, a little embarrassed. Louis mistakenly thought that the person in front of him was Miss Arwen, and he felt a little embarrassed in the look she gave him. Miss Arwen seemed to have ignored Louis as well, and she talked to the White Queen about the same topic. This made Louis even more embarrassed. I don't know if it was because of Miss Arwen's presence, or because Louis's embarrassment eased the atmosphere, but Helen and the White Queen felt more confident. Soon the three of them continued chatting. After listening, Louis discovered that it was the famous reporter Helen who was interviewing the White Queen about King Iger. Louis's ears pricked up. This matter has always been a knot in the hearts of my mother-in-law and Xiao. Should we start a live broadcast or something? Let everyone in the family listen carefully. As we all know, the White Queen never lies, nor does she bother to lie. So as long as you guide her a few words, the truth of the matter will become clear. However, Louis secretly contacted his mother-in-law several times with a crystal ball. But no one answered, and Xiao did not respond either. Louis was a little surprised. Could it be that they were looking at this place? Or right here? Louis's heart skipped a beat. He looked around carefully, but he didn't find any traces of the magic mirror observing here. He didn't find anyone hiding nearby. Maybe they were busy with something else. Thinking about it, Louis felt that it made sense. There had always been a grudge between his mother-in-law and the White Queen, so his mother-in-law probably wouldn't be willing to use the magic mirror to spy, nor would she be willing to come here in person. She might be afraid that after he confirmed that the White Queen was the murderer, she would come and kill him, thus affecting the overall situation. So, in theory, the mother-in-law should send a middleman to inquire about this matter. Xiao Dai is undoubtedly the most suitable middleman, but she didn't come today. So it is possible that they are a little busy today. So they plan to confirm this matter in a few days? However, Louis missed one thing. If Byron Incarnation is here, and is controlled by a group of people, and then transformed into another person, then even if it is Louis, it will be difficult to find it without magic identification. And if this person tells the White Queen that she is Xiao Dai, the White Queen will definitely believe it. After all, she is indeed one of the controllers. Chapter 366. This flattery has ruined the relationship. After thinking for a while, Louis looked at Helen interview crystal ball, and started the conversation with Helen. When Francesco and the White Queen first met, the two of them were somewhat at odds. Because the White Queen heard that this woman was making a revolution, and the White Queen had been bewitched by the great family, and firmly believed that Francesco was a bad guy who intended to enslave Muggles. This made the Pale family participate in the war between humans and Muggles that year. Even later, the White Queen participated in the assassination of Francesco by the Great Family. But during that operation, the White Queen saw a knight beside Francesco. The tall knight was related to the White Queen by blood. The White Queen recognized him at a glance. It was her child, Augusta. It turned out that after Augusta killed Stog, Francesco, who was still the Witch Queen at that time, had protected Augusta for a period of time. In the years that followed, Augusta followed Francesco for many years as a guard. It was at that time that Augusta traveled around the world. And it was at that time that Francesco ignited the revolutionary fire in her heart. It was hard for the White Queen to imagine that Francesco was doing good things, because she was overthrowing the 12 righteous families. But under Augusta's persuasion, the White Queen still withdrew from the war. As Augusta said, whether Francesco was right or wrong, perhaps we should not listen to other people's one-sided words. The White Queen also decided to give Francesco a chance to prove herself. After that, Francesco once promised the White Queen that when the war was over, he would take her to see the real world and the people living in the Muggle world. But Francesco finally broke his promise, and she did not have the opportunity to take the White Queen to see Sorrento, because 2 weeks after this promise was made, Francesco compromised with the dragons for political reasons and convicted Augusta. After all, once tens of thousands of dragons joined the war, many cities across Sorrento would be wiped out. The reason the dragons used to send troops was Augusta. Augusta had killed the Green Dragon King, Stog, which was like killing a king. This reason was enough for the dragons, who had always remained neutral, to go to war. Augusta's sacrifice, as well as other chips in Francesco's hand, helped Francesco win a crucial vote in the Gallic Council, allowing the dragons to remain neutral. The war was mediated, but the White Queen broke up with Francesco completely because of this. After that, the White Queen also vowed to let Francesco taste the pain of losing his relatives before he died. Francesco always believed that Iger died at the hands of the White Queen, because the murderer magic was not only very similar to that of the White Queen, but Francesco also saw the figure of the White Queen entering and leaving the palace in the magic mirror. But Iger did not die at the hands of the White Queen. She went to the palace just to kidnap Xiao Dai and had been kidnapped for 2 weeks. During that period, she went in and out of the palace every day. But she never succeeded in kidnapping Xiao Dai, because the adult White Queen was fooled by the naughty Xiao Dai. The master and apprentice met on that day more than 10 years ago. Later, Francesco escaped and played the role of Muggle King Yig. The death of the witch Francesco also eliminated the hatred in the heart of the White Queen. Xiao Dai was not sure whether her adoptive father was killed by the White Queen, but this did not prevent her from trying to please the person who kidnapped her every day. Gradually, the relationship between Xiao Dai and the White Queen became closer and closer. Xiao Dai swore that she would help the White Queen rescue Augusta, but Augusta was unwilling to be released from prison. So Xiao Dai could only continue to disrupt the trial of Augusta in the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, the war between Muggles and Wizards slowly ended. In the last friction between the two sides, Xiao Dai jumped back and forth between Wizards and Muggles. And finally, with the secret support of the White Queen and her mother, she gradually reached the top. In the past decade, Xiao Dai power reached its peak, and the new Witch Queen was once feared by Wizards. Everyone believed that she was overthrowing the revolutionary fire that her mother had established. But she had been secretly stealing the Wizards' technology and developing Sorrento, in the hope that the Muggles would win the real victory in the future World War II. But Xiao Dai power was built on an illusory bubble and could collapse at any time. When the Red Queen family began to take charge of the Ministry of Magic, Daniel gradually revealed her true weakness in the power struggle with Isabella. Later, in the apprenticeship assessment of AO, because AO successfully stayed in the Holy Oak, the dragon stopped supporting Daisy, and Daisy power began to gradually collapse. After that, the Red Queen took the opportunity to add insult to injury. The betting agreement between humans and Muggles in the Stog Arena meant a challenge to the power of the Witch Queen by the 12 major families. This made Xiao Dai completely jump to the side of the Muggles. After the incidents in the Rainbow Kingdom and the Four Flower Kingdom, Xiao Dai also completely broke with the 12 great families. Now Xiao Dai has been completely sidelined by the great families. The monarchs loyal to the nominal empress only have the Rainbow Kingdom, the Four Flower Kingdom, and half of the Sea of Foam. Today, the other half of the Sea of Foam is finally in Xiao Dai's hands. With Andre's help in another way, the White Queen has completely seen the true face of the Wizards of the great families. The misunderstanding between the White Queen and Francesco was finally explained. Seeing this line of narration, Louis felt relieved. He checked the storybook and found that the relationship between the White Queen and Francesco has changed from hatred to indifference. But there are still some minor conflicts. But they can cooperate now. Louis took another look at the relationship between himself and the White Queen. He respected the White Queen, and the White Queen admired him. This made Louis a little confused. As for the relationship between the White Queen and Xiao Dai, it seems a little special. Xiao Dai worships the White Queen, and the White Queen explains that she has great trust and full support for the monarch. It is a relationship second only to worship. I don't know how Xiao Dai usually fools the White Queen. In the eyes of the White Queen, Xiao Dai is a leader of reformers, who is overthrowing the rule of the great family. It is indeed considered. After all, as long as Louis is here, no matter what Xiao Dai is planning, the evil things that this selfish guy is plotting will eventually become selfless good things. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help but feel a little strange. In theory, Xiao Dai should definitely be there tonight. After all, this is a good opportunity to completely bring the Pale family under the command of this empress. But she didn't come today. Maybe she has already contacted the White Queen with the magic mirror? Looking at the crystal ball in Helen's hand, Louis coughed, and spoke well of Xiao Dai and his mother-in-law in front of his senior sister. And then spoke well of his senior sister in front of the crystal ball. Seeing that the flashing crystal ball recorded all these flattery, Louis couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. And among these flattery, his senior sister seemed to be quite pleased. Although she listened to the flattery of wizards from various big families all day long, the same flattery was a little different when it came from the mouth of his junior brother. Seeing the shy look of his senior sister, who was embarrassed but enjoyed it, Louis couldn't help but pat her more vigorously. In order to prevent his mother-in-law and Xiao Dai from getting angry when Xiao Aguang saw him flattering his senior sister, Louis didn't forget to pat the three people again. After seeing Helen pout, Louis also patted his sister-in-law. As a result, while patting, Louis felt a gentle, smooth and tender foot hooking his leg. Louis looked at the three people opposite him woodenly, his head buzzing, and he showed an unbelievable look. Who is it? Whoever it is. It not right. Right? Chapter 367, I really didn't touch it on purpose. Louis was confused. He first ruled out Miss Arwen. He looked at the White Queen and Helen woodenly, and found that Helen was smiling foolishly with her chin on her hand, while the White Queen looked embarrassed. Louis? He stretched out his trembling little hand, and reached out to hold the foot. As a result, just after he caught it, Louis saw Arwen arrogantly raise her head, and looked at him coldly. It was as if she was saying, "Your flattery made me feel comfortable, and I am very satisfied." Xiao Dai. At this moment, Arwen's face suddenly showed a panic, and then, her eyes turned pure black, turned to look at the White Queen, and opened her mouth to say something. Looking at those pure black eyes, Louis' hand shook subconsciously. And this shake also made Arwen stunned. She looked at Louis woodenly. Louis's face was full of black question marks. Immediately, Louis looked at those black eyes, and suddenly understood. Then he subconsciously grabbed the soft foot in his hand, and squeezed it twice. At this moment, His Majesty Francesco's eyes showed incredible humiliation and anger. She suppressed her anger, and wanted to take her foot back. Finally, Arwen glared at Louis angrily. And then, Arwen's eyes returned to their original state. The great demon king left angrily with an angry Xiao Ao. Louis, only Xiao Dai, who looked flustered, was left to watch. Xiao Dai originally just wanted to show it to her sister, but she didn't expect Francesco to suddenly take control. Obviously, the great demon king discovered the scandal between his eldest daughter and you, and he took advantage of her today. Louis, with a dull face, Louis's face was full of injustice. Ahem, I really didn't touch it on purpose. It was really Xiao Dai who tricked me. I thought it was her. At this moment, Stuart's voice suddenly rang in Louis's heart. Sir, His Majesty Francesco and the princess are using the magic mirror to secretly observe you. You have to be careful. Louis, what does this mean? And a surprise attack? Ah, I understand. Now my mother-in-law knot is untied, and she is in a good mood. She is not worried about fighting with the White Queen. So she started gossiping. Stuart is still loyal. Look at Xiao Dai, always hurting herself. When Louis saw Arwen, who was flustered and trying to change the subject with the White Queen after she did something bad, he was furious. You said that my mother-in-law was present before. You should have told me in advance. Now it seems that I took advantage of my mother-in-law in front of Xiao Ao. At this time, Louis saw Augusta being taken away by a Twilight General. I don't know what they were going to discuss. Although we plan to let Augusta be our godmother today, but this matter has not been clarified yet. If we act rashly, it might lead to a mistake. Now that the knot between my mother-in-law and Xiao Ao has been untied, we can't just ignore the knot between our senior sister and our godson good brother. Right? Louis couldn't help but ask about the White Queen giving birth to a son. When they heard about giving birth to a son, the White Queen, Helen and Xiao Dai eyes lit up. It seems that the White Queen likes to recognize a son. And Helen and Xiao Dai are just gossiping. Louis couldn't help but prick up his ears. After listening, he was a little dumbfounded. Augusta is the child of me and the Moon Goddess. The White Queen showed a proud expression. Louis? By the way, there is also a female hunter, who is the son of the three of us. The White Queen was proud. Louis? Helen? Xiao Dai. All this seemed to be caused by a battle. And it was indeed related to the Moon Goddess. It turned out that after Francesco visited the Sea of Foam, the White Queen became interested in the outside world. This socially anxious lady, for the first time, secretly stepped out of the house without telling the Twilight Priests, and the first place she visited was the neighboring Dragon Nest City. In a certain area of the Dragon Sea, White Queen Aishwarya unexpectedly encountered a ship of the Moon Court. With the idea of practicing her chatting skills, White Queen landed on the ship. And on the ship, she also met a very special priestess. From what the White Queen said, the priestess was indeed a human, but she looked very much like Alia. For more than 3,000 years, no one knows what the Moon God looks like. Even 3,000 years ago, few people had seen the Moon God true appearance. But the White Queen remembered it. Because the relationship between the two was too deep. The White Queen believed that if this person was the reincarnation of the Moon God, he would definitely not be able to defeat her. Because there are not many people who believe in the Moon God in this world today. Although the Moon God who lost the power of faith is still very strong. He is no longer the world master that makes the ancient gods tremble. And he is no longer the ultimate weapon that Gallic cultivated to defeat the old gods and protect the world. 3,000 years was enough to almost extinguish her shaky divine fire. According to what the White Queen thought, the current Moon God may not be able to defeat 5 god hunters. Aishwarya was always very direct in doing things. She chased after that person and asked her if she was the reincarnation of the Moon God. However, the priestess did not say a word and attacked directly. What the White Queen could never have imagined was that this priestess was so powerful that her strength was comparable to that of Francesco in the form of the Demon King. And the attack was a killing move. And this woman also knew the fatal weakness of the White Queen. The priestess originally used a killing move to sneak attack, and she also knew the weakness of the White Queen. In addition, the battle started too suddenly. The White Queen had no chance to transform, so in this battle, the White Queen was defeated in a few moves. The seriously injured White Queen fled to an island. She fell into a beautiful river with bruises all over her body and washed her body. A tall female hunter, who happened to be drinking water downstream at that time. He drank a trace of the White Queen divine blood. Mortals cannot bear this kind of power. When the White Queen found out, the female hunter had already fallen into a coma. And when the White Queen rescued the female hunter, she found that she was pregnant. The White Queen mistakenly thought that it was her child. The child of herself, the Moon Goddess, and the female hunter. Speaking of this, the White Queen looked at the big bald man not far away with a complicated look. It seems that the big bald Augusta is the son of the female hunter. Sister Aishwarya. That female hunter must have been pregnant before. Because you can't have a baby like that. When Helen heard this, she couldn't bear it any longer. She showed a serious look on her face and explained to the White Queen, "You have to kiss." That what my sister said anyway. Louis looked at Helen blankly. Isn't your sister Xiao too mean? Helen, who didn't know the truth, said seriously, otherwise Helen would have been pregnant with Louis' child. Xiao Dai looked at Louis blankly. You scumbag. You are dead. Louis? The great demon king and the princess turned off the magic mirror angrily. It seems that they are even angrier than before. No wonder Helen kept complaining about her buttocks hurting today. Now everyone understands. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I am just that kind of person. Louis rubbed his face and started to give up. Chapter 368 Your Majesty. I will definitely give you a baby. Although it was a broken jar. Louis still couldn't help but glared at Helen fiercely. Little girl. Don't talk nonsense. I've spanked you a few times. What the hell are you pregnant with? However, The look in Miss Xiao Dai's eyes when she looked at Louis was becoming more and more contemptuous. The White Queen didn't care about Louis's words. She asked Helen with a cute face, "But the priest told me that if a mortal touches my hand, he will give birth to a child." "Impossible, what my sister said must be right, because my sister heard from her sister, Xiao Dai, when she was a child that you have to kiss. So you can't kiss before marriage?" Louis looked at Xiao Dai blankly. "What do you usually tell people? So you cheated Xiao Ao when you were a child, and then Xiao Ao cheated Helen? Why is your family like this?" "Teacher Ishwarya, what Helen said makes sense. You won't get pregnant by touching hands." Xiao Dai smiled and said, "But this depends on the person. If there is a lecherous man who wants to be alone with you, and uses the Andre incident as an excuse to give you some advice and mottos, you must not stay alone in a room with her. Otherwise you will get pregnant." Xiao Dai raised her eyebrows, with a hint of anger in her eyes, and looked at Louis intentionally or unintentionally. The White Queen also suddenly looked at Louis with trepidation in her heart, and suddenly a logical relationship appeared in her mind. Louis angry equals mottos, and advice equals spanking equals having a baby. Louis was almost pissed off. "What are you teaching people? You said so much, just to make senior sister be on guard against me?" And Xiao Dai, "What do you mean?" "You mean, as long as senior sister and I stay in a room alone, she will get pregnant? Who are you talking about? What kind of person are you talking about me?" Louis was getting more and more angry. "But, Teacher Ishwarya," Xiao Dai said slowly, "from this incident, the female hunter should have been pregnant a long time ago. So Augusta is not your child. He is really not my son." The White Queen expression suddenly became a little lost. For so many years, the god of Twilight has always believed that Augusta is his child, and has been paying attention to him and helping him secretly. Watching him grow up, this alien who has always longed to be a human being, gradually tasted joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, and also had the illusion that he was a living person. Looking at these narrations, and the lost look of the senior sister, Louis couldn't help but feel a little bit sorry. She has always been treated as a cold statue, or as an alien who should be rejected by wizards, or a tool to be used. Now, the senior sister wants a child. As a junior, I have to give her one. Right? 3,000 years ago, those Twilight Heaven, the sacrifices, and the Twilight believers in the world, weren't they all the children of the Twilight God? Although she has stepped down from the altar now. But Augusta has the blood of the Twilight God in her body. This can be considered a Twilight Angel or a Paladin. Right? Augusta is so strong now, it has a lot to do with these divine bloods. He got such a great benefit for no reason, it's okay to recognize a godmother. Right? Besides, the senior sister has always protected this son, and even made a big fuss in Dragon Nest City for this son. So the senior sister has never treated this son badly. The more he thought about it, the more Louis felt that he should find a mother for his good brother. After making up his mind, Louis looked at his senior sister lost expression. "I just want a son," and couldn't help patting her hand on the table, giving her some comfort, and gave her a look. "Don't worry, senior sister. It's just a son. I give it to you." The White Queen became more and more uneasy. Sure enough, Louis wanted to have a child with her. Right? Louis. Although, but is this really appropriate? Before the White Queen finished her words, Louis suddenly felt that somewhere in his body, he was kicked hard. He grimaced in pain, and covered his lower body. "Dream on, Louis." The White Queen and Helen were suddenly dragged away by the angry Arwen. Before leaving, she looked at Louis angrily and said, "You will sleep on the sofa tonight." Louis? Looking at the three people going away, Louis felt innocent and very angry. What wrong with me? I just want to find a mother for my good brother, and then give my senior sister a son. Am I wrong? Xiao Dai. This stinky woman. She always goes against me. I have decided to give my senior sister this son. The more Louis thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and the more angry he felt. Wait, Xiao Dai didn't think that when I said give a son, I meant to make a baby with my senior sister. Right? Louis' face turned strange. Who does he think he is? I am the Sea King Louis, is my heart known to the world? But Louis still thinks he needs to explain this to his senior sister. Queen White. Please don't misunderstand me. Thinking of this, Louis planned to open the magic mirror. But the magic mirror seemed to be used by his mother-in-law. According to Stuart, Francesco was chatting with the White Queen in the mirror world. But Louis estimated that it was not just a simple chat. According to the competitive nature of the two people, They must be gambling and competing in this mirror world to divide the big and small kings and resolve the small conflicts between the two. Otherwise, there was no need for the two to chat in the mirror world. The two of them probably have to chat for a while. After that, they have to talk about business. It is estimated that the White Queen mother-in-law has a lot of things to do these 2 days. But this is also good. I can talk to Augusta first. Louis thinks that there is no need to rush to explain anything to his senior sister about the matter of having a baby. After all, he is not afraid of his own shadow. Thinking of this, Louis raised his head and looked for the figure of the big bald head. But Augusta seemed to have gone somewhere else with his friends. This temple is a bit big, and it is easy to get lost. And if he used the magic mirror, if he happened to see his mother-in-law and his senior sister sparring, who would he help? So Louis contacted Augusta with the crystal ball. It seemed that Augusta was in a mess, and it seemed that he was competing with his friends and drinking on a street. Louis teleported directly over. After seeing Louis, Augusta was overjoyed. The two hadn't seen each other for a while. And during this time, they had encountered many interesting things in different places. The two talked about their experiences during this period. And Louis deliberately got him drunk in order to trick his good brother. When both of them were a little drunk, Louis felt that it was enough. So he told Augusta about his life. After listening, Augusta's heart was relieved. And he was greatly relieved. And he also felt a little disappointed and emotional. Augusta felt that she owed the White Queen a lot of favors. Although the White Queen was not her mother, she was still her elder relative. It was definitely right to call her aunt. After hearing what Augusta said, Louis felt that the godmother thing was possible. Who said I wanted to have a son with my senior sister? When I bring Augusta over, I will recognize her as my mother. Wouldn't this matter be explained clearly? Then I will see who will say that I have bad intentions. Chapter 369 I made it. Hair conditioner. After talking about his life story, Louis did not directly mention the matter of his godmother. He first pulled Augusta to talk about this and that. Augusta, you used to be the bodyguard of His Majesty Francesco. Recently, I heard that King Iger has been bedridden, and His Majesty Francesco is about to ascend the throne of Queen. Thinking of this, Louis put down the big wooden cup in his hand, exhaled a breath of fresh air, wiped the wine foam from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Which Queen Delphina told me before that His Majesty Francesco has always trusted you, so she may continue to recruit you to her side in the future, serve as the Knight Commander of the Royal Guard, and continue to follow His Majesty in the cause of the Magic Revolution. You are His Majesty loyal minister. If His Majesty can deepen his relationship with the White Queen through you, the two of them will be able to communicate better in the future, and many conflicts can be resolved." Louis came up with a plan. Now his mother-in-law is getting more and more dissatisfied with him. So every time he talks to her, she always thinks that he has some ulterior motives. But it would be nice if there was one more person around his mother-in-law to help him. If Xiao Ao and Xiao Dai were to help, it might backfire. But Augusta is different. After all, in the eyes of his mother-in-law, Augusta is an upright and fair old loyal minister. So Louis set his sights on Augusta. And in this way, Augusta can also inform him in advance if there is anything with his mother-in-law in the future. I understand what you mean, Louis. Speaking of which, the conflict between the White Queen and His Majesty was caused by my imprisonment. But in fact, the imprisonment was prompted by me to His Majesty. I will do more work between His Majesty and the White Queen. Although I don't have much contact with Lady Aishwarya. She is a very righteous person. Augusta put down his wine glass, feeling a little disappointed. He couldn't help but think of the time when he persuaded the White Queen when she came to assassinate him. Augusta respected this righteous elder very much. Well, it must be made clear. But you have to interact more with the White Queen in the future. She has always regarded you as a family member and a junior. And you have to be filial to this elder. Louis started to fool around. After hearing this, Augusta scratched his big bald head and said a little stiffly, "I have always been very filial. Lady Aishwarya treats me as a junior, and I know that. But how should I call her appropriately? Aunt? Ah, calling her aunt is too distant." Louis put down his wine glass and looked at his good brother seriously with a smile. "Call me Mom. Acknowledge me as your godmother." Good brother Augusta was stunned, and then he glared at Louis with his eyes wide open and gave Louis a look. "Do you want me to call you Dad? I treat you as my brother. But you want to be my father? You told me so much. Just to be my father? Who do you think I am? Augusta?" Louis said angrily with his eyes wide open. But under the gaze of his good brother Augusta, His voice became smaller and smaller. He coughed and added softly, "Just call me uncle." "Hey, don't go. Augusta." Louis chased after him. "You can call me uncle." Hey, don't go." Louis was a little depressed by his good brother's angry departure. It seems that the matter of recognizing his mother today is a bit impossible to discuss. After all, Augusta doesn't seem to chat with him today. "But I promised to give my senior sister a son. I can't just give up like this. Right? I must have drunk too much today." I said it a little directly. "Tomorrow, I will definitely convince Augusta tomorrow." He touched his dizzy head and walked crookedly towards the palace. To be honest, I didn't accomplish anything today, and I got into trouble. Not only did I piss off my mother-in-law, but I also pissed off my wife. It looks like I have to sleep on the sofa tonight. And I can't spank Helen, and my senior sister hand today. Thinking of this, Louis couldn't help feeling depressed and disappointed. As a result, it seemed like misfortunes never come singly today. Just as Louis was daydreaming, a group of beautiful four-armed, snake-haired mermaids came towards him. It seems that these mermaids are all members of the royal family. The banquet should be over at this time. I don't know what they are going to do now. But they all hold some plates in their hands, and on the plates are some exquisite porcelain. It seems that the porcelain is very fragile, but these mermaid ladies are walking and chatting while laughing, not taking the porcelain seriously. Seeing that the things on the plates in their hands are about to roll to the ground, but they don't seem to care at all. There are a lot of people on this street. If it hits someone, won't it break? While thinking, Louis found that the mermaids were coming towards him again. He hurriedly made way for the beautiful ladies. It would have been better if he hadn't dodged. Once he dodged, the mermaids came towards Louis as if they were attracted by a magnet. "Louis? Oh my! My porcelain is about to be touched." The mermaids watched the bottles on the plate roll to the ground and shouted excitedly. Louis, seeing that all the bottles were about to fall to the ground, Louis stretched out his incredibly clever boots and caught them one by one. But what Louis never expected was that the bottles were so thin that they broke when he caught them. Amidst the ping-pong sounds, the mermaids all burst into tears. They surrounded him and held him back. "Scam? There are scammers in this temple? Robbery, kidnapping, fraud, and now scammers. Ha! It's the time for a lively celebration. So they come out to do a deal and make some extra money? Besides, we are acquaintances after all. Right? You are touching the porcelain of acquaintances? Do you have any bottom line?" Louis complained fiercely in his heart. "I simply didn't check the almanac before going out today. If I say that the people I met today were a group of tall and strong Naga guards, Louis would have to slap them one by one and slap them aside. But now the people around him are all beautiful ladies. Looking at their pretty faces, Louis had to reach out his hand and gently pinch their pretty faces and chests one by one. So slippery, so enjoyable. Isn't it just a scam? I have plenty of money now. I am happy to be touched by beautiful ladies. Who knows who will get the advantage? What are these magic potions used for?" Although Louis knew that these guys were scamming, he couldn't help but want to tease them at this time, to see what kind of nonsense they were going to make up to fool people. Hearing that Uncle Louis was so happy, the mermaids couldn't help crying more tenderly. The dignified and beautiful mermaid lady at the head wiped her tears and pulled away the hand on her chest without leaving any trace, and said, "Sir, these are the magic potions that the elders just prepared today to cure Her Majesty the Queen." "Cure? What disease?" Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The royal family of Arshia clan, since leaving the North Sea Kingdom, has been under a mysterious curse. If everyone doesn't take the medicine on time, then whatever we see will turn into stone statues. Especially the Queen. Her power is the strongest, and the curse is the strongest. Of course, we all have curses on us, and we all need to be cured. Hearing that what the big sister said was different from before, the surrounding mermaids looked at the big sister blankly. "Didn't they say that only the Queen was cursed? How come it became the entire royal family in your mouth?" The eldest sister secretly glared at the little sisters. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you still want to drink soup?" Many royal mermaids started crying. "Soup? What soup?" Louis' face became strange. There were too many people around, and he drank a little too much, so when he listened to their voices, it was a mess. So I didn't hear it clearly. But when he heard about curing diseases, Louis got excited. "I'm an old witch doctor. What kind of disease is this? Isn't it cured by the medicine?" At this time, the dignified mermaid lady in the lead smoothed her long, thin hair that was tied into big braids, looked at the conditioners on the ground with resentment, and then said, "Today magic potion is all gone, what should we do now?" If His Majesty knew, he would definitely beat us to death. "Hey! Hey!" The mermaid ladies had just cried halfway, and saw Louis hook his finger at the fragments through the gap between his fingers. Then all the porcelain gradually recovered and flew back to the plates. At this moment, the faces of the mermaid ladies really turned ugly. At this time, Louis picked up a small bottle and smelled it, and looked at the ladies with a strange expression and asked, "Can hair conditioner suppress the curse?" "Ahem. That right, sir." The dignified mermaid lady used her 4 arms, and her sisters, to hold Louis's arms, and walked towards the direction of the palace. "Snake hair is our curse. Hair conditioner can calm snake hair, so the potion is the conditioner. Since the potion has been spilled, please help us get a new potion." Louis, who was already drunk, was a little confused after hearing this. "Miss, didn't I collect all the liquid on the ground into the bottle? Why do you need to make more? You are a god from the North Sea Kingdom. What you made is more effective when applied to hair. It getting late. Everyone is waiting for you in the palace." "Ahem. I mean, everyone is waiting for the magic potion. Your Highness, come with us quickly." "I made it? Conditioner?" Louis was even more confused. Chapter 370 Guangdong Thousand handed by Suzhen. "Then I go?" Louis followed this group of beautiful mermaids and swam in the air. Gradually, they came to the palace and swam towards the palace where the queen was. The previous cocktail party was held in a hall in the palace. But at that time, because Louis was escorting Helen and senior sister, he didn't pay much attention to the layout of the palace. Now, Louis found that this palace was not the original Zhangjia temple building, but was rebuilt by the mermaids. This palace is based on the Zhangjia style, and adds many elements of the North Sea Kingdom, especially the pointed eaves. There are also some statues on the eaves. However, these statues are not creatures like dragons, but dragon carps, dragon whales, sea demons, and other creatures that are lower than dragons. Louis carefully observed the surroundings. The Xia Sirens seem to worship the Cloud Kingdom very much, so it still has the style of the Cloud Kingdom. Louis felt that he should learn more about it. Don't wait until you go to the Cloud Kingdom and act like a foreigner. Slowly, the surrounding scene gradually changed. It seemed that everyone had arrived at the palace where Faki was. There were many strange statues around. There were also many sea snake cubs wandering around. Looking carefully, Louis found that there were many broken marks on some strange statues. If you look carefully, you will find that the scars seem to be left by some kind of magical arrow, and the arrow pierced through more than a dozen statues, penetrated a whole row, and finally shot into the stone wall. It seems that a certain lady often shoots arrows here when she is bored. Judging from Miss Fage's 6 arms and her magic bow, she is undoubtedly a living Chicago typewriter, and each arrow in her hand is powerful. She can definitely shoot a dragon from the sky into the sea. These statues seem to have been living people. Some of them looked like strange half-human sea creatures, and some were wizards. These statues looked lifelike, and the clothes on their bodies were also very complete. Judging from their attire, those humanoid and semi-humanoid sirens seem to be from the North Sea Kingdom. They should be the North Sea warlords, who once invaded here. Among those wizards, there are even a few who are god hunters. They should all be the wizards from the big families who sneaked into this place and wanted to overthrow the boss Faki. Now they have all become stone statues and are placed in the palace as decorations. And the instigator should be Miss Faki. After watching Miss Faki's masterpiece, Louis was speechless. Strictly speaking, the Xia Sirens should be considered as lawful evil. It can be seen from the fact that they can mix with the Ku. No wonder the wizards define them as evil creatures after seeing them. They used to wander in the mysterious sea, and when dealing with enemies, they never waste words. They are ruthless and merciless, and this group of sirens can be said to be proficient in robbing, cheating, and deceiving. As for Miss Faki, she is the most evil boss in the Xia clan. This Miss Faki can indeed be regarded as a boss. Judging from some traces in this palace, it seems that this place is often visited by some huge creature. It seems that it was wandering here just now. Not only did it leave many traces of magic, but it also crushed many statues. Louis closed his eyes, quietly used a time reversal magic, and watched the scene just now. Countless snakes were like the hair of the sea god, crawling all over the palace. Seeing this scene, Louis got goosebumps all over his body. Such long hair? She is not beautiful at all. Okay. Is she a monster? If anyone has any thoughts about such a monster, is he still a human? However, it is no wonder that Faki was not afraid when she met the king of the 9 Dragon Sea. She was indeed not afraid of those dragon kings, because she had this ability. If some dragon kings who were not as big as Lewis were blind, they would have offended Miss Faki. Then her hair can be used to tie someone up like a dumpling and hang them on the temple. It can also be used to tie up a 3-masted sailing ship and then pull the ship to the bottom of the sea. This is indeed a real sea monster. Unconsciously, everyone has stopped at a very beautiful small temple. The environment of this small temple is a bit special. If Miss Faki amusement park just now left Lewis with a bad impression, this small temple will have the opposite effect. It looked like this place was carefully decorated. There were not only many exquisite screens, but also many beautiful large incense burners. In the middle of the small hall, there was also a huge couch. There was a small table on it, and there were many exquisite wines and food on the table. Many beautiful mermaids were busy coming and going here, placing various fruit plates and wines. They all looked well dressed, and the clothes they wore were no longer the mermaid style, but a kind of clothing with a strong North Sea style. Looking at the mermaids with their long hair tied up high, Lewis couldn't help but feel like he had come to a harem in the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, these mermaids all had horns, ears, and fins on their arms. If they were not snakes, but had legs, Lewis would probably think they were little dragon girls in the Dragon Palace. However, when Lewis got closer, he was almost scared. These mermaids all had a layer of white foundation on their faces, a small red cherry lip painted on their mouths, and Huawei or something like that on their foreheads. Lewis has seen the real little dragon girl. She looks like a fairy. This kind of dress is not popular. According to the words of the Panda Li Ming, this kind of dress only existed in the Cloud Kingdom a few hundred years ago. Nowadays, no one wears this kind of makeup. The style should be closer to the fairy in the Heavenly Palace in the movie. So the dress of these sea monsters looks a bit out of place. I think it should be because the Kingdom of Shio was once a vassal state of the North Sea Kingdom, and was at the edge of the North Sea Kingdom, similar to the distance between vassal states, such as North Korea or Japan, and the Celestial Empire. So many things were not completely imitated. In addition, the mermaids originally belonged to Western culture, so after everyone dressed up today, they didn't dress up properly, they looked a bit out of place. Sir, please take a rest here first. While Lewis was thinking, many mermaid ladies had already carried him to the big couch under the big screen. Okay. Lewis nodded, sat cross-legged on the couch, looking at the wine glasses and other things on the table that were very much in the style of the Cloud Country. His eyes lit up. He had only seen some of these things in Francesco collection before, which were also made of white jade, but it not as good as here. While playing with the toys on the table, Miss Siren had already run into the small hall. King, king, king? Lewis' face was a little strange, and he couldn't help but think of a certain snake king. After a while, a slightly angry voice came from inside. Why can't you change your words? I've already told you. Don't call me king in front of outsiders. Call me Her Majesty the Queen. Lewis. Sure enough. A snake king. Right? I almost thought she was a good person because of the environment here. After thinking about it, Lewis felt that he might have thought too much. Miss Faki is Medusa. How can she be a snake spirit? Maybe it's because they have been learning the culture of the North Sea Kingdom. But because their hometown is on the edge of the North Sea Kingdom, they didn't learn the culture well, and learn the word king. At this time, the surrounding mermaids all held wine glasses, surrounded them, and called out Prince in the North Sea dialect. The voices of the ladies were very delicate, and Lewis had not heard this dialect for many years. He felt as if he had returned to his hometown in ancient times. The mermaid ladies in front of him also turned into Baisujan. However, the makeup on their faces was a bit weird. To describe it, Lewis felt that it was more like the makeup in the movies shot by Westerners. This made Lewis a real young countryman spit loudly. Compared with him, Lewis felt that he was indeed a real young countryman. But it seems that these sea sirens are trying very hard to please the Prince of the North Sea Kingdom. And although the style here is a bit out of place, it is still very similar to the style of the Cloud Country. So Lewis was still very happy to chat with everyone. But as they chatted, Lewis' face became more and more strange. He found that he couldn't understand what these sea sirens were saying. Listening carefully, they seemed to be speaking the language of the North Sea Kingdom. But it didn't sound like the official language that Panda Man Li Ming or Xiao Longnu said. It was Cantonese. And it was the kind of Cantonese that foreigners spoke that Guangdong people couldn't understand. Louis looked at the language mastery written in his storybook woodenly, and rubbed his face hard. He stopped chatting with them. After a while, a snake girl in a white gauze dress came from behind the wind screen with many palace maids. Looking at the white jade-like snake body, Louis couldn't help but slightly widen his mouth. The most important thing is that she didn't wear makeup. Damn, finally it looks a bit like the real Beihai Kingdom style. Not so weird anymore. So I have fulfilled my Suzhen dream today? Sure enough. Miss Faki is still a pretty good snake fairy. Right? Just as Louis's eyes were shining, Miss Faki stretched out her 6 arms, put her hands together, and did a very strange etiquette. Looking like a 1,000-armed female bodhisattva. Faki, oh my, over in the Cloud Kingdom, is this the same etiquette? It's so strange. Why do people over there like to sit in this kind of etiquette? Louis. Strange Faki. Leiho, I really can't bear you. I take a shower, and let the prince wait. Louis. Louis gave this Guangdong Thousand Hands by Suzhen a look. I shouldn't have come here today. Miss Guangdong Thousand Hands by Suzhen gave Louis a look back. Then I leave? Chapter 371. Isn't this the investiture of the gods? Louis rubbed his face. No longer looking at this foreign version of the Guangdong Thousand-Handed by Suzhen, he said politely, Please sit down, Miss Bai Faki. By the way, you should speak Byron. I've been studying abroad for a long time, I'm used to it. People here speak Byron. Siren, ancient god language is also okay. I can understand it. Then I am here to show my courtesy. It was still Cantonese. In the corner of my eye, Miss Faki smiled and covered her mouth, and swam to the couch like a big python, and coiled up. Then she picked up 2 cups and a wine pot, and poured wine for Louis like a spider spirit. Louis's eyes twitched fiercely, and he glanced at the Guangdong foreigner by Su's spider Jin in front of him. If you continue to speak the foreign version of Cantonese, I will go back to sleep on the sofa. Faki responded and gave Louis a look. Then I will leave. Louis rubbed his face fiercely. Miss Faki poured Louis a glass of wine with a smile, and also drove the people around her aside, as if to say, I gnaw the bones first. After some hesitation, Louis still took the wine glass. After all, he was here to treat the patient. But when the two talked about this topic, Miss Faki's words made Louis look confused. My lord, don't believe them. As she said that, Miss Snake stuck out her tongue viciously. Those little goblins are just greedy. Ahem, they are just joking with you, to make you happy. You're tempting me. Ahem. To cheer me up? Louis was a little puzzled. Of course. Your Majesty. Don't mind it. It's just a little joke. Otherwise, I can't invite you here. In fact, I invite you here this time because I have something to ask for. As he said that, Faki persuaded him to drink more. It seemed that he had to get Louis drunk. Louis naturally didn't dare to drink too much. But in order to get some words, he still entertained her. Not long after, he heard the real thing from Faki Hart. Faki, why should I cheer you up? Isn't it because your subordinate Sir Ross said you are a LSP? Everyone naturally has to sell a little bit of their chastity, after all. With just one word from you, they are deified. Louis? Louis was confused. Am I that awesome? Deified with just one word? If we talk about theology, then the Forbidden Sanctuary can be regarded as a place that specializes in theology. And as a Forbidden Grand Master, Louis naturally knows a lot about it. Becoming a god is not that difficult. If you have divinity and ignite the divine fire, you will have godhood. Divinity is easy to obtain. But it is not easy to obtain good divinity. If you only have divinity, but do not ignite the divine fire, you are a demigod. As for igniting the divine fire, it is not difficult. When the power reaches a certain level, you can ignite the divine fire naturally. Of course, you can also ignite the divine fire temporarily, with the help of some tricks. But deification is not ordinary, because it requires a divine position. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you can only be regarded as the strongest of the wild gods, who can compete with the moon goddess. And the weakest is not as good as a demigod. Regardless of whether you have divinity and divine fire, as long as you have the position of God, you can be regarded as a god. Because the position of God means being recognized by this world, which is equivalent to taking away the administrator rights of a small copy from the big server of the whole world. And those who obtain the position of God can run rampant in this small copy. Even move mountains and fill the sea, shape the world, and establish the kingdom of God. Therefore, even if he is a rookie, As long as he has a god position, he can fight with the ancient gods in his own jurisdiction. Of course, the ancient gods are equally terrifying no matter where they go, because they represent the will of the world. But the gods may not be so strong. They may be very strong in the area under the jurisdiction of the god position, but outside the jurisdiction, their strength will be greatly reduced. But what does this have to do with pleasing me? At most, I will mass-produce the impure divinity, and teach others how to ignite the divine fire. It is impossible to deify someone with just one sentence. After all, we are not Master Jiang. But Louis suddenly thought of something. The little god of Beihai. My mother-in-law once said that she saw a little god being humble in front of her, and then waved his hand, and the river stopped flowing. My mother-in-law was stunned at that time. Although she could do this, the little god did not chant a spell, but just waved his hand. Louis' face turned strange. Could it be that the North Sea god clan could be deified? The storybook once said that the crooked-mouthed uncle carried a stone tablet. His title of King of the Nine Dragons Sea and his fiefdom were all written on it. So the uncle had deified himself. Therefore, he had this ability. Next, during Louis' conversation, Faki said a lot of things. And the storybook also told Louis some secrets that even Faki didn't know. The stone tablet carried by the old cousin recorded everything in this world, including the names of gods. The names of every newly born god would appear on the stone tablet. As long as one stroke was added to the stone tablet, there would be one more god in this world. Originally, this stone tablet was managed by the old cousin. However, after the old cousin and his friends raised the moon god, this little scoundrel cheated the stone tablet away. In that era of gods, the moon god used this divine tablet to deify his younger brothers and sisters. The gods once protected this world, and also brought disaster to this world. Later, the gods fell, and the stone tablet returned to the hands of my uncle. Originally, my uncle planned to completely destroy the stone tablet, but under Anthony's persuasion, my uncle still kept this treasure. After all, this thing can be used to protect this world. However, my uncle broke the stone tablet into many pieces and distributed them to many gods of Gallic. Since then, these stone tablets can only manage an area each, and can only seal out some minor gods. These minor gods only have the position of god, but no power. So their power is limited to the area under their jurisdiction. Every 100 years, the North Sea gods will have some targets. They will help my uncle to find some people who can help the world guard the seal of the space-time rift, and replace those who are incompetent or dead. When the list of newly appointed minor gods is reported to my uncle, he will divide some land from his North Sea kingdom and give it to these people. Then the name and place of this person will be recorded on this stone tablet. After these processes are completed, some minor gods with higher status will often go to the Cloud Country to show their presence. Everyone will be canonized by mortals in the Cloud Country. After the incense is burned, the buff on the body will be very good. From then on, the deification is completely over. After deification, they can get rid of their demon bodies and become the North Sea god clan, possessing a throne and a territory. And in this fiefdom, they can gather the spiritual power of all living beings, so as to call the wind and rain, move mountains and fill the sea, and resist the threat from the abyss. This is the North Sea god clan. Hearing this, Louis understood a little. Isn't this the conferred god list? Who is conferred, whoever is in his jurisdiction, has a super buff that increases magic power, and this buff is related to the sense of existence. Thinking of this, Louis is a little jealous. So those useless sons of my cousin have all brushed their sense of existence in the Cloud Country? This presence is much higher than mine. Right? The added buff is so awesome. Right? But at only a god level? Isn't this useless? It can't even beat the ancient gods, if this isn't useless. Then what is it? If I have a territory, plus a super buff, then I'm the real god of Gallic. Don't even mention the disabled person stuck in the toilet that I dealt with today. Even if a real body came over, I'd just pin her to the ground. Okay? Wait a minute. I think we have a territory. We have a jurisdiction. We are the Sea King of Kowloon Town. And the exact jurisdiction is at the Daxigwan Haikau of Kowloon Town in Kowloon, Tahiti. Yes, there are several in the middle. Anyway, that's what Xialonga wrote. I don't know if it's accurate. Anyway, from the map, this place is in the middle of the South China Sea and the North China Sea. Although the area is not large, but here, I am invincible. Jiolong Town is just over in Tahiti in Sanzhou Prefecture. Speaking of which, I am Helen neighbor. This time when I go to the Kingdom of Erlinda, I must go there to take a look. But what is the meaning of Miss Facky talking to me so much? She even seduced me? They don't think that I can give them a piece of territory, and make them gods by the way. Right? Thinking of his territory, which is not much bigger than a fishing village, Louis's face was covered with cold sweat. This is too embarrassing. Our territory is so small, how do we divide it? How do I divide it down? Give you the toilet in the village? Chapter 372 How big is my fish pond? Louis now understands why the sea monsters try to please him. At the same time, he feels a little bit uneasy. But we really can't make them gods. This territory is not big enough. It not that I don't want to. It that there are too many of you. I'm powerless. As a result, the more uneasy Louis feels, the more enthusiastic Miss Facky becomes. The more indifferent Louis is, the more proactive Miss Facky becomes. After a while, under the hint of the thousand-handed Baisujan, the beautiful girls in the distance also gathered around. They gathered around Louis. Someone was pounding his legs, someone was rubbing his shoulders. They were saying soft words in a delicate voice, calling him Prince, Prince, one after another. It seemed that everyone had wiped off their makeup, and they didn't speak Cantonese anymore. This time everyone really looked like Xiaoqing. But the sweat on Louis's face was dripping down. It seemed that the little fresh girls all admired him. Look at them calling him Prince, Prince, one after another. If people knew that I, the king of Kowloon Sea, was actually a village chief, I would be embarrassed. Wouldn't I? Ah? But with such a stalemate, Louis felt that it was not a big deal. He felt that he should give everyone a heads up, after all. It seemed that everyone didn't just want a toilet, but a house. Useless Miss Facky, although I am a king, I am actually very small. As he said that, Louis picked up the wine cup and covered his face with his sleeves in shame. As a result, Guangdong Baisujan and many young ladies all laughed. They looked at each other, and then gave Louis a look. You are too big. Louis quickly gave the other women a look. No matter how big I am, there are too many of you. I can't do it. As a result, Miss Guangdong Baisujan gave Louis a look back. If there are more people, you can do it too. Now Louis really didn't know what to say. After all, he really couldn't do it. He pretended to drink and began to change the subject. After a few small talk, Louis hinted that it was getting late and was going to leave. But the little girls held Louis tightly and kept urging him to drink and wouldn't let him go. Louis was hugged by many arms for a long time, and it looked like he was caught by many octopuses, which made Louis rub his face fiercely. Seeing Louis in a bit of a dilemma, Facky's face was a little strange. The king of Zhenhai only had a territory, but no population, and he needed to recruit subordinates. Although the Xia clan was now a lowly clan, they were a good group of fighters. So this was a very good thing. Why was the king of Zhenhai so embarrassed? We didn't ask for anything more. We just wanted to get rid of the lowly clan and establish a kingdom. At this time, for the king of Zhenhai, it was just a matter of nodding. It not difficult. Facky thought about it carefully, and suddenly some enlightenment came to her. She felt that the reason why Louis was in trouble was because there were some things that he did not explain clearly. Miss Baisujan of Guangdong could not help but pour a glass of wine for Louis, and explained with a smile. Your Highness, the sea borders of the kingdom of Xia, in fact, more than half are in the mysterious sea in the south. The reason why the kingdom of Xia was previously governed by the kingdom of the North Sea was because the position of the king of the South Sea had been vacant. But now you have ascended the throne and become the king of the South Sea. So the kingdom of Xia is under your jurisdiction. Next, Miss Baisujan stretched out her tongue and began to lick Louis. To sum up, the Xia siren is willing to become a vassal of Louis and will follow him to the death. As for whether the Xia siren is considered a god, it naturally depends on whether the king of the 9 dragons is happy. But Louis was confused when he heard it. What does it mean? My vassal state? How did I become the king of the South Sea? The sea king of Jiolong town? After some trickery, Louis understood a little. Any monster can call himself the sea king. And even those bigger fish will be called the sea king beast. But the sea king and the sea king are not on the same level. The sea kings are all great gods in a certain sea area. And the North Sea King Aoyi is a sea king. And he controls the entire North Sea. In this world in the east, there are 3 seas in total. The mysterious sea in the north, the mysterious sea in the south, and the tranquil sea in the east. There are 2 places that need to be pacified. So there are only 2 sea purifying kings here. Therefore, the sea purifying king is not on the same level as the sea king. The size of the fish pond is very different. The Sea King Fish Pond is just a fish pond in a small fishing village. But the Sea Purifying King Fish Pond is the entire South China Sea. In Faki's opinion, Louis, the god of Gallic, the Sea Purifying King of the South China Sea, naturally has a list of gods in his hands. Just like the stone tablet of his uncle. As the Sea Purifying King, he naturally has the right to confer titles. After all, he needs to establish his own South Sea God clan to manage the mysterious sea in the South Sea. Right? As for why Faki thinks Louis is the Sea King, the guy who can use a toilet plunger to plunge the ancient god of the abyss back, he is undoubtedly an ancient god of Gallic. Right? Although Faki does not understand the situation on the eastern continent, he is very clear about the mysterious sea. My cousin once had a son. He is of a high generation, he is a god from the old god era. And his body is not small, even bigger than Zanjia. All the 9-headed lizards in the world are his sons. This gentleman is the most likely to replace the big boss of Dragon Nest City, Gallic. Originally, he was the king of the South Sea, appointed by the Cloud Country. The name is also recorded in all the divine tablets. But not everyone dares to go to the South Sea, after all. There are many and powerful ancient gods there. Except for the old cousin. They are not afraid of anyone. Even the old gods are scared when they see them. But the Gallics can cheat and show their presence. Add buff. In order to take office as the king of the South Sea, the king of the 9 dragons went to the Cloud Country to accept the title. It was not because the Cloud Country managed the Gallics, but because the Cloud Country had a large population. Every Gallic liked to be crowned as a king by a mortal there. In other words, to show his presence in front of the world. And the king of the sea is not a small god, he is a great god known to the world. His sense of existence was naturally pushed to the sky. After everyone in the world knew about this Nanhai Zhenhai king, the power of this cousin's son was naturally very strong. So he happily went to the South China Sea to take office. As a result, within a few days, he was killed by the ancient gods in the South China Sea. It is obvious that the Jiulong Zhenhai king was still too weak. Even with a super buff, he was still treated as a boss, and pinned to the ground and brushed by Aku and the others. Hearing this, Louis was a little confused. It sounded like the South China Sea was extremely dangerous. If it was just one Aku, it would be fine. If he had a buff in the South China Sea, he would definitely make her obedient. But the key point is, it is not a matter of just taking care of one person, but taking care of the whole group. But, what does the South China Sea have to do with him? Why does Faki still think that he can make the Baisuzans who are registered in the South China Sea escape from their status as slaves and become the gods of the South China Sea? Next, Louis understood what Faki said. What a coincidence! The son of my uncle, who was pressed to the ground by Aku, and the others was called Jiulong. So the king of the South Sea is the king of the Jiulong Sea. After the previous king of the Jiulong Sea died, the position of the king of the South Sea was completely vacant. No one dared to go. Now, my uncle has a nephew who is studying abroad and has come to the Sea of Foam. He calls himself the king of the Jiulong Sea. Isn't this a coincidence? And this gentleman seems to be no weaker than the son of my cousin, the king of the Sea of Kowloon. Isn't this the replacement of my cousin's son? Isn't this the same king of the sea as my cousin? Should I please him? But Louis was dumbfounded. I am indeed the king of the Sea of Kowloon. But the key is that I am the king of the Sea of Kowloon Town, not the king of the Sea of Kowloon. That's what Zilong, his cousin, wrote at the beginning. The king of the Sea of Kowloon Town. I was too proud to erase the word Z in Chinese. But in fact, the word Z in Chinese should not be erased. Right? To be more precise, I should add the word Li in Chinese. Right? The Sea King in Jiulong Town. At that time, Archbishop John helped me find out that my fiefdom was near Senshufu between the mysterious seas of the north and south. And there was a place called Jiulong Town. This Jiulong Town was on the edge of the North Sea Kingdom, and was the territory of the North Sea Kingdom. There is a very famous seaport there, called Dashi Haikao. The seaport of Haikao is an important node to the North Sea Kingdom. It is also the most important stop for Louis to open the North Sea route. It is next to the kingdom of Erlinda. So Louis did plan to go here, and take a look at his several small fishing villages. Yes, it is just a few small fishing villages. Zilong, his cousin, should be right. Right? Such a big thing, she won't make any mistakes. Right? How big is my pond? Chapter 373 Beauty Snake Scheme? Louis thought, Little dragon girl cousin shouldn't be that unreliable. Although she looked unreliable when she took selfies. But if she said she was the Sea Guardian King, I wouldn't believe it myself. Could it be that little dragon girl cousin felt that she was too weak at the time, so she took the initiative to add it in the middle of the 9-dragon Sea Guardian King? Then the fish pond suddenly changed from a whole sea to a village-level fish pond. And if you think about it carefully, the storybook in our hands seems to have very similar functions to that of the stone tablet. It just lacks a pen. My cousin broke the stone tablet. Didn't he give a piece to Teacher Anthony? The teacher thought he was going to die. So he used the stone tablet and part of the moon goddess's strings to add an extra feature to the travel diary in his hand, turning it into a book of destiny that can make its presence felt. My cousin knew about this. So after he found out that I was here, he quickly gave me the title of the King of the Kowloon Sea. To make a relative? So that when I deal with the big family, I can also deal with the ancient gods behind the big family. What is the situation? I am afraid that I can only know it by going to my territory to see if I have buffs in the South China Sea. But even if I am really the King of Kowloon and Jinhai, I only have a storybook in my hand now. But no pen. Teacher Anthony didn't have time to complete the storybook. No pen. No bookmark. Now this book can only be read but not written. There is no way to divide the administrator authority, and no way to appoint the guardian. So in the end, our King of the Sea of Kowloon is still the King of the Sea of Kowloon. Therefore, we can't agree to Faki's request. After all, if we agree, we can only get it for free first, and pay later. Louis is not a freeloader, and he doesn't plan to do anything like getting it first and then paying. And it seems that this money is not so easy to pay. If we are really the King of the Sea of Kowloon, then it will not be as simple as dealing with the 12 major families in the future, but dealing with the 12 major families plus a group of ancient gods. What the hell? After thinking about it, Louis felt that no matter how big his fish pond was, he had to keep a low profile. If the wizards of the big families and the ancient gods knew that the King of the South Sea was on Francesco's side, wouldn't they have to unite together? After patting his butt, Louis was going to leave. In the future, we will never brag that we are the King of the Sea of Kowloon. Okay? We are the King of the Sea of Kowloon Town. We add the on the passport back later. Louis drank a few glasses of wine at last, and then found an excuse to leave. But he found out that, in this small banquet, his legs had been tied up by Miss Bai Suzhen of Guangdong with a snake tail. He didn't know when her long legs stretched out from under the table, just when Louis was embarrassed and wanted to pull the big python off his waist. Miss Bai Suzhen's long legs were tied tighter and tighter on Louis's body, and the mini skirt used for decoration on the tip of the snake tail was also slowly lifted up, searching around Louis's waist. This time Louis was a little nervous, and he had goosebumps all over his body. He put down the wine glass and was about to get angry. Before he could get angry, Miss Bai Suzhen, under the influence of alcohol, began to cry. Your Highness, although our Xia kingdom is powerful, in the eyes of the North Sea gods, we are just a group of monsters. After we escaped from the mysterious sea, we have become slaves. Although we have settled in this sea of foam, we are always worried. We are afraid that one day the dragon kings of the North Sea will come and take us back to the North Sea to punish us. When this matter was mentioned, the faces of the surrounding sea monsters turned pale. They were really a little scared. After all, a few years ago, the Xia Sea tribe had just robbed a Dragon King army in the North Sea Kingdom. At that time, the army was returning from Dragon Nest City, and when passing through the Sea of Foam, they found the Xia Sea monsters and forced them to be taken back to the North Sea Kingdom. Faki and the others simply went all out and used the mysterious phenomenon of the Sea of Foam to wipe out the army. But even if it was done cleanly, many people still escaped. So this matter could not be concealed at all. Therefore, Faki and the others were worried every day, fearing that the gods of the North Sea Kingdom would come to deal with them. The bandits. Faki and the others cried and complained, and Louis' face became more and more embarrassed. But Faki became more and more excited. Now the whirlpool has been sealed, and the Sea of Foam is no longer as difficult to enter as before. If someone from the North Sea Kingdom comes one day, then we will all become slaves. At that time, I will no longer be the king, but a toy in the hands of the Dragon Kings. At this point, Miss Qianqiu Bai Suzhen was already in tears, sobbing and throwing herself into Louis's arms, crying, "If I become a plaything in the hands of a prince, I would rather be your plaything." Mini Shaoqing also cried. We too, the words of the snake spirit ladies were a bit too direct, and Louis was a bit dumbfounded on the spot. Let not talk about whether we can be canonized. Who wants to treat you as playthings? We can't play. Okay? There is a difference between humans and animals. Big sisters. You are creatures with one leg, and I have 2 legs. We can't play. Okay? Your Majesty, many of our people are suffering in their hometown. If the kingdom of Xia can become your vassal, then everyone can get rid of their status as slaves and come to the Sea of Foam in the name of migration. The most dignified Xiaoqing said. The other Xiaoqing said, by the way, I heard from Mr. Edward that in the south, there is a kingdom called Eralinda, and next to that kingdom, there is a place called Jiolong Town. The migrating team, as long as they arrive at Jiolong Town, the kingdom of Eralinda will give shelter to the people. The third Xiaoqing said nervously, so, even if the adults have not yet mastered the South China Sea, it doesn't matter. Right? The Xiaoqing stroked their terrifying snake hair while chattering and discussing, and blocked Louis' refusal. Everyone arranged Louis very clearly, and what they said was quite reasonable. But you can just say it, why are you stretching your tail over here? Looking at the water snake waist wrapped around his waist and legs, Louis's face turned pale. He once again put down the wine cup that was blocking his face. Coughed, pushed away the 1,000-handed lady by Suzhan, who was crying on him, and pulled away her 6 hands that were touching him randomly. Miss Faki, I will discuss the matter about the Xia clan with my uncle later. It getting late, so let's say goodbye today. Cough. Please move your legs away. Louis' words obviously meant that I am not the king of Zhenhai, and I can only discuss this matter with my cousin. As for the next 2 sentences, they also expressed it clearly with his eyes. Go away. Faki heard Louis's words clearly. This LSP. He still hasn't admitted that he is the king of Zhenhai. It seems that if he is only allowed to take advantage of a little, this matter may not be accomplished. He is not willing to release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. It seems that I have to bleed a little today. Thinking of this, Miss Faki felt a little depressed. She is a queen, but she has to fall to the point of using the beauty snake trick. But there is nothing she can do now. The beauty snake scheme? Who likes the beauty snake scheme? Louis heard all of Faki's thoughts. He hurriedly gave Faki a look and said, Go away. I'm not interested in snakes. And at the Guangdong by Suzhan with so many hands. This is so weird. As if she understood Louis' look, Faki was stunned for a moment, then her expression became serious, and she scolded all the Xiaoqing around her, and sent them away. What a disgrace. Your Highness is here to remove the curse for me today. Why are you bringing up these things, making His Highness so embarrassed? After hearing this, Louis finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that if I get some shampoo for Miss by Suzhan today, and then treat her illness, this matter will be over. Chapter 374. Am I the tied-up calabash brother? In the blink of an eye, the little greens all left with their mouths pouted. It seemed that Mr. Louis was very proud. He was embarrassed to have too many people, so everyone quietly hid behind the screen. After all, everyone still wanted to drink soup. After seeing that everyone had left, the big stone in Louis's heart finally fell. He turned around and smiled at Miss by Suzhan, but he saw Miss by Suzhan, 2 hands holding her snake hair, 2 hands adjusting her clothes, and the other 2 hands slightly revealing the little rabbit on her chest. Louis? I really can't help you. I was busy fixing my hair. I didn't care. Miss by Suzhan from Guangdong hurriedly pulled up her clothes with her 6 arms. While explaining, Louis rubbed his face fiercely. Originally he couldn't help but take a look, but now when he saw her 6 arms, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching, and he didn't want to look at her at all. To be honest, this Miss by Suzhan from Guangdong did have a different kind of beauty, but it was really too weird. Louis waited for her to finish dressing in a gentlemanly manner before turning around. Then, he showed a look that said like keep our distance, and asked Miss by Suzhan seriously about what was wrong with her recently. 1,000-hand by Suzhan, when doctors in the cloud country see patients, they always take the patient pulse. Right? Thinking of this, Miss by Suzhan put all 6 of her hands on the table. Louis. Looking at the 6 hands, Louis rubbed his face fiercely. But since he claimed to be a member of the cloud country, of course, he had to take the patient pulse. Reaching out his hand, Louis pinched Miss by Suzhan's wrist, pretending to feel her pulse, and asked about her condition. As an old witch doctor, he should pay attention to observation, smelling, palpation and questioning. Right? Miss by Suzhan, who had 1,000 hands, also cooperated with the old witch doctor and talked about her illness. Sir, in fact, after I had the Sea of Foam, I no longer covet my former identity. So you don't have to care about what they said before. The only thing that bothers me now is my illness. Since I left Beihai country, my illness has worsened. I always hurt others carelessly, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. What is the disease? Louis felt more and more puzzled. He touched another wrist, but he did not find anything abnormal in the magic circuit of Miss Baisuzhen. Could it be some mysterious phenomenon? This is difficult to deal with. After hearing Louis' question, Miss Baisuzhen showed an extremely disappointed look. Looking out the window, I told my story pitifully. I used to be not so ugly. I had beautiful hair. At that time, I was still a sacrifice to the moon goddess. In the end, I was envied by the moon goddess. Not only did she watch me being abused by the hateful Aku, she also cursed me afterwards. Miss Baisuzhen cried. After that, my long hair turned into poisonous snakes, and all men turned into stone statues when they looked into my eyes. Louis gave Miss Baisuzhen a look. I feel like I have heard this story somewhere before. Are you kidding me? Miss Baisuzhen gave Louis a look. Absolutely not. Hey, Miss Baifaki. I believe the story you told. The petrification you mentioned. Why does it seem like your innate magic? Not a curse? This is another story. Miss Baisuzhen of Guangdong, Qianshou, became melancholy again. She turned her head and looked out the window on the other side. Later, I found a witch. With her help, my curse was contained, but I paid a price. After that, my legs became like this now. At this point, Miss Baisuzhen of Guangdong, Qianshou, touched her slender waist with her hands, and her eyes were filled with grief. Why do I seem to have heard this story somewhere before? Miss Baisuzhen raised her arms, rolled up her snake hair, and the little rabbit on her chest jumped. She looked at Louis with resentment. Her eyes were full of expectation and trepidation. Sir, I have always wanted to get rid of the curse of these snake hairs, and I have always wanted a pair of human legs. Hearing this, Louis blinked. As expected, every Medusa queen has legs. Right? As expected, every Medusa queen has legs. Right? *1. Looking at this line of narration that suddenly appeared, Louis was slightly stunned. This form of narration should be a reward. Right? How did it appear in this form? Louis suddenly remembered that, at the banquet before, the storybook had an option of water friend's choice. His face turned strange. Louis remembered that option didn't seem very good, and scared himself away. He wanted to flip through the storybook and find that option again. But at this time, Miss Baisuzhen's eyes had already swept over. Louis couldn't help but come back to his senses and listen carefully. The witch told me that unless there is a Prince of Gallic who gives me a kiss in excitement, the curse of the moon goddess can be lifted. And give you a kiss in excitement? Louis's head was full of black question marks. Oh, I made a slip of the tongue. It was to give me a passionate kiss. Then, what about the shampoo? Well, of course the shampoo will come out after the kiss. Miss Baisuzhen secretly curled her lips. This pervert. Louis was getting more and more confused. The man in front of me is indeed a Prince of Gallic. Although it is a title given by the storybook, it is indeed true. After all, through my acquired efforts, the blood of the ancient gods in my body has become increasingly strong, and my strength has reached more than 600. But this is a prince again. And there is a kiss. Why is there such a cliché plot again? This is really the world of fairy tales. Right? I have indeed heard a lot of fairy tales, but I have never heard of any fairy tale in which shampoo is used to remove the curse. Kiss plus shampoo. What kind of fairy tale is this? We don't know how to get the shampoo, but just the kiss. Is it a bit difficult? Louis couldn't help but look at the thousand-handed Miss Baisuzhen in front of him. Although Louis kept persuading himself that she was quite pitiful, but after seeing Miss Baisuzhen's 6 arms and her slender waist, Louis couldn't help but rub his face hard. To be honest, such a Miss Baisuzhen is actually quite good. I shouldn't discriminate against her. But this is really affectionate. Right? Isn't this too weird? A story suddenly flashed in Louis's mind. A fisherman in distress, a deserted island, a mermaid with a human upper body, and a mermaid with a human lower body. The Lady Baisuzhen in front of him is undoubtedly the former. So if he kisses her, he will be the perverted fisherman? And mermaids have 2 hands. Right? The Baisuzhen in his mind also has 2 hands. When Su Xian and Baisuzhen kissed, Baisuzhen also had legs. Unlike now, the legs are too long. This length can wrap around the stone pillars in this small hall. At this time, a sigh suddenly sounded in his ears. Louis looked up at Miss Susan and found that her eyes were full of sadness. Sir, this matter is difficult for you. It getting late. You should go back and rest early. As she said this, Miss Susan, who looked pale, forced a smile, bowed slightly to Louis, and got up and left, looking at the disappointed and lonely back. Louis couldn't help but twitch slightly in his heart, and wanted to slap himself. Louis, I am so pitiful. Why do you still discriminate against me? I was not like this originally. Right? Originally, I was a beautiful girl as innocent and simple as Miss Arwen. Right? After so many years of living, Miss Thacky must have been discouraged. She just wants a pair of legs now, to get rid of the terrible curse on her body, and to live a normal life again. But you are hesitating here. Isn't this rubbing salt into her wounds? Louis' expression suddenly became serious. He stood up and grabbed one of Miss Susan's arms, pulling her back. Miss Susan was like a soft jade, and was pulled into Louis's arms. She looked away with a dull look. If you don't expect, you won't be disappointed. Seeing Miss Susan's expression, Louis felt guilty again. Yes, she must be thinking now. Even if she met a prince like the witch said, how could anyone give her a kiss with love? At this moment, Louis suddenly felt that he should say something. But Miss Susan's inner voice first reached Louis's ears. Focky, slurp, Mr. Louis's legs are so long. Slurp long legs *1. Just when Louis was a little confused, he suddenly felt that his legs seemed to be tied up. He looked down and found that Miss Susan's slender waist was secretly measuring the body of the prey like a big python, as if thinking about whether it could entangle the prey. The tied Calabash Brothers *1. Falling into the snake cave +1. Louis? Chapter 375. Is this really a dark fairy tale? Ahem, I'm sorry, Your Highness. When I get nervous, I want to tie something. Seemingly noticing that Louis was a little dazed, Miss Susan panicked and loosened her slender waist. Louis nodded woodenly. He flipped through the storybook. He found the option that appeared in the storybook before. But wait a minute. Before leaving, I have another question to ask my fans. Which queen is this Medusa? Waiting online, very urgent. Friends, of course it will change legs. Completion reward, as expected. Every Medusa queen will change legs. *1 slurp. Long legs. *1. Friends, of course it is the one in Calabash Brothers, who tied up Calabash Brothers, and then did weird things. Completion reward. Calabash Brother Louis *1, tied up by snake spirit in cave to do weird things *1, venomous snake bondage play *1. Louis. So, that slurp. Long legs was not an exclamation I made after seeing Thacky legs? It was a line from someone else's dialogue? So the so-called reward was just 2 lines? There were no legs at all? At this moment, Louis suddenly felt a strange feeling on his legs. He looked down and found that Miss Susan's slender waist was like a python, and had entangled him without knowing it. And this time it was not a test at all, but it was getting tighter and tighter. Louis? Louis looked at the female liar in front of him expressionlessly. You are not lying to me. Are you? Are you sure you have a curse? Are you sure you originally had legs? This look made Miss Susan cry directly. She sobbed and said, Sir, what do you think of me? And how dare I lie to you? The sobbing of Miss Susan of Guangdong Qianshou made Louis a little embarrassed. He hated to see women crying the most. Perhaps this was just a subconscious self-protection and attention. Besides, they can't do anything to me. Right? First of all, she can't beat me. Secondly, what can she do if she beats me? She is a snake without legs. Can she force herself on me? Louis adjusted his mindset. After brewing some emotions, he looked at Miss Susan crying delicately in his arms. At this moment, Miss Susan's pitiful appearance couldn't help but make Louis feel pity in his heart. He stretched out his hand, lifted Miss Susan's pointed chin, and kissed her affectionately. Although Miss Susan's snake tongue made people feel strange. At this moment, Louis felt a little hot in his heart. Girls who have never been kissed are the cutest. After letting go, Miss Susan's face was already red, and she didn't dare to look at Louis. Louis was relieved. If the curse was true, it must be lifted now. Right? But he felt that the water snake waist was tightening around him. Louis? Maybe it not enough. After all, you're not like this usually. After frowning and thinking for a while, Louis suddenly realized that, after all, he was just perfunctory, because he missed a step. Thinking of this, Louis kissed her again, but this time, he put it on her back and slid down slowly. The smooth scales, like fine jade. At this moment, Louis was sure that his kiss was just perfunctory. But the situation was a little different from what Louis imagined. The water snake waist was getting tighter and tighter, but it didn't seem to turn into legs. Ahem. Your Majesty. Can you please open your legs first? If you do this, I always feel weird. Louis's words made Faki a little embarrassed. And she couldn't help but loosen the snake tail a little. However, her next words made both of them nervous. Okay, Your Majesty. But actually, you kissed the wrong person. Miss Jincho Baisujin turned her head away shyly, then stretched out her arms, placed them in front of her chest, and pulled them down. Yes, sit here. Louis. At this moment, both of them were a little nervous and embarrassed. In order to ease the atmosphere, Louis smiled, pretended to be nonchalant, while lowering his head, chatting with Miss Baisujin. But as they chatted, Miss Baisujin's face became redder and redder. Louis also felt something was wrong. He looked down, and couldn't help feeling embarrassed, wanted to slap himself. People just wanted to play with you. What are you thinking? Besides, as a human being, if you sleep with a snake, how perverted would that be? He couldn't help but change the subject a little, and made a little joke with Miss Baisujin. Miss Faki, I have always wondered why you wear a skirt, and wear another skirt at the end of your tail. Louis looked at the top of Miss Baisujin's tail and asked. About 1 meter above the top, there was a beautiful short skirt. It looked a little funny. It seemed like some kind of beautiful decoration. But Miss Faki's face turned redder, she trembled slightly, and her slender waist wrapped around Louis more and more tightly. Louis? Because Just when Louis was full of doubts, Miss Jincho Baisujin lifted her tail slightly, slowly lifted the little skirt, and revealed it in front of Louis's eyes. At this moment, Louis's mind buzzed, and he suddenly understood. Sir, you can put me down first. After being tied up for so long, Miss Baisujin was a little tired. She was dizzy, and couldn't speak clearly. He woodenly picked up the big python on his body, and came to the bed. A beautiful sea fairy flower outside the window bloomed. It slowly lowered its head, wrapped a passing small sea snake, and used its beautiful vines to tightly wrap the prey. The more the prey struggled, the tighter the vines of the sea daffodil became. Before long, the prey was completely wrapped by the sea daffodil. As if sensing the crisis between life and death, the sea snake struggled fiercely, almost crushing the sea daffodil. No one paid attention to all this, because it was just a daily routine between prey and hunter in the deep sea, including Louis and Miss Baisujin. They did not look at the scene outside the window, not far away. Or, they pretended to know nothing. They both turned their heads away, trying to chat about other things, not looking at each other. Of course, even if they wanted to look at each other now, they couldn't. After all, one of them had been looking down, and the other had been looking up. And this curse was also lifted overnight. But the two were tired and sweating, and the curse didn't seem to be lifted. Looking at the slender waist of the sweaty beauty Miss Snake lying next to him, Louis felt like he was sleeping with a pet snake. He couldn't help but rub his face hard, and gave Miss Baisujin a look. Don't you have legs at all? You are not Baisujin, right? You are a snake spirit, right? The snake spirit in Calabash Brothers, right? And it a high-end version with 4 more hands. The so-called curse story is completely made up, right? This kind of doubt made Miss Baisujin of Guangdong Thousand Hands cry again. Sir, how dare I lie to you? Maybe it on the right side? After saying that, Miss Baisujin turned her head away shyly. Louis. After a while. Faki. Tell me the truth. Do you have no legs at all? Sir, I thought you would turn into your real body and come to me. Louis. Or ask me to use magic to change a leg. Louis gave Miss Baisujin of Guangdong a look. You female liar. My wisdom is ruined in this life. I fucking thought that halfway through, your snake tail would turn into legs. As a result, this my name is Louis, I never expected that. I ended up fucking a snake asterisk too. Miss Baisujin responded by giving Louis a look. Stop making excuses. You just like this. What era did the moon goddess live in? What era did I live in? How could I be her sacrifice? You believe this nonsense? You are obviously greedy for snake meat. Treatment is just an excuse. Miss Bysusian's voice made Louis a little angry. Seeing Louis getting angry, Miss Bysusian was a little panicked. Sir, the curse is real. The curse has not been lifted. Perhaps because our entire royal family is cursed. So we all need your help. Miss Bysusian explained in a panic. As she spoke, she called the little girls over. Not long after, the extremely dignified Miss Medusa came over with many little girls. Looking nervous. Each of them had a different style of dress. And they kept calling each other sir. She put her hands on her chest shyly and turned her head away. Sir. Louis. I never thought it would be like this, but I'm sorry. When they stood together, it was also too spectacular. My name is Louis. I never expected that. I would end up poking a snake nest *1. *2. *3. Chapter 376, A Day That Crossed the History of Wizards. Louis had a nightmare. He dreamed that he drank too much last night, and then fell asleep in a snake den. In that dream, his body was covered with dense long legs, which scared him so much that he had goosebumps all over his body. What worse, when Louis woke up, he found that the reality was more terrible than the nightmare. Looking at the long legs lying on his body, and the little green girls holding basins and serving him to wipe his face, Louis rubbed his face hard and remembered everything that happened last night. It seemed quite happy. Louis couldn't help but want to slap himself hard. Since meeting Annabelle, the new friends he made became more and more strange. Originally, he had imagined that during this trip, he could have some beautiful stories with ancient elves like Arwen. In the end, he first slept with a deer, and then slept with a group of snakes. Now he could only pray to the moon goddess, not to let Bysusian and Xiaoqing find out that he was the Sea King of Jiulong Town. Otherwise, in a fit of rage, they would find out that I was a freeloader, and then tell others about it, which would be a big deal. If Xiao and the others found out about the ridiculous things I did, I would never be able to sleep in bed again. Whatever you fear will happen. Just as Louis was thinking about Xiao, the crystal ball on his wrist lit up. Last night, Xiao was in the magic mirror, watching the White Queen chatting with his mother, so he didn't check on her. Now that he was free, the crystal ball was broadcasting. Mr. Neptune looked at the time and found that it was almost noon. He quickly untied the water snake waist on his body, ran to a relatively quiet corner of the palace, and started chatting with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Knowing that it was his mother-in-law who was looking for him, Louis was relieved. Louis, the relationship between wizards and muggles has become increasingly tense recently, and there have been unusual movements in many kingdoms. Because you have been busy with the affairs of the Siren Temple these days, I didn't tell you about this. Now the Sea of Foam is calm. Mother hopes that if you are free today, you can come and discuss this matter. You may need to go to the Kingdom of Erlinda for negotiations in the name of the North Sea Kingdom. Her Majesty the White Queen and Isabella are meeting with Mother. They will come to the Steam Magic Academy later. And I am now in the Elf New area of the Academy. Come to me after dinner. Today, the Pale Wizards have connected the Zongjia secret realm with the Academy. Many sea monsters have come from the Zongjia Temple. You can also come directly from there. Xiao seemed to vaguely see some sea sirens in the palace through the crystal ball. Regarding this matter, Mr. Neptune said that he was discussing the affairs of the North Sea Kingdom with His Majesty Faki in the morning. It was noon now, so they had a meal together. Louis, you are really full of nonsense. Helen said that you didn't go back to your room last night. Xiao said angrily. This made Louis sweat on his face. Did you go to the sea sirens to drink again last night? You are too fond of drinking. Xiao said with some blame, and then brushed the matter aside. By the way, I heard from Lady Kona that the sirens are your vassal states in the North Sea Kingdom? That really great. There are some things that I need to ask Ms. Faki and others for help. Lady Kona has made an appointment for me, and I think our conversation today should go smoothly. It seems that Xiao is very relieved about the fact that Mr. Neptune and his subordinates drank all night. What if he slept in the siren's palace? He couldn't do anything to the snake. Thinking of this, Xiao felt a little smile. She chatted with Louis again, and then turned off the crystal ball. Wiping the cold sweat on his head, Louis turned his head and looked not far away. Miss Bysusian, the Thousand Hands, was lying lazily on the bed, smiling and hooking her finger at him. Louis gave her a look directly. You go, I am a man with a family. Miss Bysusian returned a look. When you slept with us last night, you didn't say that. And now that we have finished sleeping, you are turning your back on me? When I lay eggs in a few days, I will take the eggs to find your wife. Louis rubbed his face fiercely, and chatted with Miss Snake in a friendly manner for a while. The two communicated directly with each other through their eyes, but during the chat, it was quite harmonious. In the end, Louis still admitted his identity as the king of the 9 Dragons Sea in front of the sirens. This made the sirens a little excited, and they felt that they had finally seen their savior. They comforted the prince, and hinted to Mr. Neptune that what happened last night and this morning would never be told to outsiders. Sir, come often when you have time. Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing said tearfully. Well, okay. Louis pulled up his pants, went back to his room to wash and change clothes. After finishing lunch alone, Louis came to the West Lake in the Zhanjia Temple, according to the coordinates given by the magicians. On the shore of West Lake, Louis actually saw quite a few muggles visiting the temple. These Sauron people, wearing felt hats and top hats, were dressed respectably, but judging from their washed-out dresses, many of them were actually just ordinary people. They were dressed differently, and even came from different countries. But at this time, they all had the badge of the Magicians Association on their chests. There was no doubt that these people were magic enthusiasts, senior members of the Magicians Association, and famous scholars in various industries and disciplines. At this time, they were guided by the Little Greens to visit the new secret place of the college, the Zhanjia Temple. Everyone was amazed by this secret place. Many parents who were originally hesitant about whether to let their children continue to go to school this year have made up their minds to apply for student loans. In the distant lakeside, another group of small boats wrapped in rainbow bubbles suddenly flipped from under the water to the surface. A group of magicians who were guarding on the lakeshore hurriedly took out their wands and guided the boats over. The people on these boats were all children wearing magic robes. Judging from their ages, they should all be magic apprentices who had just received magic enlightenment this year. Seeing Ross chatting with all the pale wizards not far away, Louis walked over and asked, Sir, these members of the Magician Association and students of the Academy are all here to awaken their magic power, Ross said with a smile. He was in a very good mood today. No wonder his potion masters finally fulfilled their mission and completed the task assigned by their boss. Sir, the ideas you guided me to do before are correct, but for such a long time, we have been lacking several kinds of potions for the final experiment. The potions grown in the Temple of Zhanjia, with abundant magic power, have very special abilities. They completely meet our predictions about the properties of those potions. The new potions are very successful. Now the potions that increase magic power have been prepared with the help of the sirens, with some divine elements, combined with Zhanjia blessing and the tide of magic power, then these potions will be able to awaken magic power in people. Last night, the last batch of magicians without magic power had taken the potion and performed the awakening ceremony at the altar of the temple. The result was very successful. Everyone who came to the Zhanjia temple could increase their magic power by 3 points when crossing the vortex. If you take the potion, the increased magic power will not be just 3 points. It is a chance to awaken magic power. It is like reshaping your body. According to the current situation, the magic power awakened by the Awakeners is 3 points at the lowest and 10 points at the highest. You should know that in the Great Family Wizard Kingdom, the average magic power of the civilian wizards at the bottom is only 1 point. Now, magicians can use magic wands. This means that in daily magic research and learning, there is no need to waste precious magic materials to cast spells. For those who have just come into contact with magic, having a little more magic power means that they can enter the door of the magic world sooner. Today, the first batch of wild wizards and muggle cubs with 0 magic power will enter the gate of this magic world and become real magicians. In the history of this world, today must be a day that crosses the times. Because from now on, the boundary between muggles and wizards will be completely erased. The next topic that the magicians will study is to break the words of the big families that magic power cannot grow naturally. Everyone believes that they will find a way of meditation that can slowly increase magic power. And from the news given by the sirens, in the North Sea Kingdom, the magicians will have new gains. Chapter 377 New Steam in Magic Academy. Ross' words made Louis a little excited. After calming down, Louis flew to the lake. He looked at the water surface. The scene reflected in the water surface was not the Zhanjia temple, but another bustling place. Louis dived into the water and stared at a passing 9-headed lizard for a long time. After spitting out a few bubbles, Louis turned out of the water. At this time, the scenery on the lakeside has completely changed. There is a loud sound of a waterfall in my ears. It is a huge waterfall in the distance. On the lakeside below the waterfall, there are many tree houses and ancient stone buildings, and some buildings inside the academy. And many elves, fairies, magicians are going back and forth in the water curtain of the waterfall, entering and leaving this secret place. Lewis looked back and found that there were many beautiful coral islands and siren buildings on the lakeside, and there were many flying fish in the air. Some older sirens were teaching magic courses to some college students. Some young and beautiful sirens were secretly playing pranks on wizards and students by the lake. On the shore, there were also a group of moon court priests wearing priest robes, ancient elves and twilight elves. They were standing in front of several beautiful old cars and chatting. Occasionally everyone would look at the full moon above their heads, or secretly point their fingers at the Templar Lewis, who was walking towards the shore, and then say something mysterious. Lewis rubbed his face and ignored the group of charlatans. Not far away, a group of pale wizards were leading some magicians, holding wands to cast spells near the waterfall and the lake, perfecting this new secret realm. It was a new area of the Magic Steam Academy. The Pale family had a high level of technology in building secret realms, and it seemed that they were moving the elf hut. And this new area in the academy in front of them was their masterpiece. It seemed that an area in the elf hut had been pulled into this new area of the academy by the wizards, which was the lakeshore area under the waterfall. The waterfall is the secret passage between the elf house and the academy. As for the lakeside area, it was pulled into the Zanjia area of the new area of the academy by the wizards. The wizards perfectly overlapped the two secret realms of the elf house and Zanjia, and covered this new area inside the magic academy. This secret realm seems to have been established for a while. Everyone is not curious about the elf house, and the focus is on the sirens on the lakeside. It seems that during the time when I went to the Zanjia temple, the magicians had already connected the elf house to the academy. The temple of Zanjia was just built today. The specifications of this new area are not inferior to some secret areas of the Holy Oak. But in the Holy Oak, the people in these areas are mostly fairies or mermaids, while here are all bad sirens, as well as elf priests and moon court priests. A loud buzzing sound came from above. By the way, there are no yodel wizards flying planes in the Holy Oak. Lewis raised his head woodenly and looked up, where a group of yodel ace pilots, who were testing new planes, had just flown by. After walking around for a while, Lewis looked at the passing sirens and always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't put his finger on it. Not long after passing a treehouse, Lewis saw Xiaoyou. So he walked over there. But he was stopped by a group of people halfway. Lewis looked up and found that it was Archbishop John and a group of Yuding priests, Templar knights, and a saint. Yuding and Crowley father-in-law have always been very close. And Lewis has a very good impression of Yuding people. After all, they were the ones who issued his passport. And all along, Yuding has been acting as a fan club and cheerleader for Lewis in Sorrento. As for Bishop John and his people, they even regard Lewis as their own. After all, Mr. Lewis is a Knight of Right, who was baptized by John and others in St. Anthony Cathedral. Archbishop John called him young friend when they met, and several Templar knights called him sir. Even the generals of the Knights Templar. When they saw Lewis, they treated him as a saint. Everyone laughed and chatted for a while. But Lewis' expression became more and more strange. Why does this saint lady look familiar? After a closer look, Lewis almost looked up. The beautiful woman dressed as the saint of the Moon Court was actually the ancient elf Miss Arwen. Among the generals of the Knights Templar, who had been looking at Lewis with fanatical worship, there were actually several Twilight Lords. Some Twilight Elves and Ancient Elves have always worshipped the Moon God, and it was not surprising for Lewis to see them mix with the people of the Moon Court. But how did these people become the saints and great knights of the Moon Court? And this is too strange, isn't it? After a while, a group of Moon Court monks with particularly pale faces came over with big wolfhounds to join in the fun. And they kept calling Lewis boss. Lewis looked at them woodenly, and found that they were all vampires from the Scarlet family. You? Lewis pointed at the priest robes of the Scarlet Wizards, and then looked at the dark creatures, the werewolves, beside them. For a long time, he didn't say a word. Oh boss, you know, my brother has been serving as the high priest in the Moon Court. Recently, the Academy and the Moon Court are conducting magic exchanges, so I took some people to the Moon Court to study light magic, and prepare to open a new magic course in the Academy in the future. A Scarlet Wizard in a priest robe said with a smile, I am really amazed. The forbidden magic of the Moon Court is more authentic than that of our Scarlet family. Anthony Beard. Brother Adam. Watch your words. The Moon Court has never exchanged any magic with the Magic Academy. But theology. Archbishop John corrected him with some displeasure. He smiled and looked at Louis, the regent. His Highness Francesco plans to open a branch of the theology school in the academy. So we selected a group of monks from the academy to help us translate the ancient books left by Saint Anthony. Louis nodded woodenly. He looked at this group of weird psychopaths, turned his head without saying a word, and went directly to Xiao Ao. There were quite a few people here. Crowley father-in-law was here. Blue Dragon and other dragons were also here, and Faki and some priests of the Zhanjia temple were also here. Everyone seemed to be chatting about something, and Xiaoqing seemed to be teaching Kate and Annabelle about the language of the Cloud Kingdom. Yakura Ling, who was listening, also took a fan from the Cloud Kingdom. It looked like the style of the 13th Foreign Company in the 18th century, very delicate, and there were many mythological stories, such as snake spirits, painted on it. This fan was obviously made by Faki and others as a gift to everyone. And it seemed that they all regarded these Guangdong foreigners, by Suzhen and Xiaoqing, as people from Louis's hometown. Indeed, they could barely be considered as such. When Yingling saw Louis coming over, she excitedly grabbed Louis and said in a low voice while fanning him, "Louis, are these people from your hometown?" Yingling pointed at Faki and others with great curiosity and said, "When I was a child, I heard many stories about the Cloud Country. Today, I finally got to see the charm of the Cloud Country." Louis followed the finger of his date Yingling and looked at the young ladies surrounding Kate. These ladies were all wearing clothes from the Cloud Country, with white foundation on their faces, red lips on their mouths, and Huawei on their foreheads. They looked like Disney versions of Mulan. They seemed to be teaching Kate and Annabelle the Cloud Country dialect, Cantonese. Kate and Xiaoshalong were stunned when they heard this. It seemed that everyone began to think that people from the Cloud Country were all like this. Louis quickly explained in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. People in my hometown are not like this." Yingling blinked her eyes. These people seemed to be quite authentic. Xiao Ao was talking with Faki, the Blue Dragon leader. Louis did not disturb them, but listened for a while. But he always felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Louis thought of something, looked down, and then found something was wrong. These guys have now transformed their legs. Obviously, the sirens all know magic. And magic like leg changing is very simple for sirens. Originally, everyone was planning to use magic last night, after all. It would be too strange to be with Mr. Louis. However, Mr. Louis seemed to be very curious, so in order to make Mr. C. King happy, everyone had to do it reluctantly. Louis' face turned pale. Chapter 378 Osikri's Dragon Nest. The Kingdom of Clouds has always been the most mysterious country, and the various vassal states of the Kingdom of Clouds are also the same in everyone's eyes. The dragons and navigators have always worshipped the North Sea gods, which makes the sirens very popular. Crowley and others were very happy and excited to see these people coming from the North Sea Kingdom. This means that Louis is getting closer and closer to the North Sea Kingdom. But the happiest people today are the dragons. They are the most welcoming to these sirens living in the Sea of Foam. Originally, the foam was the first line of defense outside the Sea of Dragon Nest City, which could resist many sea monsters. However, due to the chaos in the Sea of Foam over the years, the Sea of Foam has not played its original role. In addition, the super magic tides in the Sea of Foam have become increasingly abnormal in the past 100 years, which has often made the sea monsters very manic. This has further increased the pressure on Dragon Nest City. But now it is different. With the calm of the whirlpool, the magic tide has returned to the safety line. The Xia clan knows how to control sea monsters, so this can relieve a lot of pressure on Dragon Nest City. According to the predictions of the Blue Dragons, the intensity of the sea monster tide in Dragon Nest City next year will be reduced by 1/3. After the Blue Dragons and the Xia sea monsters communicated, the dragons found that the sea monsters seemed to firmly believe that Louis was the prince of the Cloud Kingdom. This made Dragon Nest City more confident in Louis's identity. Now, on this route from Dragon Nest City to the North Sea Kingdom, as long as Erlinda is opened, Dragon Nest City can re-establish contact with the crooked cousin through Jiolong Town. The Dragon Clan admired this distant cousin with a crooked mouth very much, and they were looking forward to the day when they would go to the North Sea Kingdom. Regarding the cooperation between Dragon Nest City and the Sea of Foam, the Dragon Clan and the Sirens still had many things to discuss. So after chatting with Louis, everyone left. As a representative of Dragon Nest City, Xiao also planned to go there to listen. But she had something to talk to Louis alone. So she asked the chief clerk Ling and the chief secretary Kate to go first. When Annabelle saw Xiao and Louis getting together, her eyebrows couldn't help but stand up. Then she turned around and returned to the two of them, acting as a light bulb. It seemed that she would follow the two people wherever they went. Xiao always looked serious, and after finding Annabelle following him, she deliberately kept a distance from Louis. As a result, as the three of them walked, Annabelle walked in the middle, while Louis and Xiao, who were chatting, were squeezed to the sides, looking at Annabelle with her hands on her chest and eavesdropping with her ears erect. Louis was so angry that his teeth itched, but he couldn't say anything. However, as they chatted, Louis felt a very nervous little hand coming from behind Annabelle and grabbing his hand. It was the serious little Ao who stretched out his hand. Louis raised his eyebrows and looked at the little silly dragon with a guilty look. However, the little silly dragon looked at Louis with a provocative look on his face, as if to say, "Don't try to do anything bad in front of me." Apparently this silly little dragon didn't know what his goddess was doing behind his back. Looking at this stupid little dragon, Louis almost laughed. This laugh made the little stupid dragon realize that something was wrong, and she turned around to take a look. Xiao quickly withdrew her hand, and Louis changed the subject. "Director Osikris, I heard from Count Yingling that you often come to the academy recently." "Yes, Professor Louis. Recently, I came to the Gallant Dragon Academy in Dragon Nest City. The branch has just been established, and there are many things to run back and forth. The Gallant Dragon Academy is a branch of the Magic Steam Academy in Dragon Nest City, located in Nifa City. It is a place dedicated to teaching dragon language magic. Because of the protection of the old black dragon, the establishment of this academy was very smooth. As for Miss Osikris, the director of the Holy Oak Teaching Department, she plans to serve as the dean of this branch in the future. Although Xiao's main job is still the work of the Red Dragon Archon, but she seems to be determined to be the dean. This is indeed good. On the one hand, she can protect the Garrick magicians and let them thrive. On the other hand, Xiao needs to keep an eye on this academy, so as to prevent the Garrick magicians from being stolen by the Garrick Dragon Council when they grow up in the future. I heard that in the Cloud Kingdom, there is a magic test called the Palace Examination. There is also a saying of Dragon Disciple. This gave me a lot of inspiration." Xiao shook his head and said, "It's just that the apprentices are not tested by the Emperor, but by the magicians of the Magicians Association." Apparently, Xiao has been catching up on the culture of the Cloud Country recently, but it is a bit irrelevant, which makes Louis's mouth twitch. Speaking of which, this is a bit retro, but for a primitive society like Dragon Nest City that is still in the slave era, this is already a leap. The people on the ground will be able to gradually enter the upper class of Dragon Nest City through this upward channel, and slowly sideline the dragons. In this way, the dragons will no longer interfere in the mundane affairs that they should not interfere in. They don't know how to manage, but they think they are very good at management and must manage. But when the dragon nest is full of Garrick magicians in the future, things will be different. By that time, even if Xiao is no longer the Archon, the dragons will know how to live in harmony with the people on Earth. There will no longer be evil dragons and slaves in the dragon nest, but groups of Garrick sons living on Earth and in the sky. Therefore, the most important task of this reform is to popularize magic and liberate ideas. Now, many reformers have settled in this academy, and they are bringing new ideas to the common people of Dragon Nest. Teach them how to become someone like Augusta who dares to say no to kneeling. Magic is equally important. It can give people the power to stand up. But the magic thing is a bit of a headache for Xiao. The most valuable magic in Dragon Nest City is dragon language magic, and this also requires the 7 major dragon clans to voluntarily open up their magic knowledge. Teaching magic requires living dragons. But the major dragon clans are a bit self-respecting. So now only the Red Dragon and the Black Dragon have opened up their magic knowledge. The actions of the Red Dragon and the Black Dragon did allow some Garrick magicians to learn the secret of dragon transformation, but they could only transform into red dragons and black dragons. Not everyone is suitable for transforming into a red dragon or a black dragon. And among the 7 major dragon clans, each dragon clan has different abilities in dragon language magic. If the Garrick magicians cannot learn everything, it will be like being castrated. This is undoubtedly very disappointing. Louis also hopes that the Garrick magicians can grow up quickly. After all, according to Faki, the warlords on the side of the old cousin are making a lot of trouble. Those who are responsible for suppressing the abyss are not doing their job. which makes the abyss start to think about running out of the abyss. Louis thinks that the sons and grandsons of the old cousin are quite worthy of being dealt with. As the eldest brother and uncle of everyone, he has the responsibility to remind the old cousin to deal with those pretentious Long-Outian criminals. Xiao Ao has a plan. And this plan is related to a group of northern warlords near the kingdom of Eralinda. Chapter 379. Your circle is really messy. Xiao Ao and Louis are very concerned about the growth of Gallic Magician, but there are still some obstacles at this time. However, Xiao Ao has already made a plan. But there are many people around, so she has never mentioned it. At this time, the three of them have come to a relatively quiet area. The new area of the academy has just been built, and many tree houses have just been planted. There are not many people here, only some night watchmen of the academy guard the tree houses, to prevent naughty guys from destroying them. Seeing the nice scenery here, Xiao Ao dismissed the night watchman, and the three of them came to a tree house. Lying in front of the window, and talking about Dragon Nest City. Louis, the Dragon clan opened up magic out of pressure from the northern warlords. But for more than 10 years, the Dragon clan has lived too comfortably, which made Dragon Nest City forget the crisis and have a negative attitude towards opening up magic and strengthening the power of Dragon Nest City. Now, we need Dragon Nest City to feel the danger that is so close at hand, and let them be alert. The northern warlords near the kingdom of Eralinda are the biggest hidden dangers to Dragon Nest City. We need to eliminate this hidden danger. And we also need to use this hidden danger to warn those dragons, who are living a life of idleness and waiting for death. So this time when you go to Eralinda, you may need to do something with the warlords. According to intelligence, there are many warlords in the North Sea near the kingdom of Eralinda. They have deep ties with the Eralinda family. The Eralinda family has also enslaved many abyss demons. Louis, before winter every year, the warlords will attack the Dragon Nest City. And the largest one in history was more than 10 years ago. In that Siren Tide. In fact, not only the White Queen was secretly involved, but also Eralinda was secretly involved. They worked together to carry out this robbery. According to intelligence, there may be a larger scale Siren Tide this year. Rather than passively waiting for the arrival of the Siren Tide, it is better to detonate this bomb in advance. Xiao Ao looked at Louis. The warlords near the kingdom of Eralinda have a great hatred for the Faki clan. If Faki and the others can be used as bait and help, these warlords will definitely come. As long as Dragon Nest City believes that the North Sea warlords are not coming for Faki, but from Dragon Nest City, then I will be able to call out all the dragons, and give these warlords a painful blow in the sea of foam. This can not only eliminate hidden dangers, but also wake up those dragons who are just waiting to die. The last time the North Sea warlords attacked Dragon Nest City on a large scale, Dragon Nest City still remembers it. It also makes some wizards from large families, who have very good relations with the dragons, remember it. If the North Sea warlords make any unusual moves, at least 3 large families will join forces with Dragon Nest City to fight. At this time, the wizards of the great families can be distracted to reduce the increasing pressure on Francesco. If some demons can be added to this group of warlords, this will be even more perfect. The great families will definitely suspect Eralinda, thus causing a split within the great families. This is also beneficial to the Faki family, eliminating hidden dangers. However, there are also many voices of opposition within the Xia family. After all, this will cause some losses to the Xia family, and many people think that this is just looking for trouble. After all, the king of the 9 Dragons Sea has already protected them, so Louis has to give the order for this to happen. Moreover, in order to get more northern warlords to come, Louis also needs to stir up trouble during his trip to Eralinda, and flirt with her. Francesco was planning to have Louis go to Eralinda for negotiations. However, Xiao Ao has a different idea from her mother. She knows Louis better. She thinks it is a mistake to let Louis go to negotiate, because he will probably fail in the negotiations. But if Louis is allowed to stir up trouble, and then make things worse, this thing will definitely work. Hearing about the trouble, Louis's eyebrows rose. He loved to make trouble. The two hit it off immediately. With a crisp sound, both of them slapped Annabelle elastic buttocks at the same time. Annabelle? Director Osikris. This tree house is pretty good. I just saw there is a small hot spring downstairs. You have been busy recently. Let me give you a SPA. As he said, Louis closed the window of the tree house seriously. Ahem, no need. Sir Louis, your SPA is not serious. Just let Annabelle massage my shoulders. We will go back first. You're welcome, Director Osikris. I am your subordinate. This is what I should do. Miss Annabelle is still a girl after all. Her hands are too soft. Please let go of your hands, Sir Lewis. This is a public place. Miss Annabelle. Don't lie there without saying a word. My mom is coming. After playing with Xiao Ao and Annabelle, the great eunuch Stuart also came to find Lewis. After hearing that his mother-in-law was waiting for him in the molten hall of the academy, Lewis said goodbye to the two and went there. Not long after, Lewis followed Stuart to a hall full of punk machinery and furnaces. The layout of this hall made Lewis feel familiar, as if he and Archie had passed by here when they first came to the Magic Steam Academy. But what is different from before is that this hall has been completely transformed. With the increase of Sorrento magicians, Sorrento productivity is soaring rapidly. Work such as building secret realms and transforming academies have become very efficient. In just a few months, the lava hall has changed a lot. The space here has become larger, and under many stone bridges in the hall, there are lava rivers flowing. In several small islands in the lava river, there are several red dragons lying. It seems that the molten hall has been constructed into a secret place by wizards. Or in other words, the wizards have connected this hall to the underground inner palace of the Isolde Red Dragon Palace. There are also many busy little yodel engineers in the hall. They drive exoskeleton puppets with mechanical arms, commanding dragon wizards and apprentices to smelt various magic metals. And many people are carving magic gems, magic crystals, etc. It seems that this place has now become a workshop for the academy to process magic gems, crystal arrays and other magic materials, or golems and other magic equipment. After looking around curiously, Lewis felt that someone was looking at him. Lewis raised his head and found that there was a quiet small stand upstairs in the hall, and his mother-in-law was standing in front of the magic barrier at the edge and looking at him. Lewis' face became a little strange. The clothes his mother-in-law wore today seemed a little strange. After a moment of hesitation, Lewis discovered that the clothes his mother-in-law was wearing were those of the Princess of Sorrento. And the clothes on his mother-in-law seemed to have more decorations than those of a normal prince. Regent? This word flashed through Lewis's mind. Speaking of which, since he went to Dragon Nest, his main energy has been focused on Dragon Nest and the Sea of Foam. In addition, he had a little quarrel with his mother-in-law. So Lewis had not paid attention to the politics of Sorrento for a long time. Xiao Dai had mentioned before that Iger was seriously ill, and that his mother-in-law had started to show up. Now it seems that, after the news about the two-headed holy mountain, his mother-in-law appeared in Solando as the regent. Or, his mother-in-law has now become the crown prince of Solando. In the future, when my mother-in-law ascends the throne, what will Xiao Dai be? Queen Mother? Haha, your circle is really messy. While muttering, Lewis laughed out loud. Then he saw his mother-in-law face darken in the distance, and then the magic barrier was turned black by his mother-in-law. It seems that your mother-in-law heard what you said just now. Lewis's face was covered with cold sweat. He accidentally did it in front of his mother-in-law again. Chapter 380 The Big Devil Little Tail. Boss, this way. Stuart saw that his boss was distracted, and could not help but remind Lewis. Lewis retracted his gaze, followed Stuart across the stone bridge under his feet, and walked towards a certain direction upstairs. Usually, this side of the upstairs is the rest and activity area for engineers and magicians. But because Francesco is meeting with the White Queen, Isabella here today, the people here have been cleared out, and all the supervisors have driven them downstairs to work. After arriving upstairs, there is a small corridor. There are many lounges here, and many scarlet lords and pale wizards are chatting and drinking tea here, or standing guard. After seeing Lewis, everyone smiled, judging from everyone's enthusiastic look. If my mother-in-law was not present today, everyone would probably secretly call her boss and come over to get close to her. After greeting everyone, Lewis saw some special wizards in the crowd. These people were actually wearing Arlinda wizard robes. After seeing those wizards from Arlinda, Lewis was slightly stunned. Before he could react, these wizards from Arlinda actually came over and greeted Lewis with a smile. Lewis gave these people a look. Who are you? Are we so familiar with each other? Everyone gave Lewis a look. Are you face blind? Suddenly, Lewis recognized them. It turned out that among the court wizards of Sorrento, many of them were wizards from Arlinda. That is, the wizards of the Black Queen family. However, most of these wizards, who are loyal to my mother-in-law and Xiao Dai, are wanted criminals who cannot show their faces. The reason why they are wanted criminals is not because they have done anything bad, but because they have caused a revolution. Now the wanted orders on their heads have been removed, And my mother-in-law has started to show her face. So these wizards have also shown their faces openly. Therefore, these court wizards usually stay in the palace. And some of them are old members of the Magician Association. Finding that Louis didn't recognize everyone, the faces of these court wizards were a little ugly. Louis coughed awkwardly. He chatted with everyone enthusiastically for a while, trying to ease the embarrassment just now, especially the old wizard with a big white beard, who was the leader in the crowd. Louis looked very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember who he was. But the two of them chatted for a long time with a smile. But the wizards around, who were originally quite lively, gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at Louis and the old man for a moment, with strange expressions on their faces. Ahem. Sir. Stuart smiled awkwardly and said, "This is Earl Benjamin of the Kingdom of Erelinda." Sir Benjamin was once the director of the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic and the Grand Senator of the Magic Parliament. Now Sir Benjamin has resigned from these positions and returned to the Kingdom of Erelinda to serve as the Prime Minister of Grand Duke Warren. This time, Sir Benjamin led the delegation and came all the way from Erelinda. His Majesty has just taken Sir Benjamin to visit the Academy today. Sir Count Benjamin, this is the King of the Nine Dragons Sea of the North Sea Kingdom that His Majesty mentioned before, His Royal Highness Louis. At this moment, Louis was extremely embarrassed. It turned out that he didn't know this old man at all? But this can't be blamed on me. You are dressed like Gandalf. I don't think you can be familiar? Also, since you don't know me, why did you chat with me so enthusiastically just now? Louis opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say, but the old wizard was stroking his beard and laughing more and more happily. Sir Stuart, you don't need to introduce yourself. Your Highness and I are old friends. The old wizard smiled and looked at Louis and said, "It's been more than a year since we last met in the Rainbow Kingdom. I didn't expect that your Highness still remembered me." This made Louis open his mouth and stare for a long time. "Who are you?" After thinking for a long time, he remembered that this old man was the psychopath he met in the Rainbow Port Tavern. He was also a giant in the Rainbow Kingdom Savior team. He stayed by the Rainbow Queen's side all day long, torturing the old king and beggars. When I first met him, he told me a bunch of lies, saying that Rainbow Harbor was just surrounded by fog. I almost believed him. Later, I found out that this old man was a psychopath. He had been trapped in the timeline that stopped at Rainbow Harbor for decades, and his mind was not normal. So this guy was so powerful? Was he a big shot like Bull? Louis understood a little bit. This old man who looked like Gandalf was once the spokesperson for Erelinda outside. However, he was accidentally trapped in the Rainbow Kingdom when he was at sea, which caused him to resign from the Ministry of Magic and the Magic Council. But Grand Duke Warren still trusted this old man. So after returning last year, he promoted him to Prime Minister again. This time, he should be negotiating on behalf of Grand Duke Warren. This old man's status is not ordinary. As a former Grand Senator of the Magic Council, his status in Erelinda is equivalent to that of Prince Dracula. So he can represent Grand Duke Warren to talk to Francesco. Of course I remember you. Louis laughed awkwardly. After chatting for a few words, Louis knew that this time Benjamin was mainly to take Helen home. Louis suddenly had a feeling that wizards and muggles were going to go to war. Of course, in addition to taking Helen home, Erelinda delegation also visited Sorrento and this magic academy during this period. My mother-in-law pulled out some of Sorrento's strengths these days, showed it to her cousin people, letting her cousin know that Sorrento today is completely different from decades ago, trying to let Grand Duke Warren take care of himself and leave a way out. Don't just follow the other 8 great families to the end. But it seems that Erelinda is not too vain. After all, this is a group of people who dare to collude with the ancient gods and dare to instruct the northern warlords to rob the Dragon Nest City. So they're not only very bold, but also very powerful. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the wizards of Erelinda did not understand the magic technology weapons of Sorrento. Otherwise, they should be more cautious. In their eyes, they don't take muggles seriously at all. If it weren't for the mediation of the Magic Council and the Dragon Clan last time, the defeated Sorrento would have been gone. And this time, they have so many northern warlords on their side, naturally they will not be weak. Compared to the current strength of Sorrento, Erelinda is more concerned about Andre's death. From the words hero from Benjamin's mouth, the mother-in-law should have reached an agreement with Erelinda. Although Andre's collusion with the ancient gods cannot shake the status of the Kingdom of Erelinda in the wizard world. But for the royal family of Erelinda, this is still a big scandal. It seems that the mother-in-law should have given the Kingdom of Erelinda a fig leaf, and Erlinda should have agreed to some things with Sorindo. But it seems that this war must be fought. As for what the mother-in-law wants to send him to Erlinda to discuss this time, I can only learn from my mother-in-law. But Louis complained in his heart. They are going to fight. What are you asking me to talk about? When talking about this, Stuart was a little anxious. His Majesty was still waiting for Louis, but Louis chatted with others here for a long time. Thinking of his mother-in-law increasingly displeased expression, Louis coughed and stopped chatting with Mr. Gandalf. Mr. Gandalf also said that he was going back to the embassy. He seemed to have just finished talking with Francesco. He originally planned to go back to the embassy directly, but he ran into Louis in the corridor. Count Benjamin, in a few days, I will follow you to Erlinda with Her Highness Helen. After that, Louis said goodbye to Count Benjamin. And then Benjamin left here, and Louis followed Stuart into the house. There was a small hall as soon as he entered the room. There was no one in the room, and the mother-in-law and others seemed to be talking next door. Stuart asked the boss to wait, and then went in. Louis came to the side of the fireplace, and planned to pour a glass of ice wine. Looking back, he found a special elf lady, Kona, sleeping on the sofa. Louis couldn't help blinking his eyes. He looked around, and then came to the sofa with a smile, and teased Miss Kona's beautiful white tail. As a result, while playing, Louis felt a little uneasy. He looked up at the mirror in front of him, and saw that the scene inside was not this room, but a reception room. In the reception room, His Majesty the Great Demon King was standing in front of the floor-length mirror with a wine glass, sipping the wine, and squinting at Louis' hand playing with Kona's tail. His eyes were full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to chop off his son-in-law's hand. There is no doubt that Miss Kona is Francesco Littletail. Louis's face was full of black question marks. And then he suddenly remembered something. Miss Kona was His Majesty Francesco Harem.